Chen Ye traversed into the Great Wu Dynasty, binding himself to an orphan cultivation system. By nurturing orphans, he could earn points, which could then be used to draw attributes to bestow upon them. However, Chen Ye always sensed that these attributes were rather peculiar. Robust physique, accelerated growth and strength, but can only wield heavy weapons. Dexterous, enhanced life skills such as cooking and mending clothes, greatly improved mechanisms and manual techniques. Perseverance, with determination, nothing is insurmountable, but one must have clear thoughts. Coming of age, the things drawn will accompany one for life, but thus, the tranquility of the Great Wu Jianghu was shattered. In Linen Prefecture, Yuhang County, a luxurious carriage sped along the official road, stirring up clouds of dust. A young man clad in coarse garments covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, frowning as he coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Ancient people truly lack civility. Chen Ye lowered his sleeve and glanced at the distant grayish-blue city wall, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, he had arrived. 2 days prior, Chen Ye had crossed into this parallel world known as the Great Wu Dynasty, a realm not belonging to any historical dynasty he recognized. Just when he was engulfed in confusion, he activated the standard equipment of a traveler's system. However, Chen Ye's system was somewhat unique, aptly named the orphan cultivation system. As the name suggests, the primary function of this system was to nurture orphans. After adopting an orphan, Chen Ye could earn points through various nurturing activities. These points could be exchanged for attributes, upgrade the orphanage, or redeem supplies. Once he successfully cultivated an orphan to possess survival skills, enabling them to sustain themselves, the system would reward him with substantial monetary gain, longevity rewards, and a special opportunity to draw a director attribute. Upon binding the system, it restored Chen Ye's body to the age of 20, granting him the identity of an ordinary citizen, along with a baby care hall orphanage and a chance to draw a director attribute. Initially, Chen Ye paid little mind to it, but upon drawing an attribute, he was utterly astonished. Indestructible, no worldly force can harm your body. After rubbing his eyes, he realized the truth of this attribute. It meant that no weapons or poisons could inflict harm upon him. It was akin to invincibility. Of course, drowning, asphyxiation, or appendicitis could still lead to death. Nevertheless, even so, it was remarkably impressive. Over the past 2 days, Chen Ye had gained some understanding of this world. The Great Wu Dynasty was not as peaceful as it appeared. The borders were still embroiled in conflict. Along the way, he frequently encountered armed warriors, their eyes cold, exuding an aura of menace. With this attribute, Chen Ye at least need not worry about being slain. After all, ancient times were rather chaotic. I wonder if there are sects in this world, or if there are martial arts masters. Chen Ye pondered as he walked, his heart filled with yearning. As a citizen of Huagua, who has not harbored a dream of wandering the world as a chivalrous hero, perhaps due to limited information channels, in the past 2 days, aside from seeing a security bureau and passing armed warriors, he had encountered none of the white-clad heroes riding magnificent steeds from martial arts novels. After resting momentarily by the roadside, Chen Ye followed the common folk carrying burdens to the gate of Yuhang County. Soldiers with bows stood atop the towering gray city walls, their cold gazes scrutinizing the citizens entering the city. After a brief inspection, the guards waved him through, allowing him entry into Yuhang County under Linen Prefecture. System, how much farther? Chen Ye silently contemplated the system interface. A blue, ethereal light screen appeared before him. Orphan Cultivation System 1.0. Note: the orphanage will upgrade once it reaches a certain scale. Host: Chen Ye, age 20 points. 0. Director attributes: owned. Indestructible. Indestructible. No worldly force can harm your body. Current task: arrive at Yuhang Baby Care Hall location. Guidance ongoing. Task reward: a novice gift pack. 2 days prior, upon crossing over, the system had granted him a baby care hall, but its location was in Yuhang County. After 2 days of travel, he finally reached Yuhang County. Glancing at the system's indicated location, it was not far now. Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief and began to survey his surroundings. Yuhang County, situated within the jurisdiction of Linen Prefecture, presented a scene of peace. The streets bustled with life, pedestrians moving about in a lively manner. Steam rose from small carts lining the street, filled with bamboo steamers. Sensing the aroma of buns, Chen Ye pulled out 4 copper coins and purchased 2. When the system granted him an identity, it also provided him with 100 copper coins. 2 copper coins in the Great Wu had purchasing power equivalent to 1 yuan in his previous life. After 2 days of travel, he had spent nearly all of it. After devouring 1 bun, his hunger was somewhat alleviated. Just as he prepared to eat the second, a powerful stench wafted past him. Chen Ye's expression changed dramatically. The bun in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. He turned to see a filthy, disheveled little boy, nose running, gazing hungrily at the bun in his hand, while also sniffing incessantly. Taking a few steps back, Chen Ye noted the child's filthy attire and the unpleasant odor emanating from him, even from a distance. Passers-by hurried past, pinching their noses, unwilling to linger. The little boy, sniffling, appeared somewhat dazed. Chen Ye quickly discerned that he was a little beggar, possibly even a simpleton, and looked to be around 10 years old. During his 2-day journey, Chen Ye had encountered many beggars. The sight of numerous homeless individuals in ancient times was almost ubiquitous. Having witnessed this, Chen Ye understood why the beggar sect was the largest gang in the world. There were simply too many of them. With this thought, Chen Ye felt a stirring in his heart. This child appeared to be an orphan. Should he take him back to his orphanage? Chen Ye's eyes brightened momentarily, but then he met the boy's gaze blank and vacant. Chen Ye quickly regained his composure. He stroked his chin, pondering how he could cultivate such a simpleton to possess survival skills. Perhaps it was best to let this one go. The difficulty seemed too great. Over the past 2 days, he had formulated his plan. He would recruit a few clever orphans, nurture them for a time, and when the system issued rewards, he would enjoy a life of ease. In that case, having multiple wives and concubines would be a delightful prospect. He would hire a few individuals to manage the orphanage and exploit the system's resources. With this in mind, Chen Ye shook his head and turned away. One must be prudent in life. Foolishness should be avoided. This was the advice his father had imparted before passing. Holding the bun in his hand, Chen Ye intended to wait for the foul odor to dissipate before continuing to eat. After walking a few paces, he sniffed the air and paused. Turning back, he noticed that the little beggar had followed him. The boy's gaze was glued to the bun in Chen Ye's hand, his nose still running. Just as Chen Ye was about to scowl and scare him away, he noticed faint bruises on the boy's face and a limp in his step, indicating that he had endured quite a bit of hardship. During his travels, Chen Ye had seen many beggars, yet this was the youngest he had encountered. As a person with a reasonable moral compass in modern society, he felt a twinge of discomfort. At this age, children should be in school. After some contemplation and a deep sigh, Chen Ye approached and placed the bun into the little boy's hands. "This is for you. Stop following me." With that, he turned to leave, considering it an act of kindness for a fleeting encounter. Following the system's guidance, he made his way to the Yuhang baby care hall. He wondered about the size of the orphanage, how many orphans it housed, and the amount of funds available. His mind wandered with possibilities. As he walked along the stone-paved road, shops and stalls lined the streets, offering a variety of foods and goods. Glancing at the system's indicated location, he saw that the baby care hall was only 100 meters away, seemingly at the street corner. The area was somewhat secluded, but that was of little concern. Just then, a faint scent of perfume wafted into Chen Ye's nostrils. "Sir, care to indulge?" "Young master, I have missed you dearly." The flirtatious voices of women drifted from up ahead. Chen Ye halted, his eyes widening as he stared at the words "Yihong Courtyard," filled with uncertainty. He witnessed several elegantly dressed men exiting the establishment, their legs trembling, faces flushed with reluctance. On the second floor, a woman clad in green caught sight of Chen Ye and threw him a seductive glance. Chen Ye gasped given the prosperity of Yuhang County. The presence of brothels was to be expected. "Father, I'm hungry." Amid his thoughts, a simple voice called out beside him. "Huh? Whose child is calling me father so indiscriminately?" Just as Chen Ye was about to greet the lady above, he caught a whiff of the familiar foul odor again. He slightly shifted to the side and discovered the source. The little beggar had followed him again, this time staring at Chen Ye with pleading eyes. Seeing the boy's look, Chen Ye was about to scold him away, but the child called out again, "Father, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression shifted. The flirtatious woman immediately turned her back, now uninterested, seeking attention from others. "Stop calling me that, or I'll give you a beating." Chen Ye's face darkened. How had this child latched o? Chapter 2. The Peculiar Entries, Robust Physique. Crafty Mind. Chen Ye stared blankly for a moment, then looked incredulously at the small courtyard before him, adorned with blue tiles and white walls, featuring eaves that curved elegantly. Is this truly the orphanage bestowed upon him by the system? It seems rather modest. The real concern is, which orphanage is situated less than 100 meters from the Yihan courtyard? After pondering for a while, Chen Ye's expression shifted to one of realization. It dawned on him that if those young ladies were to inadvertently bear children, they would certainly need to send them to an orphanage. A pang of discomfort struck him. He stepped through the entrance of the Yuhang Baby Care Center and beheld a courtyard of over 80 square meters. In addition to the courtyard, there were 3 small rooms, each roughly 100 square meters in size. The courtyard was impeccably clean, and the wooden doors of the small rooms were brand new, emitting a faint scent of wood. As Chen Ye entered the rooms, his gaze swept over the furniture, which was fully equipped. Apart from the absence of orphans, the small courtyard was quite satisfactory. Beep. Task assigned, adoption. Task information. Please adopt an orphan within 3 days. Task reward, 100 points, 20 taels of silver. Although the orphanage did not quite match Chen Ye's expectations, it was still serviceable. He resolved to open his beginner's gift pack. With that thought, Chen Ye silently uttered, "Open the beginner's gift pack." Beep. Beginner's gift pack successfully unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 taels of silver, orphan entries, robust physique, crafty mind, entries, robust physique, accelerated growth and strength, but can only wield heavy weaponry, crafty mind, enhanced skills in cooking, mending clothes, and other daily life tasks, significantly improved dexterity and mechanical skills. After unwrapping the beginner's gift pack, a smile graced Chen Ye's face. 20 taels of silver equated to 20,000 copper coins, translating to a purchasing power of 10,000 from his previous life. His gaze shifted to the 2 entries, robust physique and crafty mind. Why did these entries seem so peculiar? The first part was acceptable, but what was the latter? Only able to wield heavy weaponry, dexterity and mechanical skills significantly enhanced. Chen Ye contemplated for a moment, but dismissed it as inconsequential. For him, it sufficed to recruit a few orphans, bestow upon them the entries, and teach them a few survival skills. He could then await the system's rewards without overthinking the details. With that thought, Chen Ye fell into contemplation once more. Finding a clever and astute orphan within 3 days would prove to be quite a challenge. Such orphans would have likely already found themselves in servitude as housemaids or attendants. "Dad, I'm hungry." A naive voice suddenly interrupted Chen Ye's thoughts. Startled, he turned to see a small beggar with a runny nose had somehow entered. The child was gazing at him with a dazed expression. "Dad, I'm hungry," the small beggar repeated, sniffling. "What kind of situation is this?" Chen Ye scrutinized the child, who seemed to be following him, calling him dad in an affectionate manner. Although the child did not meet Chen Ye's criteria for adoption, intelligent and clever, he found himself with no other options. Well, having fallen to the streets to beg, he must indeed be an orphan. Chen Ye made a decision in his heart. "All right then, do not call me dad. I am not much older than you. Call me director instead." Chen Ye's expression darkened, yet his gaze softened considerably as he looked at the small beggar. The beggar continued to gaze blankly at Chen Ye, calling out again, "Dad." Beep. Congratulations, host. Adoption successful. Reward issued. 100 points, 20 taels of silver. Beep. Please name the orphan. There's a naming phase? Chen Ye looked at the small beggar, who returned his gaze with a vacant stare. Suddenly, a headache crept upon him. "From now on, you shall be named Chen Daming. I hope you grow to be cleverer in the future." This name encapsulated Chen Ye's aspirations. Beep. Congratulations, host. Naming successful. Chen Daming now had a name, and his eyes flickered as he called out, "Dad, I'm hungry. Enough already. I'm hungry too. No. Call me director. I am not your father." Chen Ye's expression darkened like a bottomless pot. Guijing, that foolish lad, picked up a small beggar instead of a beautiful maiden. Why does it seem that all he gets is a simpleton? Upon naming Chen Daming, the system displayed an information panel. Name, Chen Daming, ID, 0001, gender, male, age, 10 years, current entries, none, entries. Right, I can bestow entries upon the orphan. With a thought, 2 entry options appeared before Chen Ye, robust physique and crafty mind. Without hesitation, he chose to grant robust physique to Chen Daming. What foolishness it would be to give this simpleton the crafty mind? Daming, director has no other demands. Just grow sturdy and help me with some work in the future. Chen Ye squatted before Chen Daming, speaking earnestly. Dad, I'm hungry. Chen Daming sniffled, his face serious. Chen Ye. But after accepting Chen Daming, Chen Ye ventured into the 3 small rooms of the baby care center. Inside, there were tables, chairs, and bedding, but essential supplies such as rice, flour, and oil were lacking. Chen Ye would need to purchase those himself. Well, with 40 taels of silver, it shouldn't cost too much, he muttered to himself. Returning to the courtyard, he caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor emanating from Chen Daming. Chen Ye pinched his nose. Let's go. Daming, director will take you to buy new clothes first. Then we'll have a bath. Daming sniffled again, his dazed eyes wide open, obediently following behind Chen Ye as they walked through the streets. It became evident that Daming had not bathed in quite some time, as passers-by dared not approach within 3 meters, hurling insults as they went. Chen Ye first bought him a set of clothes, then led him to the riverside outside the city for a wash, after which he donned the new attire. Once cleaned, Chen Daming revealed an unremarkable visage, marked by a naive and foolish expression. Chen Ye ruffled Daming's hair, letting out a sigh. Although he had hoped to take in a clever and astute orphan, the reality was that abandoned children were often flawed or afflicted with ailments. After all, the clever ones had long found their own ways to make a living. As they returned to Yuhang County, the air was thick with the scent of horse manure. Horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians ambled by leisurely. The taverns and inns lining the streets boasted bright signs, with the aromas of wine and food wafting through the air. Making Chen Ye's stomach grumble twice, he resolved to prepare a good meal upon returning home. Yet, Chen Daming continued to drool, prompting Chen Ye to hand him some copper coins to buy 2 buns for a quick bite. Continuing on their way, they arrived at a shop named Fortune Grain Store. After inquiring, Chen Ye purchased 25 liters of rice and 25 liters of mixed grains at the price of 8 copper coins per liter. 1 liter equals 2 pounds. As the shopkeeper weighed the goods, he glanced at Daming and exclaimed, "Young Master Chen, your son is remarkably strong." Daming, sniffling, hoisted the 25 liters of rice with his small frame, his steps somewhat unsteady as he headed outside. Chen Ye could not be bothered to clarify their relationship. However, upon witnessing Daming carry the rice, he felt a sense of surprise. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he wondered, could this child be a hidden gem, inherently strong? Or perhaps it was due to the entry. That bag of rice weighed about 50 pounds, quite a feat for a 10-year-old. This was certainly noteworthy. Well, although his mind may not be sharp, he possessed considerable strength, ensuring he wouldn't starve. Perhaps Daming could be trained at the blacksmith's shop. To adopt a child is to take on a responsibility. Proper vocational planning and dedicated training are essential to equip the orphan with survival skills and ensure he becomes self-sufficient. Chen Ye also grabbed a few small bags of beans, and just as he exited the grain store, he spotted Daming panting at the entrance, the rice bag propped against the ground. Seeing Chen Ye emerge, he earnestly exclaimed, "Dad, I'm hungry. Goodness, didn't you just eat?" Chen Ye's expression darkened further. Chapter 3. A heavy burden lies ahead. The system all. Chen Ye handed the small bags of beans to Daming and guided him to carry the rice while instructing the shopkeeper towards the baby care center. Daming obediently followed, head down, as they navigated through the bustling streets. Suddenly, Chen Ye noticed several constables in dark robes standing at the roadside, questioning a woman. She wore a light yellow dress, her eyes swollen from crying. As she sobbed uncontrollably, "My poor child, I just turned my back, and he vanished. Captain Song, I beg you." The woman grew increasingly agitated, eventually kneeling down. One of the constables, a burly man with a dark complexion, hurriedly helped her up. Chen Ye cast a glance and shook his head slightly. Just as in ancient times, human traffickers existed, abducting boys to sell as servants and girls to brothels. This was a common occurrence. Once taken, the chances of recovery were slim. With that thought, he quickly turned to check on Chen Daming. Noticing Chen Ye's gaze, Daming grinned foolishly and exclaimed, "Dad." Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, human traffickers wouldn't target Daming, would they? He is such a simpleton. What trafficker would be foolish enough to snatch him? Perhaps he was overthinking things. The shopkeeper, carrying the bag of mixed grains, glanced at the weeping woman and remarked, "In just a few days, another child has gone missing. This month, nearly 20 children have vanished from Yuhang County." Chen Ye was taken aback. Was the situation that dire? Can the constables not do anything? The shopkeeper scoffed, Those constables are merely loafers. When trouble arises, don't expect them to help. They can barely handle local disputes, let alone anything significant. Not far off, the dark-faced constable comforting the woman suddenly turned to glance at Chen Ye and the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, burdened with the sack of flour, was unaware of this exchange. Chen Ye's heart raced. The distance between the shopkeeper and the constable was nearly 10 meters. Given the surrounding chatter, would the constable truly hear what the shopkeeper was saying? Deep in thought, Chen Ye glanced again at the dark-faced constable, who seemed to have casually cast a glance before quickly turning away. Was it merely coincidence, or did this world truly harbor martial experts? As doubts stirred in his heart, Chen Ye continued along the cobbled street until he arrived at the Yihang courtyard. The melodious sounds of flirtation wafted down from the building, where enchanting women waved handkerchiefs and fans, casting flirtatious glances at passers-by. The air was perfumed with a delicate scent. The shopkeeper paused, gazing enviously. If only I could experience it once, my life would not be in vain. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle. What's this, Brother Zhang? Is the Yihang courtyard quite expensive? Having already exchanged names during their conversation, Chen Ye learned that it cost 10 taels of silver for a night. The shopkeeper eyed the bewitching women above, swallowing hard as he spoke. 10 taels of silver. Is that gilded or encrusted with silver? How exorbitant! Chen Ye immediately dismissed any thoughts of entering for a visit or making a charitable contribution. Chen Daming, following closely behind, noticed the two adults pausing and also looked up at the building. Being young, he did not comprehend the allure of the place. When I have money, I must experience it myself, the shopkeeper stated emphatically. Chen Ye couldn't help but nod. Let us talk about it when we have money. Daming blinked, scratching his head. He understood this statement. When we have money, he gazed up at the building, committing it to memory. The shopkeeper set down the sack of rice, shifting it to his other shoulder. Panting, young Master Chen, are we almost there? Chen Ye, also sweating profusely, wiped his brow and replied, just ahead. The baby care center was indeed somewhat secluded. Located on the outskirts of the city, it was no wonder it was adjacent to a brothel. Such establishments would not be placed in the city center. Chen Ye and the shopkeeper quickened their pace. Arriving at the entrance of the baby care center, the shopkeeper set down the sack, gazing thoughtfully at the grand characters spelling out Yuhang Baby Care Center. He glanced at the nearby Yihang courtyard, and his expression suddenly turned strange. The shopkeeper opened his mouth, his face contorted, but he said nothing. Chen Ye realized the misunderstanding and chose not to clarify, carrying the rice inside. The shopkeeper hastily followed with the sack of flour. After placing the rice and flour in the storeroom, Chen Ye rewarded the shopkeeper with a small tip to send him on his way. Once these mundane tasks were completed, Chen Ye settled into a chair, pouring 2 cups of water from the teapot, one for Daming. After a long draft, Chen Ye took a moment to rest before taking Daming out to buy vegetables they stocked up on daily necessities. Evening fell. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm orange glow on the ground. Smoke spiraled up from rooftops, carrying the faint aroma of cooking throughout Yuhang County. Standing at the entrance of the baby care center, the evening light warmed Chen Ye's face, mingling with a slight chill. From this day forth, he would truly be living in the ancient era. After 2 days of bustling about, arriving at the baby care center felt like finding a place to call home. For the people of Huagua, owning a home was akin to having a family. Chen Ye felt a pang of nostalgia as he lowered his head to pat Daming's head. A new life was about to commence. Now he had a child under his care. Raising an orphan was a heavy responsibility that lay ahead. Feeling Chen Ye's rough yet warm hand on his head, Daming looked up with a blank expression and said, "Dad, I'm hungry." That statement shattered the serene atmosphere, darkening Chen Ye's expression. "Eat, today. You can eat your fill, no limits." Grumbling, Chen Ye led Daming into the courtyard and closed the gate behind them. Shortly after, smoke began to rise from the courtyard marked with the words Yuhang Baby Care Center. Time passed, and night fell in the dimly lit small room. Chen Ye retrieved a flint and carefully ignited an oil lamp. The flickering flame emitted a soft glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Chen Daming sat at the table, his wide eyes fixated on the oil lamp. Life without electric lights was indeed inconvenient. Chen Ye mused, as the long night unfolded. Chen Ye and Daming exchanged blank stares. During the night, the Great Wu Dynasty imposed a curfew, and the idle rascals from the neighboring brothel could only stay in for the night. With nothing to do, Chen Ye suddenly recalled the system mall. Having adopted Daming, he he received a reward of 100 points, just enough to make a purchase. Opening the system mall, he found it divided into 4 sections: medicine, books, daily necessities, and entry lottery. The medicine section contained both modern pills and ancient tonics, while the book section encompassed a wide range of literature. Chen Ye's eyes skimmed over titles like The Plum and the Golden Vase and The 7 Heroes of the Marsh. The daily necessities section included various clothing, grains, oils, kitchen spices, and even toilet paper. The final section, entry lottery, required 5,000 points for a single draw. After browsing them all, Chen Ye noticed that the prices for redemption were reasonable. Daily necessities and medicines were around 10 points, while books were more expensive, with illustrated editions of water margin costing 50 points. The cost of entries seemed exorbitant. Chen Ye couldn't help but scoff at the 5,000 points required for a single entry draw. After spending several minutes exploring the system mall, he realized Daming sat quietly across the table, attentively watching the flickering flame of the oil lamp. "Stop staring, or you'll ruin your eyes," Chen Ye admonished, waving his hand in front of Daming's face. A smile crept onto his lips. "Let us check out something interesting." Daming shifted his gaze to Chen Ye's face, still looking dazed. Chen Ye waved his left hand, producing a book in his grasp. Deducting 50 points from his balance, he placed the book flat on the table, spreading it open. "As we observe, I will teach you to recognize characters. At 10 years old, it is unacceptable not to know any words. We cannot remain illiterate." Following Chen Ye's gaze, Deming looked over and, upon a mere glance, his eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in closer. The pages of the book displayed several colorful figures wielding various weapons, engaged in combat. "Now, these 3 characters read water margin. Repeat after me." Seeing Deming's interest, Chen Ye could not help but smile. "Father." Deming called out innocently. "No, it's water margin, not father. Father. I drink water. I eat 5 lakes. I know 5 of them." "All right, you little rascal." Chapter 4, Daily Settlements. Is he truly endowed with innate strength? In the 15th chapter, Yang Ji escorts gold and silver, while Wu Yong cleverly seizes the birthday tribute. Chen Ye passionately recited the chapter titles, glancing at the Rolex watch he had just exchanged from the system store, realizing it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He closed the book and said, "Let us conclude for today. Let us wash up and sleep." During their journey to Yuhang County over the past 2 days, Chen Ye had mostly slept on the roadside, never enjoying a proper rest. Now that he had his own small room and neatly arranged bedding, he intended to indulge in a good night's sleep. "Father, father," Deming called out as the book was closed, his voice laced with innocence. Chen Ye pushed Deming's head gently, unable to stifle a yawn. "Let us sleep. Tomorrow we need to wake up early to fetch water." Deming gazed longingly at the water margin before obediently following Chen Ye into the room. The small room contained several beds, ample for the children to rest. Having spent 5 points to exchange for toothpaste and a toothbrush from the system store, Chen Ye helped Deming wash up and arranged his sleeping area. Just as Chen Ye lay down, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ear. "Beep. Detected an orphan without a defined career path, initiating daily settlement. Today you arrived at Yuhang County, took over the Yuhang orphanage, and became the director, earning 10 points. Your kindness led you to take in a little beggar, naming him Chen Deming, earning 200 points. You took Chen Deming shopping, earning 5 points. You bathed Chen Deming and provided him with new clothes, earning 10 points. Chen Deming successfully lifted a rice bag, strengthening his physique, earning 5 points. You dined with Chen Deming, allowing him to feel the warmth of family, earning 30 points. At night, you exchanged for the comic water margin, accompanying Chen Deming while teaching him to read, earning 50 points. Before sleeping, you helped Chen Deming wash up and ensured he slept under warm blankets, earning 20 points. Total, 330 points. Beep. Chen Deming's gratitude towards you has increased. Chen Ye gazed at the series of system notifications, his heart filled with joy. The system has this feature? Earlier, Chen Ye had spent 50 points on the water margin comic, 5 points on toothpaste and a toothbrush, and 20 points on a Rolex watch, leaving him with 25 points. After the daily settlement, Chen Ye's points totaled 355. The system displayed the settlement information and popped up Chen Deming's data frame. Name, Chen Deming, ID, 0001, gender, male, age, 10, current attribute, strong physique, current gratitude level, 60, note. Reach 80 or 100 gratitude to gain an opportunity to draw a director attribute. 80 or 100 can draw a director attribute. Excellent. Chen Ye's eyes sparkled, recalling the effect of the indestructible attribute. Beep. Task refreshed. Current task. Adopt an orphan. Task description. Adopt the second orphan, 1-2. Task reward, 200 points. 20 taels of silver. 1 orphan attribute draw opportunity. Unlock building. Study. A new task has also been refreshed. Splendid. Chen Ye felt delighted. Under the dark night sky, the bright moon hung high, casting its gentle light. In Yuhang County, at the Gathering Tavern, the shopkeeper leaned against the counter, dozing intermittently. Only one table of guests remained. An oil lamp flickered on the wooden table, illuminating a few constables in black clothing. Brother Song, we've been searching for 2 days. Yet there's still no clue at a tall, thin constable sighed, emptying his cup in one gulp. We've searched all the villages outside the city, and there's no hiding place for the children. Another constable with small eyes chimed in, "It's truly strange." In the blink of an eye, the child vanished. Could it be sorcery? A third one added, munching on peanuts. With a solemn expression, the burly Captain Song took a sip from his cup and pondered for a moment before speaking. "I borrowed some scent from the 6 doors that I plan to use Tiger as bait." "What? Brother Song, Tiger is your own son. Brother Song, your family has been passed down for 3 generations. This is utterly inappropriate." The other constables looked shocked, never expecting Captain Song to propose such a plan. Captain Song filled his cup again and downed it in one go, exhaling deeply. In 1 month, 19 children have gone missing in Yuhang County. If this continues, the people will lose faith in us. The other constables opened their mouths to speak, but were interrupted by Song Tsongj. "No need for further words. I'll apply the scent to Tiger. As long as he doesn't leave Linen Prefecture, I can find him." Song Tsongja slammed his cup down heavily, causing the plates on the table to jump slightly. He had made up his mind. Seeing this, the other constables exchanged glances and fell silent. The next day, the crowing of roosters echoed melodiously. Chen Ye rubbed his eyes and climbed out of bed, glancing through the window at the still dim light outside. Looking down at his Rolex watch, it was only 5 o'clock. "So early?" Chen Ye mumbled, intending to return to bed for a little more sleep. Just as he lay down, he heard a continuous sound of water nearby. Chen Ye opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, and donned his outer clothing before stepping outside. The dawn light allowed him to vaguely discern the courtyard. He spotted a small figure clumsily lifting a water bucket and pouring it into the water tank. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ye paused, then tentatively called out, "Deming?" The figure halted upon hearing the call, responding with a simple, "Father." Chen Ye's expression shifted as he approached the water tank. Chen Deming, small in stature, poured the water from the bucket into the tank, the splashing sound echoing continuously. Though his movements were awkward, they were earnest. The previously empty water tank was nearly filled now. This child. Chen Ye was momentarily speechless. After standing in silence for a while, he picked up another bucket of water and poured it into the tank. After finishing, he casually tossed the bucket aside and affectionately ruffled Deming's hair. "Go back to sleep. Waking up so early is no good for your health. If someone sees you, they might think I'm mistreating you." Chen Ye spoke gruffly, but there was an underlying warmth. Deming followed Chen Ye back into the room. A bit confused. "Didn't we say we would wake up early to fetch water?" About 2 hours later, Chen Ye finally got out of bed again. "Deming," he called. "Father," the simple voice replied from the small bed nearby. Hearing the response, Chen Ye took his time getting up, beginning the morning routine with Deming using the toothpaste and toothbrush exchanged from the system store. After washing up, Chen Ye waved his hand and said, "Deming, the director will take you out for breakfast. Order whatever you like." Upon hearing this, Deming's previously dull eyes lit up with excitement. "Father, I'm hungry. You truly are a glutton." Chen Ye teased with a smile. He led Deming out of the orphanage, heading straight for the morning market in Yuhang County. The morning market bustled with people, the sounds of vendors calling out blending into the air, all shrouded in a white mist. A young boy in a yellow tunic held his father's hand, clutching a baked pancake. The man looked down at his child, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, before steeling himself and bending down. "Tiger, do you remember what I told you?" The boy nodded. "If I get separated from you and someone takes me away, I will go with them. You'll come back to find me." After hearing the boy repeat his words, Song Tsongjia nodded, reluctantly ruffling his son's hair. "What do you want to eat, Tiger?" "Father will buy it for you. I want to eat candy," the boy exclaimed joyfully. "All right, wait here, I'll go buy it for you." Song Tsongjia gave his son one last affectionate pat before merging into the crowd. Tiger stood waiting, blinking his bright eyes in anticipation. Nearby, Chen Ye was enjoying wontons, observing the scene unfold before him. That was Captain Song, engaging in entrapment? Chen Ye quickly pieced together the events. However, this had nothing to do with him. He continued to savor his wontons. "Father, I'm hungry," Deming exclaimed after finishing his 5th bowl of wontons, his mouth glistening with oil. Chen Ye's expression darkened. "5 bowls already. Deming, can you even fit that in your stomach?" After eating for a while, Chen Ye was nearly full after 3 bowls, while Deming seemed unfazed. Deming scratched his head, his expression vacant. "Shopkeeper, bring 2 more bowls of wontons," Chen Ye called out loudly. "Coming right up, sir." The shopkeeper hurriedly scooped more wontons from the pot. Chen Ye suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Had the bait been taken? He noticed that the little boy who had been standing nearby had vanished. "Bait?" Deming echoed, confused. "You only think about eating." Chen Ye sighed, shaking his head. Deming, momentarily stunned, lowered his head and began fiddling with the porcelain bowl. With a sudden crack, the bowl split in two. Both Chen Ye and Deming froze. The shopkeeper, who had just approached with more wontons, paused as well. "Apologies, sir. I hope your son isn't hurt," the shopkeeper exclaimed nervously, fearing Chen Ye's wrath. Chen Ye glanced at Deming with an odd look and shook his head. "It's nothing." The shopkeeper picked up the broken bowl, bowing and scraping. "Sir, I'll offer you another bowl of wontons." Chen Ye nodded, remaining silent. Deming stared at Chen Ye, sensing he had done something wrong and not daring to meet his gaze. Chen Ye stroked his chin, attempting to break the bowl himself. It wouldn't budge. He handed it to Deming. "Deming, you try." Deming took the porcelain bowl and, with a quick snap, broke it in 2. Hiss. Chen Ye gasped in surprise. Was this the effect of the attribute? Or was Deming truly endowed with innate strength? Chen Ye was astonished, unable to determine the cause. He pondered for a moment, recalling how Deming had lifted the rice bag the day before. Could it be that he had unwittingly picked up a little genius? The function of the strong physique attribute accelerated strength growth, which, based on its literal meaning, required time. Since Chen Ye had only given Deming the attribute a day ago, it could not solely be the attribute's effect. How intriguing! Chen Ye chuckled quietly, realizing the little beggar he had taken in possessed a natural talent for strength. Deming quietly placed the porcelain bowl back on the table, staring wide-eyed at Chen Ye. The shopkeeper, returning with the wontons, looked back in surprise at the sound of the bowl breaking. "Forget that bowl of wontons. Just count it as the bowl," Chen Ye called out. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he regarded Deming. Deming gazed longingly at the wontons, swallowing hard. "Eat," Chen Ye encouraged. Deming began to devour the wontons ravenously. Chen Ye observed, amused by Deming's eagerness to consume everything, his mind racing. With innate strength and the strong physique attribute, over time, how powerful would Deming become? Chen Ye marveled inwardly. If this world truly had factions, it would be fascinating. After finishing their wontons, the duo left the stall, Deming burping loudly, appearing blissfully stuffed. Chen Ye ruffled Deming's hair, exasperated. "It's not like this is the only meal. Is it really necessary to overindulge?" Deming followed Chen Ye, his expression still dazed. "Next, we need to buy a couple of hens. Eggs are quite precious in ancient times," Chen Ye mused as they walked, formulating plans. Suddenly, Deming's eyes widened as he turned to the side. A young man, covered in fragrant powder with darkened eyes, walked unsteadily while holding a folding fan. Deming recalled Chen Ye's earlier conversation with the shopkeeper. His simple mind began to piece things together, and he rushed toward the young man. Just as Deming grabbed the fan, he felt a jolt run through his body, rendering him immobile. A shadow loomed over his face, and he promptly lost consciousness. Chen Ye walked down the street for a while. Suddenly feeling something was amiss, he turned around, his face paling. Deming? Amidst the bustling crowd, there was no sign of Chen Deming. Chapter 5. The Cage Thud. Chen Deming felt himself being thrown heavily onto the ground. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on the floor, surrounded by 5 or 6 children of similar age. Clank, the sound of chains echoed. Following the noise, Chen Deming looked over to see a plain-looking man with a sinister gaze standing outside a wooden barred door, wrapping the chains around the lock. The man noticed Chen Deming's gaze and glared at him fiercely. Upon realizing Deming appeared dazed, he remarked, "What a fool! Didn't he notice that when I grabbed him?" The man pondered for a moment but dismissed the thought, turning to shout, "Check the mute every 2 hours. Make sure to give them some water. We can't afford any deaths, or else the steward will have our heads." Understood, a filthy man sprawled on a table, chewing on a chicken bone, several jars of wine by his side. His face flushed with intoxication. The sinister man covered his nose, looking at the filthy man with disdain. The children had no choice but to relieve themselves in the room, and he found it hard to fathom how someone could eat in such an environment. He did not linger any longer and exited. Inside, only the group of children and the filthy man remained, separated by a wooden barred door. Chen Deming stood up, noticing a small boy in a yellow tunic beside him. The boy opened his mouth but could not make a sound. The only noise in the room was the filthy man slurping on chicken bones. The man occasionally picked up a jar of wine, drinking greedily and expressing his satisfaction with a grunt. Chen Deming stood there in a daze, suddenly recalling the item he had brought for his father. He looked down to see it was a pink folding fan. Seeing the fan still in his hand, Deming's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stuffed it into his pocket. After securing it, he patted it through his clothing, smiling foolishly with contentment. Father will surely be happy when I give this to him once I have money. Deming's thoughts were simple as he surveyed the surroundings, finding a wall to sit against while staring blankly at the ground. Waiting for his father to come and take him home, he failed to notice a small girl in a blue dress, covered in dirt, curled up in the corner, watching him for quite some time. Xiao Lian withdrew her gaze from the two new children, her eyes dimming considerably. She buried her filthy little face in her knees, feeling utterly despondent. I'm afraid I'll be sold to a brothel. The thought of such a fate sent shivers down her spine, rendering her limbs cold. A sense of helpless sorrow welled up within her. Mother, if I am truly sold to a brothel, I will have to join you. Xiao Lian clenched her hands tightly around her dress. Her fair hand. A group of children sat on the ground, tears brimming in their eyes, their faces swollen and red. Some attempted to strike the wooden fence, but as soon as their hands made contact, a piece of chicken bone flew past, striking their fingers with precision, causing them to cry out in pain. After several attempts, none dared to touch the fence again. The children, unable to express their sorrow, could only sit in silence, wiping away their tears. Soon, a disheveled man drank an entire jar of wine, his bleary eyes glancing at the confined children before he yawned and staggered to the bed, collapsing onto it, deep in slumber. Witnessing this, Xiao Lian's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. What an opportunity! If she could obtain the key, they could escape. Her agile gaze swept the room, but soon the light of hope diminished. The key dangled from the man's waist, utterly out of reach. Xiao Lian bit her lip in frustration, her eyes dimming. Most of the other children had fallen asleep from crying, their eyes red and puffy. Only Chen Daming remained, staring blankly at the floor. Suddenly, he stood up and walked towards the wooden gate, striking it forcefully. The sound of clanging chains echoed in the room. The other children awoke, and upon realizing they were still trapped, they began to cry silently once more. The drunken man snored loudly, oblivious to the noise. Daming's foolish face displayed a look of urgency as he continued to bang on the fence. Why hadn't his father come to get him yet? A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his father no longer wanted him? At this realization, Daming's eyes turned red. He pounded harder, opening his mouth to call for his father. But no sound emerged. Xiao Lian, with her head bowed, was drawn to the commotion Daming was causing. She lifted her gaze, astonished to see that with each strike, the fence trembled. This fool possesses immense strength, she mused. After a brief glance, she lowered her head again, contemplating a way to escape. Seeing that no one was coming to free them, Chen Daming grew increasingly desperate. He grasped the wooden fence and shook it with all his might. The fence swayed but remained steadfast. His eyes reddened further, as if tears might spill forth. He gasped for breath, stepped back, and charged at the gate. With a loud thud, the drunken man furrowed his brow and turned over, continuing to sleep. The loud noise drew the attention of the children, who all lifted their heads to watch the fool crash into the door. Xiao Lian also looked up, her expression dimming. Suddenly, she noticed that one of the wooden beams had warped. How could this be? Xiao Lian's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Chen Daming. This fool appeared younger than herself, yet possessed such extraordinary strength. Daming, panting heavily, continued to ram into the beam. Under the astonished gazes of the other children, the wood bent further. Finally, with a sharp crack, the beam broke, and Daming tumbled forward, landing on the ground. The other children stared in shock at the broken wood, their faces painted with disbelief. Xiao Lian, momentarily stunned, was the first to react, her face lighting up with joy. The thick beam had indeed been broken by this fool. What a perfect opportunity to escape. Although the gap between the fence slats was small, it was now just wide enough for a child to slip through. Xiao Lian glanced at the drunken man, still deeply asleep, and suppressed her excitement. She signaled for the other children to remain quiet, then led them through the gap to the other side of the room. The children wore expressions of astonishment, a few stifling sobs, wanting to shout but unable to. Xiao Lian urged them to be silent, then cautiously approached the door, pushing it open to peek outside. The outside revealed an ordinary courtyard, devoid of people. Xiao Lian let out a sigh of relief. Beckoning the children to follow her one by one, at that moment, Daming rose from the ground, his eyes bloodshot. He too wished to join the others in their escape to find Chen Ye. Xiao Lian's eyes sparkled as she grasped Daming's arm. Daming, momentarily confused by her action, glanced between the door and the window, unable to comprehend. Xiao Lian pushed open the window, revealing a direct path to the backyard, and sighed with relief. She turned to see Daming still standing there and couldn't help but smile wryly. She pulled him towards the window, but as they walked, she spotted several unopened jars of wine under the table. In a moment of contemplation, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She shoved Daming towards the window, opened a jar, and with great effort, poured the contents all over the room. Then, she pulled out a pair of flint stones from her pocket, igniting the oil lamp on the table, intending to set the bed on fire. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a purple-covered book peeking from the drunken man's grasp. After a moment's thought, she carefully retrieved the book, its cover inscribed with the title Surprising Flower Finger. Without further contemplation, she tucked the book into her clothes, moved to the window, and hurled the lit lamp out. The lamp landed on the bed, spilling oil that ignited into flames in an instant. Looking back, she saw Daming still dawdling by the window, and her annoyance flared. This fool! She yanked Daming and they both jumped out of the window. Chapter 6. Chen Ye. I grant you 3 moves, attack. A blade gleaming with cold light rapidly enlarged before him. San's hair stood on end, a cold sweat forming on his back. He swiftly leaned back to evade the incoming long knife. With a loud crash, the blade struck the ground, splitting the stone pavement beneath it. The wielder, dressed in black, had a dark complexion. Realizing his attack had missed, Song Tsangjia's eyes glinted with malice as he swung the long knife once more toward San. After evading the sneak attack, San focused and saw that his opponent was merely an insignificant martial artist, which steadied his heart. He scoffed, just a petty martial artist. His gaze turned cold as he lifted his garment, delivering a series of swift kicks, fierce as a storm, impossible to block. Song Tsangjia's knife missed San by mere centimeters on several occasions. After trading blows, San landed a kick on Song Tsangjia's chest, causing his dark face to pale as he staggered back. Surrounding them, several hidden black-clad officers surged forward, their long knives whistling through the air. After a series of clangs, San sent the long knives flying from the officers' grips, their faces flushed and injured. Song Tsangjia, pale and shaken, recognized the style San employed. The rainfall leg technique of the rain and wind tower. San dusted off his robe, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Song Tsangjia. Sneering, some knowledge you possess. The realization struck Song Tsangjia. This man was from the rain and wind tower. His face paled further, shock coursing through him. The Rain and Wind Tower was the most elite assassin organization in the martial world. With countless assassins, it was said their leader had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, a half-step grandmaster, and had once assassinated a Mount Hua elder, matching him in combat without faltering. Memories of the Rain and Wind Tower flooded his mind. Song Tsangjia's expression darkened. He couldn't fathom why a mere child abduction case would involve such a formidable organization. Returning to half an hour earlier, after days of investigation, Song Tsangjia had discerned a pattern in the children's disappearances. All the children vanished from bustling markets, indicating that the mastermind was exploiting the throngs of people to strike. Thus, he had left Xiaozi in the market, covered in fragrant powder. To avoid drawing attention, he had purchased a sugar figurine from a vendor. Upon returning, he found Xiaozi had vanished as he had anticipated. Mimicking the reactions of other parents, he cried out in distress, then swiftly gathered his men and produced the tracking bees. These bees, cultivated by the 6 gates, could trace the scent of the fragrant powder. Releasing the bees, Song Tsangjia and his officers quickly followed their lead. after winding through the city for quite some time. The bees led them to a rather secluded estate in Yuhang County. Upon sighting the estate, the color drained from their faces, for it belonged to the private property of the county magistrate, Liu. Understanding the implications, Song Songjie finally realized why Liu had been so reticent about the recent wave of disappearances, urging him to expedite the investigation. This was uncharacteristic of Liu, who typically acted with decisiveness. It also clarified why they had found no clues in the nearby villages. The children were hidden within the city. The officers crouched behind a nearby house, exchanging glances, none daring to speak. The situation exceeded their expectations. Only Song Songjie's expression fluctuated, darkening with uncertainty. Just then, a plain-looking figure in a long robe emerged from the estate. Without hesitation, Song Songjie instructed his subordinates in hushed tones, "This matter concerns the citizens of Yuhang County. We cannot stand idly by it. If it truly involves Magistrate Liu, I will report it to the 6 gates." Hearing this, the other officers felt a rush of determination. The reputation of the 6 gates far eclipsed that of Magistrate Liu. They knew that Song Songjie had once served in the 6 gates, but had been dismissed for unknown reasons and had returned to Yuhang County as a captain with Song Songjie's connections. They felt reassured. A mere child thief posed no real threat. Song Songjie leaped down from the house, surveying the surroundings. The magistrate's estate was remote, devoid of pedestrians. He positioned himself strategically, anticipating the figure's approach. Ready to strike, however, his seemingly assured attack was evaded by the figure, who unleashed the rainfall leg technique, injuring several officers. Song Songjie clutched his chest, feeling the faint energy within him flow, attempting to soothe his injury. "Rain and Wind Tower, why are you abducting children? Aren't you merely in the assassination business?" he questioned, his face paling. San did not respond, as if Song Songjie were unworthy of an answer, furrowing his brow. San pondered, "This shouldn't be. You're just an insignificant martial artist. How could you have found this place?" After much contemplation, he came to no conclusion. "Forget it. It matters not. We can simply transport these children out of the city. The numbers will suffice." His gaze turned cold, a hint of murderous intent settling over the officers. The officers sensed the impending danger, their bodies chilling, faces blanching. This aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Only one who had taken numerous lives could emanate such presence. Song Songjie, receiving no reply, wore a grim expression. He frequently glanced back at the estate, where his son, Zi, was held. Though he knew not the motives behind the Rain and Wind Tower's abduction, he sensed it could not be anything good. He tightened his grip on the long knife, determination flaring within him. "Oh, desperate struggle?" San scoffed, stepping closer to Song Songjie. With each step, the pressure intensified. "Copper plaque assassin," Song Songjie stated slowly, eyes locked onto San. The latter's face manifested surprise, nodding in acknowledgement. "Some insight you have. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm San, a copper plaque assassin of the Rain and Wind Tower." Upon hearing this, Song Songjie felt an inexplicable relief. Copper plaque assassins were generally 4th-tier martial artists, meaning San was only 1 tier above him. With the right move, he could kill. Taking a deep breath, Song Songjie tightened his grip on the knife, its gleaming blade reflecting the sunlight, casting a bright spot on the ground. The other officers likewise raised their knives, gripping the handles tightly, glaring fiercely at San. Tension escalated as they faced off, the atmosphere charged with anticipation of an imminent bloodbath. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, hidden around the corner, witnessed the unfolding scene. There truly are factions, the Rain and Wind Tower, copper plaque assassins. Excitement flickered in his eyes. What had once been a mundane ancient world now brimmed with intrigue. Summoning the system, a virtual blue interface appeared with a red, indicating a location not far away. Earlier, during the morning market, he had noticed Daming's absence and called out in vain. Upon discovering the system's tracking feature, his anxiety dissipated. After all, the system's purpose was to nurture orphans. If children were abducted, what would become of that goal? Calming his racing heart, Chen Ye carefully observed the conflict. It appeared the officers stood no chance against the copper plaque assassin. Song Songjie was merely an insignificant martial artist. Was this the tier of martial arts? What tier was that man? As the standoff escalated toward inevitable violence, Chen Ye pondered his course of action. If Song Songjie emerged victorious, perhaps Daming could be rescued. But if he failed, all Chen Ye could do was lament. Farewell, daming. After a moment of reflection, Chen Ye devised a plan. He spent 5 points of credit to acquire a set of night gear from the system's store, quickly donning it. He then swallowed 2 copper coins to muffle his voice, ensuring he wouldn't be easily recognized. With preparations complete, he stepped forward. San wore a bemused expression, advancing towards Song Sangjia, treating the surrounding officers as mere inconsequential threats. Indeed, they were just ordinary people, not martial artists. Song Sangjia, channeling his internal energy, gauged the distance between himself and San. Once San was within 5 steps, he prepared to unleash his inner strength. Tension crackled in the air, beads of sweat forming on the foreheads of the officers, one droplet trickling down to the ground, leaving a dark stain on the stone path. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared on the empty street. San halted, his expression shifting to one of caution. The figure, clad in night gear during daylight, obscured their face, clearly wishing to remain anonymous, causing San's heart to quicken. Several officers noticed San's reaction and turned toward the corner. At first, Song Sangjia assumed the newcomer was a martial artist, but upon observing the erratic gait, devoid of the balanced stride of a martial artist, he recognized them as an ordinary person, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He then called out, "This is an official investigation. Bystanders are to leave immediately." This statement served to protect the figure in black. San, a 4th-tier martial artist, posed a lethal threat to any ordinary person. Chen Ye, overhearing, nodded inwardly, appreciating Song Sangjia's consideration. However, he did not halt his advance. Instead, he confidently stepped into the center of the escalating conflict. Another seeking death, San sneered. Given that Song Sangjia recognized the figure's lack of martial prowess, he too discerned their vulnerability. Chen Ye paused, feigning ignorance, his gaze dispassionate as he addressed San, a killer of the rain and wind tower. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. San's expression transformed, shock evident as he realized his identity had been exposed. "Who are you?" he demanded, his wariness palpable. Chen Ye, noting San's unease, replied nonchalantly, "What? You've abducted my disciple, and you don't expect me to seek you out?" San's shock deepened. The fact that the officers had tracked him down had already exceeded his expectations. Now, another figure in black had appeared. Was his stealth truly so lacking? Doubt crept into his mind. The surrounding constables were taken aback upon hearing the words of the cloaked figure. Song Sangjia wore a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend the current situation. The cloaked man, clearly disheveled and appearing to be an ordinary person, spoke with the authority of a seasoned master. Chen Ye stood at the center of the unfolding drama, his gaze apathetic, as if nothing in the world held significance for him. Internally, however, he was in a state of turmoil, relying solely upon the invulnerable title of indestructible. After a moment of hesitation, San regained his composure. As an assassin, he could not be easily intimidated. Moreover, he had observed that the cloaked figure appeared utterly devoid of martial prowess upon arrival. What a farce! San scoffed coldly, his eyes icy as he brushed aside his garments and prepared to strike. Noticing San's advance, Chen Ye interjected before he could act, "Young one from the Wind and Rain Tower, you have abducted my disciple. Ordinarily, I would execute you here and now. Yet, recalling my past ties with the Wind and Rain Tower, I shall allow you 3 moves proceed." Upon hearing Chen Ye's ambiguous declaration, the onlookers were rendered speechless. San's eyes widened in disbelief, while the surrounding constables gaped in astonishment. Song Sangjia, filled with doubt, pondered the implications of the cloaked figure's words, sensing genuine strength behind them. Could it be that he suddenly recalled tales of masters who could manipulate their martial prowess at will, appearing as ordinary individuals when unengaged? Was this cloaked figure indeed a master? Such a notion was preposterous. How could a mere county such as Yuhang harbor a hidden master? At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. San was the first to regain his senses, disbelieving that the cloaked figure could be a formidable fighter. The presence of even a mediocre constable in Yuhang was already exceptional, however. San remained cautious. It was better to be safe than sorry. If this truly was a hidden master, given the notorious reputation of the Wind and Rain Tower's executioners, he would likely meet a grim fate. Contemplating this, San clasped his fists and declared, "Senior, I shall make my move." Chen Ye snorted disdainfully. his demeanor unchanged, exuding an air of calm assurance, as if he were certain Shur-Shur-San posed no threat. As Shur-Shur-San summoned his internal energy, channeling it through the rainfall leg technique, he lunged forward, his legs creating blurs of motion too swift to discern. A resounding clang echoed as he returned to his original position, seemingly having never moved. The constables exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Only Song Songjia had witnessed the scene unfold. Shur-Shur-San had unleashed the rainfall leg technique, striking the cloaked figure directly in the heart. That blow contained most of Shur-Shur-San's internal energy, a force that would daunt even a third-grade martial artist. Yet, the cloaked man stood unmoved, accepting the strike without flinching. Song Songjia was astounded. Truly, the force of that kick could have felled anyone of equal caliber. To his greater astonishment, the cloaked figure spoke. Indeed, that kick would rank among the finest among copper-ranked assassins. Chen Ye's voice was muddled and indifferent. Externally composed, he was internally shocked by the swiftness of the attack. He had barely registered Shur-Shur-San's motion before the sound of metal striking metal resonated against his chest. Fortunately, the indestructible title bestowed by the system proved its worth, leaving him unscathed. Seeing the cloaked figure undeterred, Shur-Shur-San stood frozen, his limbs cold with disbelief. How could this be? That strike had utilized 80% of his internal energy, aimed at the heart. Even a martial artist of equal rank would have succumbed. Yet this cloaked man remained unscathed. Chen Ye, offering no respite, stepped forward and said, "You have 2 moves remaining to AT this proclamation." Shur-Shur-San's resolve to continue attacking dissipated entirely. His expression shifted, realizing the futility of resistance. He knelt, bowing thrice in submission. "Senior, I was blind to your prowess. Having captured your disciple, I implore you, for the sake of our mutual past, to spare my life." Mutual past? Chen Ye mused, not even glancing at Shur-Shur-San. His voice a mere whisper. "Leave." "Thank you, senior." Shur-Shur-San hastily departed, utilizing his lightness skill to vault over the wall, disappearing from sight. Thus, a potentially bloody confrontation was averted. The constables stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, until Song Songjia was the first to regain composure. Respectfully bowing, "Thank you for your intervention, senior." Chen Ye cast a fleeting glance at Song Songjia, maintaining the demeanor of a high-ranking elder without uttering a word. Suddenly, the gates of a nearby residence swung open, revealing several small heads peering out. Upon spotting his son, Song Songjia exclaimed, "Huji!" The child, clad in a yellow shirt, rushed towards his father, eyes glistening with unshed tears. The other constables also hurried to embrace their children. Chen Ye furrowed his brow at the scene. What was going on? Why had these children emerged? Consulting the system, he noted that the red, representing Daming, had already moved to the next street. Why was that rascal heading in that direction? Without lingering longer, Chen Ye turned and sprinted down another street. Swiftly shedding his dark clothing around the corner, he resumed his original appearance. By the time the constables regained their senses, the cloaked figure had vanished. "Where has that senior gone?" a tall constable murmured. Song Songjia, holding his son close, glanced at the empty street and solemnly remarked, "That level of seniority is beyond our comprehension." "Captain, the residence is on fire," a small-eyed constable shouted. Song Songjia quickly turned, seeing thick black smoke rising from Lu County Magistrate's residence, accompanied by a man's anguished scream. Chapter 7. Reunion in Yuhang County, Wutong Street. Panting heavily, Xiaolian rested her hands on her knees, her small mouth agape as she gasped for breath. She glanced at Daming beside her, who remained blissfully oblivious, having run for a long time without breaking a sweat. "How are you not even out of breath?" she exclaimed, her voice ringing with surprise. Daming stared blankly at her, as if struck by a sudden realization, then reached into his bosom. Upon retrieving a fan, a silly grin spread across his face. The item was still intact. Surely, his father would be pleased to see it. With a tilt of his head, Daming surveyed his surroundings, confusion dawning in his eyes. Where was this place? Had he been here before? Where was his father? He opened his mouth, attempting to call out, but no sound emerged. "Don't shout. You've been silenced. It will take at least another hour or so before you can speak again," Xiaolian reassured, patting her chest to calm her breath. She then muttered to herself, "Wait, why am I even telling you this? You wouldn't understand anyway." After observing Daming, Xiaolian concluded that he was merely a strong, Foolish boy. She raised her head and scanned the area, recognizing they were on Wudong Street, with the northern city just 2 streets away. Fool, do you even remember where your home is? She asked, returning her gaze to Daming. Just then, a young man clad in coarse clothing approached, excitement evident on his face. Daming. Hearing the familiar voice, Daming turned in surprise and, upon seeing Chen Ye, froze. His eyes welled with tears, and he burst into silent sobs, clinging to Chen Ye's leg. Witnessing Daming's reaction stirred a complex mix of emotions within Chen Ye, somewhat comforting, yet deeply moving and heart-wrenching. Wait a moment, Daming, why can't you make a sound? Chen Ye realized something was amiss. Daming was crying, but no sound escaped him in a panic. Chen Ye pried Daming's mouth open, inspecting his tongue and throat. He had indeed been silenced, and it would take quite some time before he could speak again. A clear, melodious voice chimed in nearby. Chen Ye turned to see a small girl standing beside them. Slightly taller than Daming, she wore a faded blue dress, her face smeared with dirt, obscuring her features. Yet her voice indicated she was a girl. Oh, I see now. He has been silenced, Chen Ye noted, feeling relieved. Having witnessed the confrontation between the Wind and Rain Tower's copper-ranked assassin and the constables, he had accepted the existence of martial arts in this world. If martial arts existed, then so too did acupoints. Turning his attention back to the muddy-faced girl, he inquired, "And who might you be?" Xiaolian lowered her eyes, a glimmer of wariness crossing her features. "My name is Xiaolian, I live nearby." Chen Ye nodded at her explanation, choosing not to press further. How could a child living nearby know that Daming had been silenced? And why was her face so smeared? He dismissed the thought and crouched down in front of Daming. "Daming, how did you escape? Are you hurt anywhere? Tell the director." Daming understood the question and shook his head. Chen Ye, still anxious, checked him over, finding no injuries on his limbs. But upon touching Daming's shoulder, he felt a jolt. "Don't move. Let the director take a look." Chen Ye's expression turned serious as he inspected Daming's collar, revealing a bruise on his shoulder. "SK." Fury surged within Chen Ye in that moment. He felt a visceral protectiveness, as if someone had harmed his child. "Let us go, Daming. The director will apply some medicine." Inwardly, Chen Ye noted the Wind and Rain Tower down for a reckoning. When he acquired the formidable title, he would confront that so-called master of the tower. Child traffickers would meet their end. Grasping Daming's hand, he noticed Daming remained rooted in place, perplexed. "What's wrong?" Daming, with tear-filled eyes, turned to Xiaolian, studying her, before glancing back at Chen Ye. Seeing Daming's reaction, Xiaolian instinctively took a step back, her eyes wary, as if ready to flee. Chen Ye pondered the situation. The other children had all exited through the front, while only Daming and this girl had taken a different route. Considering the contradictions in her appearance, he began to piece together the scenario. This girl had likely chosen an alternative path to avoid detection at the door while leading Daming out. Such cleverness indicated resourcefulness. He contemplated the possibility that this child might be an orphan. The thought sparked an idea within him. He possessed the handy title, which would be perfect for her. After a moment's reflection, Chen Ye adopted a gentle demeanor and kindly said, "I am the director of the Yuhang Infant Care Center. If you have no place to go, you are welcome to come with me." Xiaolian's eyes widened in surprise at Chen Ye's declaration. She had initially assumed he was Daming's father, but now realized he was the director of the care center. Examining Chen Ye and Daming's features, she confirmed they did not resemble each other. After making his offer, Chen Ye paid Xiaolian little mind. If she were a clever child, her presence would be beneficial. If not, it mattered little. Perhaps she wasn't even an orphan. As Chen Ye turned to leave with Daming, Xiaolian hesitated and called out, "How did you know he had escaped?" Taking a few steps back, Xiaolian's words resonated with her guarded nature. She had traversed from Jining Prefecture to Linan Prefecture, relying on her vigilance. Some of the care center's actions bore resemblance to those of traffickers, accepting children only to sell them shortly after. Chen Ye paused, parting his lips with a smile. "I saw a group of children running out, but I didn't see Daming. So I came to check nearby." With that, he led Daming toward the care center. Xiaolian remained rooted, contemplating Chen Ye's retreating figure, her thoughts swirling. At the Yuhang Infant Care Center. "Daming, come lay on the bench. The director will apply some medicine." In the courtyard, a long bench awaited, and Chen Ye held a bottle of red flower oil he had just exchanged from the system. Daming, still dazed, lay down on the bench. Upon doing so, he shivered and quickly sat up, retrieving a pink folding fan from his bosom and presenting it to Chen Ye. Daming gazed at Chen Ye, grinning widely, though no sound escaped him. Chen Ye paused, momentarily bewildered by the fan's origin. "Hey, where did you find this?" Recognizing it as a fan often held by the ladies of the Yihong courtyard, Chen Ye's expression turned peculiar. Daming, with his goofy grin, made a shape with his mouth, the silent word for father. "All right, I accept this." Chen Ye tucked the fan into his own bosom, treating it with care. Daming chuckled with delight. "Now, lay back down." Chen Ye playfully admonished him. Daming removed his shirt and laid on the bench, exposing his shoulder to Chen Ye as he examined the long bruise on Daming's shoulder. Chen Ye's heart twisted. Who could be so cruel? Who did this? Chen Ye murmured angrily, pouring some red flower oil into his palm before gently rubbing it into Daming's bruise. Daming obediently remained silent, lying still. Outside the care center, Xiaolian's head peeked in. Drawn by the scene before her, she observed Daming shirtless on the bench, while Chen Ye carefully applied the oil. The glossy red-brown liquid glistened on Daming's sun-kissed back. Witnessing this tender moment stirred something soft within Xiaolian. She retreated, leaning against the door, gazing vacantly at the clear blue sky. "Mother, he can't be a bad person, can he?" Chapter 8. Task completed. New title. The library is open. I am a short-term maid. When my time is up, you cannot stop me from leaving. The young girl in a green dress stood before Chen Ye, her demeanor lively. "Also, I will need my wages each month," she added after careful consideration. "Are there any other requirements?" Chen Ye inquired, appraising the now clean Xiaolian. The girl's fair complexion and delicate features radiated a refined charm. "Other requirements, none for now," Xiaolian pondered before shaking her head. "You've stated your conditions, and I have one of my own," Chen Ye replied with a gentle smile. This, Xiaolian's wariness resurfaced. Her keen eyes narrowed on Chen Ye. "What is your requirement? Who else is in your family?" "This is an orphanage. We only take in homeless children." Chen Ye's tone remained even as he scrutinized Xiaolian. If she had escaped from somewhere, her family might alert the authorities, causing complications for Chen Ye. Xiaolian's gaze dropped, her hands clenched tightly, the faded blue of her dress fluttering slightly in the breeze. "My family is all dead." She uttered this. A flicker of resentment crossed her eyes, revealing that her circumstances were far more complex than she let on. Chen Ye nodded, understanding her plight without further questioning. "Very well, welcome to the Infant Care Center." A genuine smile spread across his face. Ding. Task. Adopt the second orphan completed. Congratulations, you have received a task reward, 200 points, 20 taels of silver, 1 opportunity to draw for an orphan title, and the establishment of a library. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears, amplifying Chen Ye's smile. Just as he had been applying medicine to Daming, this clever little girl had appeared at the gate. After a hesitant expression of her thoughts, a conversation ensued. Her request for wages was indicative of her intentions. In contrast to orphans, Xiaolian perceived her role more as a servant. She sought a temporary refuge and some coin. "What is your name, Xiaolian?" The young girl's voice was as crisp as water droplets falling upon rocks. A phantom blue screen appeared before Chen Ye. Ding. Name, Xiaolian, ID, 0002, gender, female, age, 13 years, entry, none. Upon seeing her age, Chen Ye was taken aback, his expression revealing his astonishment. Xiaolian was even shorter than Daming, standing at less than 1.3 meters. It was surprising to learn she was already 1.3 in ancient times. One could marry at this age. Could this girl have truly run away? In an instant, Chen Ye's mind conjured a lengthy narrative of rebellion under a feudal system. "How old are you this year?" Chen Ye suddenly inquired. Xiaolian slightly raised her head to meet his gaze, then quietly looked away, whispering, 13, that's fine. No lies, Chen Ye muttered inwardly. He chose not to dwell on it. If her family truly came looking for her, they would deal with it then. His task was to nurture orphans. Once they entered the nursery, they became his responsibility. Very well, you shall sleep in the west room, Daming and I will rest in the east room. Bedding and such are all provided. Chen Ye explained the facilities and circumstances of the nursery to Xiaolian, who memorized everything, her expression becoming peculiar. Including her, there were only 3 individuals in the entire nursery. Previously, when Xiaolian was in Jining Prefecture, there had been over a dozen children in her hometown's nursery. However, most of those children were physically impaired or, like Daming, mentally challenged. She had never encountered such a small-scale nursery before. After arranging Xiao Lian's accommodations, Chen Ye reclined in a chair to process his task rewards. Upon claiming his rewards, he had amassed 581 points, and with over 50 taels of silver on hand, he had more than enough for daily expenses. System: extract orphan entry. Chen Ye lay back in his chair, basking in the sun, silently reciting. A phantom blue wheel immediately manifested before him, spinning rapidly. Moments later, it halted on 4 characters. Great wisdom appearing foolish. Entry effect: slightly enhances intelligence, significantly enhances perceptiveness. However, one's appearance will seem more simple and honest. Upon seeing this label, Chen Ye abruptly sat up in his chair, startling Deming, who had been squatting on the ground watching ants. Sniffling, Deming stared blankly at Chen Ye. Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement at the entry. It was perfect for Deming. Without hesitation, he bestowed the entry upon Deming. Deming, still sniffling, suddenly froze, his formerly vacant gaze gradually transforming into one of simplicity and sincerity. He scratched his head, feeling an indescribable sensation. Deming sensed a clarity in his mind. Things he previously didn't understand now made sense. After granting the entry, Chen Ye glanced at Deming, his lips twitching. Deming appeared even more simple-minded than before. Initially, Deming had merely seemed slow-witted, but now there was an added layer of innocence to him. Chen Ye regarded Deming intently as he stood and flashed a silly smile at Chen Ye. Father. Well, there is some effect, Chen Ye mused, stroking his chin. If one looked closely, they would notice that Deming's eyes sparkled more than before. Just as the entry described, great wisdom appearing foolish. With this entry, at least some of Deming's intellectual shortcomings were compensated. Let him be simple. After all, he was originally unremarkable. At least now, his simplicity could be seen as a virtue. After extracting the entry, Chen Ye turned his attention to the newly unlocked study function. Please select the binding location for the study. Upon successful binding, this building will transform into a study and gain study buffs. Study buff. Reading in the study greatly enhances perceptiveness and memory. Chen Ye surveyed the courtyard's layout and, after some contemplation, decided to bind the study to the west wing. The west wing faced east, and the first rays of sunlight would stream through the window into the study in the morning. It would be splendid to see the children of the nursery seated in the study, their voices resonating with the sounds of reading. Chen Ye closed his eyes, envisioning that scene, only to feel something amiss. Once more children arrived, they would inevitably need to learn cultural knowledge. Who would teach them then? With a soft sigh, Chen Ye lamented that nurturing orphans was not as simple as it seemed. Every detail required careful consideration. Xiao Lian sat in her room, which was modestly sized and furnished with a few empty beds. It appeared that when more children arrived at the nursery, they would inevitably have to share a room. However, Xiao Lian was not particular. Such arrangements were common in ordinary households. She gazed through the window, observing Chen Ye occasionally rising from his chair and Deming squatting beside him, entranced by the ants. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Lian regained her focus and retrieved a book from her bosom, one she had taken from the disheveled man. The purple-covered book was somewhat yellowed, and the title, The Amazing Flower Finger, was slightly worn, indicating it had been frequently perused by its previous owner. As her gaze traversed the cover inch by inch, Xiao Lian closed her eyes and silently vowed, Mother, I will surely kill him. I will. With that, she opened the book. Chapter 9. A storm is brewing as the sun set behind the western mountains, leaving behind a tinge of orange hue. Wisps of smoke rose from the county of Yuhang, and the air was filled with the faint aroma of food. Chen Ye stood by the stove, a pot sizzling with stir-fried vegetables before him. Xiao Lian stood beside him, listening intently. Various jars of seasonings were arranged on the counter, and Chen Ye patiently explained to Xiao Lian which was which. In the afternoon, he had granted her the entry, handy. Initially, he had hesitated, fearing Xiao Lian might run away one day with the entry. However, after consulting the system, Chen Ye learned that if an orphan left the nursery, he could reclaim any bestowed entries. With the system's assurance, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief and decisively gifted Xiao Lian the handy entry. As dusk fell, the smell of cooking wafted through every household. Chen Ye then guided Xiao Lian in cooking, demonstrating the process step by step. She listened attentively, realizing that Chen Ye's methods were somewhat unconventional, especially with the use of various peculiar seasonings. Slowly, a dish emerged, its colors vibrant and its aroma enticing. Chen Ye handed her a pair of chopsticks, and upon tasting a bite, Xiao Lian was utterly astonished. Director, this is incredibly delicious. Why don't you open a restaurant? You would have many patrons. Initially, Xiao Lian hesitated to address Chen Ye, unsure how to refer to him, as she could not call him father like Deming. Chen Ye sensed her awkwardness and suggested she call him director. With that, Chen Ye smiled faintly. Opening a restaurant might yield a great deal of profit. However, running a nursery grants me rewards that money cannot buy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian's bright, watery eyes widened, and she gazed deeply at Chen Ye, as if something within her had been stirred. Chen Ye spoke truthfully. Operating a nursery allowed him to receive system rewards, a treasure beyond monetary value. Moreover, the monthly exchange of living supplies in the system marketplace had limitations. Chen Ye could not exchange points for goods and then convert those goods into silver. Points were far more valuable than silver. After preparing a dish, Chen Ye handed the spatula to Xiao Lian. Watching her as she practiced, Xiao Lian learned quickly, likely aided by the handy entry. Soon, she produced a stir-fry that was visually appealing and aromatic. When dinner was ready, as Xiao Lian prepared to eat in the kitchen, Chen Ye stopped her. Tiomi, you and Deming are both children. Let us eat together. Chen Ye's casual words left Xiao Lian momentarily dazed. In the Wu Dynasty, like many historical feudal societies, gender roles were rigid, and women were not permitted to dine at the table. However, as a modern man, Chen Ye was indifferent to such archaic customs and found them rather awkward. Him, Xiao Lian, at 13, was still a child. Initially, as Xiao Lian began to eat, she maintained a ladylike decorum. Yet, after a few bites, her cheeks flushed, and her lively eyes sparkled as she eagerly reached for more food. With the influence of modern seasonings, no one could resist such deliciousness. In the end, Xiao Lian's small belly was full, her delicate face flushed with color, and she felt quite embarrassed. Deming, too, was burping contentedly, grinning foolishly. After dinner, Chen Ye took Deming to the study to read water margin comics and learn to recognize characters, while Xiao Lian returned to her room with an oil lamp. Outside Yuhang County, the sun dipped low on the horizon, and the sky darkened. By the roadside, a flag reading tea house fluttered in the wind, mounted on a tall pole. Next to it stood a tea house, furnished with several long benches and 3 tables. That moment, the tea house was occupied only by a scruffy old man, who, bathed in the last rays of sunlight, was tidying up the tea bowls. He hunchbacked and, with cloudy eyes, carelessly poured the remnants of tea water onto the ground and stacked the bowls together. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the official road. The figure was not riding a horse but sprinting along the path on foot. The old man glanced over with a fleeting gaze before unsteadily moving into the kitchen with the tea bowls. The figure dashed forward, leaping several times, swiftly arriving at the tea house. It was a young man. His appearance unremarkable, clad in ordinary garb, with a sinister glint in his eyes. Upon entering the tea house, he did not sit but respectfully cupped his fists, calling out to the kitchen. Subordinate Shur-San pays respects to the steward. A raspy voice responded from inside. Have you gathered another batch of children? As he spoke, the old man emerged from the kitchen, his posture straightening, and his entire demeanor transforming instantly. His once cloudy eyes became sharp and penetrating, exuding a chilling aura. Shur-San knelt upon seeing the steward. Subordinate has acted ineffectively. I plead for your punishment. The old man regarded Shur-San with deep, dark eyes, his voice hoarse and strange. What? Do not tell me you have bungled such a trivial matter. Feeling the coldness in the old man's tone, Shur-San trembled. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Steward, I encountered an exceptionally skilled elder. He said I abducted his disciple. Shur-San recounted the events to the old man, who furrowed his brows upon hearing. You say you struck him with the rainfall leg technique, wielding 80% of your internal energy, yet it produced a sound like metal clashing? Indeed, Shur-San knelt, responding respectfully. Upon hearing this, the old man's brow furrowed even tighter. He must be a master of external martial arts. If he remained unscathed from your blow, he should be at least a second-tier expert. The old man pondered for a moment and declared, avoid Yuhang County for the time being. Understood. As if suddenly reminded, the old man inquired, what about 16? Shur-San's face turned awkward as he hesitated. 16.16 was captured by the officials. Upon hearing this, the old man visibly froze, taking a deep breath. Incompetent. Now that this matter is settled, return to the building and exchange for the 3rd layer of martial arts. Sure, San's face brightened, and he bowed his head. Thank you, steward. The old man said nothing further, gazing into the northern horizon with profound eyes. On a summer night, a slightly cool breeze swept through, ruffling the old man's garments. The trees along the roadside swayed, their leaves rustling. The sky quickly darkened, and ominous clouds gathered on the horizon, low and heavy, rumbling with distant thunder. The downpour soon descended. Song Tsangjie removed his hat, glancing at the darkening sky with a sense of relief. He stood before a house, knocking on the door. Knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing a scruffy man who greeted Song Tsangjie with joy. Jedi, you've finally arrived. Seeing the man, a smile broke across Song Tsangjie's dark face. Brother, come in quickly. We need not exchange pleasantries. Chi Penglong ushered Song Tsangjie inside. As they settled, Song Tsangjie, with a smile, produced a bamboo tube from his bosom and placed it on the table. Brother, this is Qinli Xiang and Xuanxiang Bi. Seeing this, Chi Penglong quickly waved his hands, pushing the bamboo tube back. Jedi, you know this item is not scarce in the 6 stores I lent it to you, never intending to reclaim it. Now that your skills have declined, if you have no other means, your tasks will be challenging. That a hint of melancholy and unwillingness flickered across Song Tsangjie's face, but he swiftly concealed it. Chi Penglong smacked his forehead, realizing he had unintentionally touched on a sore spot in his brother's heart, and quickly changed the subject. Jedi, I recently acquired a fine batch of wine. Let us not return until we are drunk tonight. Song Tsangjie laughed heartily. Then I shall accompany you well, brother. Chi Penglong entered the inner room, retrieving 2 jars of wine and several dishes of appetizers, and the 2 brothers began to feast. As they drank and conversed, Song Tsangjie wore a troubled expression. The matter is as follows. The missing children are in Lu County Magistrate's private estate. That residence was set ablaze, and we captured a survivor. That survivor is severely burned, and whether he survives remains uncertain. If it emerges that it is related to Lu County Magistrate, this will be a difficult situation. Chi Penglong silently raised his wine bowl, sipping delicately, his beard stained with wine. After Song Tsangjie finished speaking, Chi Penglong's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing. That he sneered. A mere county magistrate, in contact with the people from the Wind and Rain Tower, will end up unaware of his own demise. As he spoke, Chi Penglong glanced at Song Tsangjie. Seeing the latter's troubled expression, his heart filled with sympathy. How could a mere county magistrate cause such distress to Song Tsangjie? Leave this matter to me. I shall have someone draft a document tomorrow for you to take back. Song Tsangjie filled Chi Penglong's cup and downed his own in one gulp. Thank you, brother. You and I are brothers. Do not stand on ceremony. You mentioned encountering a mysterious elder. What is the story behind that? Upon mentioning the black-clad elder, Song Tsangjie's spirit soared, his eyes shining brightly. That elder moved as if he were an ordinary person. Yet when a bronze plaque killer from the Wind and Rain Tower struck him with 80% of his internal energy, it produced a sound like metal clashing. After recounting the incident, Chi Penglong's brows furrowed in suspicion. Could it be the 13 protectors of the West? No, that elder appeared ordinary. I suspect it could be the golden bell shield or iron cloth shirt. Song Tsangjie speculated, picking up a piece of dish. Although the bronze plaque killer was merely a 4th tier, anyone capable of effortlessly receiving that blow must be a 2nd-tier expert at the very least. Furthermore, considering the sound of metal clashing, it indicated that the external martial arts had reached a high level of mastery. Chi Penglong's face displayed astonishment. That elder's strength is likely on par with the 3 captains. The 6 doors had 3 captains, all at the 1st tier, with considerable renown in the martial world. However, the likelihood of him being a master was low, as there were scarcely a handful of masters in the martial world, and their whereabouts were unpredictable. Could a master be hiding in the small Yuhang County? Chi Penglong sipped his wine, shaking his head. Not likely. Hearing Chi Penglong's analysis, Song Tsangjie nodded inwardly. Now that he thought about it, the likelihood of a master being involved was slim. Every master was a renowned figure in the martial world. Song Tsangjie had never heard of a master well-versed in external martial arts. Noticing Song Tsangjie lost in thought with his chopsticks, Chi Penglong filled his cup. Drink more with me, for in a few days, you may not have the chance to see me again. Song Tsangjie returned to his senses, smiling. What's the matter? Another issue has arisen in the gates. Chi Penglong raised his wine bowl and took a hearty sip. A direct disciple of the Tang sect, Tang Feng, has stolen the secret manual of the Tang sect's dragon whisker needle. He has traveled from Sichuan to Shaoxing, indulging in misdeeds along the way, which has aroused the ire of many righteous individuals. Several true disciples of the Jiangnan Pile Hall conspired to intercept him and seize the blueprint. If the Pile Hall were to obtain the Dragon Whisker Needle blueprint, the Tang clan would likely be driven to madness. Upon hearing this news, Song Songjia exhibited a look of astonishment. Tang Feng? Did he not just advance to the second rank earlier this year? The few true disciples of the Pile Hall had already been entrenched in the second rank for several years. All at the mid-level of that tier, Tio band together for an ambush would likely lead to their demise. Chi Pelong nodded and remarked, "There are also several elite assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower eyeing the Dragon Whisker Needle blueprint. However, he has been in Shaoxing Prefecture for the past few days. From tomorrow onwards, I shall have no time to spare due to the need to prevent large-scale casualties." Song Songjia filled Chi Penglong's cup with wine. Outside the window, a low rumble of thunder echoed, growing louder as raindrops fell and struck the ground with increasing intensity. Chi Penglong glanced at the darkening sky and said, "Songjia, you should stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I will prepare the official document from the 6 doors for you, ensuring that those petty county magistrates dare not utter a word." "Then I thank you, brother." Song Songjia clinked his cup with Chi Penglong's. The thunder rolled on, and the sound of the rain intensified. Chapter 10, Daily Settlement, A New Day. As the clock approached midnight, Chen Ye lay in bed, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoing in his ears. Ding! Initiating daily settlement. Today, Chen Daming rose early to fetch water, strengthening his physique. Reward, 10 points. You noticed Daming laboring early and felt pity, urging him to return to bed. Reward, 5 points. You took Daming to the morning market for wontons. Reward, 5 points. Chen Daming broke a porcelain bowl, enhancing his strength. Reward, 5 points. Chen Daming overindulged in food. Reward, 5 points. Chen Daming was abducted by the Wind and Rain Tower, broke through the prison door and escaped. Reward, 50 points. Chen Daming was reunited with you. Reward, 10 points. In gratitude, Chen Daming gifted you a pink folding fan. Reward, 50 points. You assisted Chen Daming with his medication. Reward, 5 points. You granted Chen Daming the wise yet foolish trait, making him more astute. Reward, 10 points. Chen Daming overindulged at dinner. Reward, 5 points. You took Chen Daming to watch water margin, teaching him literacy. Reward, 5 points. You taught Chen Daming to wash up. Reward, 5 points. Ding! You adopted a second orphan, Xiao Lian. Reward, 200 points. You taught Xiao Lian how to use seasonings. Reward, 5 points. Xiao Lian learned cooking methods. Reward, 5 points. Xiao Lian studied the manual stunning flower finger and gained insights. Reward, 20 points. Ding! Chen Daming's gratitude towards you has increased. Total points, 350 points. With the daily settlement concluded, Chen Ye's points rose to 931. Following this, the system displayed Chen Daming's information. Name, Chen Daming. ID, 0001. Gender, male. Age, 10. Current traits, robust physique. Wise yet foolish. Current gratitude level, 65. Seeing the 5 increase in gratitude, a smile graced Chen Ye's lips. Although Daming was somewhat simple-minded, he was indeed a good child. Chen Ye accessed the daily settlement again, scrutinizing Xiao Lian's section carefully. Xiao Lian had a manual. Where had she acquired it? Did her actions before being adopted not count in the daily settlement? Contemplating this, Chen Ye grew increasingly curious about Xiao Lian's background. Upon finalizing the settlement information, new tasks refreshed. Task: establish the future career development direction for the orphans. 02. Task reward: 1,000 points, 2 opportunities for orphan trait extraction. Seeing the refreshed task, Chen Ye stroked his chin. This task bore some difficulty. He decided to set it aside and sleep. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Chen Ye sunk into slumber. Time passed, and without warning, the continuous crowing of roosters echoed through Yuhang County. Not again. Chen Ye grimaced, writhing in bed. He then heard faint sounds from the courtyard and opened his eyes wide. Daming? Chen Ye called out. From a nearby small bed, a silly voice responded. Father? Not Daming? Chen Ye listened intently and distinctly heard subtle scraping sounds in the courtyard. It sounded like dot sweeping, in a way. Another early riser? Chen Ye got up, donned his clothes, and stepped into the courtyard. There, he saw Xiao Lian in a water-blue dress, her delicate hands grasping a broom, sweeping the ground. A thin veil of mist enveloped the air. and the sweeping sound was crisp and clear, stirring up a light cloud of dust. Upon hearing the noise behind her, Xiaolian turned and, spotting Chen Ye, her lovely face lit up with a smile as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Director!" The little girl wore her hair in a traditional style, and her slender figure added an air of ancient beauty amidst the fog. Chen Ye paused, coming to his senses, and asked in confusion, "Xiaolian, what are you doing?" "I'm sweeping the courtyard," as Juzi said. "Rise at dawn and tidy up, to keep both inside and outside clean." Xiaolian explained, "Still sweeping, I've already warmed up breakfast. It will be ready shortly." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. A twinge of guilt surfaced within him. The ancients rose early, unlike himself, who only got up once the sun had fully risen. Chen Ye opened his mouth, eager to tell her to stop and rest, but seeing that Xiaolian was almost finished and breakfast was nearly ready, the words remained unspoken. Sigh. Chen Ye sighed inwardly. "All right, I'll rise." He turned to go back inside and change, suddenly halting mid-step to ask, "Xiaolian, have you attended a private school?" "No, I only learned from my father," the little girl replied with her clear voice. Chen Ye nodded, realizing Xiaolian's background was indeed intriguing. Ordinary folk would not have access to the teachings of Juzi. Chen Ye entered his room, unaware that Xiaolian gripped the broom tightly, her delicate hands showing prominent blue veins. Moments later, Xiaolian resumed sweeping the courtyard. "Come on, daming, follow my rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it again." "All right, now for some chest expansion exercises. 1, 2, 3. For Chen Ye led daming in the courtyard, performing calisthenics. Xiaolian stood by, observing the peculiar yet somewhat graceful movements of the two, her face a mix of amusement and restraint. Noticing her, Chen Ye invited, "Xiaolian, would you like to join us for calisthenics?" Xiaolian's face flushed as she quickly shook her head and dashed into the study. These odd movements resembled nothing of martial arts. She had no desire to learn them. After a few rounds of exercises, Chen Ye was drenched in sweat, and in the cool morning air, steam rose from his body. "Daming, from now on, do this every morning. You made several mistakes just now." Chen Ye patted Daming's shoulder with a smile. Daming, with his simple grin, remained silent, finding the exercises amusing rather than burdensome. Chen Ye's intention behind leading daming in calisthenics was quite deliberate. He recognized that the points from the daily settlement were a primary source of his score. Engaging the children in exercise and interaction would yield more points during settlement. Chen Ye stretched his body and advised Daming, "Daming, make sure to exercise often. When we're hungry, we eat. The director has money. I'm not worried about your appetite." Daming possessed a robust physique trait, which would only benefit from regular exercise. Chen Ye also checked on Daming's shoulder injury, relieved to see the bruise had faded significantly since yesterday. Through the previous day's settlement, Chen Ye understood the injury was from Daming crashing into the prison door. Presumably, the wind and rain tower had placed the child temporarily in a civilian dwelling. Considering his age and strength, the prison door probably wasn't very sturdy. Daming's return was indeed a stroke of luck. Chapter 11. Daming, do you wish to pursue this? After breakfast, Xiaolian cleaned the dishes and emerged from the kitchen, saying, "We're running low on firewood and need to buy some." Her lively eyes fixed on Chen Ye, implying she needed money. Understanding her intent, Chen Ye pondered, "I'll go. I can also purchase some benches, oil lamps, and other supplies for the study." He paused, adding, "You should come along. I can advance you half your wages. If there's anything you desire or need, you can buy it yourself. At this, Xiaolian's eyes sparkled with joy. The day before, Chen Ye had agreed to pay her 4 taels of silver each month, equivalent to a salary of 2,000 from his past life. In this fictional world, the value of silver is relative to the book's context. To Xiaolian, it might seem she was merely a maid in the nursery, but to Chen Ye, she was an orphan, and providing her with a monthly allowance was entirely a matter of preserving her dignity. "Thank you, director." Xiaolian expressed her gratitude with a demure demeanor. Chen Ye smiled gently at the petite girl. Since Xiaolian arrived yesterday, she had eagerly taken on various household chores, proving herself to be a good child. "Daming?" Chen Ye called out. The simple-minded boy, swinging a bench in the courtyard, replied, "Father, practice later. We're going to buy some things first." Daming set down the bench and dashed to Chen Ye's side, exuding readiness. After securing the door, the three set out to the market. The marketplace bustled with life. Various stalls lined the roads, their vendors calling out in a cacophony. Daming and Xiao Lian each held a skewer of candied hawthorn. Daming bit into his with gusto, a silly grin on his face, while Xiao Lian nibbled delicately, her pearly teeth gently sinking into the bright red fruit, a hint of joy lighting up her fair face. Despite her mature demeanor, Xiao Lian remained a child at heart. Seeing this scene, Chen Ye couldn't help but smile softly. As they walked, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. "Young master." Chen Ye halted, and both Daming and Xiao Lian turned around. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Lian's pupils contracted, and her expression shifted uncomfortably. A man, with a dark complexion and clad in black attire, stood before them. A long knife sheathed at his waist, exuding an air of authority. Captain Song. Upon recognizing Song Tsangjia, Chen Ye felt a flicker of surprise. He had dressed so discreetly the other day, altering his voice. Surely, he wouldn't recognize him? "Captain Song, is there something you need?" Chen Ye asked calmly, suppressing his inner bewilderment. Song Tsangjia scrutinized Chen Ye for a moment before glancing at the two children beside him. A glimmer of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "Nothing of consequence. I thought your silhouette seemed familiar, mistaking you for an old acquaintance, and my apologies for the disturbance." He clasped his fist in a bow and turned to leave. "You recognized me by just my silhouette?" Chen Ye mentally scoffed, watching Song Tsangjia depart without overthinking it, continuing his stroll with the two little ones. Once Song Tsangjia was out of sight, Xiao Lian let out a sigh of relief and followed closely behind Chen Ye. "Brother Song, do you know that man?" As Song Tsangjia returned, a group of constables hurriedly inquired, "Captain Song, did you recognize him?" Song Tsangjia shook his head. "I was mistaken. It's of no consequence." "What transpired yesterday?" inquired a constable with small eyes. "We questioned the abducted children and pieced together a general account of events. According to them, there was still a guard in the room, but he was drunk and asleep. Then, a fool kept ramming into the prison door until it broke, and they escaped. As for the fire, they had no idea." A taller constable added, "The prison door the children mentioned was merely a wooden fence. The wood was about as thick as a bowl. If it were an adult, a few good hits could easily break it down." After hearing the account, Song Tsangjia nodded. The one who broke through the door must have been that disciple of the senior. It seems he began practicing martial arts at a young age. The other constables agreed wholeheartedly. Reflecting on the senior from yesterday, they felt a deep sense of gratitude. Thanks to that senior, they had likely avoided a dire fate. "By the way, Captain Song, Lu County Magistrate's private residence caught fire, and he is furious, blaming us for it." The small-eyed constable spoke with concern, frequently glancing at Song Tsangjia. Before taking action, Song Tsangjia had assured them he could handle it. Song Tsangjia smiled faintly. "I will meet with Magistrate Lu. This matter is trivial." Upon hearing this, the other constables' faces brightened. "I knew it. Captain Song has connections in the 6 doors. Hey, Captain Song, the brothers and I will treat you to drinks tonight." Several constables hurried toward the magistrate's office. As they walked through the streets, Chen Ye muttered to himself, "Even those of the lower martial realm nearly recognized me. What would higher-level martial artists perceive?" With this thought, Chen Ye's heart surged with excitement. Yesterday's revelation that this world held sects capable of martial training had thrilled him immensely. He had often fantasized about donning white robes, wielding a sword, and galloping across the realm. Now that such fantasies were within reach, his dreams of becoming a hero reignited. He pondered the locations of these sects and their criteria for accepting disciples. It seemed there were no martial arts schools in Yuhang County. As he walked and pondered, he turned to Xiao Lian beside him and asked, "Xiao Lian, what martial realms are there?" Xiao Lian paused, blinking in confusion, and looked up at him, asking, "Realm? What realm?" Chen Ye scrutinized her for a moment, sensing her sincerity and shaking his head. "Never mind." Bewildered, Xiao Lian could not comprehend Chen Ye's sudden inquiry. After a brief walk, they arrived at a courtyard. The sounds of chopping and breaking echoed from within. A robust man, shirtless, wielded an axe over his head, bringing it down hard. A piece of wood resting on a stump split cleanly in two with a crisp sound. Upon noticing Chen Ye, the man halted his work and cheerfully inquired, "Here to buy firewood?" "Just a bit," Chen Ye replied, stepping into the courtyard with Daming closely trailing behind. Upon seeing the glinting axe and the split wood, Daming's eyes widened in awe, his half-eaten candied hawthorn forgotten as he stared intently at the axe and wood. After negotiating the price with the man, Chen Ye turned to see Daming squatting beside the stump, picking up the nearby axe. "Daddy, Daddy," Daming exclaimed, brandishing the axe. The man, carrying a bundle of firewood, chuckled, "Young master, what strength you possess. In a few years, you'll be able to accomplish any task." As he spoke, the man gazed at Daming with envy. He had 2 daughters but no sons, and he had always dreamed of having a son like Daming, strong and robust. Chen Ye knelt down, ruffling Daming's hair. "What's this? Calling me so affectionately. Do you want this axe?" Daming nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed on the axe. Chen Ye found it curious that Daming was interested in the axe. Xiao Lian pondered for a moment, contemplating a possible explanation. Thus, Deming found joy in witnessing the axe effortlessly cleave through the wood, unlike the previous day when he had broken it by force. Xiao Lian blinked her lively eyes, contemplating that this was merely a conjecture, not necessarily the truth. The man placed a bundle of firewood down and smiled, saying, "If your young master is fond of it, I have a smaller axe at home that I can gift him." With that, he entered the woodshed and emerged with a slightly worn yet functional small axe. Deming raised his head, gripping the axe tightly, and called out, "Father." Chen Ye chuckled, stood up, and pulled out some copper coins from his pocket, adding a bit more to cover the cost of the firewood. "Master Chen, this is too much." The man attempted to decline, but Chen Ye was not one to accept favors without reciprocity. After compensating for the difference in the axe's price, Deming now possessed a small axe that was perfectly suited for him. He cherished it dearly, excitement written all over his honest face. Beep! A mechanical voice coldly rang in Chen Ye's ear. A translucent blue screen appeared before him, indicating that he had completed half of his task. Chen Ye's expression was quite animated. Could this be considered the establishment of a future career direction? Chapter 12. A hasty month. As the summer heat intensified, the days grew increasingly sweltering. The incessant chirping of cicadas added a layer of unease to the oppressive warmth. Under the blazing sun, the air shimmered visibly with heat waves. Chen Ye sat in the shade, wielding a pink hand fan to cool himself, yet beads of sweat continued to form on his forehead. Linen Prefecture, situated in the southern reaches of the Great Wu Dynasty, is bitterly cold in winter and unbearably hot in summer. System, pray tell, why did you choose this place? It's far worse than the north. Chen Ye grumbled as he fanned himself. The system remained oblivious, unable to respond. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Chen Ye arrived in the Great Wu Dynasty. He gradually acclimated to the ancient lifestyle and its rhythms. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Over the course of this month, through daily settlements, Chen Ye accrued a total of 4,092 points, fluctuating around an average of 100 points per day. Moreover, he became familiar with his neighbors. They all recognized that a Yuhang infant care center had opened nearby, run by a kind-hearted young man who often assisted others with their children. One day, the matron of the Yuhang center personally visited, bringing gifts and engaging in conversation with Chen Ye. Although the details of their discussion remain unknown, she left with a smile, and Chen Ye's small treasury gained an additional 100 taels of silver. That night, as Chen Ye slumbered, he was awakened by the cries of a babe outside his door. He stepped out and returned with a baby girl, naming her Chen Anon, affectionately nicknamed Xiao Fu. Thus began the arduous life shared between Chen Ye and Xiao Lian. Xiao Fu, naturally vivacious, delighted in crying out for attention whenever she was awake and alone. In exasperation, both Chen Ye and Xiao Lian took turns caring for her. Fortunately, Xiao Fu had already turned 1 year old and was weaned. Otherwise, Chen Ye would have had to seek a wet nurse. The cries of Xiao Fu echoed once more from the care center, and Chen Ye's expression lightened. Today, it was Xiao Lian's turn to tend to the child, granting him a day of leisure. However, he knew that tomorrow would revert to his responsibility. With this thought, a pained expression crossed Chen Ye's face. Raising and caring for an orphan was no simple task. Currently, it was manageable with just Xiao Fu, but as the orphanage expanded, they would need considerable assistance. Not long ago, officials had also visited, providing some silver coins, implying that the infant care center's benevolence would be recognized, and should any abandoned children arise, they would be sent there. In this ancient context, where sons were favored over daughters, many families faced with poverty would resort to infanticide for female children. The infant care center, in some respects, served as a means of accumulating virtue. Children adopted by the center could be registered, thus preventing the risk of being undocumented. Therefore, Chen Ye found no reason to fret over finances. For now, the few residents sufficed for their living expenses. Over the month, Deming had noticeably grown stronger and taller than his peers, albeit with an ever-increasing appetite. Now, whenever Chen Ye heard, "Father," I'm hungry. He felt a slight tremor of concern. At the dining table, he often worried that Deming might overindulge. Fortunately, such fears never materialized. Moreover, Chen Ye observed Deming's profound fascination with the axe. In the days following its acquisition, Deming would swing it about exuberantly, even taking it to bed. Concerned for the safety of others, Chen Ye made a small hole in the axe handle, attaching a string so that Deming could secure it at his waist when not in use. Besides his affection for the axe, Deming seemed to harbor an inexplicable aversion to wood. Upon the arrival of firewood, he would take his small axe to chop it, seemingly venting his frustrations. Chen Ye could not discern the reason behind this behavior. In the span of a month, Deming's gratitude had risen to 79, likely to reach 80 within days. It was evident that he was content with his new life and grateful to Chen Ye. Considering Deming's potential, Chen Ye exchanged for a copy of Schwarzenegger's exercise manual from the system's marketplace, encouraging him to follow its guidance. To Chen Ye, Deming's strength was growing rapidly, and thus more exercise was warranted. Given Deming's interest in chopping wood, it would be prudent for him to specialize in that area. With strength, he would surely excel in tree felling, and even if that did not pan out, other paths would be available. Deming, with his earnest and honest character, did not raise Chen Ye's expectations too high. As long as Deming could eventually support himself and grow up joyfully, that was sufficient. Chen Ye maximized his tailored approach to education. On the surface, Xiaolian appeared unchanged. She remained diligent, managing household chores and cooking increasingly delicious meals, all while showing great patience in caring for Xiao Fu. Yet, beneath this facade, each night when Chen Ye checked the daily settlements, he discovered information indicating that Xiaolian was secretly practicing surprising flower finger. From the system's description, her proficiency seemed to be increasing daily. Each time he saw her, Chen Ye felt a strong urge to inquire further, but he could not explain how he knew of her practice, so he refrained. Jealousy gnawed at Chen Ye as he observed Xiaolian's training progress, while her gratitude level had also activated, albeit at a mere 62, growing at a slower pace than Deming's. Overall, things were progressing positively. The only conundrum for Chen Ye lay in the system tasks. Ever since Deming triggered a task, the system notifications had ceased, seemingly stuck at a progress of 1-2. After pondering for a while, he subtly guided Xiaolian, hoping to encourage her to select a career path of interest. However, she seemed intrigued by everything yet committed to nothing. Thus, the system task remained unresolved, leaving Chen Ye without new orphan entries to assign to Xiao Fu. Alas, the accumulation of points is painfully slow. There are still many areas requiring points. Chen Ye lamented. After Xiao Fu's arrival, he had exchanged over 100 points for some vaccines in Yuhang County. Following a child abduction incident, no significant new cases had arisen over the past month. Only minor thefts and drunken brawls had taken place. Life progressed at a tranquil and leisurely pace. As the heat intensified, the benefits of Chen Ye's non-laborious lifestyle became evident. The local populace toiled under the sun from dawn until dusk, while Chen Ye only needed to manage his modest plot of land. Of course, he was an exception. Typically, the orphanage would be allocated a plot of land for cultivation. Director, Xiaolian's voice called from the courtyard, prompting Chen Ye to rise and leisurely stroll into the yard while fanning himself. Deming, practicing in the shade, looked up and cheerfully exclaimed. Fathered, bare-chested and clad in shorts, Deming's sun-kissed skin revealed hints of muscle tone, a testament to his month's worth of training. Why are you practicing again? It's swelteringly hot. Wait until it cools down, Chen Ye suggested with a slight frown. Deming chuckled sheepishly and halted his exercises, not wanting to upset his father. Chen Ye turned to Xiaolian and inquired, What is it? Holding a basket, Xiaolian's fair face bore traces of fatigue. Seeing Chen Ye's relaxed demeanor, a hint of resentment flickered across her features. It's unbearably hot today. Even Xiao Fu refuses to sleep, causing quite a ruckus. It's exhausting. Witnessing Chen Ye's calmness in contrast to her own struggle inevitably stirred a sense of grievance within her. Director, Deming is growing too quickly. I need to buy some fabric to make him new clothes. Constantly purchasing ready-made garments is too expensive, Xiaolian expressed her thoughts. After a month of interaction, Chen Ye had gained a deeper understanding of Xiaolian. She was intelligent, industrious, and adept at managing household affairs. A remarkable woman molded by the ancient feudal system. Go ahead, but be cautious on your way. Chen Ye replied. Mim. With that, Xiaolian set off with her basket. Chapter 13. Progress and Techniques. The Jade Luocha is hooked. As soon as Xiaolian stepped outside the courtyard, she let out a sigh of relief. She retrieved some silver coins from her bosom, counted them, and then tucked them back away. However, her purpose was not merely to purchase fabric. She intended to visit the blacksmith. After a month of practice, her understanding of surprising flower finger had deepened significantly. This technique, which detailed skills in using hidden weapons, belonged to the internal secrets of the Rain Hall assassins. According to the text, Xiao Lian needed to experience various styles of hidden weapons to ultimately select the one that suited her. With a glance around to ensure no one was watching, Xiao Lian picked up a few pebbles from the ground and held them in her palm. With a flick of her delicate fingers, a pebble appeared between them. In an instant, she launched it toward a cicada perched 5 steps away. Sensing danger, the cicada flapped its wings and took flight, but just as it lifted off the branch, a pebble struck it, sending it tumbling to the ground alongside another stone. The treetop resonated with a sound as another stone fell. On the ground lay a cicada and 2 pebbles. Seeing her success, a satisfied smile spread across Xiao Lian's lovely cheeks. She had just shot 2 pebbles, but no one could discern when she had launched the second one or how it had struck the cicada. Now I can hit 9 out of 10 times. Surprising flower finger has reached a minor accomplishment, Xiao Lian murmured as she approached the cicada, picking up the 2 pebbles. The technique she had just employed symbolized the small success of surprising flower finger, akin to the idea of finding light in darkness after a long journey. Yet, she pondered, what does inner strength mean? The phrases regarding the inner strength of the rain technique, passing through the 3 yin meridians to the Tian lung meridian, what could they possibly mean? As she recalled the content of the manual, a frown creased Xiao Lian's brow. She could understand every word of surprising flower finger, but some portions eluded her comprehension. Moreover, as she had perused the text over time, she realized it was incomplete. The latter part of the manual focused more on the application of inner strength, with fewer techniques described, giving the impression of a fragmented text. The manual indicated that only by cultivating inner strength could one unleash the full potential of surprising flower finger. Yet, Xiao Lian was utterly clueless about inner strength. With a soft sigh, she lifted her basket and headed toward the market. The market was sparsely populated. The sun was too intense, causing vendors to retreat into the shade. Fanning themselves, Xiao Lian kept her head down, deep in thought about inner strength when she suddenly noticed a few individuals huddled against the wall. Exchanging furtive glances, one of them stepped out of the shade and advanced. Observing this, Xiao Lian slightly pursed her lips. Those individuals were known thieves in the area, and it appeared they had set their sights on a target. Following their line of sight, Xiao Lian spotted a woman clad in a black dress. Wielding a sword, her waist adorned with an embroidered purse, she walked leisurely down the street, her money pouch dangling enticingly. The thief's gaze lingered on the woman's purse, and he feigned nonchalance as he approached. Seeing that the intended victim was a woman, Xiao Lian's delicate brows furrowed. With 2 pebbles still in hand, she hastened her steps to maintain a distance of no more than 5 paces from the thief. For now, she could guarantee a hit within that range. Beyond it, her accuracy would diminish significantly. As the thief drew closer to the woman, he extended his right hand, revealing a glinting blade between his fingers. He stealthily brushed past her, pretending to merely pass by. Just as his blade was about to make contact with the money pouch, something struck his fingers, causing him to flinch. Though the impact was light, it startled him, and the blade clattered to the ground. The woman in black paused, surprise flickering in her autumn-like eyes. Without hesitation, the thief bolted, and the woman did not pursue. Instead, she turned to glance back. Chen Ye's gaze swept over the scene. The vendors seeking shade, the hurried pedestrians, and the young girl with a basket. Her eyes momentarily lingered on the girl bearing a troubled expression before she quickly withdrew her gaze. Catching sight of a pebble on the ground, the technique of surprising flower finger, Chen Ye mused internally. Her gaze shifted away, and she continued on her path. Xiao Lian, lifting her head slightly, caught sight of the retreating figure in black. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Did she just look at me? Surely it was just an illusion. After all, I was facing away from her. How could she have seen me? Shaking her head, Xiao Lian dispelled the unrealistic thoughts in her mind. First, she visited the renowned Qingjin cloth workshop in Yuhang County to purchase a few feet of fabric, then proceeded to the blacksmith. Meanwhile, Chen Ye walked leisurely along the stone-paved roads of Yuhang County, her inner cold attribute strength flowing slowly, dissipating the summer heat. That little girl had no trace of inner strength, yet she understood the hidden weapon techniques of surprising flower finger. Could she be a new apprentice of Steward Huang? Chen Ye found the encounter amusing. Ever since her promotion to a gold-ranked assassin, few things in the world could pique her interest. Aside from her missions, she diligently fulfilled her duties as an assassin. Lost in thought, Chen Ye crossed the street, passing by several residences, and arrived at a narrow alley. Her gaze swept over 3 marks at the alley's corner, then she stepped inside. The alley was short, only a few hundred meters long, and at the end stood a dilapidated tavern devoid of patrons, the air thick with the faint scent of cheap liquor. As Chen Ye entered the tavern, her autumn-like eyes surveyed the counter, where a short, stout old man sat in a reclining chair, eyes closed, deeply asleep. His face bore a ruddy hue, and a prominent nose was quite eye-catching, with a transparent thread trailing from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he was in a deep slumber. Standing by the counter, Chen Ye extended a slender, white hand and gently tapped the tabletop a few times. Thud, thud, thud. The old man jolted awake at the noise, opened his eyes and yawned, allowing a strong scent of alcohol to waft into the air. Chen Ye silently stepped back. "What can I get for you, traveler? We have the finest yellow wine and distilled spirits. The drink I desire is likely not available here," Chen Ye replied, her tone flat, devoid of emotion, but her words carried a subtle elegance. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What you seek must be daughter's red." "Why is that?" "Because aside from daughter's red, we have nothing else." "Then I shall have 2 jars," Chen Ye stated calmly. The elderly man's demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect as he stepped outside the tavern, glanced around and closed the door. Chen Ye retrieved a golden token from his waist and waved it before the old man, demanding the latest intelligence on Tang Feng, the true heir of the Tang sect, as well as his whereabouts. "Please wait a moment," the old man replied, now infused with a hint of deference, before retreating into the kitchen. Chen Ye listened intently, hearing faint murmurs and the old man's footsteps. Moments later, the old man emerged, lifting the kitchen curtain with a red silk pouch in hand. He approached Chen Ye and handed over the pouch. Chen Ye accepted it, but chose to open it within the tavern, revealing a neatly folded piece of paper inside, inscribed with tiny, clear characters detailing crucial information. After memorizing the contents, he placed the pouch on the counter and exited the tavern. Once Chen Ye departed, the old man returned to the kitchen, retrieving paper and ink. Dipping a brush into the ink, he swiftly scribbled in the same tiny script, "The jade luocha has taken the bait." After folding the paper, he extracted a homing pigeon from a cage and placed the message within a bamboo tube attached to the bird's leg before releasing it into the sky. The pigeon flapped its wings and soared upward. Chapter 14. The Whereabouts of Tang Feng. The Plum Blossom Needle. Tang Feng is hiding in the Yuelian in Yuhang County, residing in room 1 of the ground level. The initial reaction to this information was disbelief. However, the intelligence from the Wind and Rain Tower has never been erroneous. Trusting the Wind and Rain Tower, Chen Ye accepted the news. Half a month prior, Tang Feng, a disciple of the Tang sect, had fled to Shaoxing Prefecture, where he was pursued by 3 elite members of the Jiangnan Thunder Hall. A confrontation ensued by the banks of the Maple Bridge, the sounds of explosions echoing for miles that night. The following day, the 6 doors discovered 3 lifeless bodies along the riverbank, their surroundings charred and blackened. The deceased, identified as members of the Thunder Hall, lay with ashen faces and bulging eyes, their concealed weapons and silver coins stripped away. The head of the 6 doors in Shaoxing, upon examination, noted several curled, hair-thin needles embedded in the vital points of the corpses, each glistening with a dark azure hue, the dragon whisker needles of the Tang sect. It became evident that Tang Feng had mastered the art of using these needles. The news sent shockwaves through the martial arts world, inciting the wrath of the Thunder Hall's leader, who issued a kill order for Tang Feng, mobilizing all disciples ranked 2nd tier and above. Tang Feng's name skyrocketed to the top of the Wind and Rain Tower's bounty list. Those who could slay Tang Feng and retrieve the Dragon Whisker Needle blueprint would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, a 1st-tier internal cultivation manual, and 2 2nd-tier secret texts. This announcement triggered a frenzy among the assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower, yet within half a month, 2 gold medal assassins and 7 silver medal assassins perished. From that point onward, no one dared to accept the assassination task against Tang Feng, and his whereabouts vanished from public sight. Chen Ye initially believed Tang Feng had ventured northward, only to discover he had remained in the Jiangxi region. This revelation brought a sense of relief, as it meant she would not have to chase him down. As Chen Ye strolled through the streets of Yuhang County, She noted the almost deserted thoroughfare, the scorching sun beating down and radiating an oppressive heat. With each step, her footprints left small traces behind. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these traces were ice, quickly melting into water and then evaporating under the sun's glare. Glancing at her surroundings, she headed south towards the inn, pondering Tang Feng's capabilities. A month ago, when he betrayed the Tang sect, he was merely at the initial stage of the second tier. The 3 Thunder Hall disciples pursuing him were at the mid-second tier yet fell to Tang Feng's hand, indicating his true prowess likely approached the late second tier. Tang Feng was a prodigious talent of the Tang sect, possessing an exceptional aptitude for concealed weapons, earning the leader's favor. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had stolen the blueprint for the dragon whisker needles, injuring an elder in the process and defecting from the sect. Chen Ye's brows furrowed slightly, sensing a deeper intrigue at play. It was said that only the leaders of the Tang sect could master the dragon whisker needles, potent and minuscule, designed to penetrate the inner strength of opponents, becoming even more perilous when poisoned. Those caught unprepared and lacking strong internal cultivation would find themselves unable to expel the needles, facing a grim fate. Given Tang Feng's talents, inheriting the leader's position was not far-fetched. Thus, how could he harm an elder and defect for the sake of the needles? Contemplating this, Chen Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. As she pondered, she crossed Gongchen Street, arriving at Tang Feng's hiding place. Ahead, a tall pole stood beside the door, adorned with 4 large red lanterns, each inscribed with the words, Yueli Inn. The inn's lobby was empty, save for a young attendant diligently wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon noticing a guest, the attendant quickly rose to greet her. "Dear guest, will you be dining or lodging?" Chen Ye entered the inn, tossing a few pieces of silver from her pouch to the attendant and calmly stating, "I require room 1 on the ground level." The attendant weighed the coins in his palm, his face lighting up with delight. Tossing the cloth over his shoulder, he gestured towards the stairs. "This way, please." Following the attendant upstairs, Chen Ye soon arrived at the door of room 1, which was tightly shut. Listening closely, she detected no sounds from within. Tang Feng was not present. The attendant then led her to room 3, pushing the door open. "Unfortunately, both rooms before yours are occupied." "That is of no concern," Chen Ye replied evenly. Upon entering the room, the attendant fussed over her comfort but, seeing no request from her, eventually took his leave. Chen Ye settled by the bedside, sitting cross-legged and patiently awaiting Tang Feng's return. Meanwhile, the sounds of hammering echoed from a nearby blacksmith's workshop, accompanied by waves of heat. Xiaolian stood by the furnace for only a moment before feeling drenched in sweat. She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her brow. After several more strikes, the blacksmith set down his hammer and moved to lift a wooden bucket filled with water. With his bare torso glistening with sweat under the furnace's glow, he appeared robust and powerful. He drank deeply from the bucket before dousing himself with the remaining water, letting out a satisfied sigh as he turned his gaze to Xiaolian. "Dear guest, what can I forge for you?" Xiaolian pursed her lips and retrieved a piece of paper from her bosom, replying brightly, "I wish to have something made as depicted on this blueprint." Upon examining the drawing, the blacksmith frowned. It illustrated 5 1-inch-long needles, their ends connected in a conical shape, a curious design he had never encountered before. He raised his gaze to meet Xiaolian's clear-eyed stare, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I can make it." Joy sparkled in Xiaolian's eyes. "How much for each?" 10 copper coins. Relieved by the price, which was lower than she had anticipated, Xiaolian considered briefly before responding, "Let us start with 10. The Jinghuaji contained numerous concealed weapon designs, and she needed to experiment with each to select the most suitable for herself. The plum blossom needle, which she had chosen to forge, would leave 5 distinct wounds resembling plum blossoms upon hitting its target. This was her carefully selected choice among various designs. The blacksmith retained the blueprint and picked up his hammer again, stating, "This is a small task. Come back at this time tomorrow. No deposit is required." He swung the hammer, the sound of metal striking metal ringing out as sparks flew from the heated iron. Chapter 15. An invitation to converse. Upon leaving the blacksmith's workshop, Xiaolian glanced at the sun overhead, feeling somewhat distressed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she pouted at the thought of returning to care for Xiao Fu, who was far too lively for a girl. With a soft sigh, she made her way towards the nursery. As she entered the courtyard, she was greeted by the sounds of Xiao Fu's wails mixed with Chen Ye's soothing voice. "Stop crying, Xiao Fu. How about I make a funny face for you? Xiaolian stepped into the room to find Chen Ye making silly faces while flapping his hands beside his ears. On the small bed sat a rosy-cheeked toddler with sparse black hair, her large, sparkling eyes crinkling with laughter at Chen Ye's antics. Noticing the commotion behind him, Chen Ye turned to see Xiaolian, relief washing over his features. Xiaolian, you're finally back. Upon seeing Chen Ye turn away, Xiaofu pouted, her throat rumbling as she prepared to cry again. Chen Ye, hearing her impending tears, gritted his teeth. This little demon. He quickly turned back, plastering a smile on his face. Xiaolian couldn't help but smile at the sight of Chen Ye entertaining the child, her admiration for him growing. Over the past month, she had discovered that despite his youth, Chen Ye displayed immense patience and kindness towards all the children, treating them as his OWNI in the nursery. He maintained a cheerful demeanor, as he described it, full of positive energy. Moreover, he treated Xiaolian with equal kindness. As she pondered this, a glimmer of something unusual flickered in Xiaolian's bright eyes, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue. While continuing to amuse Xiaofu, Chen Ye lowered his voice, quickly, Xiaolian, swap with me. This little rascal is doing it on purpose. I can't take it anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiaolian's expression stiffened as her gaze met Xiaofu's. The toddler blinked her large, round eyes at Xiaolian, arms outstretched as if seeking a hug. Placing the newly purchased fabric on the table, Xiaolian rushed out of the room, her voice flustered. Director, please keep her entertained for a moment. I need to do the laundry. Xiaolian, one must keep their promises. Chen Ye's lament echoed behind her. As she stepped outside, Xiaolian spotted Deming engrossed in reading water margin comics in the study. After Chen Ye had introduced the story to him, Deming had taken to it, often sitting for hours on end. Deming, hand me the clothes you and the director have changed out of, Xiaolian called from the study's entrance. Deming paused his flipping of pages, a goofy grin spreading across his face as he dashed back from his and Chen Ye's room. Returning with the discarded garments, Xiaolian filled a wooden basin with the clothes before heading out of the courtyard. In the southern part of Yuhang County flows a tributary of the Qintang River, where local residents often wash their clothes. Beneath the scorching sun, Xiaolian made her way to the riverbank, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Despite the heat, she preferred this over the task of calming Xiaofu. Upon reaching the river, the gentle sound of flowing water was refreshing. Finding a shaded spot, she set down her basin, rolled up her sleeves, and plunged her fair hands into the cool water. Scooping up some water, she splashed it on her face, feeling the heat dissipate significantly with a sigh of relief. Xiaolian closed her eyes, enjoying the coolness washing over her. She submerged the clothes in the current, ensuring they were thoroughly soaked before placing them in the basin. She then retrieved a bamboo tube from her pouch, pouring in some white, granular powder, which the director had referred to as laundry detergent. This proved far more effective than soap pods. The director always had a knack for introducing her to novel and intriguing items, and Xiaolian marveled at how someone so capable could choose to run a nursery. As she washed, her thoughts drifted, and time slipped by unnoticed. Soon, the basin was filled with frothy bubbles. Suddenly, she felt as though someone was watching her. Tilting her head slightly, she noticed a man standing in the shade of a tree nearby. Dressed in purple satin, with a jade belt around his waist, he held a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance. His features were well-defined, yet a large mole on his right cheek, the size of a coin, marred his otherwise handsome visage. As she lifted her gaze, she caught him staring intently at her, an unsettling glint in his eye that made her skin crawl. Anger flashed across Xiaolian's face as she shot him a cold glare, then returned to her task of washing. Should he continue to stare, she would simply relocate. "Excuse me, my lady, have you pledged yourself to someone?" The man's voice broke through her concentration. Startled, she looked up, only to find him suddenly beside her. His eyes burned with intensity, and his throat bobbed slightly as he fixed his gaze upon her. Unblinking, Xiaolian remained silent, her eyes flashing with indignation. She lifted the basin and turned to leave without a word. The man watched her retreating figure, licking his lips, such a pure and refined beauty, truly pure and unblemished. A smile crept across his face as he swiftly closed the distance, appearing just 3 meters away, effortlessly catching up to her. He extended his fan towards her, gently tapping her shoulder. Suddenly, Xiaolian felt a jolt of paralysis coursing through her body, rendering her immobile. The man appeared before her, an eerie expression on his face, lightly striking his left palm with the fan. with a respectful bow. He spoke, "My lady, upon observing your beauty and grace, I am utterly enchanted. I humbly request that you visit my residence for a discussion." Chapter 16. Swift Blade and Concealed Weapons. Back at the Uli Inn in Yuhang County, Chen Ye suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within her autumn-like gaze. "I am back," she murmured to herself. She picked up the sword resting beside her bed, descended from her cot, and, unperturbed, approached the door of room 1 in an instant. A swift gleam of sword light flashed by, and the lock hanging on the door was severed with a resounding snap. Maintaining her grip on the sword in her left hand, as if she had not drawn it at all, she retrieved the broken lock from the ground and pushed the door open. As she did so, several shadowy figures lunged towards her, producing muffled thuds. The sword flashed like a cleansing light, and the sound of metal clashing echoed as multiple crossbow bolts fell to the ground, severed in half. Stepping over the fallen bolts, Chen Ye entered room 1, sitting calmly in the center of the room, awaiting the arrival of her target. After a moment, a man's surprised voice echoed from outside the door. "Huh?" The door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. A brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air with incredible speed. A voice filled with confusion came from within the room, belonging to Chen Ye. The sword light abruptly halted, suspended in midair. As a lock of jet-black hair fell, little Lotus gazed at the sword hovering just above her head, her face draining of color. The blade was less than an inch away, emanating an icy chill that sent shivers down her spine. She felt a sudden coolness on her forehead, accompanied by a prickling sensation. Although the sword had not descended, she felt as if death was imminent. Clap, clap. The sound of several hands striking together resounded behind little Lotus. Such a swift sword. Truly worthy of the Wind and Rain Tower's gold medal assassin. Jade Luoka.it is said that seeing is believing. A man clad in purple satin stood behind little Lotus, holding a folding fan pressed against her waist. His gaze greedily swept over the woman in the black dress standing in the room. The woman possessed an elegant figure, her perfect curves accentuated by the black fabric. A sheer veil partially concealed her face, revealing only a pair of autumn-like eyes, which held a hint of detachment. The man swallowed hard, his attention fixated on little Lotus, whose pallor he found vaguely familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Turning his gaze to the man behind little Lotus, he spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. "Tang Feng, ranked first on the Earth-level leaderboard, a bounty of 1,000 taels of gold, 1 first-grade internal cultivation manual, and 2 second-grade manuals." As Chen Ye spoke, her eyes revealed no emotion, as if she were merely stating Tang Feng's worth. Tang Feng, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. He released the fan pressed against little Lotus's waist, lightly tapping her with it. A warm sensation surged through her, and little Lotus felt her body regain control. "Miss, please step back. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm you," Tang Feng said with a broad smile directed at little Lotus. Afterward, he unfurled the fan, adopting a flamboyant demeanor as he turned to Chen Ye. "Today is truly my lucky day to encounter 2 uniquely charming ladies. It seems I shall have quite the evening ahead." Tang Feng laughed heartily, exuding a certain charm, though the coin-sized mole on his face marred the effect. Few bystanders, he appeared grotesque, an unfortunate sight indeed. Without hesitation, little Lotus turned to glance at Tang Feng, wishing to leave. However, he stood at the doorway, blocking her path. Observing this, Tang Feng grinned. "My dear, simply keep your distance, and I assure you, you shan't have to wait long." Little Lotus's face turned pale, realizing his intentions. This man named Tang Feng had no intention of letting her go. Biting her lip, she cast a cold look at him. She slowly retreated to a corner of the room. Having discerned that these 2 individuals were anything but ordinary, Tang Feng lightly tapped, rendering himself immobile. The woman in the black dress, although motionless, wielded her sword with blinding speed. After little Lotus stepped back, Tang Feng noticed the severed crossbow bolts on the ground. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "Miss Yu, your sword is truly swift. Even an ordinary second-grade expert would likely fall victim to my crossbow if careless. Yet you managed to slice them all. I am impressed." He bowed slightly, feigning humility. Chen Ye offered no further commentary. Suddenly, several flashes of sword light flickered within the room, an icy chill enveloping the atmosphere. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The floor was littered with numerous severed hidden weapons. From her corner, Little Lotus recognized several of the weapons, her heart racing. Hidden weapons. The very ones mentioned in the surprise flower technique. Little Lotus widened her eyes, fixated on the duel unfolding before her. Both opponents moved with blinding speed. Each time Tang Feng launched a hidden weapon, Little Lotus could not see his movements, only hear the swift rustle of his sleeves. The woman in the black dress, with her sword emanating a cold brilliance, effortlessly cleaved each of Tang Feng's hidden weapons as they fell to the ground, the sound of clanging metal following each flash of her blade. Suddenly, Tang Feng's figure flickered and appeared beside Chen Ye, raising an unknown object in his right hand. "Miss you, this is a dragon whisker needle. Be cautious." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's eyes narrowed, her form becoming ethereal, the chill emanating from her sword intensifying. Despite the summer heat, Little Lotus, several meters away, could not suppress a shiver. Several black objects were hurled by Tang Feng. Chen Ye's brows furrowed in alarm. Though she had never seen a dragon whisker needle, she had heard of its notorious reputation. No one knew what the needle looked like before it was fired. Without hesitation, she glided backward like a ghost. The black objects landed on the ground, releasing a pungent sulfurous odor. Boom! In an instant, the sound of an explosion resonated, accompanied by billowing black smoke and flashes of fire. Little Lotus watched the unfolding scene with a chill in her heart. Feeling utterly defeated, she had believed her mastery of the surprise flower technique was formidable, but witnessing the clash between these two, she realized the sheer power they wielded. The furniture, the floor, everything was riddled with damage. Strewn with severed hidden weapons and scorched black marks, as the smoke dissipated, the figure of the woman in black had vanished. Little Lotus's face turned pale, biting her lip. Had the woman in black lost? Tang Feng, noticing the absence of Chen Ye amidst the smoke, smirked slightly, preparing to make a move. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flashed. Tang Feng's pupils constricted, his body stiffening in disbelief as he slowly looked down, touching his neck with his right hand. His fingertips brushed against warm blood. Impossible? Tang Feng's eyes widened in confusion and shock. The woman in black stood beside him, slowly sheathing her sword, her expression remaining cold and unchanged. Chapter 17. A thought away from heaven, a thought away from hell. With a thud, Tang Feng's face contorted in unwillingness as he gradually knelt on the ground. Blood did not spew from his neck. Instead, a layer of bloody frost formed at the wound, as if frozen by ice. Tang Feng's eyes bulged, refusing to close, lamenting that he had yet to unleash the dragon whisker needle before meeting his end. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Little Lotus's face lit up with joy. They had won. The woman in black had triumphed. But the next moment, she saw the black-clad woman weaken, collapsing against the wall, her left hand dropping the sword to the floor. What was happening? Little Lotus's eyes flashed with astonishment. Had it not been a victory? Were they to perish together? Clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed from outside the door. Chen Ye's expression changed as she looked up towards the entrance. A man clad in white brocade stepped inside, his handsome features adorned with a faint smile. He exuded a warm demeanor, cultured and refined. Yet his gaze was as cold as a serpent's. Upon entering, he clapped a few times, praising Chen Ye, who was struggling to support herself. You truly live up to your reputation as the Jade Luocha of the Wind and Rain Tower. To kill me, this useless little junior, all it takes is a single sword strike. Upon seeing the man who had entered so suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes narrowed, her tone frigid. Tang Hao, ranked 5th on the Earth-level hunting list. A true disciple of the Tang sect, with mid-second grade strength. The bounty for you is 1,000 taels of gold and 3 second-grade manuals. Indeed, that is me, Tang Hao replied with a smile, his white attire striking against the shadowy coldness of his gaze as he fixated on Chen Ye. Turning his attention to the fallen Tang Feng, he lamented, my junior is quite the romantic. He saw that Miss Yu was graceful and, judging by her form, realized she was a rare beauty, choosing to spare her with the dragon whisker needle. But I must say, my junior is remarkably talented. In just half a month, he managed to understand the workings of the Thunderbolt Hall's thunderbolts, even foolishly swapping out the gunpowder for the Tang sect's soft muscle powder. More impressively, he had the audacity to use his modified thunderbolts against Miss Yu. Tang Hao shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang Feng's corpse. Truly, he did not know how to survive. If he had shown his true abilities, he might not have perished so quickly. Tang Hao's look of derision shifted as he regarded Tang Feng's lifeless body. Chen Ye remained unfazed, her cold gaze beneath the sheer veil fixed on Tang Hao. "Do you reside in room number 2? Clever," Tang Hao replied with a faint smile. He was in no hurry to kill Chen Ye. The soft muscle powder from the Tang sect would render its victims weak and helpless for the duration of a tea ceremony, requiring the Tang sect's unique antidote for recovery. Chen Ye's eyes fell, her voice calm. "Have you been tracking Tang Feng all along?" Tang Hao smirked. "Not tracking, but I have been here all along to this revelation." A flicker of unease crossed Chen Ye's eyes. He had been here all along. The implications were chilling. Various hypotheses raced through her mind, which she quickly dismissed. Tang Hao and Tang Feng had been together. Was it possible they were working together? No, if that were the case, the Tang sect would have pursued both of them, not just Tang Feng. Concluding this line of thought, she fixed her icy gaze on Tang Hao. "Tang Feng did not steal the dragon whisker needle blueprint. This is a trap set by the Tang sect." "Ah?" "Miss, you was truly intelligent to have deduced this," Tang Hao replied, surprise evident on his handsome face. Receiving affirmation, Chen Ye suddenly lifted her head, a ripple of emotion crossing her cold eyes. "Is this a trap set for the wind and rain tower?" "Why?" Tang Hao's smile faded, his expression growing cold. His eyes like a serpent's, icy and menacing. "I had originally intended to keep you alive a little longer, to let you experience what it is to be a woman before your demise. But since you have connected the dots, I must bid you farewell. Wyanep Jr. should not be far. If you must assign blame, then let it be on the wind and rain tower for being too ostentatious." With that, Tang Hao ceased his words, swiftly launching 5 or 6 types of Tang sect hidden weapons towards Chen Ye. Originally bracing against the wall, Chen Ye suddenly turned with a ghostly grace. Evading all the hidden weapons, rushing towards Tang Hao in a panic, he could not react in time, raising his right hand to meet Chen Ye's strike aimed at his face. Their palms collided, Tang Hao's face flushed, his eyes wide as his right hand trembled slightly. Chen Ye remained calm, her delicate white hand extended, an icy internal force surging through her palm into Tang Hao's. Frost quickly spread across his right hand. They were engaged in a contest of internal energy. Little Lotus, watching from the corner, gasped in surprise at this sudden turn of events. The rapid shifts left her disoriented. Should she take this opportunity to escape? The thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. She had overheard the conversation between Tang Hao and Chen Ye. The outcome of their duel was uncertain. If Tang Hao emerged victorious, death would be her only fate, a silencing of witnesses. Though she was unsure of what would happen if the woman in black won, Little Lotus had no choice. As she pondered, the battle took another turn. Chen Ye's form faltered. The connection of their hands broke, leaving her powerless and weak. Tang Hao staggered back, sitting on the ground. Little Lotus was astonished to see that frost had formed on Tang Hao's brows, his face pale as paper, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Despite the summer heat, he seemed to be trapped in a winter's chill. The Tang sect was renowned for its hidden weapons, yet their mastery of internal energy was not profound. Chen Ye's internal force bore a chilling quality, her level of skill far superior in this clash of energies. Tang Hao felt as if his right arm had turned to ice, every inch of his skin tinged with sharp pain. Fortunately, the effects of the soft muscle powder rendered Chen Ye incapable of maintaining her strength. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Tang Hao sat on the ground, eyes closed as he focused on dispelling the icy internal energy coursing through him. "Little girl," Chen Ye's voice, faint as a whisper, broke the silence. Little Lotus glanced at the weakened Chen Ye, her fair face devoid of expression. Upon hearing Chen Ye's voice, Tang Hao's eyes shot open, fixing on Little Lotus. "Little girl, kill him. Little girl, kill her." Both Chen Ye and Tang Hao spoke in unison. "Little girl, I am a disciple of the Tang sect. That female demon is a notorious killer with countless blood debts on her hands. She is currently incapable of defending herself. Slaying her would benefit the people greatly, accumulating immeasurable merit. The Tang sect will reward you with 1,000 taels of silver, ensuring you never have to worry about money for the rest of your life." Tang Hao's teeth chattered as he spoke slowly, first elevating his own moral standing by highlighting Chen Ye's identity, then offering a generous reward, his rhetoric masterful. "Little girl, you heard what was said earlier. If she regains her strength, she will not spare you. She will surely kill you to silence you." Now utterly weak, Chen Ye's voice was barely audible. The fates of both their lives rested in Little Lotus's hands. A thought away from heaven, a thought away from hell. Chapter 18. A glimmer of hope. Was her mastery of the surprise flower technique sufficient? Little Lotus remained silent, her mind made up. Both of these individuals must die. However, she would first eliminate Tang Hao. Little Lotus silently approached Chen Ye. Tang Hao's face lit up with joy at this sight. Good little girl. Everyone must eradicate such a murderous female demon. Once you kill her, you will be a great hero. Your merit will be immeasurable. Tang Hao cheered from the sidelines. Little Lotus picked up the sword, casting a cold glance at Tang Hao, then advanced toward him. Surprised, Tang Hao froze. Realizing with alarm that she intended to stab him, little girl, remain calm. I am a disciple of a righteous sect. I will surely give you the 1,000 taels I promised. With 1,000 taels, you could buy many fine clothes, jewelry, and even property. Tang Hao continued, desperately attempting to persuade her. But Little Lotus's resolve remained firm, her right hand gripping the sword, its tip aimed at Tang Hao. They stood within 5 paces of each other. Chen Ye, who had been awaiting her fate, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope at this turn of events. Little girl, stop. Chen Ye's voice rang out, startling Little Lotus. She paused, glancing back at Chen Ye, unsure of why she was being asked to halt. Little girl, he is a disciple of the Tang sect. He likely has hidden weapons and traps at his disposal. Approaching him could lead to your demise. Though Chen Ye lay weak against the ground, her warning held urgency. Little Lotus stood still, recalling the teachings from the surprise flower technique. There were 4 categories of hidden weapons: mechanisms, thrown weapons, poison sprays, and snare attacks. Mechanism-based hidden weapons required the least skill, typically activated by simply pressing a switch. Realizing this, a wave of fear washed over Little Lotus. Had she approached even a moment sooner, she could have met her end. Little Lotus discarded the sword, her thoughts shifting as she moved toward the already cold body of Tang Feng. She leaned down, searching his waist, and soon found a narrow pouch containing some hard objects. Xiao Lian removed the pouch from Tang Feng's waist and peered inside. It contained darts and iron thorny projectiles, their sharp tips glimmering with a faint green light, accompanied by a subtle fishy odor. A smile spread across Xiao Lian's face. This was indeed a concealed weapon pouch. Just as the books had described, those who wield concealed weapons would carry such a pouch with them. Tang Hao noticed Xiao Lian kneeling beside Tang Feng, rummaging through the pouch, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, lying nearby, suddenly recognized Xiao Lian and exclaimed, "Little girl, it's you." There was an unmistakable excitement and surprise in her tone. This girl belonged to the Wind and Rain Tower. Tang Hao, who was meditating opposite them, sensed the surprise in Chen Ye's voice and his expression darkened. This was bad. It seemed they were acquainted. Furious, he felt a surge of rage towards Tang Feng for capturing a girl who happened to know someone from the Wind and Rain Tower. Xiao Lian ignored Chen Ye and carefully examined a 3-inch-long dart. After a moment of contemplation, she pinched the dart between her fingers and hurled it at Tang Hao with a flick of her wrist. When Tang Hao saw her throw the dart, he was struck with terror. It's over. This girl has practiced concealed weapons, he thought, instinctively closing his eyes in despair. A dull thud reverberated as the dart struck the wooden surface, followed by the clatter of the dart falling to the ground. Tang Hao opened his eyes in confusion and spotted a dart lying on the ground nearby. Chen Ye, weakened and sprawled on the floor, was equally bewildered. When they were on the street, Xiao Lian had clearly shown skill with throwing stones. How could her aim with darts be so poor? Xiao Lian, her delicate face expressionless, retrieved another dart and flung it once more. The same result ensued. It landed harmlessly on the ground. Tang Hao's emotions fluctuated like turbulent waves. His heart, which had just lifted, sank again. He sighed in relief. It seemed this girl was inexperienced with concealed weapons after all. As Xiao Lian prepared to throw again, her brow furrowed slightly. Darts were not like stones. Their weight and the sensation when thrown differed greatly. She reached into the pouch again, this time weighing the dart in her hand before deciding not to throw it immediately. Tang Hao, relieved that she was not launching another attack, felt hope rising. Just a few more seconds, and he could completely suppress Chen Ye's icy inner power. Chen Ye sensed Tang Hao's complexion returning to normal and his breath steadying, and she silently lamented that he was on the verge of recovery. Xiao Lian, having assessed the dart's weight, felt a spark of determination. She extended her right hand once more into the pouch. Whoosh! The dart flew from her hand again. Chen Ye's eyes flashed with tension. This time it seemed destined to hit. Just as the dart was about to strike Tang Hao, he suddenly turned his head to evade it. His previously frozen body began to warm rapidly as he suppressed most of Chen Ye's icy inner power. Just as Tang Hao thought he had narrowly escaped, a shadow struck his left eye. "Ah!" he cried out in agony as a dart lodged precisely in his left eye. Chen Ye, now weakened on the ground, looked on in shock, exclaiming, "The skill of the surprise flower finger is taking shape," revealing light amidst the shadows. Without pausing, Xiao Lian swiftly retrieved more darts from her pouch, each one aimed at Tang Hao with increasing precision and excruciating pain. Tang Hao could not dodge as subsequent darts struck his eyes, face, and neck. Realizing her strength was insufficient, Xiao Lian targeted his vital areas. With both eyes blinded and his face and neck pierced, the poison coated on the darts swiftly took effect. Overwhelmed by pain and the toxin, Tang Hao could not focus on suppressing his inner power, and frosty white began to form on his face. Moments later, his body stiffened and collapsed as he lay lifeless. Xiao Lian trembled slightly, her heart racing with panic. Had she truly killed someone? The weight of her first kill bore down on her with an overwhelming sense of urgency and fear. Yet she quickly steeled herself, suppressing her emotions, and fixed her icy gaze on Chen Ye. There was still one more to deal with. Chapter 19. Daily Summary. Extracting the Principal S entry. Finally, sleep came. Chen Ye sighed in relief as he watched little Fu lie asleep on the small bed. Although Fu was quite mischievous, being a toddler, her energy was limited, and she spent most of her time sleeping. Only when she was asleep could Chen Ye and Xiao Lian relax. With a fan in hand, Chen Ye stepped into the courtyard, noticing Xiao Lian was absent. Where could she be? Does washing clothes really take this long? He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his luxurious watch, and noted the time. Xiao Lian had been gone for over an hour without returning. This seemed unusual. System, check Xiao Lian's location. He mentally commanded that a virtual blue screen appeared before Chen Ye, displaying a red that represented Xiao Lian on the system map. Chen Ye paused, surprised at her location. Xiao Lian entered the courtyard carrying a wooden basin, spotting Chen Ye standing there lost in thought. "Principal," she called out cheerfully. Chen Ye looked at her, puzzled. "Why did washing take so long today? You usually don't take more than an hour." Xiao Lian lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. "It was hot today. I lingered by the river for a bit longer." Chen Ye nodded in understanding. It was indeed a hot day, and it was normal for Xiao Lian to seek relief by the river. "Let me help with the clothes. There aren't many." After assisting her in hanging the clothes, Xiao Lian expressed her gratitude and returned to her room. Sitting on a chair, she stared blankly outside. Replaying the earlier events in her mind, eye in her hand, she clenched two darts, her eyes reflecting coldness and a murderous intent as she gazed at the powerless Chen Ye on the ground. Sensing the killing intent in Xiao Lian's eyes, Chen Ye's voice trembled slightly. "Do you intend to kill me? Aren't you from the Wind and Rain Tower?" Xiao Lian remained silent, mimicking the motion of throwing a dart. "The surprise flower finger is taking shape. Without inner power, am I still not a member of the Wind and Rain Tower?" Chen Ye's tone was calm but filled with disbelief. Witnessing Tang Hao's demise, she realized her fate was soon to follow, yet she showed no fear, only tranquility, as if death were an inevitable destiny. Xiao Lian paused, her gaze fixed on Chen Ye, her voice bright and clear. "Are you an assassin from the Wind and Rain Tower?" "Yes." "What is inner power? What does the rain summoning technique mean?" Xiao Lian questioned, having pondered these mysteries for days. She had witnessed the destruction caused by Chen Ye's battles and longed for such power herself, fantasizing that killing would be effortlessly simple. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke softly, explaining Xiao Lian's questions. As Xiao Lian absorbed the answers to her long-held confusions, she fell into deep thought. "I don't know where you learned the surprise flower finger, but without inner power, even with exceptional talent, you cannot unleash its full potential. Moreover, the surprise flower finger is divided into 3 volumes. What you possess is likely the first." Chen Ye closed her eyes, slowly regulating her inner power, her tone flat. She had just suppressed the effects of the soft muscle powder, using her icy inner power, and was now competing with Tang Hao. If left unchecked, her inner power could veer off course and lead to chaos. How can I acquire inner power? Where are the remaining volumes of the surprise flower finger? After hearing Chen Ye's explanation, Xiao Lian's confusion eased slightly, yet she still knew little about martial arts. To become an assassin in the Wind and Rain Tower, one must exchange achievements for martial arts manuals. Chen Ye opened her eyes, studying Xiao Lian intently before stating, "Alternatively, you could take me as your teacher." She looked at Xiao Lian earnestly, articulating each word, "You are a natural-born killer." Suddenly, little Fu awoke, crying out once more, jolting Xiao Lian from her reverie. "You are a natural-born killer," she repeated in her mind, sighing deeply, as if the woman's voice still echoed in her ears. "Tonight at midnight, I will await you in the southern part of the city." Between the choices of death and killing, Xiao Lian ultimately chose the latter. She did not kill Chen Ye. As night fell quietly, Chen Ye returned to his room with Deming, lying on his bed, acutely aware that something was amiss with Xiao Lian since her return that afternoon. Although he could not discern what had transpired, the daily summary would reveal the truth. Ding. Starting daily summary. Today, you brought Deming and Xiao Lian to wash up, earning 5 points. After washing, you and Deming performed exercises together, earning 5 points. Xiao Lian prepared breakfast and cared for little Fu, earning 5 points. The 4 of you had breakfast together, earning 10 points. Deming exercised according to the Schwarzenegger training method, significantly increasing his strength, earning 10 points. Xiao Lian cared for little Fu, earning 5 points. You took care of little Fu, earning 5 points. Little Fu cried less today than the previous day, earning 10 points. Deming read the comic version of Water Margin and gained insights, earning 10 points. Xiao Lian's practice of the surprise flower finger stagnated, earning 5 points. Xiao Lian went to the market to buy cloth, earning 5 points. Encountering a thief, Xiao Lian intervened to stop the crime, earning 10 points. Xiao Lian ordered plum blossom needles from the blacksmith, earning 5 points. Xiao Lian voluntarily washed clothes, earning 5 points. Xiao Lian encountered the flower thief Tang Feng and was taken to the inn, remaining composed throughout, earning 10 points. Seeing this, Chen Ye sat up abruptly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In a way, he thought, Xiao Lian's behavior is concerning. Could it be? Suppressing his unease, he continued reading. Xiao Lian narrowly escaped being killed by the Jade Luocha, earning 50 points. Xiao Lian freed herself from Tang Feng, earning 50 points. Xiao Lian remained calm while observing the battle between 2 second-tier warriors, earning 200 points. Xiao Lian killed the second-tier warrior Tang Hao, marking her first kill, earning 500 points. Xiao Lian took Jade Luocha as her teacher, earning 100 points. Xiao Lian returned safely to the nursery, earning 50 points. The 4 of you had dinner together, earning 5 points. After dinner, you and Deming read books to improve your cultural knowledge, earning 10 points. Xiao Lian returned to her room to care for little Fu, earning 5 points. The 3 of you washed up and went to bed on time, earning 5 points. Total points earned, 1080. Current points balance, 5172. Chen Ye, wait a moment, system. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned by the point total. He reread the daily summary, falling into silence. In just over an hour this afternoon, Xiao Lian was kidnapped by a flower thief, witnessed a battle, killed a second-tier warrior, and even took on a teacher? Wow, isn't this a bit outrageous? Chen Ye couldn't help but scoff, feeling a sense of absurdity welling up within him. It was as if his tranquil life had been shattered in an instant. Just then, the system's cold notification chimed again. Ding! Deming's gratitude level has increased. Current gratitude level, 80. Congratulations, you have earned a chance to draw the principal's entry. Chapter 20. The entry shrink the distance. Chen Ye's heart soared with joy. He had anticipated Deming's gratitude would reach 80 within a couple of days, but he hadn't expected it to happen today. Sitting upright, he recalled that the last principal's entry had granted him indestructible, which provided immunity from all harm. What would this new entry bestow upon him? System, extract the principal's entry. He mentally commanded. Ding. Beginning extraction. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the entry. Shrink the distance. Shrink the distance. You can shrink up to 100 meters in a single step, appearing at any reachable location without cooldown restrictions. Upon reading this entry, Chen Ye was elated. This ability was incredibly powerful, rivaling indestructible. He scrutinized the entry's description and noticed a crucial detail, able to reach. After pondering for a moment, he grasped its meaning. For instance, he couldn't simply appear 100 meters in the air. If he could do that, it would be akin to flying. This meant that as long as he took a step, he could appear at any location within 100 meters. Chen Ye stroked his chin, contemplating, on the ground, This is a divine skill. I won't even need a horse to travel anymore. Who could chase me down with a 100-meter stride? A smile crept across his face as he called up his attribute panel. Orphan Cultivation System 1.0 Host Chen Ye, age 20, points 5,172. Principal S entries: Indestructible, shrink the distance. Indestructible, your body is immune to all harm. Shrink the distance, you can shrink up to 100 meters in a single step, appearing at any reachable location without cooldown restrictions. Current task: establish the future career direction for the orphan. 1-2. Task rewards: 1,000 points. Chance to draw orphan entries 2. Not bad. My defense and agility are maxed out. If I could draw an offensive skill, I could dominate all warriors. After drawing the entry, Chen Ye lay down, satisfied, ready to sleep. However, not long after he settled in, he was awakened by the cries of a toddler. It was little Fu next door. With a sigh, he rolled over, covering his ears, inwardly hoping, Xiao Lian, please take care of the little one. In situations like this, Xiao Lian would usually hold Fu and soothe her, allowing Chen Ye to drift back to sleep. Yet after several minutes, Fu's cries persisted, raising his concern. He got up and approached the door to Xiao Lian and Fu's room. Knocking gently, there was no response. Pulling up the system map, he noticed the red, representing Xiao Lian, was not at the nursery but in the southern part of the city. Rubbing his temples, he murmured, "She's really not making it easy for me. It's curfew time." With another sigh, he pushed open the door, scooping up little Fu to comfort her. In the southern part of the city, the night was deep and the moon was partially obscured. The cold moonlight illuminated the ground, providing just enough visibility. Thud, thud. The sound of a watchman's drum echoed from the alleyways. Several patrols, lanterns in hand, yawned as they patrolled the streets. Xiao Lian cautiously made her way to the southern part of the city, nearly being spotted by the night patrols. Thankfully, her petite frame allowed her to hide in the shadows, and the lackadaisical patrols failed to notice her. "Where in the vast southern city are you waiting for me?" Xiao Lian wondered. Hiding behind a tree. "You've arrived." A calm, emotionless female voice emerged from behind her. Xiao Lian jumped in surprise and turned to find a woman in a black dress standing next to her. Her face veiled, eyes resembling autumn waters gazing at Xiao Lian. It was Chen Ye. Xiao Lian let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. She raised her head high, gazing steadfastly at Chen Ye. Her voice crisp and clear. "I have arrived." Chen Ye cast her a fleeting glance, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Is this your attitude towards apprenticeship?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian's delicate face flushed crimson. She hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Master." "Very well." Chen Ye acknowledged this unwittingly acquired disciple. Without further pleasantries, she reached into her bosom and produced 3 bound volumes, 2 small and 1 large, handing them to Xiao Lian. The smaller volumes were the rain character technique and the floating rain technique from the Wind and Rain Pavilion, while the larger tome was the comprehensive guide to hidden weapons from the Tang sect. Chen Ye's voice was calm, yet beneath the surface, one could discern a hint of grace and gentleness. Xiao Lian accepted the 3 books, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Master Yu, I have already mastered the first volume of the Stunning Flower Finger. I do not bear the surname Yu. My surname is Chen. You may address me as Chen Ye. Assassins of the Wind and Rain Pavilion are named by numbers, so you should ideally adopt a numerical name as well. However, since you are my disciple and not formally entering the Wind and Rain Pavilion, I shall not impose that upon you." Standing with her sword, the summer breeze caressed her black gown, making it sway gracefully. She paused momentarily and continued. "You have not practiced internal energy techniques. Achieving minor success with the Stunning Flower Finger is your limit. If you wish to advance further, you must cultivate the Rain character technique to at least the 2nd tier and become a 4th-rank martial artist. I see you possess exceptional talent for hidden weapons, which is why I have given you the Tang sect's comprehensive guide to hidden weapons. The Tang sect specializes in hidden weapons. Should you master its techniques, their potency will far surpass that of the Stunning Flower Finger." Xiao Lian pondered this, realizing from Chen Ye's words that the Tang sect's hidden weapons were indeed superior to those of the Wind and Rain Pavilion. "How long did it take you to practice the Stunning Flower Finger to minor success?" Chen Ye suddenly inquired. Xiao Lian blinked, her voice soft. 1 month. "What?" Chen Ye was taken aback by this answer, her expression betraying disbelief. "How long?" 1 month, Xiao Lian reiterated, puzzled. Chen Ye's eyes, like autumn waters, rippled with surprise, her breath quickening. 1 month. How is that possible? Observing that Xiao Lian possessed no internal energy yet had achieved minor proficiency in the stunning flower finger, Chen Ye deemed her extraordinarily gifted. To attain such a skill without internal energy would typically require several years of diligent practice. Even for those with internal energy, attaining minor success would necessitate months of arduous effort. Xiao Lian claimed to have accomplished it in merely 1 month. Where did you learn the stunning flower finger? Chen Ye inhaled deeply, her heart filled with skepticism. Xiao Lian recounted the events of her abduction from a month prior. After listening, Chen Ye pondered deeply, realizing that Xiao Lian likely spoke the truth. After a long silence, she sighed. It is unfortunate that Tang Feng does not possess the dragon whisker needle diagrams. Otherwise, if I could provide them to you, perhaps. Xiao Lian's lively eyes blinked in curiosity. Perhaps what? Chen Ye left her sentence unfinished. Be it the stunning flower finger or the floating rain technique. Do not expose them carelessly. It may bring you calamity. The 3 manuals are for you to study on your own. I will remain in Yuhang County for 3 days. During this time, if you have questions, seek me out at the Gathering Guest Tavern. Room 1. Where do you reside? Chen Ye suddenly asked. Xiao Lian's mouth opened slightly, ready to speak, but she swallowed back the words Yuingtang. She thought of Chen Ye, Daming, and Xiao Fu. After all, Chen Ye was an assassin. Having just met, she feared bringing trouble to Yuingtang. Xiao Lian recalled Chen Ye's elusive nature and worried that she might already know where she lived. Do you not wish to disclose? Very well. Chen Ye did not press the matter further. You saved my life today. Without you, I might have perished. Although I am nicknamed the Jade Rakshasa, I will not harm my savior. You may rest assured. 3 days from now, I shall depart Yuhang County to pursue certain matters. Upon my return, I will seek you out. Chen Ye produced a hefty pouch of coins from her bosom and tossed it to Xiao Lian. This is 100 taels. Use it for now. If you have no further business, you may return. Xiao Lian caught the pouch, biting her lip, her gaze lowered as she murmured, Thank you, master. Chen Ye's demeanor made her feel a pang of guilt. Being cautious is wise. That I have said. You are a born killer, Chen Ye remarked, seemingly reading Xiao Lian's thoughts. Xiao Lian bowed respectfully, then stated, I shall take my leave now, master. Her tone was noticeably more reverent. Very well, Chen Ye replied blandly, devoid of any emotion. Xiao Lian, with the 3 manuals and 100 taels in her possession, retraced her steps. Once Chen Ye could no longer see her silhouette, her autumn-like eyes turned to the distance behind her. You may emerge now. A figure cloaked in night attire suddenly appeared 20 meters in front of Chen Ye. The individual, dressed in black, had their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features indistinguishable, yet their tall frames suggested no malice. Who are you? Chen Ye inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on the cloaked figure, as icy energy coursed through her body. The figure remained silent, gazing intently at Chen Ye before taking a step forward. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, reappearing at the street corner, having traversed 30 zhang in a single bound. With another swift step, the figure disappeared from Chen Ye's view as if they had never been there. In the dead of night, the summer breeze rustled Chen Ye's skirt. She regarded the empty street, a shiver running down her spine as goosebumps erupted on her flawless skin. Is this human, or ghost? She murmured softly, feeling her sword-holding hand grow cold. Yuhang Yuingtang. Xiao Lian entered the courtyard and carefully closed the gate. She touched the manuals in her bosom, her emotions in turmoil. She had obtained them, truly obtained them. Xiao Lian lifted her gaze to the deep night sky, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Mother, I will kill him. She pushed open the door to her room, finding an oil lamp flickering on the central table. The flame danced gently. Chen Ye sat in a chair, his elbows resting on the table, his head slightly bowed as he dozed. Upon hearing the door open, Chen Ye blinked awake, yawning as he saw Xiao Lian. You're back? Chen Ye stood, heading toward his bedroom. Try to stay in at night. If the night patrol catches you, it could be troublesome. I would have to go to the magistrate to bail you out. Get some rest. He pushed open his bedroom door and entered without inquiring where Xiao Lian had been or what she had done. Xiao Lian stood frozen, her eyes creating ripples like stones cast into a lake. Chen Ye lay back down, checking the system information. Beep. Task completed. Establish the future career path of the orphan, 2-2. Congratulations. The host has received a reward. 1,000 points, 2 opportunities for orphan entry extraction. Current points balance, 6,172. Remaining opportunities for orphan entry extraction, 2. Isn't it better to be ordinary, like daming? Chen Ye sighed, gazing through the window at the deep night. Beep. Xiaolian's gratitude level has increased. Current gratitude level, 67. The cold notification from the system echoed in Chen Ye's ear. He smirked, curling up in his blanket, whispering, "At least there's a bit of conscience." The following day, the weather was fair. After breakfast, Chen Ye placed Xiao Fu in her cradle and, with a mystery novel acquired from the system shop in hand, settled into a lounge chair to read. Upon reaching the final page, as the mystery unraveled, he gritted his teeth and set the book down. What a stretch! You hint at all sorts of supernatural nonsense, and in the end, everything is the doing of future technology? Chen Yi put the book aside, feeling as though he had wasted 50 points. The items in the system shop were mostly inexpensive, but books were exorbitantly priced. Right? I still have 2 opportunities for entry extraction left. Chen Yi suddenly remembered that after completing the task last night, the system had rewarded him with 2 opportunities for entry extraction. Contemplating, he spent 5,000 points for an extraction chance. Together, he now had 3 chances. Since points could only be used for exchanges and the prices were low, he decided to proceed. Let's see what I can draw from this 3-time extraction. Chen Yi rubbed his hands in anticipation, and a phantom blue wheel appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Beep. Congratulations. The host has drawn the orphan entry. Fortune. Beep. Congratulations. The host has drawn the orphan entry. Light as a swallow. Beep. Congratulations. The host has drawn the orphan entry. Comprehensive development. The information on the entries presented itself before Chen Ye. Fortune, a life free from illness and disaster, living in peace, but the likelihood of encountering fortuitous events increases. Light as a swallow. The body is agile, enhancing flexibility, but mobility, speed, and proficiency in lightness techniques significantly increase. Comprehensive development. When one ability improves, others will also see slight enhancement. But various manuals cannot be practiced. After reviewing the 3 entries, Chen Yi formulated his plan for their allocation. Xiao Fu, being a girl, though her origins are not ideal, he hoped she could grow up healthy and live a peaceful life. And that would suffice for him. Chen Yi looked at the slumbering Xiao Fu in the cradle and, with a thought, summoned her information panel, granting her the fortune entry. Name: Chun Unan, ID 0003, gender: female, age 1, 5 years, current entry: fortune: living in peace, leading an ordinary life, is all I ask. Chen Yi reflected, turning his attention to the next entry. He decided to bestow light as a swallow upon Xiaolian. Though the child had some issues with her temperament, she was still a good kid. Having become an assassin, I hope she won't end up chased down and stabbed to death one day. Chen Yi mumbled quietly. Having spent a month with Xiaolian, he had come to understand her more deeply. Name: Xiaolian, ID 0002, gender: female, age 13 years, entries: skillful hands, light as a swallow, current gratitude level 67. After allocating the 2 entries, he decided to give the last one to Daming. In a world where martial artists existed, it was always good to have more self-defense capabilities. Coupled with the robust physique entry, strength enhancement will also promote growth in other aspects, allowing for comprehensive development. Even if he encounters martial artists in the future, he won't be easily killed. Chen Yi analyzed the situation and allocated comprehensive development to Daming. Name: Chun Daming, ID 0001, gender: male, age 10 years, entries: robust physique, clever but simple, comprehensive development, current gratitude level 80. After distributing the entries, Chen Yi stood, stretching his back as he muttered, "Being the director isn't an easy job. One must cover all bases." Chapter 22. System Upgrade. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Beep. Detected that Chun Daming's orphan entry count has reached 3. The number of adopted orphans has reached 3. The system begins to upgrade. Chun Ye's stretching motion froze. The system is actually upgrading, not bad. System upgrade progress, 10, 30, 70, 90, beep. System upgrade successful. A virtual system interface appeared before Chen Ye. Orphan Cultivation System 2.0. Host: Chen Ye. Age: 20 years. Points: 1172. Director entries: Indestructible. Shrink the earth to an inch. Indestructible. Your body cannot be harmed by any worldly matter. Shrink the earth to an inch. You can shrink up to 100 meters with a single step, appearing at any location you can reach, without cooldown limitations. Orphanage scale, 3-4. Special building. Bookhouse. Chen Ye noticed that two new sections had been added at the bottom of the system interface. Orphanage scale and special buildings. System, what does 3-4 mean? Chen Ye inquired. Beep. The contents of this system upgrade are as follows. D1. The orphanage scale indicates the number of orphans that can be adopted. Note, given the host's current strength level, adopting too many orphans will lead to a decline in the quality of cultivation for other orphans. 2. Unlocking exclusive career tasks for orphans. Completing these tasks will yield substantial points and monetary rewards. Note, orphans with assigned career tasks will not earn points through daily settlements. However, daily reports will still be generated. 3. Special building functions have been upgraded. Note, task rewards will feature more special buildings. The system update report displayed. Chen Ye pondered for a moment and understood. This meant he could now adopt a maximum of 4 orphans. According to the system, adopting too many would dilute resources and adversely affect the orphan's growth. Exclusive career tasks mean that Daming and Shaolian would no longer appear in daily settlements. Completing career tasks would yield far greater rewards than daily settlements. It wouldn't hurt to have more special buildings. As Daming spent his days in the bookhouse perusing comic books and had learned quite a few characters, Chen Ye returned to his lounge chair, where the system taskbar refreshed, revealing 3 new tasks. Task, adopt 4 orphans, 3-4. Task reward, 1,000 points, 500 taels, 1 opportunity for orphan entry extraction, 1 special building extraction opportunity. Daming's exclusive task, woodcutter, task information, chop down 100 trees. Task reward, 5,000 points, 200 taels, Daming's exclusive wish item X1. Shaolian's exclusive task, assassin, task information, kill 100 people. Task reward, 5,000 points, 200 taels, Shaolian's exclusive wish item X1. Upon seeing the tasks displayed, Chen Ye inhaled sharply. Chop down 100 trees, kill 100 people. System, is the difficulty of these tasks a bit unreasonable? Chen Ye complained. The system remained silent. Chopping trees and killing people are not the same. Imagining Shaolian standing before him, exuding a murderous aura after having killed 100 people, made him feel a headache coming on. Forget it, 1 step at a time, Chen Ye sighed. Raising children is not a matter of a day or 2. It requires years of dedication. In a blink, another month passed. Dark clouds gathered, rumbling ominously. Before long, heavy rain began to pour. Raindrops struck the ground, dispelling the heat and bringing a refreshing chill as August arrived. The weather in Yuhang County grew increasingly humid, but by the end of the month, the heat would subside. Today, a rare rain fell, its coolness mingling with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, bringing comfort to the heart. Inside the room, Chen Ye sat in his lounge chair, eyes closed, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain against the window, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Beside him, Xiaofu curled up in her small blanket, soundly asleep. This month, as usual, had been harmonious and tranquil, with only minor changes. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with hurried footsteps, splashing through the puddles on the ground. Chen Ye opened his eyes and looked outside. A boy wearing a straw hat and carrying a small axe dashed in, his coarse linen shirt soaked by the rain, muddy shoes squelching beneath him. Daming, be quieter. Don't wake Xiaofu, Chen Ye gently called out. The boy gradually slowed his pace, tiptoeing into the room, and innocently called out to Chen Ye, Father. Chen Ye responded. Deming was one of the few changes in the nursery. Due to frequent trips to buy firewood, Chen Ye, Deming, and the burly wood seller gradually became acquainted. The man, surnamed Zhang and named Zhanglong, earned his living through chopping wood. He had 2 daughters, the elder being 8 years old and the younger 6. Zhanglong's wife had suffered from complications during childbirth and had not conceived again in years. Zhanglong had always yearned for a son. After getting to know Zhanglong, Chen Ye noticed that Deming was robust and interested in chopping wood, and his age was quite similar to that of Zhanglong's elder daughter. Thus, he proposed that their families become in-laws, intending for Deming to marry his daughter when she turned 14. Upon meeting Zhanglong's elder daughter, Chen Ye found her appearance to be merely average, neither beautiful nor ugly, but her character was commendable. After much contemplation, he acquiesced to Zhanglong's proposal, leading to the 2 families becoming in-laws. Zhanglong was overjoyed and held a particular fondness for the honest Deming. Over the past month, he often took Deming up the mountain to chop wood, imparting his knowledge of the craft. Chen Ye learned that most of the wood Zhanglong chopped was sold to wealthy individuals in the city. Although it was hard work, it was sufficient to support his household. After deliberation, Chen Ye decided to let it be, considering it as Deming's apprenticeship. Zhang Long, as Deming's nominal father-in-law, would not harm him. Chen Ye did not harbor high expectations for Deming. He merely hoped that he could eventually support himself. Deming's honest demeanor was striking, and Chen Ye felt satisfied that someone was willing to marry their daughter to him. Among the children, Deming was the one Chen Ye felt most at ease with, while he was most concerned about Xiaolian. Over the past month, Xiaolian continued her duties at the nursery, alternating with Chen Ye to care for Xiao Fu. However, through daily reports, Chen Ye learned that Xiaolian had been diligently practicing hidden weapons and internal skills. By the end of the month, Xiaolian had already advanced to the realm of an unremarkable warrior, mastering a basic level of the floating rain technique and gaining initial insights into Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Although Chen Ye was not particularly knowledgeable about martial arts, he understood that such accomplishments were no small feat. The head of the Song Patrol in Yuhang County, in his 30s, was merely at the unremarkable level. In just a month, Xiaolian had surpassed that, not to mention her proficiency in movement and hidden weapons. Chen Ye felt a pang of envy as he recalled witnessing Xiaolian's display of skill. While entertaining Xiao Fu, a fly buzzed around them. Xiaolian plucked a fallen leaf and flicked it with her delicate fingers, slicing the fly in half. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaolian had already become the martial arts master Chen Ye had envisioned. With food cooking in the kitchen, Chen Ye glanced at Deming beside him and yawned. Deming's eyes shone with gratitude as he hurried to the kitchen under his straw hat. Over the past month, the professional tasks of Deming and Xiaolian had remained largely unchanged. Deming had chopped down 2 trees, while Xiaolian focused on her training without any killings. Deming possessed innate strength, his power at 10 years old comparable to that of an adult, but his stamina was lacking, requiring frequent rest while chopping wood. Upon returning, he had a hearty appetite and consumed quite a bit. Perhaps in a few years, as Deming matured and accumulated experience, the results would be formidable. That Deming and Xiaolian were not included in the daily calculations, which meant Chen Ye's daily points solely derived from Xiao Fu, averaging around 30 points each day. After deducting points spent on books and supplies, Chen Ye's total points balance had dwindled to 1,723. While points were manageable, what puzzled Chen Ye the most was the gratitude levels. Deming's gratitude had plateaued at 80, not increasing for an entire month. Xiaolian's gratitude grew slowly, rising by only 2 to reach 70. This was quite odd, but Chen Ye could not fathom the reasons behind it and could only leave it to the system. Chapter 23. Tales of the Jianghu, the Taoist innate skill. Soon, Deming filled his stomach and emerged from the kitchen. Chen Ye beckoned him, saying, "Deming, keep an eye on Xiao Fu for a moment." "I'll be stepping out," Deming nodded earnestly, moving a stool beside Xiao Fu's cradle. He then dashed to the study to fetch a copy of The Journey to the West comic to read. Chen Ye rose from the recliner, stretching lazily. Last month, Chen Ye had unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Fu, upon seeing Deming's honest face, would not cry but instead stared with curious little eyes. Under the deliberate training from Chen Ye and Xiaolian, Deming was also able to help care for the child. Deming had the patience to play with Xiao Fu when he was awake, and when Xiao Fu slept, he would engage in his own training or reading. To reward Deming, Chen Ye exchanged for several sets of comics. "All right, you keep an eye on him. I'm off to the Gathering Tavern for tea. If anything urgent arises, seek me there," Chen Ye instructed before picking up an oiled paper umbrella and stepping out into the light rain. The place Chen Ye was heading, braving the rain, must possess its own unique allure. Half a month ago, the Gathering Tavern had hired a storyteller who regaled audiences with various unheard-of martial arts tales. After attending once, Chen Ye became a regular at the tavern. The storyteller mentioned numerous sects such as the Wind and Rain Pavilion, Wudong Sect, and the Sea Whale Gang, recounting tales as if he had witnessed them firsthand. Chen Ye knew this storyteller must have some knowledge, which kept him coming back. The storyteller performed 2 sessions daily, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, charging a mere 100 copper coins. With complimentary tea and peanuts, as Chen Ye strolled along the streets of Yuhang County, the drizzle fell softly, creating ripples in the puddles. A gentle, cool breeze brushed against him, refreshing and pleasant. He soon arrived at the Gathering Tavern, where more patrons than usual had gathered. At a long table sat an old man in a hemp robe, with a teapot and cup by his side, animatedly addressing the crowd. Speaking of the Sea Whale Gang, a few years ago it was merely a small gang along the coast of Jining Prefecture. However, under the leadership of its chief, Zhong Longshan, it has now become a well-known gang along the coast. The patrons at the wooden table chuckled. "Old Lu, tell us something else." We've heard the story of the Sea Whale Gang several times this week. The storyteller, surnamed Lu and affectionately known as Old Lu, laughed along. Indeed, if Old Lu has nothing new to share, perhaps a more risque tale would suffice. One man suggested, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Some women blushed and discreetly scolded the man with a playful glare. Chen Ye chose an empty table and called over a waiter for a pot of Longjing tea and 2 tails of peanuts. Seeing the patron's lack of enthusiasm, the storyteller chuckled and stroked his beard, saying mysteriously, in that case, allow me to share something fresh. Do you know which sects exist within the Taoist martial world? You mentioned this last time. Currently, the Taoist sects are divided into 3 factions, Qingcheng, Wudong, and Xuanzhen. A patron replied while nibbling on peanuts and sipping wine. Old Lu nodded and continued, correct, the Taoist sects are indeed divided into 3 factions. The fresh tale I wish to share is related to the Taoist sect. He lifted his teacup, sipped to clear his throat, and continued. 20 years ago, a peerless prodigy emerged from the Taoist sect, known as Qing Suzi. As soon as the storyteller finished, a diner exclaimed, Qing Suzi Zhang Ling. Unfazed, Chen Ye turned to see several warriors clad in brown short shirts, with the words Zhan Yuan Escort embroidered on their chests, gathered at a nearby table. The remark had originated from a younger escort. The head escort shot a glare at the young one, who shrank back, realizing he had spoken out of turn. The storyteller appeared slightly surprised, glancing at the young escort before shifting his gaze away after noticing the embroidered words. Indeed, it is Zhang Ling, the Qing Suzi, the storyteller affirmed. This Qing Suzi Zhang Ling changed sects 3 times, having once been affiliated with Qingcheng, Xuanzhen, and Wudong. Laughter erupted in the hall. Does that not make him a servant of 3 families? This provoked further laughter from many patrons, with only a few remaining serious, most of whom carried weapons and bore a demeanor uncharacteristic of ordinary folk. The storyteller regarded the jest with pity. Only the ignorant would utter such words. Those well-versed in the martial world knew the significance of the name Zhang Ling. Chen Ye cracked open a peanut shell, savoring the nutty flavor. Observing the reactions of those around him, the distinction between martial artists and ordinary individuals was stark. Ignoring the earlier comment, the storyteller continued. Zhang Ling's change of sects was not an act of betrayal. Initially, he joined the Qingcheng sect, and after 3 years, the sect leader personally sent him to the Xuanzhen sect, claiming he had imparted all his knowledge to Zhang Ling at that time. Zhang Ling was merely 20 years old. 3 years later, the Xuanzhen sect leader sent him to Wudong, stating he could not bear to bury a rough gem under his watch. Zhang Ling joined Wudong, and, 5 years later, descended the mountain to return to secular life, thereby adding a top-tier master to the martial world. After his descent, he challenged various sects from south to north, claiming to promote the Taoist sect at that time. The leaders of major sects were also at the top-tier level, yet they could not withstand even 10 moves against Zhang Ling without the appearance of a true master. No one could rival him at that time. Tales of Zhang Ling were abundant in the martial world. The storyteller's eyes sparkled with nostalgia as he recounted this illustrious past. The tavern fell silent, with both ordinary patrons and martial artists engrossed in his tale. Although Zhang Ling brought fame to the Taoist sect, none of the 3 factions favored his style. The Taoist teachings emphasized tranquility and non-action, eschewing conflict. Zhang Ling's youth was marked by arrogance. He claimed to promote the Taoist sect, but in truth, he sought to elevate his own name. A man in an open-fronted short shirt snickered, revealing the truth. The storyteller paused momentarily, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The world soon recognized the name of Zhang Ling, and trouble followed. A task to assassinate Zhang Ling was issued beneath the Wind and Rain Pavilion, offering 5 top-tier manuals and 10 second-tier manuals as a price for this new star of the Taoist sect to be eliminated. It was said that on that fateful night, 8 masked top-tier masters surrounded Zhang Ling. The diners expressed shock. Chen Ye felt a stir of emotions. Having listened to stories for several days, he understood the preciousness of top-tier manuals. Anyone who could master a top-tier manual to perfection could ascend to the ranks of top-tier masters. Across the realm, the number of top-tier manuals was exceedingly scarce. Without the appearance of a true master, top-tier masters represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. Naturally, top-tier masters were also few. Not everyone could cultivate a top-tier manual to great success. The core strength of the martial world consisted of second- and third-tier masters. Facing 8 top-tier masters, it was likely that many of them were leaders of various sects. Did they succeed? A particularly impatient diner inquired. The storyteller smiled. Naturally, they failed. A collective gasp of disbelief rippled through the audience. To not perish when surrounded by 8 top-tier masters, Zhang Jiling must be extraordinarily formidable, someone murmured. The storyteller raised his teacup, took a sip, and continued. Not only did he survive, but he also killed 3 and severely injured 4. The crowd was astonished. Eyes wide in disbelief. It is said that Zhang Jiling could have killed 4 but recognized the last person's identity and spared him, resulting in only 3 deaths and 4 injuries. The storyteller added. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, the diners dumbfounded and unable to fathom the tale. Old Lu, your story today is quite unbelievable. It stretches credibility, someone suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence. Others chimed in. Indeed, this tale is far-fetched. One person battling 8 top-tier masters, killing 3 and injuring 4. How is that not a true master? The hall erupted in chatter, with patrons debating the veracity of Old Lu's story. Chen Ye remained silent, observing the escorts and martial artists in the room. The members of the Zhan Yuan escort were all uncharacteristically quiet, sipping tea and munching on peanuts. The youngest among them, hearing the surrounding patrons criticize Old Lu's tale, turned crimson, clenching his fists as if he wanted to defend the storyteller. However, under the watchful gaze of the head escort, he could only sulkily eat peanuts. The other martial artists also remained silent. Unlike the ordinary patrons who engaged in conversation, Chen Ye clicked his tongue, sensing that the storyteller's words bore some truth. Was there truly someone so powerful? He could not help but ask loudly. Old Lu, was Zhang Jiling truly not a master when he single-handedly fought 8 top-tier warriors? The question hushed the diners momentarily. The storyteller looked up at Chen Ye and nodded vigorously, stating with undeniable certainty, indeed, he was a top-tier master. Seeing the storyteller's resolute demeanor, the patrons' voices lowered, some appearing bewildered. As the atmosphere quieted, the storyteller continued. However, after this battle, Zhang Jiling achieved enlightenment. He co-founded the Iron Sparrow Villa with a friend, retiring from the martial world and no longer involving himself in its affairs. After the storyteller recounted Zhang Jiling's past, a diner remarked, "This is all ancient history from 20 years ago. What is so novel about it?" Chen Ye scanned the crowd but could not locate the speaker. The storyteller chuckled, his wrinkles stretching with a smile. I mention this again because the fresh news is closely tied to Zhang Jiling. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye keenly noticed the expressions of the martial artists shift. The legendary figure of the martial world, Zhang Jiling, might be nearing death. The moment the storyteller uttered this, everyone in the room was taken aback. Is Zhang Jiling, the legendary top-tier master from 20 years ago, really nearing death? Someone urgently asked. It is said to be an incurable illness, one that even the most skilled physicians cannot diagnose. The storyteller replied, stroking his beard. He continued, Zhang Jiling is nearing his end, preparing to take on a disciple on the 4th day of the 7th lunar month in Jiangning Prefecture to pass down his ultimate skills. The patrons were momentarily stunned, and one finally asked, the 4th day of the 7th lunar month? Isn't that tomorrow, the 4th day of the 7th lunar month? Chen Ye narrowed his eyes, calculating that today was August 6th. In the lunar calendar, it was the 3rd day of the 7th month. This meant that the legendary figure from 20 years ago would be taking on a disciple tomorrow? Old Lu, your tale is becoming increasingly absurd. It pales in comparison to the previous days, a diner jested. The storyteller remained unperturbed, responding with a gentle smile. I said I would share something fresh, and this is indeed the freshest news. Laughter erupted among the diners. Suddenly, Chen Ye noticed a few knife-wielding martial artists turn pale, their expressions akin to having just tasted something unpleasant, as if they had missed an important detail. Haha, Old Lu speaks, as if it's the truth. If this is real, I would get up right now. It's only a little over 200 kilometers from Linen to Jiangning. A fast horse could make it in a day. A merchant, appearing well-to-do, grinned as he twirled a white jade ring on his thumb. Soon as he finished speaking, the previously pale-faced martial artists' eyes gleamed with urgency as they snatched their blades and rushed outside. The head escort of the Zhan Yuan escort glanced at them, shaking his head slightly. Witnessing this, Chen Ye felt a strange sensation rise within him. He could cover 100 meters in a single step. So 200 kilometers would only require a couple of thousand steps. That a brisk run would get him there in no time. But Old Lu, what is Zhang Jiling's ultimate skill? With so many martial arts among the 3 Taoist factions, he surely cannot teach all of them to his disciple. A curious diner inquired. You, my dear guest, have hit the nail on the head, the storyteller replied with a chuckle. The only thing Zhang Jiling can pass on to his disciple is one singular item. What item? The curiosity of the diners was piqued once more. The storyteller began. The innate qi technique of the Taoist sect. Upon hearing this, the martial artists in the hall shuddered, their eyes gleaming with yearning. What technique is that? The guests looked baffled. The storyteller's voice carried a weight of nostalgia as he recounted. When Qing Shuzi descended from the mountain, renouncing his monastic vows, he swore an oath to traverse the martial world without employing the techniques of the three sects. Through extensive study of various Taoist scriptures, he comprehended a unique internal cultivation method known as the innate qi technique. After descending, Qing Shuzi engaged in combat, using only the most rudimentary punches and kicks, devoid of any sophisticated moves. Yet he garnered the respect and admiration of the masters from all sections when he faced 8 opponents. He wielded merely a single sword, a patron in the hall questioned. Is this so-called innate technique truly that formidable? The storyteller smiled faintly. Qing Shuzi's innate qi technique, derived from the essence of the three sects doctrines, represents the most authentic Taoist methodology. While still in the womb, one is nourished by innate qi, but upon birth, much of it dissipates, gradually vanishing with age. This technique allows practitioners to refine and regenerate innate qi, nurturing themselves. It is said that Qing Shuzi possessed an unparalleled and pure internal force, embodying the myriad effects of Taoist techniques, shrouded in mystery. Besides its immense power, it also grants longevity and eternal youth. A patron guffawed. According to you, if one practices this technique, wouldn't they live to be 100 years old? Yet, how did Qing Shuzi die so quickly? The storyteller chuckled. It's said to be an incurable affliction. Alas, I possess no medical knowledge. Consider this merely entertainment, not to be taken seriously. Laughter erupted among the guests. Suddenly, Chen Ye inquired, May I ask, Master Lu, how would you classify the innate qi technique created by Qing Shuzi? The storyteller regarded Chen Ye with a kinder gaze, saying, This esteemed guest has posed a question that stumps me. In the world, aside from Qing Shuzi, it seems no one knows the rank of that technique. However, the master level is also referred to as the innate realm. Chapter 24, Jiangning County, Donkey Cart Master, Innate Realm. The patrons were momentarily taken aback by the storyteller's response. Does that imply that the innate qi technique realized by Qing Shuzi is of master level? Murmured a young man clad in simple attire. The storyteller raised his teacup, blowing away the floating green tea leaves, revealing the light brown liquid within, and took a sip, remarking, I cannot say for certain. Pray tell, Mr. Lu, does Qing Shuzi have any requirements for his disciples? Asked a stout woman dressed in a blue arrow shirt, her large hands calloused, to which the storyteller replied amiably, I am unsure. Qing Shuzi mentioned that all requirements and rules will be announced tomorrow at the Iron Sparrow Villa. The woman respectfully clasped her fists. Thank you, Mr. Lu. With that, she left the tavern without a backward glance. The remaining martial artists, unable to contain their excitement, began to leave as well. The ordinary patrons, witnessing the rush of martial artists, exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed as a merchant remarked, I believe I saw the Iron Sparrow Villa when I passed through Jiangning County 2 years ago. This. The crowd fell silent. Chen Ye finished his tea, retrieved a paper bag, and wrapped up the leftover peanuts. He stood and leisurely made his way outside. As he passed by a few individuals from the genuine escort agency, he overheard one scoff, another one hoping for a stroke of luck. Exiting the tavern, Chen Ye found the rain still falling. The gentle drizzle accompanied the sound of hurried hooves on the street. Splashing into puddles, he spotted several martial artists from the tavern hastily riding towards the city gates. Raising his gaze, the edge of his oil paper umbrella shielded him from the dreary sky as raindrops pattered down. A smile crept across Chen Ye's face, and a glint sparkled in his eyes. After all, it was a rare occasion to hear news related to the martial world. How could he resist joining in the excitement? Besides, what if he were chosen? With a faint smile, Chen Ye quickened his pace, and the next moment, he appeared at the street corner. Another step, and his figure vanished to the Yueying Hall. Chen Ye entered the courtyard with his umbrella, hearing the indistinct babble of Xiao Fu. Inside, he discovered De Ming entertaining Xiao Fu, whose little face beamed with joy as he laughed heartily. Yet, De Ming had done nothing but smile at him. Upon hearing footsteps, De Ming turned, grinning broadly. Father. Chen Ye instinctively nodded, but De Ming had taken to calling him that, and after 2 months, Chen Ye had come to accept it. Fall? Xiao Fu chimed in with a childish voice. Chen Ye nearly lost his composure. Xiao Fu, you must call me director. You cannot call me father. Xiao Fu blinked his big, round eyes and giggled. After amusing Xiao Fu for a while, Chen Ye turned serious as he addressed Deming. Deming, I need to attend to some matters. If all goes well, I shall return within a day. If not, I will certainly be back within 3 days. When Xiao Lian returns, tell her I will hurry back. So do not worry. Deming nodded vigorously. Having bestowed the attribute of wisdom upon Deming, Chen Ye noted a significant improvement in his intelligence. He was no longer as foolish as when they first met. After a moment's thought, Chen Ye rummaged under the bed, retrieving 20 taels of silver, handing them to Deming. If there is an urgent need for money, use this. When Xiao Lian returns, pass it to her. Also, here are some peanuts. You can eat them, but Xiao Fu is too young for them. Chen Ye stuffed the remaining half-bag of peanuts into Deming's hands. Deming's eyes instantly lit up. After giving a few instructions, Chen Ye glanced back at the Yueying Hall, feeling a twinge of concern. He opened his oil paper umbrella and stepped out into the drizzling rain, feeling a slight chill. In Jiangning Prefecture, the sky was clear and the clouds were light. The air carried a faint, refreshing scent after the rain. Outside Jiangning County, on the official road, a gray-brown donkey brayed, pulling a cart behind it. Crack! A coarse hemp whip struck the donkey's back, leaving distinct red marks. Move, you stubborn beast! The old man wielding the whip glared fiercely at the donkey, who remained obstinately still. Seeing this, the old man reluctantly glanced at the cart, which held 5 individuals. A middle-aged Taoist in purple robes, a muscular man in a yellow short shirt, a woman in a water-washed blue dress with a veil, a blind man with a black cloth covering his eyes, and a young man in black attire wearing a silver mask adorned with a leaf motif. The old man awkwardly turned back, saying, I apologize, esteemed guests. This donkey can be quite stubborn when it refuses to budge. We're almost to Jiangning County, just a little further. As for your fare, I shall only charge half, he tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, the woman in the water-washed blue dress furrowed her brows, eyeing the muddy official road strewn with ruts and hoof prints. She wore embroidered cloth shoes, and stepping down would surely soil them, in a worries old man. The road is too muddy for us to walk, even if we disembark. The middle-aged Taoist in purple robes spoke gently, endearing himself to the listeners. The woman relaxed her brows but remained silent. Such a beast should be put down. When I was in Baoding, their donkey meat was exquisite. The broad-shouldered man interjected with a hint of disdain. The old man twitched his lips into a smile. This donkey is one of the few valuable possessions I have. If I were to kill it, I would feel quite pained. The man burst into laughter at this response. The old man turned his gaze to the remaining 2 individuals, the blind man and the young man in the silver mask. What of you two? What are your thoughts? The blind man, sitting at the edge of the cart, swung his legs and cheerfully said, I can't see. If I get off and don't encounter a kind soul, I may never find my way in Jiangning County. The old man nodded, looking to the young man in the silver mask. I'm not in a hurry either, the young man replied succinctly, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Seeing that none of the passengers wished to disembark, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, a great number of outsiders had entered Jiangning County, speaking with unfamiliar accents and behaving unlike Southerners. The old man had gleaned that something significant was to occur on the 4th of July in Jiangning County, prompting many outsiders to flock there. After much contemplation, he saw this as an opportunity. Thus, he drove his donkey cart out of Jiangning County, setting up a spot along the official road to welcome outsiders into the city, charging 200 copper coins per person. However, due to the morning rain, he had failed to attract any customers. Now, finally having passengers, the donkey had grown stubborn and refused to move. This beast, truly blind to the situation. The old man lamented, his frustration boiling over as he struck the donkey's back forcefully. Move, you stubborn beast. The donkey brayed in protest, but remained motionless. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologized, no harm done. This beast cannot comprehend language. The middle-aged Taoist said kindly. The muscular man in the yellow shirt suddenly laughed. Taoist, why not predict when this donkey will start moving? It would save us from waiting idly. Still maintaining his gentle demeanor, the middle-aged Taoist shook his head. I am not skilled in divination or fortune-telling. The man appeared disappointed and glanced at the blind man sitting at the edge of the cart. Little blind man, do you know anything about divination? Ha ha, how fortunate. I possess some knowledge of the I Ching, hexagrams, and divine predictions. The blind man perked up, eagerly responding. The others on the cart showed interest in his words. Very well, little blind man. Predict when this donkey will start moving. The muscular man inquired, intrigued. The blind man shook his head. Divination is not to be taken lightly. It requires fate and connection. Overindulging may diminish my fortune. Having seen many such tricks before, the man laughed heartily. Go ahead, and if you predict correctly, I'll cover your fare. Hearing this, the blind man smiled. How fortuitous. The connection has arrived at this. The passengers couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, a few low thuds of hooves echoed from afar, and the group turned to see several riders approaching from the south along the official road. The blind man, upon hearing the sound of hooves, pondered for a moment before stating, movement indicates divination. Stillness does not. He raised his right hand, murmuring incantations as he swiftly calculated. After a moment, he exclaimed, strange indeed, truly strange. The broad-shouldered man asked curiously, what is so strange? The blind man appeared hesitant. The divination suggests that this donkey will not move. And no sooner had he spoken than the donkey, which had been standing still, suddenly began to move. He started to trot along the muddy road. Braying, ah, ah. The man erupted in laughter, patting the blind man's shoulder. Well done. That was remarkably accurate. Feeling the cart shift beneath him, the blind man flushed, muttering, that shouldn't be. The blind man looked perplexed, troubled by the development. From now on, just do the opposite of what you predict, the jovial man said with a hearty laugh, prompting others to join in the mirth. While the old man driving the donkey cart lightly struck the donkey, he chuckled. It must be that this stubborn beast, having heard the young master's words, has become contrary just to be difficult. The blind man remained silent, his brow furrowed, still struggling to grasp the situation. Go, go. In the midst of their conversation, the sound of hooves grew increasingly dense and rapid, accompanied by shouts from the riders. The figures that had been distant moments ago now approached swiftly on horseback. As they drew nearer, the onlookers noticed they were donned in matching brown brocade robes, each displaying a copper coin embroidered on their chests. 3 men, all appearing travel-worn, galloped towards the donkey cart. As they reached the cart's side, a glint of silver flashed, emanating an icy chill. Chapter 25. Who are you? Acknowledging one's survival? On the donkey cart, the middle-aged Taoist in purple robes, who had been seated beside the driver, suddenly produced a silver short gun in his right hand. The weapon glimmered ominously in the sunlight as it aimed at one of the approaching men. The speed was astonishing. The others on the cart barely registered the flash of silver. However, just as the Taoist was about to strike, the mounted man seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, shifting aside just in time to evade the attack. Instantly, the Taoist's expression shifted from gentle to cold, his aura transforming to one of palpable menace. Under the weight of this threatening atmosphere, the donkey halted, trembling, and released a foul-smelling liquid in fear. Without hesitation, the Taoist leaped onto the donkey cart, springing onto the back of a horse with the silver short gun ready. The man who had evaded the initial strike executed a leap, abandoning his horse to land on the back of the horse ahead. The other two simultaneously vaulted from their mounts, wielding gleaming steel knives. Charging towards the Taoist, the sudden turn of events startled the 4 passengers on the cart. The Taoist wielded his silver gun with precision, parrying the dual assaults, his movements fluid and agile atop the bucking horse. The clash of weapons erupted, sending sparks flying. What is happening? Are they fighting? The blind man inquired urgently. The surrounding crowd remained silent, caught in the chaos. The old driver, his face pale with fright, jumped from the cart and stumbled backward. After a few steps, his concern for his cart compelled him to glance back. The third assailant, witnessing the Taoist fend off his companions, quickly unleashed a volley of stones. The Taoist, sensing the incoming threat, swiftly drew another silver short gun from within his robe, deflecting the projectiles with expert precision. 1 ricocheted off and struck the donkey, which fell to the ground, convulsing and motionless in the blink of an eye. The 4 had engaged in a fierce confrontation. The blind man, anxiety etched on his face, asked, "What is happening? What weapons are they using?" The woman in blue and the man in yellow remained silent, having jumped from the cart to stand a safe distance away. Only the blind man and the silver-masked young man remained seated. The Taoist is using 2 silver short guns, the masked man elucidated. Among the other 3, 2 wield knives, while one employs hidden weapons. Upon hearing the situation on the field, the blind man's expression drastically changed as he murmured softly to himself, 2 silver guns. 2 silver guns. It is the renowned assassin Zhao Wu from Fengyu Tower. The woman in green and the man in yellow garments on the donkey cart, upon hearing this name, did not hesitate and fled towards Jiangning County without looking back. After just a few steps, their shoes became caked with mud. At this moment, the woman in green no longer cared about the cleanliness of her shoes, as if the mere mention of Zhao Wu was akin to summoning a vengeful spirit. The man in the silver mask glanced at the fleeing duo and added, "The other 3 are clad in yellow-brown garments, each embroidered with a copper coin. Hiss, they are from Wanjintang." The blind man immediately identified the 3 individuals. While they conversed, Zhao Wu, dressed in a purple robe, performed a series of agile movements, leaping over the heads of 2 men wielding long knives. Both men shouted in unison, their steel blades striking down with great force. In midair, Zhao Wu's feet danced gracefully, landing upon the blades without injury, instead using their strength to propel himself forward. The man on horseback, witnessing this, felt a surge of fear. Zhao Wu exerted force, hurling 2 silver guns that flew like arrows towards the man who had launched the hidden weapons. The man cried out in alarm, caught off guard, and was pierced through the chest and abdomen by the silver guns. Collapsing lifelessly, the steed whinnied as the corpse tumbled to the ground. Zhao Wu lightly touched down next to the fallen body, retrieving his silver guns. The corpse convulsed twice, and warm blood sprayed out, staining Zhao Wu's purple robe. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, yet Zhao Wu remained unfazed, his gaze cold as he regarded the remaining 2 members of Wanjintang. The man wielding the steel knives turned pale. Rooted in place, uncertainly staring at Zhao Wu, the blind man, sensing the blood in the air, turned pale and asked, "Is someone dead? Who is it?" "The one from Wanjintang who launched the hidden weapons," replied the man in the silver mask, his voice tinged with excitement, as if he were observing a thrilling duel. The blind man sighed in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The 3 from Wanjintang should not be very formidable." "What, do you have faith in Zhao Wu?" inquired the silver-masked man curiously. The blind man shook his head. "It's not faith. It's just that the members of Wanjintang deserve their fate." The 2 surviving men from Wanjintang glared at the blind man in unison. One of them shouted, "Aren't you going to make a move?" The blind man on the donkey cart trembled, casting a terrified glance at the man in the silver mask. The silver-masked man attempted to touch his nose, but his fingers brushed against the mask. "Not me." Standing beside the corpse, Zhao Wu furrowed his brow, surveying the crowd. The man in the silver mask turned to look at the old man who remained nearby, not fleeing. The old man's face was ashen, his legs trembling, shaking his head. It's not me either." The atmosphere in the area suddenly fell silent, with everyone exchanging glances. At that moment, Zhao Wu lunged forward like a kite with its string cut. Soaring into the air, he rolled on the ground a few times, then sprang up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In the spot where Zhao Wu had just stood, a new figure appeared. The newcomer was burly, donned in a yellow hemp shirt, his hairy chest exposed, grinning widely at the crowd. The blind man, unable to see, hastily asked, "What is happening?" "The man who just cast your fortune seems to be a helper from Wanjintang." He approached silently and struck Zhao Wu, causing him to spit blood. The silver-masked man played the role of commentator, explaining the situation to the blind man. Silent approached, a strike causing blood to spill. The blind man pondered for a moment before suddenly shuddering and asking in a low voice, "Is he stout, with an exposed chest, and always smiling?" "Yes. This is bad. That is Xiao Xiaolin, one of the 12 hall masters of Wanjintang. Zhao Wu is doomed," the blind man declared with certainty, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath, "What bad luck. How could I encounter this guy right after coming down the mountain?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 copper coins, shaking them rapidly in his hand while muttering incantations. Zhao Wu, pale as a sheet, revealed despair in his eyes upon hearing the name Xiao Xiaolin. "Impossible. How could you be here?" Xiao Xiaolin maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Why can't I be here? The master is selecting a successor. He never said I couldn't come." Zhao Wu fixed his gaze on Xiao Xiaolin, recalling the earlier anomalies. How could his foolproof ambush have been evaded by a third-tier martial artist? Furthermore, Xiao Xiaolin was evidently prepared. Zhao Wu's body trembled as he gazed in horror. "You've come to kill me." "Oh, quite astute. It seems your assassins from Fengyu Tower have caught on." Xiao Xiaolin replied with a grin. Zhao Wu's chest heaved rapidly, his expression shifting as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Why?" "Blame it on your Fengyu Tower for being too ostentatious," Xiao Xiaolin replied with a smirk, before turning to the blind man, teasingly asking, "Have you calculated anything yet? Will you survive today?" Compared to Zhao Wu, who was severely injured and hanging by a thread, Xiao Xiaolin found the blind man far more intriguing. Despite his blindness, the blind man had articulated his origins, indicating he was no ordinary individual. The blind man had just finished shaking the last copper coin, reaching out to feel the patterns on it, discerning the final change in the divination. He exhaled in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness, it's a narrow escape." Hearing this, Xiao Xiaolin chuckled, "Then it's over. Didn't I tell you to interpret the hexagram in reverse? You've got a death sentence." Upon hearing this, the blind man turned pale. The silver-masked man, still seated on the donkey cart, curiously asked, "What tier is Zhao Wu?" The blind man glanced at him and replied, "Mid-second tier." "And what about Xiao Xiaolin?" "Peak second tier. Is there a significant difference?" The silver-masked man, seemingly unfamiliar with martial arts hierarchy, inquired with confusion. The blind man's lips twitched slightly. If it were someone else, Zhao Wu might have had a chance. But Xiao Xiaolin is an exception. He is renowned for his lightness skill, and no one below first tier can match his agility. His silent approach is due to his mastery of a unique second-tier lightness skill taken to perfection, leaving no room for further improvement. Only first-tier experts can sense his movements. Anyone below that will surely be unable to escape. As he spoke, the blind man felt a weight in his heart. Unless one were a first-tier expert specializing in lightness skills, catching up to him would be exceedingly difficult. Is he that formidable? The silver-masked man expressed surprise, eagerly asking, "What is the name of his unique lightness skill?" "It is called Cat Steps, created by a llama from the western regions." Xiao Xiaolin earned the nickname Laughing Cat because of it. On the donkey cart, the blind man and the silver-masked man conversed as if oblivious to the danger, exuding an air of confidence that completely disregarded Xiao Xiaolin. Xiao Xiaolin's expression darkened, a cold smile forming on his lips. "You seem to know quite a lot." The silver-masked man, noticing Xiao Xiaolin's persistent smile, remarked, "Now I understand how he got that smile. It's because he is always smiling, right?" "Indeed," the blind man replied poetically. After saying this, Xiao Xiaolin's face twitched, caught between laughter and anger. He coldly glared at the silver-masked man. "Who are you? Have you also divined your own survival?" The silver-masked man chuckled lightly, slightly bowing. "I am Donghua, a name I shall not change." Chapter 26. A change in the earthly branches. Chen Ye removed the radicals from his name, adopting the alias Donghua. Although he claimed to keep his name unchanged, who in the martial world would use their real name? Departing from Yuhang County, he swiftly ran over 2,000 steps, arriving at the borders of Jiangning Prefecture in under 20 minutes. Traveling over 200 kilometers in such time was astounding. As he neared Jiangning County, Chen Ye ceased using his magical speed, opting instead to stroll and enjoy the scenery, which was quite pleasant after a recent rain. He exchanged for a silver mask from the System's shop to conceal his identity and soon encountered an old man soliciting passengers for his donkey cart. Upon Chen Ye revealing his alias, the crowd fell into contemplation, having never heard the name Donghua before. Xiao Xiaolin could not place this name in his mind, recognizing that this individual was likely a nameless nobody. A nobody daring to speak so boldly was truly foolish. Xiao Xiaolin sneered coldly, his robust figure suddenly darting like a cat towards the donkey cart. With a resounding crash, the cart where the blind man and Chen Ye sat was split in half by Xiao Xiaolin's palm. Xiao Xiaolin, realizing he had missed his target, felt a wave of panic wash over him. That was close, too close. He nearly hit me. Two figures appeared 30 feet away from him. Chen Ye set the blind man down, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, reflecting on how narrowly he had avoided the strike. Despite possessing the indestructible diamond trait, Chen Ye did not wish to be a punching bag. Having no means to retaliate would be quite degrading. As he planned to traverse the martial world under the alias Donghua, he needed to maintain that persona. He could not allow others to say, "That guy can take a beating." The blind man shook his head, feeling as if he had changed locations, confusedly asking, "What is going on? What happened?" Chen Ye smiled. The little cat missed its paw strike. The blind man paused at this, then wore a peculiar expression. Describing the renowned Xiao Xiaolin as merely a little cat was certainly unprecedented. Xiao Xiaolin's expression soured as he focused on Chen Ye and the blind man. Upon realizing they were a distance away, his expression shifted dramatically. "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Xiaolin asked in a grave tone, his smile vanishing. The voice behind the silver mask echoed with laughter. "Didn't I tell you? Can't you understand?" Chen Ye's tone remained calm, laced with a hint of amusement, as if he regarded the formidable second-tier expert Xiao Xiaolin with utter disdain. Zhao Wu, who was gravely injured, stared in shock as Chen Ye and the blind man appeared 30 feet away, his eyes wide with disbelief. The two remaining members of Wanjintang were equally astonished, in an instant, traversing such a distance. This level of lightness skill was unheard of. Xiao Xiaolin reflected deeply, realizing that he could only leap a maximum of 10 feet at full strength. Even first-tier experts specializing in lightness skills could only span around 20 feet. Yet, this Donghua had crossed 30 feet in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xiaolin felt a chill run through his limbs. If this person were to ambush him, he would likely be dead already. The crowd fell silent, staring at Chen Ye in stunned silence. "What's wrong? Why is everyone so quiet?" The blind man was unaware that Chen Ye had just pulled him across the 30-foot distance. Xiao Xiaolin took a deep breath, his smile replaced by a serious demeanor, and bowed towards Chen Ye. "Sir, this matter does not concern you. Do you truly wish to intervene?" Chen Ye responded with a smirk. "When did I ever say I wanted to interfere?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiaolin's expression brightened. Judging by the stranger's agility, he suspected this individual was extraordinary. Xiao Xiaolin had only aimed to eliminate Zhao Wu. If this silver-masked man were to meddle, complications would surely arise. The blind man, overhearing their exchange, trembled in realization. "You. The narrow escape predicted by the hexagram refers to you?" Chen Ye chuckled. "Oh, is it me?" The blind man, sensing no hint of panic in Chen Ye's tone, only confidence, couldn't he help but laugh. Interesting. I knew my luck wouldn't be that bad." Xiao Xiaolin discerned that Chen Ye had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of Fengyu Tower and Wanjintang. He turned his attention back to the wounded Zhao Wu, his smile returning, resembling that of a cunning tiger. Zhao Wu, clutching his chest with one hand, appeared pale and breathless. Xiao Xiaolin's previous strike had contained immense internal force. A full-force blow from a peak second-tier expert had severely injured him. Had it been any other peak second-tier expert, he would have already met his demise. "Wanjintang and Fengyu Tower will avenge me," Zhao Wu thought, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his gaze dimming, devoid of any will to survive. Xiao Xiaolin chuckled. "I would love to see how you plan to take revenge." He crouched slightly, his back arching in an unusual manner, then leaped toward Zhao Wu like a nimble cat, swiftly covering the distance of over 10 feet to stand before him. Zhao Wu's feet pressed down as he lunged at the other two Wanjintang members wielding steel knives. Even in death, he intended to bring two others down with him. "What audacity!" Xiao Xiaolin sneered, his steps silent as he appeared behind Zhao Wu like a specter. At that moment, Zhao Wu suddenly reversed his body, thrusting the two silver guns upwards and downwards, launching a venomous attack toward Xiao Xiaolin. Xiao Xiaolin's heart raced as he abruptly halted, leaping 3 feet high to dodge the lower gun. His feet skillfully landed on the tip of the upper jian. At that moment, Zhao Wu's eyes glinted with malice. Abandoning his guns, he raised both palms towards the sky, attacking Xiao Xiaolin with incredible speed. Xiao Xiaolin, caught mid-air, had no means of evasion. He swiftly drew circular paths with his palms to meet Zhao Wu's assault. The instant their palms connected, Zhao Wu's figure shifted. His previous strikes were merely feints. He swiftly executed his lightness skill, darting towards the onlookers. Chen Ye. Xiao Xiaolin was furious, having not anticipated Zhao Wu's feigned desperation. Chen Ye, seeing Zhao Wu sprinting towards him, felt a headache coming on. "You're running towards me. I can't save you." Realizing the situation, Xiao Xiaolin pressed off the ground, launching himself after Zhao Wu. "Sir, please relay a message to Fengyu Tower. The earthly branches have changed." Zhao Wu called out desperately as he ran towards Chen Ye. But before he could finish, Xiao Xiaolin caught up, delivering a fatal strike to his back, blood spraying forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Wu, clothed in a purple robe, gradually collapsed, his chest stained with blood, eyes wide with a desperate plea directed at Chen Ye. Chapter 27. For words, Wanjintang offers 100 taels of gold upon witnessing a living person being slain before him. Blood spilling onto the ground, Chen Ye felt a tremor of fear. A modern individual, He had never encountered such brutality. The earlier killing of the Wanjintang member had transpired too swiftly for him to grasp its significance. However, now, with Zhao Wu pleading for assistance just moments before being struck down, a profound sorrow welled up within him. The martial world was not as he had envisioned. Its true nature was one of bloodshed and violence. Xiao Xiaolin, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, appeared unfazed by the murder of the gravely injured Zhao Wu, as if he had merely slaughtered a chicken or an ant. Chen Ye felt a chill at Xiao Xiaolin's smile. Xiao Xiaolin turned his gaze to Chen Ye, still grinning, and asked, "Sir, how much would it take for you to forget that remark?" Chen Ye snapped back to reality, his voice growing colder. "Oh, are you wealthy?" The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, as if Chen Ye had stumbled upon a common knowledge error that everyone else was aware of. The blind man pondered for a moment and said, "Wanjintang, what does 10,000 gold signify?" It is said that Wanjintang's wealth surpasses all others, rivaling entire nations. The merchants of the Great Wu Dynasty are fundamentally connected to the Wanjin Hall. After saying this, the little blind man chuckled again. However, the items that Wanjin Hall is interested in are seldom purchased with money. Yet, if they are willing to pay, the value must be astronomical. Su Xiaolin's gaze subtly shifted, maintaining his smile as he turned to Chen Ye. "May I inquire about your thoughts?" Chen Ye smiled back, glancing at the little blind man. "So, does this mean Wanjin Hall wields considerable influence?" "Indeed, they are quite powerful," the little blind man replied earnestly. "And wealthy as well?" Chen Ye continued. "Very wealthy," came the response. "Then what do you think would be a suitable price for me?" Chen Ye disregarded Su Xiaolin and engaged the little blind man instead. "At the very least, it should be 1,000 taels of gold. Anything that Wanjin Hall is willing to purchase must be extremely precious," the little blind man said with a grin. 1,000 taels of gold? Chen Ye replied, a hint of astonishment in his tone. "That equates to 10,000 taels of silver, with a purchasing power equivalent to 5 million. 5 million, the little blind man stated, his expression serious. Su Xiaolin, overhearing the exchange between Chen Ye and the little blind man, felt his mouth twitch. 1,000 taels of gold. "Do you truly dare to ask for that?" Su Xiaolin interjected, his smile fading. "I propose 100 taels of gold in exchange for you to forget those 4 words. Let us consider ourselves friends, and should you encounter anyone from Wanjin Hall in the future, you may mention my name, Su Xiaolin." Su Xiaolin's expression became more solemn as he clasped his fists. "What do you think of this offer?" Chen Ye asked the little blind man with a smile. The little blind man lowered his voice. "That's about right. 100 taels of gold is not a trivial sum for the leader of Wanjin Hall. To kill a late-stage third-grade expert at Fengyu Tower would cost only 200 taels of gold. So, those 4 words are worth 100 taels of gold, sufficient." Chen Ye calculated swiftly in his mind. 100 taels of gold equates to 1,000 taels of silver. Thus, a late-stage third-grade expert's life is valued at merely 2,000 taels of silver, or a purchasing power of 1 million. Chen Ye pondered, gaining a deeper understanding of the power dynamics in this world. As Chen Ye contemplated, the little blind man tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Are you not afraid of Wanjin Hall?" "Naturally not," Chen Ye replied with a smile. With abilities like shrink the earth to an inch and indestructible, he feared no one. "Then be bold and ask for 200 taels of gold. Su Xiaolin will likely concede," the little blind man suggested. His offer of 100 taels of gold indicates that those 4 words are undoubtedly worth much more. Understanding the implication, Chen Ye turned to Su Xiaolin and calmly stated, 200 taels of gold." Su Xiaolin's eyelids twitched, his expression darkening, yet he quickly resumed a cheerful demeanor. Without hesitation, he produced 20 gold notes from his pocket. "I hope you will honor your promise." With that, Su Xiaolin handed over the notes, and the armed men behind him stepped forward to accept them, presenting them to Chen Ye. Chen Ye accepted the notes, narrowing his eyes slightly. 200 taels of gold? Did I truly exchange those 4 words for such an amount? How effortlessly this money has come to me. "Until we meet again, my lord," Su Xiaolin said with a smile, making a slight bow as he departed with his companions in the direction of Jiangning County. After they left, Chen Ye counted the notes in his hand, feeling a sense of disbelief. "Have they truly departed?" the little blind man asked nervously. "Indeed," Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. The little blind man sighed in relief, murmuring, "As long as they are gone, all is well." He then looked at Chen Ye with a beaming smile. "Did you truly receive 200 taels?" Chen Ye glanced at the little blind man, smiled, and handed him a note of 10 taels of gold. saying, "Consider it your commission. No, you saved my life. Let it be a life-saving fee," the little blind man protested, shaking his head vigorously. Chen Ye pocketed the note, not insisting further. "Are you well versed in the matters of the Jianghu?" Chen Ye inquired, intrigued by the little blind man. "I possess some understanding," he replied modestly, flashing a toothy grin. As they approached the disordered official road, Chen Ye asked, "Are you also heading to Tieshue Mountain Manor?" "Yes, but I am merely searching for someone, not participating in that selection event," the little blind man clarified, shaking his head. "That selection has long been predetermined. Attending would be futile." Chen Yi regarded the little blind man with surprise, realizing he possessed considerable knowledge. "Then let us travel together," he proposed, recognizing his lack of familiarity with the martial world of the Great Wu Dynasty and the need for an informed companion. The little blind man felt a surge of joy. Having a powerful ally who could deter Su Xiaolin assured his safety. "Master, my luck is truly exceptional," he thought gleefully. Outside Jiangning County, as Chen Yi and the little blind man approached the city gate, the soldiers in charge of inspection stood lazily to the side, their expressions filled with impatience and annoyance at the sight of armed figures. A large sign beside the soldiers read, "Entry fee, 40 copper coins per person." "What is your name, little blind man?" Chen Yi asked as he joined the flow of people at the city gate, paying the entry fee for both of them. The little blind man, wielding a long branch, poked the ground while shaking his head. "I am Tianjizi." "Tianjizi? Such a distinctive name." "It sounds like a title," Chen Yi remarked as they entered Jiangning County. The streets were bustling with armed martial artists of various ages and genders, all evidently here to participate in the selection by Qing Suzi. "Young Master Donghua, are you also here for the selection?" Tianjizi inquired, tilting his head. Chen Yi smiled. "I came to observe, primarily to broaden my horizons. The martial world of the Great Wu is quite different from my expectations." "That's splendid, young master. Should you encounter any unfamiliar sects, feel free to ask me." Tianjizi vowed, thumping his chest, "that I am familiar with nearly all the notable figures in the Jianghu." "Very well. I shall rely on you then," Chen Yi responded. Tianjizi beamed with pride, feeling a bit bashful. "By the way, young master, we should hurry to the inn to secure a room. If we delay further, we may end up sleeping on the streets tonight," he reminded, as if recalling something. Chen Yi nodded, contemplating whether there were still available rooms in Jiangning County, which was filled with martial artists preparing for the selection the next day. At the end of a long street, they came upon a building marked by a tall wooden pole adorned with 4 vibrant lanterns, displaying the words, "Long Men Inn." Chen Yi gazed at the sign with mixed emotions. "There really is an inn by this name," he mused internally, leading Tianjizi into the establishment. As soon as they entered, a young attendant approached them at the counter. "Gentlemen, we only have rooms available in their inn category, at 10 taels of silver per night." Upon hearing the price, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, this price rivals that of a night at the Yuhang County's Yihang Yuan." The attendant's demeanor suggested this was the only price available. As if they were unwilling to negotiate upon seeing the attire of Chen Yi and the little blind man, presuming they were short on funds. Tianjizi muttered to himself, rummaging through his belongings before producing a 10-tael silver note, which he handed to the attendant. The attendant was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, his demeanor shifting to one of eagerness as he took the note and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, please follow me." Chen Yi followed the attendant into the inn without displaying any expression. Every era has its share of those who wield power and influence, which is entirely normal. As they entered the inn, they observed several patrons seated at tables in the central hall. Judging by their attire and the weapons at their sides, it was evident they were all martial artists. Chen Yi merely glanced at them before retracting his gaze. Upon reaching the second floor, the attendant guided them to Aaron Room. He opened the door to reveal a somewhat cramped space, with 2 beds placed on either side and a wooden table with 2 chairs in the center. There was little else. The conditions were poor, but there was no alternative. Just then, the door to the adjoining room creaked open. "Young man, please bring me a bowl of Yangchun noodles to my room." A woman clad in a black dress, holding a sword in her left hand, instructed the attendant. Her voice was soft yet carried a hint of elegance. Upon seeing her, Chen Yi momentarily froze, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. "Certainly, please wait a moment," the attendant responded, handing Chen Yi the key to their room and adding, "If you need anything, just call for me." Chen Yi nodded, stealing another glance at the woman in black before he and Tianjizi entered their room. Once the door was shut, Tianjizi chuckled. The one who spoke just now must be a beauty. Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh. Though you cannot see, how can you ascertain that she is a beauty? Ah, young Master Hua, you are mistaken. While I may be visually impaired, my heart is quite perceptive. Even if she had not spoken, I could sense her beauty merely by her presence, the little blind man replied, a proud grin on his face. Chen Ye clasped his hands and said, "You are impressive. May I ask how old you are?" Tianjizi, 14, he answered cheerfully. Only 14. Still a mere child, Chen Ye thought, choosing not to expose the little blind man's age. He sat down on a chair, gently closing his eyes and tapping the table, contemplating the black-dressed woman and her connection to Fengyu Tower. Although Chen Ye was reluctant to involve himself, he felt a sense of responsibility due to the woman's relationship with Xiao Lian. Tianjizi, how much do you know about Fengyu Tower? Chen Ye suddenly asked, opening his eyes. Lying on the bed, Tianjizi chuckled, I have a fair amount of knowledge. Fengyu Tower is the foremost assassin organization in the Great Wu Dynasty. With an intelligence network that spans the entire realm, it is said that they can learn of any wind or rain occurring in any region almost instantaneously. No1 knows how their intelligence network operates. All that is known is that they are formidable. They possess a considerable number of skilled assassins. There are no fewer than 30 second-grade gold medal assassins in the tower, with over 100 third and fourth-grade assassins. Those targeted by them are typically left with only one fate, death, Tianjizi elaborated. Chen Ye inquired, 30 second-grade experts. Does that not indicate Fengyu Tower's power? Tianjizi sat up, his expression serious. Indeed, they are quite powerful. The Five Mountains Sword Sect, Huashan, Songshan, Taishan, Hongshan, combined, they do not exceed 30 second-grade experts. No1 knows how Fengyu Tower cultivates such talents. They seem to appear out of thin air. Chen Ye nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Fengyu Tower's strength. It could be said that both Wanjin Hall and Fengyu Tower rank among the most formidable entities in the Jianghu. Should a conflict arise between them, it would likely result in considerable casualties. As he pondered, Tianjizi's voice turned somewhat melancholic, tinged with compassion. So, which organization holds a better reputation, Wanjin Hall or Fengyu Tower? Chen Ye suddenly asked. Tianjizi scoffed lightly, neither are virtuous. However, in comparison, Fengyu Tower is somewhat more transparent. Oh? What leads you to that conclusion? Wanjin Hall appears illustrious on the surface, but behind the scenes, their sordid dealings surpass those of Fengyu Tower. Fengyu Tower operates with greater transparency than the majority of sects in the Jianghu. As for those so-called righteous sections, Tianjizi's tone shifted to one of sarcasm. They are rife with the petty squabbles of senior and junior disciples, and the likes. From his tone, it was evident that Tianjizi held a deep disdain for the righteous sections after listening to him. Chen Ye lightly tapped the table, deep in thought. Xiaolian, oh Xiaolian, what made you choose this profession? Having clarified the situation regarding Fengyu Tower, Chen Ye felt a sense of resolution. He smiled at Tianjizi and remarked, Brother Tianjizi, would you like to reassess that beautiful woman we just encountered? Chen Ye placed her long sword beside the table. Before her sat a bowl of yanchun noodles, the snow-white noodles garnished with a few chives. The broth glistening with a sheen of oil. Slowly, she removed the black veil from her face, revealing a delicate and fair countenance, her skin smooth and radiant, with finely crafted features, her willow-like brows arched gently, her nose elegantly high, and her lips full and rosy. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled with grace, exuding an aura of gentle refinement. Anyone who beheld her face would find it hard to believe that its owner was a cold-blooded assassin. Compared to an assassin, her visage resembled that of a sheltered woman from the Jiangnan water towns. Chen Ye lifted her chopsticks to twirl a noodle. She was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Setting down her utensils, she donned her veil once more, grasped her long sword, and approached the door. Opening it, before her stood a silver mask, its edges engraved with leaf patterns. What brings you here? Chen Ye inquired, her tone even. The voice behind the silver mask carried a slight chuckle. I encountered a friend named Zhao on the way, who wields dual guns and possesses impressive lightness skills. Before his demise, he entrusted a message to me for Fengyu Tower. With that, the masked man stepped aside, revealing the little blind man, who appeared pale, gazing towards Chen Ye, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Chen Ye's pupils constricted, urgency creeping into her voice. Please, come in and let us discuss this further. Chen Ye and the little blind man entered Chen Ye's room. As they passed, Chen Ye caught a whiff of a faint osmanthus fragrance emanating from the woman in black. To elaborate, it is all for the sake of the child. As Chen Ye and the little blind man entered the room, Chen Ye sensed immediately that neither bore martial prowess, stirring a sense of unease within her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly realized something crucial. How did they know she was from Fengyu Tower? The identities of Fengyu Tower's assassins are shrouded in secrecy, with no images ever released. Only their martial skills and weapon characteristics are known in the Jianghu. After entering, Chen Ye comfortably seated himself and observed a teapot on the wooden table, pouring himself a cup with ease. The little blind man, however, appeared ashen, as if he understood the identity of the woman in black. Chen Ye closed the door and spoke in an even tone. What did Jiao Wu convey? Chen Ye raised the teacup, taking a sip before smiling. I am unaware. Wan Jin Hall offered me 200 taels of gold to forget that message. I am a man of my word and will not break my promise, so I cannot recall it. However, it seems that the friend with the silver guns addressed my younger brother here before his passing and entrusted him to relay a message. You may inquire with him. Chen Ye deftly shifted the focus to the little blind man. Chen Ye turned her gaze first to him, then back to Chen Ye. There was something peculiar about these two. The little blind man took a deep breath. His voice trembling, he only uttered 4 words. The earthly branch has changed. Upon hearing those words, Chen Ye's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils narrowing to pinpoints. Indeed, she murmured softly. Regaining her composure, she clasped her fists towards Chen Ye and the little blind man. Thank you both. After a moment of contemplation, she added, this message carries significant weight. Do either of you have any enemies? I am willing to assist. Chen Ye's mouth twitched slightly. So this is how assassins from Fengyu Tower repay favors, by offering to kill for others? I must admit, I prefer the methods of Wan Jin Hall and no need for that. We are all children of the Jianghu. Grudges and grievances should be settled personally, Chen Ye declared, draining his cup and rising to clasp his hands in farewell. The message has been delivered. I bid you adieu. With that, Chen Ye exited the room, rejoining the little blind man in their own quarters. As soon as they entered, the little blind man sprang onto the bed, trembling with fear as he hugged himself. It was her. It was her. Chen Ye, puzzled, inquired, who is she? The gold medal assassin of Fengyu Tower. Yu Luosha. Is she famous? The little blind man realized that this enigmatic young master of Donghua seemed to know very little about the affairs of the martial world. He explained, though her strength is at the mid-second tier, her status within the Wind and Rain Tower is exceptional. She is the direct disciple of the Tower Master. In her youth, she must have encountered some extraordinary fortune, having consumed something that bestowed upon her an internal force that is both frigid and yin. It is said that even when poisoned, she can temporarily suppress it with her internal power. Coupled with the personal mentorship of the Tower Master, her abilities are quite formidable, posing a greater threat than the likes of Xiaomao Su Xiaolin. Moreover, she never resorts to stealthy assassinations. She always confronts her targets openly and decisively. Anyone who attempts to thwart her will meet their demise at her hands, earning her the moniker of Yuluocha, stained with countless blood debts. The little blind man lamented, what misfortune! How could I run into her while merely seeking shelter at an inn? Chen Ye, observing his distress, couldn't help but chuckle. So, what do you think? Is she as beautiful as you claim? The little blind man's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor tense as he whispered, Sure, we are merely separated by a wall. She can hear us. Is she truly that formidable? Chen Ye inquired, a smile lingering on his face. The little blind man, on the verge of tears, replied, Please, young Master Hua, the intelligence and network of the assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower far exceed those of ordinary martial artists. Our conversation has likely already reached her ears. He then asked, perplexed, Young Master Hua, why do you wade into such murky waters? If Wan Jintang discovers you have betrayed them, they will surely hunt you down. Chen Ye sighed with a wry smile. It is a long story, all for the sake of a child. The little blind man paused, pondering Chen Ye's words, and recalled his earlier question, his expression turning strange. Young Master Hua, she is not someone an ordinary person can. He abruptly halted, fearing that ears might be lurking beyond the wall. A single strike from her could spell disaster for him. After a moment of silence, he expressed, I admire your courage. In the adjacent room, Chen Ye sat at a wooden table, her bowl of yangchun noodles now a soggy mass. the white noodles having absorbed the broth and become limp. She exhaled, having overheard the conversation between Chen Ye and the little blind man. A complex expression flickered in her aquamarine eyes. The phrase "the earthly branch has changed" validated everything she had been investigating for the past month. A month prior, she had assassinated Tang Feng. From Tang Hao, she gleaned information that hinted at a possibility. Someone in the martial world was systematically drawing out the assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower only to eliminate them, thereby weakening the tower. However, after a month of investigation, she had only uncovered that the informant at the tavern in Yuhang County was dubious. She had yet to determine who they reported to. The intelligence network of the Wind and Rain Tower was notoriously linear. Assassins and informants belonged to separate divisions. Even as a direct disciple of the Tower Master, she was unaware of the intricacies of the intelligence system. The trail ended there. The other anomalies included several failed missions by Wind and Rain Tower assassins over the past month. These irregularities subtly hinted that there was an issue within the tower's intelligence apparatus. The earthly branch had indeed changed. Chen Ye's gaze turned icy. The intelligence of the Wind and Rain Tower was managed by 12 mysterious earthly branches, whose true identities remained unknown, and their whereabouts were shrouded in secrecy. It was only known that the earthly branches compiled intelligence and relayed it downwards, accessible to the assassins. Now, with the death of the Silver Spear Zhao Wu, who had conveyed the message of the earthly branch has changed before his demise. The situation was dire. One of the 12 had betrayed the Wind and Rain Tower. Chen Ye's gaze fell upon the soggy noodles. A sudden flash of insight struck her. No, it wasn't the earthly branch that had changed. Zhao Wu's warning did not pertain to that. Her eyes brightened as she murmured, "There is a traitor among the stewards." The Wind and Rain Tower had stewards stationed in every province, and assassins were required to inform them before accepting tasks, preventing multiple assassins from being assigned to the same target, which could lead to internal conflict. Zhao Wu was a solitary figure, rarely mingling with others. His message about the earthly branch's change was a warning to the Wind and Rain Tower that the steward in Jiangning Prefecture had gone awry. Chen Ye inhaled deeply, her gaze growing colder. She picked up her sword, stood up, and glanced over the wooden table, her eyes landing on the bowl of mushy noodles. She hesitated for a moment, then set the sword down, removed her veil, and picked up her chopsticks once more. Chapter 30. Iron Sparrow Villa. An unusual method of selecting disciples. The following day, Chen Ye and the little blind man rose early, had their breakfast, and, like many martial artists in the city, headed towards the Iron Sparrow Villa located on the outskirts of Jiangning County. Adorned with embroidered patterns resembling waves, the emblem of the Sea Whale Gang, whose leader, Qiong Longshan, was a first-tier master renowned for his unparalleled skills along the coast, they were cautioned against provoking them. Clad in crimson, with a copper coin embroidered on his chest, stood the fire-cloud young master of Wanjintang, a second-tier novice whose father was one of the 12 hall masters, the Fire Dragon King. "Let us keep our distance from them." The little blind man listened to Chen Ye's descriptions. He continued to identify those around them. Chen Ye spotted 5 individuals not far off and asked, "Who are those wielding iron fans, flying claws, and crescent shovels, dressed in yellow-brown brocade with mountain motifs on their backs? Are there 5 of them?" "Yes," the little blind man whispered. "Those are the Kongtong 5, the young masters of the Kongtong sect. Their martial arts are intricate and mysterious, capable of interchanging weapon techniques and boxing methods, making them formidable, all at the late 3rd tier. Individually, they may not seem strong, but they prefer to gang up on opponents. It's best to avoid them." As they walked, Chen Ye learned much about various sects and organizations through the little blind man. The journey was brief, and by midday, they arrived at Iron Sparrow Villa. The villa was expansive, covering over 100 acres, with azure tiles reflecting an emerald glow under the sun. The ground was paved with slabs resembling white jade, and various trees adorned the garden. The entrance stood an elderly man in a deep blue long robe, his hair grizzled but his demeanor vigorous, surrounded by numerous martial artists. These warriors, armed and grouped around the villa, bore expressions of cold indifference mixed with vigilance. Chen Ye and the little blind man approached the entrance, with half an hour remaining before the official selection of disciples began. They were to enter at noon. Standing not far from the entrance, Chen Ye counted the renowned martial artists present: the Fire Cloud young master of Wanjintang, the Kongtong 5, the young master of the Sea Whale Gang, the 5th-generation disciples of Kunlun sect, and members of the Beggars sect, mixed with various wanderers from all corners. "Brother Tiangue, why haven't I seen any disciples from the 5 Mountains Sword sect?" or the three Taoist sects? Chen Ye remarked, scanning the crowd. The little blind man scratched his ear with his nail and chuckled. The Five Mountain Sword sect wouldn't descend the mountain unless necessary. Moreover, Qing Shuzi had once bested all the leaders of the Five Mountain Sword sect. If their disciples were to come down for recruitment, their leaders would likely punish them severely. As for the three Taoist sects, they won't be attending either. Qing Shuzi has already designated his successor. Chen Ye's curiosity was piqued. Designated? If that's the case, why go through such a grand process for selection? The little blind man suddenly fell silent, chuckling softly. That's beyond my knowledge. It has nothing to do with me. I'm only here to find someone. Who are you looking for? What do they look like? Once I see him, I'll let you know. Chen Ye understood that the little blind man was well informed, but tight-lipped on certain matters. I don't know what he looks like, but the person I'm searching for is the same as the one Zhang Jilin is after as time passed. They stood at the entrance. The steward of Iron Sparrow Villa, glancing at the sun, recognized that the time had come. He cleared his throat, his low voice booming like thunder. The previously noisy martial artists suddenly quieted, instinctively turning their attention to the steward. The little blind man winced. Covering his ears, this man has profound internal strength. He must be at least a second-tier master. Chen Ye observed the elderly man, whose expression remained indifferent despite his grizzled hair, appearing to be in his 60s at most. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you have all come to participate in the selection of disciples by our villa's master. Let us skip the pleasantries. The first rule set by our master is, only those at the second tier or above are eligible to inherit his teachings. The steward's voice resonated like rolling thunder, and as he finished speaking, the faces of the martial artists in attendance turned ashen. Second tier? What a joke. How many of our sects have second-tier members? Is this a game? A wave of anger erupted among the martial artists, most of whom were at the third or fourth tier. In the martial world, second-tier individuals were considered the backbone of their sects and legacies. Hearing such a requirement, Chen Ye was also taken aback. Was Qing Shuzi's demand too high? Based on his conversation with the little blind man, he had garnered enough knowledge of the martial world to deduce that this was an attempt to poach disciples from other sects. The little blind man grinned. It's intentional. I already said it was predetermined. Suddenly, the steward's expression shifted. Some martial artists began cursing Qing Shuzi's ancestors. Whoosh! Several sounds of air being sliced through echoed. Ah, ah, accompanied by screams. 5 or 6 martial artists found golden throwing coins embedded in their throats, clutching their necks in disbelief. They gasped out incomprehensible sounds before collapsing to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the gathered martial artists. The steward huffed, his voice thunderous. Whoever dares to insult our master again, though I am old, my strength remains. At this, the martial artists fell silent. It's him. Golden Thunder Dart? Hong Jinlei. Someone whispered. Recognizing the steward, a newfound wariness filled the eyes of the crowd as they regarded the steward. Chen Ye leaned closer to the little blind man, whispering, Who is he? Golden Thunder Dart, a master of hidden weapons who roamed the martial world 20 years ago. A second-tier powerhouse with profound internal strength. He earned his nickname from his thunderous voice and adeptness with golden throwing coins. He was formerly the third in command of the Taiying Mountain Bandits, but after encountering Zhang Jilin, he vanished. Everyone thought he was dead. But he has been serving as Zhang Jilin's steward. Upon realizing the identity of the elderly steward, the martial artists present fell silent. A second-tier master was not someone of their lowly ranks could provoke. So it is Elder Hong. My master had dealings with Elder Hong in Taiying Mountain. A disciple from Kunlun stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hong Jinlei glanced at him, recognizing the Kunlun attire, his expression softening slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Hong Jinlei's demeanor improve, the Kunlun disciple smiled. I am Lu Kaiyun. I have mastered the red sand palm to perfection. Hong Jinlei exhaled, his voice like rolling thunder. Step forward and demonstrate. Lu Kaiyun, upon hearing this, utilized his agility, swiftly appearing before Hong Jinlei. He clasped his fists, saying, Elder Hong, please. Hong Jinlei nodded. Lu Kaiyun withdrew his fists, adopting a stance. A dark red glimmer flickered on his palm, the manifestation of his perfected red sand palm. Hong Jinlei cast a casual glance at Lu Kaiyun, then struck out with his right palm, devoid of any embellishment. The clash resounded with a thunderous bang, sending Lu Kaiyun stumbling back several paces. His complexion shifted from yellow to red, then back to normal. Not bad. Your red sand palm has reached perfection. You are qualified. Stand behind me. Lu Kaiyun from Kunlun beamed with joy as he took his place behind Hong Jinlei. Witnessing this, the surrounding martial artists grew restless. Chapter 31. Continuous advancements. The classification of strength. The little blind man, unable to see, hastily asked Chen Ye, "What's happening?" That Kunlun disciple Lu Kaiyun just exchanged a palm strike with Elder Hong and passed. Chen Ye replied. The little blind man pondered for a moment before asking, "How did Lu Kaiyun look after receiving that strike?" Chen Ye, surprised by the question, responded. His complexion changed from yellow to red, then back to normal. That indicates his internal cultivation is not yet complete. Though his red sand palm is perfected, he is likely at the early second tier, the little blind man assessed. Chen Ye, eager to learn, inquired, "How is strength classified among the second tier?" While he understood that mastering a corresponding tier's martial art to perfection equated to achieving that tier's status, the specifics eluded him. The little blind man, recognizing Chen Ye's limited knowledge of martial lore, patiently explained, "Take the second tier as an example. Regardless of whether it's internal power, weapon techniques, or movement skills, as long as one practices a second-tier manual to perfection, they can broadly be considered a second-tier martial artist. However, consider this. Someone who has perfected their internal power, swordsmanship, and movement techniques will naturally be stronger than someone who has only perfected their palm techniques. Therefore, in the second tier, the number of perfected second-tier manuals serves as a measure of strength. Mastery of one manual is considered the early stage. Mastery of two is the mid-stage. Mastery of three is the late stage. Mastery of four or more is the pinnacle." He paused briefly before adding, "However, there are exceptions. Strength varies from person to person. The best martial practice should be based on internal power, as techniques are merely external. Take Qing Shuzi, for instance. Once he perfected his innate qi, his every move embodied the power of a perfected first-tier manual. However, internal cultivation requires long-term dedication and cannot yield immediate results, unlike weapon techniques or boxing, which can show results within a few years if one has decent talent." After the little blind man's explanation, Chen Ye fully grasped the classification of strength. In summary, only those at the third tier and above were considered true martial artists, while the distinction between the fourth tier and those of lesser ranks was minimal, as the little blind man elucidated. Another challenger approached the entrance of Iron Sparrow Villa. Dressed in red, the Fire Cloud young master, with 2 white jade pearls in his right hand, stepped before Hong Jinlei and bowed. "Elder Hong, please teach me." Hong Jinlei remained silent. The Fire Cloud young master leaped forward, his red attire akin to a blazing flame, darting towards Hong Jinlei like a shooting star. Hong Jinlei's eyes widened, taking a deep breath as internal power surged through his arms. Bang! Bang! Both martial artists engaged in palm techniques, exchanging blows in rapid succession. The Fire Cloud young master moved with agility, resembling a flickering flame, while Hong Jinlei's strikes were powerful and unyielding, devoid of expression. Each palm strike accompanied by a cutting wind sound that left the lower-tier martial artists trembling in fear. A single strike from Hong Jinlei could potentially be fatal for them. With a resounding clap, young Master Huiyan flipped backward and landed steadily on the ground. His face, like a fine jade, and his ethereal appearance prompted him to clasp his hands towards Hong Jinlei, saying, "Thank you, Senior Hong." Hong Jinlei offered only a nod, gesturing with his left hand for him to approach. With a faint smile, young Master Huiyan, holding a string of white jade pearls, walked to stand behind Hong Jinlei. Their duel possessed a grace that surpassed that of Kunlun's Lu Kaiyun. The young female warriors present could not help but steal glances at young Master Huiyan, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Chen Ye observed young Master Huiyan for a moment. Indeed, he was handsome, yet he still paled in comparison to himself. If Chen Ye were to remove his mask, he would likely attract a throng of admirers. At that moment, a burly youth clad in a sea blue garment strode through the crowd, his expression serious as he cupped his fists and declared, "I am Cheong Aohai of the Haiqing gang. Please enlighten me." The youth appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. He spoke little and, upon finishing, sprang into action, launching a dual-handed attack towards Hong Jinlei. Chen Ye fixed his gaze on the youth, recognizing him as the young master of the Haiqing gang, a prodigy with second-grade prowess, favored by the gang's leader. Cheong Aohai's palms danced with an imposing and grand technique, each move exuding a force akin to towering waves crashing against the heavens. Just from observing, one could almost feel the pressure of colossal waves rising dozens of feet, ready to crash down. It was the Haiqing gang's surging waves palm. How formidable! The surrounding warriors gasped, their eyes reflecting envy and jealousy. Xiong Aohai's palm struck relentlessly at Hong Jinlei, resembling an unending tide. Sensing the tsunami-like force in the strikes, Hong Jinlei's expression turned cautious. The two exchanged rapid blows, the sound of flesh striking flesh echoing through the air. After several exchanges, Xiong Aohai suddenly landed a blow to Hong Jinlei's chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Xiong Aohai retracted his palms, standing firm with a serious expression, and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance." He then joined young Master Huayun and Lu Kaiyun behind Hong Jinlei. Young Master Huayun complimented, "Well done, Brother Aohai." However, Xiong Aohai did not spare him a glance, instead surveying the other warriors. Young Master Huayun felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing his attempt at flattery had fallen flat. Witnessing Xiong Aohai's ability to repel Hong Jinlei left the surrounding warriors in shock. A mere palm strike had pushed back Senior Hong. Young Master Qiong was indeed fearsome. It was said that young Master Qiong was born with extraordinary talent, as foretold by the Divine Machine sect. Speculation arose regarding whether young Master Qiong was married. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Chen Ye was also taken aback, remarking, "Xiong Aohai is impressive, managing to repel Hong Jinlei." Beside him, the little blind man scoffed, "Hong Jinlei excels at hidden weapons, not palm techniques. Nevertheless, if Xiong Aohai has mastered the surging waves palm, his prowess is formidable indeed. At only 18 or 19. Should he also possess talent and inner strength, he may very well attain first-grade status before 30. The little blind man mused. He surpasses his father's talents by far. Chen Ye regarded Xiong Aohai, noting his robust build, strong arms, and youthful features still tinged with innocence. Hong Jinlei, surveying the surrounding warriors, boomed, "Is there anyone else?" The five from Kongtong exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in reluctance. All five possessed late third-grade strength but fell short of the second-grade standard set by King Suzy. "Senior, may we request a slight relaxation of the standards?" One of the Kongtong warriors shouted. Hong Jinlei cast a cold glance at him, dismissing him with disdain. Feeling belittled, the Kongtong warriors shared a look and declared in unison, "We wish to experience your esteemed skills." They then leaped into the arena, brandishing iron fans, flying claws, judge pens, abacuses, and crescent-shaped spades, 5 unique weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they landed, they were simultaneously struck in the knees. "Ouch," they cried, kneeling on the ground, each with a gold coin dart embedded in their knees, their garments stained with blood. Hong Jinlei did not even glance at them, proclaiming, "Is there anyone else?" The sight of the Kongtong warriors being incapacitated by gold coin darts sent a chill through the onlookers. Hong Jinlei, a seasoned second-grade warrior, displayed his formidable strength. An ordinary second-grade novice would likely flee when facing 5 late third-grade warriors. Yet Hong Jinlei dispatched them in an instant, showcasing his exceptional prowess. Perhaps Hong Jinlei sought to reclaim his dignity after being pushed back by a junior. "That I will step up. Allow me to give it a try." 2 voices resonated simultaneously. The crowd turned to see a young man with a long knife at his waist striding confidently, alongside another youth dressed in simple blue attire, pale of face. Recognizing them, the surrounding warriors murmured, "It's him, the Eastern Knife Master, CFA, the Formless Point." Shan Wei, Chen Ye observed the two, both of whom were wanderers with unknown masters. Chapter 32. Chen Ye steps forward with a shift of his left shoulder. Hong Jinlei revealed a gap beneath his ribcage. Shan Wei's eyes brightened at this opportunity, and he executed the formless finger technique, aiming for Hong Jinlei's rib. However, the moment his finger made contact, a powerful internal force repelled his hand violently. Shan Wei had never encountered such a situation before, and in his surprise, smack, Hong Jinlei struck Shan Wei's shoulder, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, his face pale and expression grim. Hong Jinlei glanced at him and remarked, "In the art of acupoint sealing, internal strength is crucial. Your technique shows promise, but your internal strength is lacking." Hearing this critique, Shan Wei took a deep breath, rose respectfully, and bowed as he realized Hong Jinlei had deliberately left a gap to bait him. Although being struck down was somewhat humiliating, Hong Jinlei's words carried wisdom. The effectiveness of acupoint sealing techniques is nullified if one cannot breach the opponent's protective aura. After bowing, Shan Wei did not hesitate, turning to exit through the crowd. "Is there anyone else?" Hong Jinlei called out in a booming voice. Behind him stood four individuals: Lu Kaiyun of Kunlun, young Master Huayun, Xiong Aohai, and the recently acknowledged Eastern Knife Master Xie. Among the hundreds of martial artists gathered in Jiangning, only a handful possessed second-grade prowess. Disciples from prominent sects were constrained by their affiliations and could not attend. Nearly all who could be present had arrived. The little blind man tilted his head towards Chen Ye and whispered, "Young Master Hua, are you not going to step up?" Chen Ye blinked. "I excel in lightness skills. My hand-to-hand combat is insufficient to engage him." The little blind man chuckled. "That's simple. Just don't let him hit you, or you could sneak behind him when he isn't paying attention." Chen Ye pondered this, excitement stirring within him. Mastering a technique that could allow one to take on 8 opponents simultaneously was a coveted skill. It was possibly the pinnacle of martial arts. Chen Ye inhaled deeply, about to declare, "I will," when suddenly a figure darted into the arena. The newcomer was diminutive, barely taller than a 10-year-old child, with his head wrapped in several layers of cloth, his face mature and bearded. In a raspy voice, he announced, "Old Hong, I wish to give it a try as well." Upon seeing the newcomer, Hong Jinlei's expression shifted, and he scoffed, "Pang Tong of Shangxi, a first-grade master, and you dare come here?" Pang Tong chuckled lightly. "King Suzy selects disciples without regard for background. Why should I not be here? My strength exceeds second grade. I am not violating the rules set by King Suzy." "What, Old Hong, do you intend to stop me?" Hong Jinlei coldly laughed twice, but remained silent. The underfoot Pang Tong confidently strolled behind Hong Jinlei. Ignoring him, Hong Jinlei turned to the rest. "Is there anyone else?" The warriors exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Suddenly, Chen Ye spoke, "Senior Hong, I also wish to give it a try." At this declaration, the surrounding warriors turned to Chen Ye, recognizing him. One young woman in a blue dress, who had shared a donkey cart with Chen Ye the previous day, noted the silver mask adorning his face. Hong Jinlei regarded Chen Ye without uttering a word. Chen Ye touched the mask on his face, smiling, "Senior Hong, my specialty lies in lightness skills, and I cannot engage in direct combat with you. If I can reach behind you, would that suffice?" At his words, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Indeed, why had they not thought of this? Despite lacking offensive capabilities, one could still escape. A third-grade warrior specializing in lightness skills lamented, as if he had missed a golden opportunity. Others scoffed, "It's not that simple." Though Hong Jinlei excels in hidden weapons, his lightness skills are not to be underestimated. A typical second-grade practitioner of lightness would likely find it difficult to evade him. Not necessarily. If he merely needs to reach Hong Jinlei's rear, there may still be a chance. The crowd engaged in lively debate, discussing the feasibility of Chen Ye's proposition. Listening to their discourse, Hong Jinlei furrowed his brow, contemplating before he finally spoke. "Agreed. Thank you, Senior Hong." Chen Ye replied respectfully. Hong Jinlei stiffened. Momentarily taken aback, he slowly turned around, only to find Chen Ye, adorned in a silver mask, standing behind him alongside young Master Huayun and others. The revelation shocked young Master Huayun, Lu Kaiyun, and Xiong Aohai, their eyes widening in disbelief. When had this individual arrived? The surrounding warriors, witnessing Chen Ye's sudden appearance behind Hong Jinlei, gaped in astonishment. After a brief silence, exclamations erupted throughout the crowd. "Be why my mother's life. When did he get there? What kind of lightness skill is this? I saw nothing at all. If he had intended to ambush me, I would be dead by now. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him in the martial world?" Warriors encircling the Iron Sparrow Villa gasped, their expressions reflecting utter shock. The young woman who had shared the donkey cart with Chen Ye was wide-eyed. Her lips parted in awe, such incredible lightness skills. Nearby, the Shangxi tiger Pang Tong squinted, equally astonished. Not only did young Master Huayun and the others fail to notice Chen Ye's approach, but even he, a first-grade warrior, had been blind to it. Who was this individual? Hong Jinlei scrutinized Chen Ye with a measured gaze, then turned his attention back to the crowd. "Is there anyone else?" It was evident that Hong Jinlei acknowledged Chen Ye's lightness skills. In the crowd, the little blind man paused, tilting his head to look around. "Young Master Hua?" he mused, noting the absence of familiar voices. The little blind man's lips twitched slightly as he muttered, "No wonder Su Xiaolin didn't make a move." He raised his gaze towards the direction of the Iron Sparrow Villa, a smile gracing his face. Chen Ye glanced at the little blind man nearby, a subtle smile peeking from beneath his mask. "May I ask for your name?" a gentle voice inquired from beside him, carrying a neutral tone. Chen Ye turned to find young Master Huayun, holding 2 white jade pearls in his right hand. Smiling slightly at him, "Donghua," he replied, offering a slight bow in return. The others behind Hong Jinlei pondered the name Donghua, realizing it did not belong to any notable figure in the martial world. Xiong Aohai regarded Chen Ye, his expression serious. "Your lightness skills are commendable. What of your prowess in hand-to-hand combat?" Just moments before, young Master Huayun had attempted to engage Xiong Aohai in conversation, only to be ignored. Now, Chen Ye's display of lightness skills had drawn Xiong Aohai's attention. "I have limited experience in martial arts." Chen Ye answered candidly. At present, he could evade but not strike. However, should the system bestow upon him offensive skills, he would soar to new heights. Upon hearing Chen Ye's admission, disappointment flickered in Xiong Aohai's eyes. He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The Eastern Knife Master Xie and Lu Kaiyun of Kunlun did not engage with Chen Ye either. They merely cast him a glance before diverting their attention elsewhere. Outside the Iron Sparrow Villa, Hong Jinlei inquired several times, but when no one stepped forward to challenge him, he took a deep breath, channeling his internal power, and announced in a voice as thunderous as a storm, "Esteemed guests, the first round of selections has concluded. Those wishing to continue observing may enter the villa." Chapter 33. Conditions for inheriting the mantle. With that, Hong Jinlei led the 6 successful candidates into the Iron Sparrow Villa. The remaining warriors exchanged glances before some decided to follow into the villa, eager to witness who would ultimately inherit King Suzi's mantle. This was a legendary tale from 20 years ago. Whoever King Suzi chose would surely be extraordinary. The little blind man trailed along, gripping his wooden staff, poking the ground while muttering, "What a lack of loyalty. Leaving my brother behind, Otto? Am I seen as disloyal in your eyes, Brother Tianji?" A familiar voice chimed from beside him. The little blind man brightened, grinning widely. "Young Master Hua, your lightness skills are remarkable." Chen Ye appeared next to the little blind man. The surrounding warriors gasped in astonishment, their eyes riveted on Chen Ye. They glanced from Hong Jinlei to Chen Ye, their expressions filled with disbelief. This individual possessed extraordinary lightness skills, covering distances of 10 or more zhang in an instant. "Come on, you were looking for someone, right? Most likely, that person is among us 6. Chen Ye placed a hand on the little blind man's shoulder, stepping forward as the shrinking earth ability activated. He withdrew his hand from the little blind man's shoulder. "Huh, what's wrong?" The little blind man felt as though Chen Ye's hand had barely rested on his shoulder before it was gone. "What do you mean, what's wrong?" Chen Ye replied, puzzled. "Let us go. You've already made it inside." The little blind man stood frozen, his mouth agape in disbelief. Surely, young Master Hua's lightness skills rivaled those of the renowned Xiaomao Su Xiaolin. Nearby, young Master Huayun observed with a mix of envy and caution. Envy for Chen Ye's remarkable lightness skills, and caution as he recognized Chen Ye as a potential rival. My goodness." The little blind man stood in place, stuttering. The young master he had encountered on the road, who had helped him evade Su Xiaolin's attack, was clearly far from ordinary. Because of his blindness, he had no idea Chen Ye could traverse 30 zhang in the blink of an eye. Today, Chen Ye had brought him into the Iron Sparrow Villa, and it was nothing short of miraculous. "Master, oh master, my luck is truly extraordinary." The little blind man followed closely behind Chen Ye, marveling to himself. Hong Jinlei led the 6 individuals into the Iron Sparrow Villa. Upon entering, Chen Ye's attention was drawn to the towering Iron Sparrow displayed in the courtyard. "What does this 2-meter-high Iron Sparrow signify?" Chen Ye whispered to the little blind man. "This Iron Sparrow is the origin of the villa's name and is related to the former owner," the little blind man replied, lowering his voice and pausing as if hesitant. "In short, it symbolizes status. If you wish to know more, I shall tell you later." Young Master Huayun, unable to restrain himself, interjected, "It's not a secret. The martial world knows that the Iron Sparrow married King Suzi and the two retreated from the world, no longer engaging in martial affairs. That Iron Sparrow serves merely as a reminder of the past here at the Iron Sparrow Villa. Dear brother, you are overly cautious. Senior Hong will not take action against us for merely discussing the rise and fall of Iron Sparrow Villa." Fire Cloud young master remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the little blind boy. The little blind boy remained silent, merely snorting softly and murmuring, "What do you know?" Chen Ye glanced at the 2-meter-tall Iron Sparrow statue, surprised to uncover such a story within. He recalled the storyteller mentioning that Qing Shuzi and his friend founded Iron Sparrow Villa, choosing to withdraw from the affairs of the martial world. yet did not mention that this iron sparrow was wed to Qing Shuzi. Noticing the little blind boy's silence and stern expression, Chen Ye sensed he might possess some insider knowledge that he was reluctant to share in front of others. Soon, Hong Jinlei led the group to the guest hall of Iron Sparrow Villa, followed by a throng of martial artists who entered alongside them. Master of the villa, Hong Jinlei called out loudly before the tightly shut doors of the guest hall. Welcome, esteemed guests. A gentle middle-aged voice resonated from within. With a whoosh, the hall's door opened as if pushed by an invisible force, revealing the expansive interior in the grand hall. A middle-aged man clad in brocade sat at the main seat. His features were elegant, with a long, dark beard adorning his chin, and his eyes bore a gentle depth, radiating an ethereal quality, as if he were untouched by the mundane world. One could discern from his features that he must have been exceedingly handsome in his youth. Hong Jinlei entered and respectfully clasped his fists, addressing him, Master of the villa. Zhang Zhelin acknowledged, his gaze shifting to the 6 individuals behind Hong Jinlei. His eyes were calm as they swept over each face. Observing their reactions, Lu Kaiyun from Kunlun instinctively averted his gaze from Zhang Zhelin, appearing somewhat anxious. Fire Cloud young master met Zhang Zhelin's gaze directly, offering a faint smile. Qiong Aohai, however, wore a serious expression, his eyes sharp as if attempting to pierce through the legendary figure from 2 decades past. The Eastern Knife Master, Xie Fei, maintained an indifferent demeanor, as if the earth could crack beneath him without stirring a flicker of emotion. The only first-rate expert, the Shangxi dwarf tiger, Pang Tong, steeled himself to meet Zhang Zhelin's gaze, apprehensive of provoking any discontent. Yet, Zhang Zhelin merely glanced at him and returned his attention elsewhere. Chen Ye's gaze was calm but tinged with curiosity as he looked at Zhang Zhelin. After observing him, a sense of disappointment washed over Chen Ye. The legendary figure from 20 years ago, aside from his otherworldly aura, appeared no different from an ordinary middle-aged man, which left Chen Ye somewhat disillusioned. After all, everyone is human, possessing 1 head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Regardless of how grand the titles may be, ultimately, they are still but mortals. Zhang Zhelin's gaze fell upon Chen Ye, as if sensing something, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes, swiftly replaced by a fleeting excitement, something no one else noticed. Retracting his gaze from the 6 individuals, Zhang Zhelin addressed those outside the hall. Friends outside, please come in. The martial artists gathered outside exchanged glances, summoning their courage to enter the hall. However, despite its vastness, the guest hall could not accommodate everyone, leaving many martial artists standing outside. Zhang Zhelin gestured, please take a seat. Hong Jinlei indicated for the 6 individuals to occupy the prepared seats on either side of the hall. The little blind boy halted in his tracks before Chen Ye entered, aligning himself with the other martial artists on either side of the hall. Zhang Zhelin, regaining his focus, remarked, I am well aware of your intentions. To become my disciple, Zhang Zhelin, the conditions are quite simple. All 6 of you can comply. Upon hearing this, everyone's breath quickened. Fire Cloud young master inquired, Senior Zhang, may I ask what the conditions entail? He articulated the question echoing in everyone's mind. Zhang Zhelin paused his gaze on Fire Cloud young master, responding slowly, you must all relinquish your internal power. Chapter 34. The storm approaches in Jiangning County. By the riverside, a dilapidated small boat floated on the water, its hull encrusted with white rust, suggesting it had seen many years. An old man sat in the boat, holding a fishing rod, his eyes half closed as if dozing. Suddenly, ripples spread across the water's surface, the fishing line bobbing with a tugging sensation. The old man opened his eyes, his frail hand tightening slightly as he lifted the rod, bringing up a plump river fish that had bitten the hook. The fish flopped onto the boat, splashing water everywhere. Lai Ji Shi. A calm female voice called from behind the old man. He remained silent, giving a gentle flick of his rod, sending the fish into the basket behind him with precision. After this, he spoke coolly. What is it? Zhao Wu is dead, the woman replied. Outmatched, he died, the old man remarked flatly, devoid of emotion as he cast his line once more into the water, ripples emanating from the hook. He was killed by Su Xiaolin of the Wanjin Hall. The woman continued. The old man nodded. That was his misfortune. If he had encountered someone else, he might have survived, the woman replied matter-of-factly. But he happened to meet Su Xiaolin. The old man gazed at the river, stating, Zhao Wu possessed excellent lightness skills, yet still fell short compared to Su Xiaolin. The woman persisted. Thus, he truly had poor luck. The old man fell silent, his attention fixed on the water, his left hand tightening around the sword sheath. After a lengthy pause, she spoke again. He indeed had poor luck. In a flash, several beams of sword light flickered. The old man felt a chill in his limbs, losing sensation simultaneously. Chen Ye slowly sheathed her sword, her eyes coldly fixed on Li Jishur. She had just severed his tendons in both hands and feet. Li Jishur turned his stiff neck to face Chen Ye, asking calmly, "You already knew?" Chen Ye nodded slightly, "Not much. You leaked Zhao Wu's information, prompting Su Xiaolin's appearance in Jiangning County. Li Jishur's expression remained impassive as he nodded. "Indeed, your knowledge is limited. Why betray Feng Yu Tower?" Chen Ye's eyes, like autumn waters, bore into Li Jishur, her usually placid tone now carrying a hint of agitation. Li Jishur raised his gaze to Chen Ye, smiling slightly. "Everyone is betraying Feng Yu Tower. You just don't know it. This statement." Chen Ye felt a jolt of surprise. "Oh, you know the leader of the Divine Machine sect." Li Jishur stared at the lake, seemingly unconcerned about his severed tendons, casually posing the question to Chen Ye. "I know." Chen Ye was puzzled as to why Li Jishur suddenly mentioned the most enigmatic sect in the martial world. 3 months ago, I had a premonition and cast a divination, Li Jishur replied calmly. "What of it?" Li Jishur chuckled. "The leader of the Divine Machine sect has not cast a divination in 20 years. After casting one that day, he spat blood, suffering a backlash from the heavens, nearly losing his life." A spark of realization flashed in Chen Ye's mind. "Is it related to Feng Yu Tower?" Her voice grew urgent. Li Jishur refrained from answering directly, only stating, "The leader of the Divine Machine sect made a prophecy. 20 years hence, the martial world will face great calamity. The source lies within a 3-character assassin organization." As he spoke, a hint of sorrow and mockery tinged Li Jishur's voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye fell silent, comprehending the implications. The Divine Machine sect, with its prophetic accuracy, had laid bare the fate ahead. The leader of the Divine Machine sect had suddenly felt compelled to utter a prophecy, targeting Feng Yu Tower for destruction. A cold smirk crept onto Li Jishur's lips as he gazed at the river, his expression one of disdain. Chen Ye replied coolly, "That is not an excuse for betrayal." Suddenly, Li Jishur turned to her, his eyes deep and knowing. "You know too little. Do not investigate further. Everyone is betraying Feng Yu Tower. If you delve deeper, you will meet your end." Li Jishur's gaze softened slightly, as if, in his eyes, even with his tendons severed, he still pitied Chen Ye. She nodded. "Is there anything else to say?" "The fish just caught should not go to waste." Li Jishur withdrew his gaze, continuing to observe the river as the fishing line swayed gently in the wind. The water's surface rippled softly. Li Jishur's calm eyes remained fixated on the rod and the water, as if in his final moments, he still yearned for the catch of a fish. A flash of sword light darted by. Chen Ye departed. After a long while, the fishing line dipped into the water, tugged by the fish. The rod, once firmly gripped in his hand, swayed a few times before slipping into the river, swept away by the current. Lost to the depths, Iron Sparrow Villa. In the guest hall, Zhang Jilin's gaze lingered on Fire Cloud Young Master, slowly stating, "You must all relinquish your internal power." The moment his words fell, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The guest hall was eerily quiet. A pin drop could be heard. "Senior Zhang, are you saying the final test requires us to abandon our internal powers?" Fire Cloud Young Master maintained a smile, yet his tone conveyed a chill. Zhang Jilin nodded gently, speaking in a calm voice, "Indeed. The innate qi cultivation cannot coexist with other internal powers. If you wish to inherit my legacy, you must relinquish your internal strength." After this clarification, the gathered individuals finally grasped his meaning. The 6 who had passed remained silent, not uttering a word. Cultivating internal power is not a task accomplished overnight. The internal powers of Fire Cloud Young Master and the others were honed from childhood, taking decades to reach their current level. Shangxi Dwarf Tiger Peng Tong had practiced for decades. Zhang Jilin's request to abandon their lifelong cultivation equated to a man undergoing castration. In that moment, they found it hard to accept. Peng Tong's expression darkened. Relinquishing his internal power meant starting anew. If he were to be less gifted in internal cultivation, restarting would entail years of arduous training. More critically, Peng Tong had numerous enemies in the martial world. If they discovered his internal power had been dispersed, and he was beginning anew, they would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. This thought crossed his mind. A fierce glimmer flashed in Peng Tong's eyes that he rolled his eyes and clasped his fists, declaring, Qing Shuzi, I withdraw. With that, he stood, leaving his seat to join the other martial artists. Though he withdrew, he still wished to see who would ultimately become Qing Shuzi's successor. I also withdraw, said Xiong Aohai, the vice leader of the whale gang, without a moment's hesitation. After standing, he promptly exited the guest hall without lingering. Xiong Aohai was known for his decisive and efficient actions. Only Fire Cloud Young Master, Lu Kaiyun, Eastern Knife Master CFA, and Chen Ye remained. Chapter 35. The one chosen is actually me. If anyone were to feel the most conflicted at this moment, it would be Lu Kaiyun. His internal power had not yet reached mastery. By classification, he belonged to the third tier. He could easily relinquish his internal strength and start over. However, Lu Kaiyun knew all too well that his talent for internal cultivation was poor. Starting anew would likely take him another decade or more. Moreover, the Taoist internal cultivation was inherently more profound and complex than that of other sects, making it challenging to practice. After much contemplation, Lu Kaiyun gritted his teeth and said, I withdraw. If he were to self-abandon his internal power, he would lose everything he currently possessed, starting over as a non-practitioner. The disparity of falling from a second-tier expert back to an unremarkable martial artist was something Lu Kaiyun could not bear. With one more person withdrawing, only 3 remained in the hall. Fire Cloud Young Master pondered for a moment, shaking his head with a smile as he bowed to Zhang Jilin, Senior Zhang. I also withdraw. The internal power he practiced was originally a first-tier technique, potent once mastered. Now, after investing over a decade, he had only just reached the second tier. It was impossible for him to give that up. Fire Cloud Young Master possessed self-awareness. He would never ascend to the ethereal realm of the masters. While the innate Qi technique was formidable, it required relinquishing all existing internal strength, which felt too tyrannical. Most internal cultivation techniques in the martial world are known for their inclusivity. As long as the internal power attributes do not conflict, one can switch techniques. The innate Qi technique lacked this flexibility, and Fire Cloud Young Master was unwilling to forsake the internal power he had cultivated. With another withdrawal, only the Eastern Knife Master CFA and Chen Ye remained. Without hesitation, CFA raised his left palm and struck his dantian. His body shook, his complexion turning pale as blood trickled from his mouth. CFA calmly wiped away the blood from his lips, remaining silent. It's done. He truly has discarded it. The surrounding martial artists stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. CFA had gained some renown in the eastern region with his formidable 5-tiger blade technique. Who would have thought he would genuinely abandon his internal power? What madness! To throw away years of hard-earned internal strength? A second-tier prowess, just like that, discarded. There was no doubt. CFA was destined to become Zhang Jilin's successor. Whispers erupted among the martial artists, their gazes towards CFA filled with jealousy, schadenfreude, and even a hint of coldness. What a ruthless person! Years of hard work, tossed aside in an instant. As the crowd admired and envied CFA's courage, their eyes turned towards Chen Ye, transferring the pressure onto him. They were eager to see what this enigmatic figure behind the silver mask would choose, to withdraw or to relinquish his internal powers. Chen Ye sat quietly in his chair, motionless. He had no internal power to begin with. How could he abandon something he did not possess? Seeing Chen Ye's stillness, the surrounding martial artists began to murmur among themselves. Is he hesitating? It's understandable. After cultivating for over a decade, who would easily give that up? Most importantly, starting over would likely take another 10 years. Taoist internal techniques are particularly reliant on foundational skills. To regain his second-tier status would not be achievable in mere years. Fire Cloud Young Master twirled a white jade pearl in his hand, fixated on Chen Ye, eager to see his decision. Just as everyone awaited Chen Ye's action, Zhang Jilin's calm voice interrupted. You too. Please follow me to AT this. Everyone present was taken aback. Chen Ye had yet to abandon his internal power. Why was Zhang Jilin allowing him to proceed? Senior Zhang, he has not relinquished his internal power. Indeed, why is he permitted to go forth? What right does he have? Voices of jealousy rose among the martial artists. Zhang Jilin cast a disinterested glance at the speaker, silencing him as if he had grasped his throat. Because he has already relinquished it, Zhang Jilin replied coolly. With that, he turned to Hong Jinlei, who nodded in understanding. Booming, esteemed guests, the selection of disciples has concluded. Please follow this old man out of the villa. The martial artists, upon hearing Zhang Jilin's response, froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. What? He has already relinquished it. When did this happen? Did he do it before CFA? The martial artists could not help but whisper among themselves, perplexed and unable to fathom when Chen Ye had discarded his internal power. Hong Jinlei cleared his throat, his thunderous voice resounding in their ears. The martial artists quieted, following Hong Jinlei out of the guest hall. Chen Ye remained seated, casting a deep look at Zhang Zhilin sitting at the master's seat. Zhang Zhilin's demeanor was serene, his gaze calm, and his aura transcendent. The words of the little blind boy echoed in Chen Ye's mind. It was all predetermined, set in stone long ago. Predetermined, a peculiar sensation rose within Chen Ye. Why did he feel that the one chosen was, in fact, himself? But that was impossible. Chen Ye had only traversed here 2 months ago. How could he possibly know Zhang Zhilin? Please, follow me. Zhang Zhilin rose from his seat, his tone still gentle, devoid of the arrogance often associated with martial masters. Chen Ye stood, following Zhang Zhilin alongside CFA as they exited the guest hall. The young master of Fire Cloud cast a glance back at Chen Ye's silhouette, shaking his head in regret at the loss of such agility. The diminutive tiger of Shangxi, Peng Tong, observed Chen Ye and CFA with a sinister gaze, his expression peculiar. 2 individuals? Why 2? The little blind boy, grasping a wooden stick, tread cautiously, murmuring to himself, wasn't it predetermined that only one person would be involved? How odd. His right hand reached into his bosom, fingers brushing against 3 copper coins. After a moment's contemplation, an ominous premonition surged within him, as if divining the future would incur divine retribution. He shivered, forcefully suppressing the impulse to divine, and merged into the crowd, departing the reception hall. Chen Ye and CFA followed behind Zhang Zhilin, traversing the hall into the back room. Zhang Zhilin regarded CFA and said calmly, "You may leave now." "Yes." CFA responded respectfully, his complexion pale as parchment, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. He did not glance at Chen Ye, but turned resolutely and exited. Witnessing this, Chen Ye felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in realization. CFA was Zhang Zhilin's man. In that instant, a revelation struck him. The predetermined person mentioned by the little blind boy was none other than himself. How could this be? The unfolding events had exceeded Chen Ye's expectations. Yet, what transpired next astonished Chen Ye even more. Only Chen Ye and Zhang Zhilin remained in the back room. Zhang Zhilin, with a serious demeanor, bowed deeply to Chen Ye in respect. Chapter 36. The Attainment of Innate Qi. A common middle-aged man, at the Iron Sparrow Manor, in the back room of the reception hall, Chen Ye, with an unusual expression, gazed at the respectful Zhang Zhilin and queried, 20 years from now, you wish for me to intervene in the protection of Iron Sparrow Manor? Precisely, Zhang Zhilin affirmed. Upon hearing the entire backstory from Zhang Zhilin, Chen Ye found it utterly absurd. 3 months prior, the leader of the Divine Machine sect had divined a prophecy foretelling a great calamity in the martial world 20 years hence. Zhang Zhilin, having spent years in cultivation, felt compelled to use the Taoist method of divination and sought an omen for Iron Sparrow Manor. The signs were dire, predicting total annihilation, despite Zhang Zhilin's prowess in the martial world 2 decades ago. Having weathered countless storms, he was left bewildered and powerless in the face of such a portent. Risking divine retribution, he cast another divination, discovering a sliver of hope for Iron Sparrow Manor. The divine secrets remained elusive. Yet Zhang Zhilin employed the authentic Taoist method of deduction. Thus, you disseminated the news in the martial world that you would accept an apprentice on the 4th day of the 7th month to seek me out? Chen Ye's expression was peculiar. He never anticipated that the legendary figure from 20 years ago, Master Zhang Zhilin, would concoct the notion of an apprentice solely to find him. How could you be certain I would come? Chen Ye inquired curiously. Zhang Zhilin sighed softly. I do not know. The omen indicated only a 30% chance of finding you. At this, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. I even lack knowledge of whether you are male or female, your appearance or your martial prowess. All I am aware of is that on the 4th day of July, Iron Sparrow Manor possesses a glimmer of life, a connection to me through lineage. A sense of helplessness and relief flickered in Zhang Zhilin's eyes. He had finally found the individual foretold by the omen. Chen Ye scrutinized Zhang Zhilin deeply. In this moment, the once lauded master of martial arts appeared merely as an ordinary middle-aged man, burdened with familial concerns. This is a gamble, Chen Ye remarked lightly. However, I have emerged victorious. Zhang Zhilin fixed his gaze on Chen Ye, his eyes resolute. Chen Ye seated himself in the back room, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, and asked nonchalantly, "CFA is your man. He is from the Iron family of the East, a contingency I left in place," Zhang Jilin explained, standing before Chen Ye rather than taking a seat. "Should I fail to locate you, the Taoist innate qi cannot fall into the hands of those from the heterodox paths." "Then CFA did not forfeit his internal energy?" Chen Ye queried. Zhang Jilin nodded. "Only those at the first rank can discern if someone has forfeited their internal energy. Others cannot." Chen Ye chuckled. "Intriguing. How did you know that the person you sought would be me?" Zhang Jilin smiled in return. "Without internal energy, yet able to pass through the initial selection, I have traversed the martial world for years, perusing the texts of the Taoist sects, and have never encountered such a phenomenon." "How long can you survive?" Chen Ye suddenly asked. Zhang Jilin's expression turned solemn as he raised 3 fingers. 3 days. Is this the price of peering into the divine secrets? Chen Ye recalled hearing from the little blind boy that Zhang Jilin's mastery of the innate qi could easily grant him a lifespan surpassing a century. Yet, Zhang Jilin, not yet 50, was left with merely 3 days to live. The method of deduction, though miraculous, exacted a toll each time one sought divine knowledge. Zhang Jilin sighed. "The young master is extraordinary. My 3 attempts to divine the fate of Iron Sparrow Manor cost me merely 3 years of life. However, divining that sliver of hope consumed all my remaining vitality." Chen Ye's expression shifted slightly. Zhang Jilin's impending demise was connected to him. Could it be related to the system? Chen Ye pondered silently. To divine his fate would incur a tremendous cost. After a moment's silence, he stated coolly, "If you want me to assist you, what price can you offer in return?" Zhang Jilin retrieved a tome, 2 fingers thick, from his bosom, placing it reverently on the table beside Chen Ye. "This is the innate qi technique in the martial world. It is rumored to be my creation, but in truth, it is not. Years ago, I perused the texts of the 3 Taoist sects and discovered 3 segments of congruent principles within their doctrines. Realizing the hidden significance, I dedicated 2 years to distilling this volume. The innate qi technique." Zhang Jilin inhaled deeply and continued. "This is the authentic Taoist scripture, its origins untraceable. I have practiced the inner arts of the 3 Taoist sects, drawing energy from the Shenmen, and can barely cultivate it. However, as it is a change of technique, I can only achieve great success and enter the first rank, remaining unable to breach the master realm for life." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy colored Zhang Jilin's tone. Chen Ye picked up the 2-finger-thick tome, flipping through it casually, his emotions stirred. The top-tier inner technique, once rumored in the martial world, now lay before him, and Zhang Jilin had willingly offered it to him. Chen Ye felt a sense of unreality, as if caught in a dream. "This technique I have not passed to the 3 Taoist sects. The volume before you is the sole copy in the world." Noticing Chen Ye remained unfazed, Zhang Jilin took a deep breath and added, "Beyond this technique, I am willing to impart my entire internal energy to you. Within 2 hours, you will possess 40 years of innate qi, becoming a top-tier master in the martial world. However, this method has its drawbacks. The energy is not cultivated by you and will, like me, remain halted at the first rank. Alternatively, I could use my internal energy to refine your constitution, laying a solid foundation for you. Later, when you practice the innate qi technique, it will yield twice the result with half the effort." Chen Ye fell silent, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping on the table. Suddenly, Zhang Jilin's expression shifted as he turned toward the door, his voice cold. "Who goes there?" The crimson-painted wooden door of the back room creaked open slowly, revealing a small head. It belonged to a little girl with 2 buns atop her head. Appearing no older than 3 or 4, she was exquisitely cute, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with innocence. "Papa," the little girl chirped. Zhang Jilin's icy demeanor softened, and he spoke gently. Xian, go find your mother. I have matters to attend to." "But you promised to take me kite flying," the girl pouted, displaying her discontent. Xian, Zhang Jilin's face hardened, about to reprimand her. Chen Ye interjected with a smile. "Since you promised the child, you must keep your word. Little girl, count to 100 while standing outside the door. Once you finish, your father will take you kite flying." "Really?" The girl's eyes lit up with joy. Zhang Jilin glanced at Chen Ye and nodded to his daughter. "All right, you mustn't lie to Xian this time." The little girl scampered outside, closing the door behind her. The sound of her counting echoed from outside. 1, 2, 3. Once more, silence enveloped the back room. Chen Ye addressed Zhang Jilin nonchalantly. "Ultimately, The internal energy of others remains theirs. I shall take the technique. And should Iron Sparrow Manor face calamity in 20 years, I will lend my hand. Having spoken, Chen Ye paused, casting a glance at Zhang Zhilin. Your time is short. Spend it wisely with your family. That if this internal energy serves no purpose, consider laying a solid foundation for your daughter. With a slight bow, Chen Ye took his leave, stepping toward the door. 20, 21, 23. The little girl with the bun stood at the door, counting on her fingers. Seeing this, Chen Ye smiled. Your father has realized his mistakes and plans to take you kite flying early. You need not count anymore. He's waiting for you inside. Hurry along now. The little girl's eyes widened, her face beaming with delight. Really? She peeked into the back room. Zhang Zhilin remained rooted in place, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Go on now. Chen Ye gently nudged the little girl. Papa. The girl dashed into the back room, wrapping her arms around Zhang Zhilin's leg. Chen Ye glanced back at Zhang Zhilin, saying nothing. With a single step, he vanished, reappearing 30 paces away. Moments later, his figure had completely disappeared. Zhang Zhilin stared blankly at the door, astonished in an instant. Traversing 30 paces, such lightness of foot could baffle even a master, let alone one without internal energy. Such a remarkable individual exists in this world. Zhang Zhilin marveled, gazing outward, his voice filled with awe. The internal energy he had cultivated his entire life was deemed inconsequential by that person. From the sound of it, the individual should be no more than 20 years of age. 20 years hence, in that moment, Zhang Zhilin's eyes blazed with fervor. He now believed that Iron Sparrow Manor would thrive under the protection of that person. Papa, that you lied to Xian again. The voice of his daughter, filled with discontent, broke through Zhang Zhilin's reverie. He returned to himself, a gentle smile gracing his features as he lifted his daughter into his arms. All right, Xian, let us go fly kites. Moments later, a swallow kite soared above Iron Sparrow Manor. A middle-aged man cradled a small girl in his arms, holding the kite string. The sound of the little girl's laughter echoed through the manor. While the man joined in her merriment, one would connect this ordinary middle-aged man with the legendary figure who had once roamed the martial world 2 decades prior. He was simply a father who cared deeply for his family. Chapter 37. Chen Ye's Thoughts. Returning home at the Dragon Gate Inn, in a room designated for guests. Senior, capturing me is futile. My encounter with young Master Donghua was purely coincidental. We are not acquainted at all. The little blind boy, eyes covered with black cloth, sat on a stool, a look of despair on his face. He never expected to attract the attention of a first-rank master. Pang Tong, the diminutive tiger of Shangxi, rested his feet on the stool, his expression dark as he occasionally cast furtive glances at the door, as if awaiting someone. Be silent. If you speak further, I shall seal your mute acupoint. Pang Tong, irritated by the little blind boy's incessant chatter, barked hoarsely. The little blind boy, disgruntled, promptly closed his mouth, and the room fell into silence. After a while, Pang Tong, his patience wearing thin, urgently asked, Are you truly unacquainted with that fellow? The little blind boy nodded. I really am not familiar with him. As he spoke, he recounted how he had met Chen Ye. Upon hearing that Chen Ye had frightened off Su Xiaolin, Pang Tong's brows furrowed. The name of the cunning Su Xiaolin was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard of it. Where on earth did this person come from? Pang Tong muttered to himself, having never encountered the name Eastflower in the martial world. Senior, forgive my intrusion, but young Master Donghua has forfeited his internal energy and is now Zhang Zhilin's apprentice. That I am not familiar with him. He truly will not return, the little blind boy earnestly insisted. Pang Tong scoffed derisively. Forfeited his internal energy. While I may not be skilled in internal energy, I can see clearly that both he and CFA are merely acting. They have not forfeited their internal energy at all. They might deceive others, but not me. The little blind boy blinked in surprise, murmuring, No forfeiture of internal energy. They were both acting. Hiss. The little blind boy paused, suddenly feeling perplexed. How could this be? Had he miscalculated again? Furrowing his brow, he appeared dejected. Before descending the mountain, he had cast an omen, which had clearly indicated that there was only one apprentice to Zhang Zhilin. Yet now, there were two. Insufficient Taoist practice. The little blind boy lamented. Pang Tong, irritated by the little blind boy's mutterings, snapped, What nonsense are you spouting? The little blind boy jolted, hastily replying, Nothing, senior. I merely lament my insufficient Taoist practice. Peng Tong cast a glance at the little blind boy, somewhat convinced of his lack of depth in relation to Chen Ye, and snorted softly. With a powerful push of his legs, the diminutive figure transformed into a shadow, leaping out the window and vanishing from sight. Senior? Senior? The little blind boy attempted to call out twice, but received no response. He sighed with relief, muttering quietly, finally gone. Peng Tong's unexpected visit had truly frightened him. Who exactly was young Master Donghua or Xie? The little blind boy furrowed his brow, speaking to himself in distress. He reached into his bosom, yearning to divine the future, but as the thought arose, a chill spread through him. Cannot divine, cannot divine. The little blind boy, sensing something, decisively withdrew his hand. Alas, I missed this opportunity. Who knows when the next one will come? The little blind boy leaned on the table, his expression troubled. Outside Jiangning County, horses whinnied as they galloped swiftly down the official road. Having accepted an apprentice, Zhang Zhelin, known as the Master of Clarity, saw the martial artists gathered in Jiangning County disperse without delay. Removing his mask and donning a white robe, Chen Ye walked along the road, watching the departing horses with a calm demeanor. The outcome of this trip far exceeded his expectations. Most importantly, he had acquired the innate Qi technique, a top-tier martial art that had become a legend in the martial world. Moreover, the legendary figure from 20 years ago, Zhang Zhelin, intended to pass his internal energy to him, aiding his cultivation. If word of this were to spread, he would surely be deemed mad. Ultimately, the internal energy of others belongs to them. It is far better to cultivate one's own gradually. Furthermore, I have the system. Chen Ye murmured to himself as he walked. His refusal of Zhang Zhelin's offer to transfer his internal energy stemmed primarily from his confidence in the system. One day, should the system bestow an offensive attribute, he could stand and wield it immediately. Having witnessed the potency of the indestructible diamond and spatial shifting attributes, Chen Ye firmly believed that should he draw an offensive attribute, it would undoubtedly be impressive. Chen Ye accepted the innate Qi technique primarily to practice it himself, indulging in the thrill of martial arts training. Once he had internal energy, he wished to experiment with the techniques he had read about in martial arts novels, such as projecting sword energy, soaring through the clouds, the swallow's 3 water dives, and shaking the mountains and rivers. These were feats unattainable by single-function attributes. Casting one last glance at Jiangning County, Chen Ye quickened his pace, executing the spatial shifting technique. Before departing, he had not sought out Tianjizi again, despite their pleasant interactions over the past few days. Through the little blind boy, Chen Ye had acquired considerable knowledge of martial arts. He had even contemplated bringing the little blind boy into the nurturing hall, yet reconsidered. Such an action would expose his true identity. Chen Ye is Chen Ye. Donghua is Donghua. He still had 3 children at home, and his identity must remain distinct. In the martial world, he was young Master Donghua. In Yuhang County, he was Director Chen Ye. Having traveled for a day, Deming and Xiao Lian must be worried by now, Chen Ye murmured, hastening towards Yuhang County minutes later. The familiar gray-blue city wall of Yuhang County appeared before Chen Ye's eyes. He stepped into the city without pause, heading towards the Yuingtang. Daming, why haven't you come to find me today? Zhang Long, Daming's prospective father-in-law, asked with a smile at the entrance of the Yuingtang. Usually, after having his meal at the Yuingtang, Daming would take his little axe to seek out Zhang Long, and the two would ascend the mountains to chop firewood together. Today, however, past noon, Daming had not come to find Zhang Long, prompting Zhang Long's concern that something might have happened, leading him to hasten over for a check. Zhang Long held Daming in higher regard than his own daughter. Chen Daming sat on the threshold of the small courtyard of the Yuingtang, grinning foolishly, waiting for the director to return. After Chen Ye had imparted the wisdom of great intelligence often appears foolish to Daming, his intellect had improved, rendering him no different from an ordinary child aside from his seemingly naive demeanor and speech. Has young Master Chen gone out? Zhang Long remarked, realizing he had not seen Chen Ye, who typically sat in the shade reading. Uncle Zhang, the director mentioned he had some matters to attend to. Came Xiao Lian's voice from the courtyard, cradling a small wooden basin filled with clothes, gracefully making her way out. Oh, I see. Zhang Long nodded in understanding. Very well then, I shall take my leave. I will return once young Master Chen is back. Relieved that Daming was safe, Zhang Long, with his axe at his side, departed. Xiao Lian glanced at Daming sitting on the threshold and sighed. Daming, I'm going to wash some clothes. If Xiao Fu starts crying, Please help me soothe him. Daming nodded vigorously, indicating he understood. He stared blankly at the street corner. Suddenly, Xiao Lian noticed Daming's eyes widen, as if they sparkled with light. Daming sprang up and dashed towards a figure not far away. Xiao Lian turned to see Chen Ye, clad in white, with a handsome face and a gentle smile, appearing at the street corner. A smile involuntarily crept onto Xiao Lian's lips. Chapter 38. Return. Gratitude level increased. Betraying the stormy tower? Director. Ever since you left, Daming has been sitting on the threshold, gazing at the street corner. The entire day, Xiao Lian reported to Chen Ye, a smile upon her lips. Chen Ye chuckled, ruffling Daming's hair. Is that so? Your father did not dote on you in vain. As he spoke, Chen Ye produced 3 skewers of candied hawthorn from behind him, handing one to Daming. Upon seeing the bright red candied hawthorn, Daming's eyes lit up, and he eagerly took a big bite. The sweet, light yellow syrup-coated red fruit was instantly crushed in his mouth, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Thank you, father. Xiao Lian, this one is for you. Chen Ye extended another skewer of candied hawthorn to Xiao Lian. Her fair face flushed slightly as she frowned. Director, I am no longer a child. Come now, let us each have one, Chen Ye replied with a beaming smile, aware that although Xiao Lian feigned reluctance, she too enjoyed the candied hawthorn. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Lian accepted the candied hawthorn, delicately taking a small bite and crisply saying, Thank you, Director. Chen Ye chewed on his candied hawthorn, mumbling indistinctly, No need for such formality. You are off to wash clothes? No need to rush. Finish your treat first. Chen Ye instinctively placed his left hand on Xiao Lian's shoulder. Instantly, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Ye remained unaware that his gesture had caused her embarrassment. In his mind, Xiao Lian was merely a 13-year-old child. However, in an ancient society where marriage often occurred at such an age, Xiao Lian held a different perspective. Stealing a glance at Chen Ye's profile, she lowered her head, her cheeks growing even rosier. Once they finished the candied hawthorn, Xiao Lian, cradling her wooden basin, left the Yuyingtang to wash clothes. Daming, showcasing the results of his training, performed a handstand in front of Chen Ye. After a few compliments from Chen Ye, Daming beamed with a silly smile, happily continuing his exercises in the courtyard. Xiao Fu was still peacefully asleep in his crib. Chen Ye retrieved the Xiantian Yikigong from his pocket and settled into a lounge chair, flipping through its pages. It would be hard to imagine that within the small Yuyingtang of Yuhang County, someone was perusing a renowned martial arts manual. The foundational knowledge of martial arts was divided into various realms: initial insight, minor achievement, entry into the hall, great achievement, and perfection, corresponding with the levels of non-mainstream, 4th rank, 3rd rank, 2nd rank, and 1st rank. Oh. The Xiantian Yikigong encompasses an additional realm beyond the ordinary 1st rank technique? Chen Ye mused. Noting the diagram of human acupuncture points within the text.as, he continued to peruse and memorize. The basic knowledge of martial arts gradually filled his mind. Slowly, Chen Ye settled cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and silently recited the mind method. Yushu Palace Internal Guidance Technique, internal cultivation of the 5 organs guiding the 5 elements. After a moment of focused breathing, a faint warmth flowed from his lower abdomen. Chen Ye opened his eyes in surprise. According to the book's description, he had begun to feel the nascent form of internal strength. Once he continuously operated the mind method and condensed his first strand of internal strength, he would step into the realm of a non-mainstream martial artist. It seems I possess some talent after all. A smile spread across Chen Ye's face. Just as he was about to continue practicing the mind method, he heard Xiao Lian returning with her wooden basin. Perhaps I shall practice later tonight, he thought, not wishing to reveal his capabilities in front of Xiao Lian. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a disguise within the Yuyingtang, he was merely the director, an ordinary individual, just as Xiao Lian was concealing her own secrets from him. That evening, after dinner, the 3 busied themselves with their tasks. Xiao Lian returned to her room to care for Xiao Fu while practicing the rain character technique of the Stormy Tower. Daming headed to the study to continue viewing his comic books, and Chen Ye resumed his practice of the Xiantian Yikigong on his bed. Night fell swiftly. After washing up, Chen Ye extinguished the oil lamp, settled cross-legged on his bed, and was about to practice when the cold, mechanical voice of the system rang in his ears. Ding! Daily settlement initiated. You left the Yuyingtang. Xiao Lian and Daming independently completed breakfast, enjoying a hearty meal. After finishing, Daming sat on the threshold waiting for your return. Xiao Lian played with Xiao Fu, practicing the Tongmen's concealed weapon techniques during her free time. Xiao Fu grew tired and fell into a deep sleep, earning 5 points. You visited the Taikei Villa, passing the test and astonishing everyone, earning 50 points. You have acquired the master-level technique Xiantian Yikigong with profound fortune, earning 500 points. Xiao Fu woke and began to cry, earning 5 points. Xiao Lian played with Xiao Fu, making him very happy, earning 5 points. You returned to the Yuyingtang. Daming excitedly rushed towards you. You brought candied hawthorn for the children, earning 5 points. Total points earned, 595. Remaining points, 2,518. As Daming and Xiao Lian had initiated their professional tasks, they could not provide points during the daily settlement. Chen Ye was in high spirits upon seeing he had earned 500 points from acquiring the master-level technique. During the previous settlement, he had frightened away Su Xiaolin, who had given him 200 points. With various other contributions, his points had reached a total of 2518. Ding! Xiao Lian's gratitude level has increased. Current gratitude level, 74. Ah! What caused this sudden surge? Chen Ye was somewhat astonished. It was an unexpected delight. Why had Xiao Lian's gratitude level increased differently than Daming's? He stroked his chin, unable to comprehend. Daming's gratitude progressed gradually, increasing by 1 every few days. Halting upon reaching 80. In contrast, Xiao Lian's gratitude surged sporadically without any discernible pattern. After reviewing the daily report, Chen Ye settled cross-legged once more to continue practicing the Xiantian Yikigong. 3 days later, at the Gathering Guest Tavern, it was said that the mysterious youth in the silver mask had just finished speaking with Hong Jinlei when his figure appeared at the entrance of the villa. The martial artists present were left stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief at his astonishing lightness of foot. The storyteller, Old Lu, animatedly narrated, his tone fluctuating between urgency and calmness, vividly recounting events as if he had been present that day. Chen Ye sat below, tossing a couple of peanuts into his mouth, thoroughly enjoying the tale. In just 3 days, news had spread throughout the martial world about Zhang Zhilin taking on 2 disciples. Among them, the silver-masked young master Donghua was rapidly gaining fame. Opinions about him varied. Some claimed he was a disciple of a reclusive master, while others suggested he had inadvertently consumed a rare substance in his youth. However, one thing was unanimous. Martial artists praised his extraordinary lightness of foot. According to those present that day, young Master Donghua appeared and vanished without a trace, his lightness of foot so swift that it was imperceptible. Qiong Aohai, the vice leader of the Haijing gang, eager to test his skills against young Master Donghua, found himself ignored. Although he was wary of young Master Donghua's prowess, he ultimately refrained from making a move. The accounts of that day grew more absurd with each retelling, leaving Chen Ye both amused and exasperated. The truth of the events had become distorted through the tales of the people. Nevertheless, some felt pity for the mysterious young Master Donghua, as his internal strength had been crippled and would take time to recover, rendering his remarkable lightness of foot temporarily out of reach. As Chen Ye munched on peanuts and listened to the storyteller recounting his tale, he felt a peculiar satisfaction. If he were to don a mask and appear in the tavern, he could likely astonish this storyteller of no ordinary standing. Of course, this was merely a flight of fancy. He had no intention of revealing his true identity. Once the storyteller concluded young Master Donghua's tale, he lifted his teacup for a sip to moisten his throat, preparing to share a new story. Upon hearing this, all the patrons in the tavern perked up, eager to listen. Since Old Lu had finished the tale of Zhang Zhilin's discipleship, numerous rumors had emerged from Jiangning County, most of which corroborated Old Lu's account. The patrons began to realize that Old Lu's status was likely quite significant. Chen Ye's interest was piqued. Old Lu was his channel for information about the martial world. In recent days, it was rumored that the renowned assassin, Jade Luosha, had betrayed the Stormy Tower. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Jade Luosha has betrayed the Stormy Tower? What could have transpired? Suppressing his curiosity, he continued to listen. It was said that Jade Luosha, skilled in martial arts, had assassinated an official from Jiangning and was subsequently expelled from the Stormy Tower, with bounty hunters dispatched to hunt her down. The storyteller, Old Lu, eloquently began to narrate a fictional battle between Jade Luosha and the unnamed official. Chen Ye furrowed his brow after a few sentences, noting the only useful information. Jade Luosha had killed an official, was expelled from the Stormy Tower, and was now being pursued by many assassins. Chapter 39. Xiao Lian's concealed weapons outside Yuhang County. Several fine horses galloped swiftly along the official road, kicking up a cloud of dust. A woman dressed in a black gown, wielding a sword in her left hand, her face veiled, walked calmly along the official road. The back of her sword hand was snow-white, and the azure sharkskin scabbard reflected a dark blue hue in the sunlight. Beside the official road stood a small tea house, its flag fluttering in the breeze atop a tall wooden pole. The woman entered the tea house and casually chose a long bench to sit upon. The small establishment was modest, with two traveling merchants seated inside, drinking tea that only contained froth. Upon noticing a new guest, the tea master raised his head slightly, his hunched back instinctively straightening before bending again. The woman sat on the long bench without ordering tea, and the tea master did not approach to serve her. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding, waiting for the merchants to depart. Before long, the two merchants finished their drinks, rested sufficiently, and lifted their baskets to depart the tea house to horse. Aged voice broke the silence. "Do you still dare to come? What is there to fear?" The woman's voice was calm. The tea master, disguised as an ordinary tea master, laughed softly, straightening his back as he moved to sit across from her. "Did you kill the official from Jiangning?" "Yes, it was I who killed him." Upon receiving her answer, the tea master fell silent for a moment, his tone laced with disappointment. "Do you understand what this means? Betraying the stormy tower?" The woman's tone remained even. The tea master sighed. "You know, and yet you still did it." "I did not betray the stormy tower. It is not I who have betrayed it." The woman spoke with conviction. The tea master remained silent. "I want to see the tower, master. Give me a token." The woman stated her purpose for coming. The tea master remained mute. A voice emerged from behind the woman. "You will not be seeing the tower, master." It was a deep, steady male voice. The woman slowly turned to find a languid man leaning against the flagpole, clad in simple yellow linen, with a blade sheathed at his waist. He appeared unremarkable, exuding an air of weariness. "Huang San." The woman uttered his name, glancing at the tea master. "Is this your assurance?" The tea master, after a moment of silence, replied, "I knew you would come looking for me. Since you have killed the official Li, it indicates you must have uncovered something." The woman gazed steadily at the elder. "Are you afraid?" The tea master nodded. "Your sword is too swift. I do not wish to die yet. However, his blade is as swift as your sword." The tea master regarded the man leaning against the flagpole, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride, as if observing his disciple. The woman remained silent, her left thumb gently pushing the sword's hilt, revealing an inch of blade. As she infused it with internal strength, an icy chill emanated from the sword's body. The cold light flickered in the tea master's eyes, prompting him to squint slightly, his body stiffening. Though the sword had not yet been drawn, he felt as if he were enveloped by the chilling tip. The tea master's face paled slightly, and he urgently hissed, "Are you not going to make a move?" The man, casually chewing on a piece of grass, strolled towards them, casually spitting out the grass root. Huang San did not draw his blade. He calmly approached the tea master. The tea master sensed something amiss, and his expression shifted slightly. Huang San gazed at him, his eyes steady. "Actually, I too wish to know what has happened with the stormy tower." The Yuyingtang. Xiao Lian sat cross-legged on her bed, slowly opening her eyes and exhaling a breath of turbid air. She had just completed a full cycle of the rain character technique, feeling her internal strength at the dantian swell slightly. Her pretty face revealing genuine joy.at this rate. She would reach the 4th rank within a few days. Having acquired the rain character technique from the stormy tower over a month ago, Xiao Lian practiced daily, generating 9 strands of internal strength within her body. Once she nurtured her internal strength to 10 strands, she would be able to practice the 2nd tier of the rain character technique and achieve minor achievement. In comparison to her internal cultivation, Xiao Lian was even more delighted by her progress with the drifting rain movement and the Tongman's concealed weapons manual. Just yesterday, she had advanced from initial insight to minor achievement in the concealed weapons manual. The drifting rain movement was also on the verge of progressing from minor achievement to entry into the hall. Overall, Xiao Lian's current strength could be considered a solid late-stage 4th rank. Once the drifting rain movement broke through, she would be a 3rd-rank martial artist, capable of self-defense in the martial world without encountering formidable foes. According to her master, once she mastered the Tongman's concealed weapons to minor achievement, she could unleash multiple concealed weapons simultaneously, sufficient to kill a 3rd-rank martial artist. Regrettably, The manual did not contain methods for crafting poisons, or else she could have fed poison to a second-rank expert, giving her a fighting chance. A hint of excitement colored Xiao Lian's delicate features. The Tongman's concealed weapons manual, which Chen Ye had provided her, was obtained from Tang Hao, allowing her to practice all the way to great achievement, second rank, detailing various techniques and methods for employing concealed weapons. Among them was a top-tier technique known as Rain of Flowers, capable of launching over 10 concealed weapons in an instant, striking 64 targets simultaneously. Once mastered, it was said to be unstoppable, with guaranteed bloodshed and unparalleled power. However, Xiao Lian was still far from that level, as she had spent the past month honing her grasp of the feel and techniques of various Tangmen concealed weapons. Throughout the practice, she found a stark contrast between the Tongman's manual and the Jinghua finger technique. The Tang sect undoubtedly merits its title as the foremost school of concealed weapons in the martial world, far surpassing the fleeting prowess of the Wind and Rain Tower's stunning flower finger. The Tang sect's doctrines suggest that those with innate talent may concurrently master various concealed weapons, as the more one learns, the greater the potential for enlightenment on the essence of myriad blossoms falling like rain. After commissioning a blacksmith to forge over 10 types of concealed weapons, Xiao Lian discovered her remarkable aptitude for them. Experimenting with each weapon, she found them to respond effortlessly to her commands. Upon reflection, Xiao Lian resolved to pursue simultaneous training. After a month, she had thoroughly memorized the techniques and methods for firing the various concealed weapons of the Tang sect. Her only shortcoming lay in the adaptable application and combination of these techniques. At present, she had just begun to grasp the fundamentals of internal energy, had made small progress in agility, and had achieved a modest proficiency with concealed weapons, placing her at the later stages of the fourth rank in martial prowess. However, given her focus on concealed weapons, which inherently leveraged the principle of overcoming strength with cunning, it was not difficult to defeat a third-rank martial artist through stealth. Once her agility reached a competent level, advancing to the third rank and employing poison with her concealed weapons would enable her to confront second-rank masters with relative ease. Although Xiao Lian excelled in both concealed weapons and agility, she found her internal energy training to be somewhat lacking, requiring a more gradual approach. Unfortunately, the creation of mechanized concealed weapons was exceedingly complex, necessitating both materials and intricate steps, far beyond the capabilities of the blacksmiths in Yuhang County. Xiao Lian steadied her emotions with a sigh. Mechanized concealed weapons, among the many types, are particularly unique. They require no internal energy or throwing technique, only materials, keen eyesight, and precise timing. When the moment is right, mechanized concealed weapons can most effectively triumph over strength. Each time she perused the section on mechanized concealed weapons, Xiao Lian felt a restless urge to attempt crafting them herself. Yet, lacking both materials and experience, she had never dared to make such an attempt. Xiao Lian descended from her bed and stretched her limbs, noticing that Xiao Fu was still in a deep slumber, which brought a smile to her face. Suddenly, her ears perked up at the sound of an unfamiliar footstep in the courtyard. The step was light, indicative of someone skilled in agility. The smile on Xiao Lian's face gradually faded as she moved to the door and peered outside. Unbeknownst to her, a man dressed in coarse clothing, with an unremarkable appearance and a sinister glint in his eyes, had appeared in the courtyard. A faint aura of menace emanated from him. Xiao Lian's pupils constricted, and a thought flashed through her mind. A killer from the Wind and Rain Tower. Chapter 40. Do not set fire, father will be angry. In Jiangning County, at a tea house along the official road, Chen Ye pressed the hilt of her sword with her left hand, revealing a segment of the cold blade. Her expression remained calm as she regarded Elder Huang, whose countenance was darkened, veins throbbing at his neck. A man named Huang San stood with his arms crossed, fixating on Elder Huang with a mocking tone. I discovered that the fourth-rank assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower have taken up the trade of kidnappers. As assassins, they have ceased to kill. What an amusing turn of events. Huang San shifted his gaze away and sat on a bench, chuckling. What is even more amusing is that in several nearby prefectures, the lower-ranked assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower are all engaging in the same trade. Only the silver and gold-ranked assassins continue to accept assignments. He poured himself a cup of cold tea from the table and took a sip. Even more curious is that several promising junior assassins I had my eye on have met their demise, clean and swift. Though their skills were modest, they each possessed unique traits, yet they all perished. Huang San set down his teacup, fixing a penetrating gaze on Elder Huang. his tone grave. Elder Huang, do you believe such coincidences can exist? What are those lower-ranked assassins up to? Beside them, Chen Ye drew her sword, retracting her thumb from the hilt, and sat on the bench, waiting for Elder Huang to respond. Elder Huang closed his eyes and spoke slowly. Last month, Chen Ye exchanged for the handwritten manual's rain character technique and floating rain movement. On that day, she should have perished at the Yulai Inn in the southern part of the city. Someone claimed to have seen a young girl emerge from the inn. He paused, then added, I just dispatched someone to the Yuhang Infant Care Center. Hearing this, Chen Ye's expression changed dramatically, her sword hand trembling involuntarily. Elder Huang opened his eyes again, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since they are from the Wind and Rain Tower, they should know the intelligence capabilities of the organization. With the winds and rains across the realm, the Wind and Rain Tower can glean all that it wishes to hear. Without hesitation, Chen Ye turned and leaped into action, her body moving like a bird in flight as she soared Tinjiang toward the city. Huang San remained by Elder Huang's side, chuckling softly, Elder, I have no ties. You didn't expect me to turn against you, I only wish to know the reason. Tell me, and I will spare your life. After all, this Huang is a name you bestowed upon me. A hint of relief crossed Elder Huang's face as he murmured, At least you still possess a shred of conscience. Unlike her, who sees only the Wind and Rain Tower, loyal yet ungrateful. His tone carried a tinge of derision. If you wish to hear, then I shall tell you. Elder Huang's gaze regained its composure as he looked back at Huang San. Their eyes locked, and Huang San felt a tremor within. What kind of gaze was this? Elder Huang's eyes were filled with sorrow and lament, evoking the image of a lost dog, bereft of its home. Come out, Sen said softly from the courtyard. Xiao Lian stood behind the door, taking a deep breath. With her keen hearing, she could perceive him, and he could undoubtedly hear her as well. Xiao Lian did not step outside. Instead, she approached her bed and retrieved a black satin pouch filled with heavy concealed weapons. Securing the pouch to her waist, she pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Sen scrutinized her with his cold, penetrating gaze. You're not bad-looking, he remarked, a smirk creeping onto his lips in approval. Xiao Lian maintained her composure. Who are you looking for? She had recognized him as the one who had abducted her 2 months prior, yet it seemed he had not identified her. Looking for you, San diverted his gaze to the courtyard, clicking his tongue. The infant care center is rather small. It was as if he did not consider Xiao Lian worthy of his attention. A sense of dread washed over Xiao Lian, fearing he had uncovered her act of arson 2 months ago and had come to exact revenge. Keeping her emotions in check, her right hand stealthily moved toward her lower back. If I were you, I would avoid acting recklessly. Though Sen's gaze remained elsewhere, it was as if he was acutely aware of her every movement. I believe I do not know you. Sir, she replied with a smile, her right hand concealed behind her back. San replied indifferently, you need not know me. In a month's time. Even if I give you the rain character technique and floating rain movement, how far will you progress? Do you have time to practice your leg techniques and sword techniques as well? His gaze towards Xiao Lian seemed tinged with jealousy. He could not comprehend why he had toiled for years for the Wind and Rain Tower, accumulating merit and risking his life to attain the 3rd level of the rain character technique, while this young girl before him had directly received the entire scroll of the rain character technique and the floating rain movement. Xiao Lian felt a heaviness in her heart as she recognized the emotion reflected in his eyes. Jealousy, a memory she could never forget. Her past memories surged forth like boiling water, bubbling up in her mind. What gives you the right to be favored by the Lord? Just because of your appearance. Despite being a financial burden, the Lord still dotes on you. If I ruin your looks, let us see if the Lord will ever lift a finger for you. The venomous voice of that woman echoed in her ears, alongside the horrifying visage of her mother in her final moments. A deep-seated hatred flickered in Xiao Lian's eyes, ignited by San's jealousy. Conjuring the most painful memories she wished to bury, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her gaze. You are rather attractive. Perhaps the Jade Lurker has a preference for women? Otherwise, how could she have exchanged those 2 manuals for you? San stood in the courtyard, maliciously speculating. To him, Xiao Lian was merely a defenseless lamb upon which he could unleash his frustrations and malice. Xiao Lian remained silent, simply withdrawing her right hand from behind her. The scant 9 strands of internal energy coursed through her meridians, gathering in her fingertips. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud. Several dark shadows darted forth. San's hair stood on end, a surge of intense danger swelling within him. He hastily employed his agility, physically shifting 2 feet to the side. Yet the shadows lunged at him like a relentless curse, their speed nearly unfathomable. The Tang sect's concealed weapon techniques were not easily evaded. Thud! A resounding impact echoed as a solid object pierced flesh. Shursan could not suppress a cry of agony, instinctively covering his eyes with his hands. Darkness enveloped him, and a searing pain overwhelmed his senses, driving him to madness. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, silencing his cries. He felt as if a hard object had lodged itself there. Shursan froze, moving his hands from his eyes to his throat, where he encountered a cold flying knife. His consciousness began to blur. He could not fathom why he was meeting his end. After all, he was a third-rank martial artist, a silver-ranked assassin from the Wind and Rain Tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of concealed weapons being unleashed was relentless. Xiao Lian's right hand continued to extract weapons from the pouch, her delicate white fingers flitting about like butterflies. The dazzling array of techniques was mesmerizing, creating an ethereal spectacle. Only when the pouch was empty did Xiao Lian come to her senses. Her body weakened, and she knelt on the ground, head bowed. Drop, drop. The soft sounds echoed as tears soaked the courtyard floor. Mother, Xiao Lian murmured, her head lowered, quietly sobbing. Just as she shed a few tears, she heard a familiar set of footsteps. Xiao Lian quickly lifted her head to see Deming, who carried a small axe at his waist. Standing in the courtyard, staring blankly Deming. Her words stumbled, filled with confusion. Deming gazed vacantly at the corpse, riddled with concealed weapons, before suddenly breaking into a foolish grin. Bad person? He asked, to which Xiao Lian instinctively nodded. Without further comment, Deming turned and walked into the east wing. Watching him depart, Xiao Lian opened her mouth, but no sound emerged, as if her throat were constricted. A profound sense of guilt and unease welled within her. For the first time, the thought of wanting to leave arose. She did not wish for the infant care center to be embroiled in such matters. If officials arrived, the center would surely face trouble. In that moment, Xiao Lian was filled with regret. Clop, clop. The sound of footsteps echoed once more in the courtyard, where Deming approached the corpse with a burlap sack, awkwardly attempting to stuff the body inside. He twisted the top of the sack a few times before hoisting it over his shoulder. Eyeing Xiao Lian's bewildered gaze, Deming trudged out with the sack. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, his eyes gleaming with sincerity. Don't set fire. Father will be angry. As their gazes met, a look of confusion flickered in Xiao Lian's eyes. Observing Deming's honest yet simple face, she felt a pang of strangeness. Chapter 41. Chun Deming stepping out of the courtyard. The sunlight enveloped him, bringing immediate warmth. Chun Deming clutched the opening of the burlap sack tightly. Glancing at the empty street, there was no one around. He chuckled softly, straining his shoulders to carry the sack as he made his way down the street. Deming understood that he was not the brightest, often struggling to comprehend many things. However, it seemed that since last month, he had begun to grasp matters that had previously eluded him. Sitting in the study each day, reading the illustrated version of Water Margin, he was finally able to understand the stories. He learned many things, such as, when encountering bad people committing wrongs, one must intervene. If a bad person dies, they must be placed in a sack and buried. Some inns are black shops and should be approached with caution. When someone dies, the authorities will come for them. Deming realized that his father was using books to teach him important life lessons. He cherished these teachings and enjoyed the stories of the little figures fighting in the illustrations. His time at the infant care center was his happiest. If that bad person died in their home, the authorities would take his father away, just like Lin Chong and Yang Ji, and he would be imprisoned, which would surely anger his father. Deming did not want his father to be captured, nor did he want him to be angry. With the burlap sack over his shoulder, Deming walked with his head down. Although only 10 years old, he was tall for his age, nearly reaching 1.60 meters. Perhaps in a few years, he would surpass adults in height and strength. But now, Deming pondered where he should bury this sack. A warm breeze brushed by, carrying a faint scent of osmanthus. Deming slowly lifted his head to see a woman in a black dress at the end of the long street. He smiled foolishly at her and continued to carry the sack forward. Chini halted, catching a whiff of a faint metallic scent of blood. She glanced at the burlap sack on Chen Deming's shoulder. Deming seemed to sense her gaze, and he looked up. Grinning innocently, his demeanor unchanged, he appeared as if carrying the sack was just another task. Observing his foolish grin, an inexplicable chill crept into Chen Ye's heart. Even under the blazing sun, the warmth did little to dissipate the chill rising within her. That child was carrying but a corpse. He was smiling as if everything was normal. Even Chen Ye, who had blood on her hands, felt a shiver run down her spine. Instinctively, a thought crossed her mind. This child is a born killer. Without a moment's hesitation, she inhaled deeply, employing her agility to swiftly enter the courtyard of the infant care center. She spotted her disciple, Xiao Lian, who stood in the courtyard, her gaze lost in the direction that Deming had gone, as if still reeling from the recent events. Seeing Xiao, a glimmer of light sparkled in Deming's eyes as he took the peanuts, unwrapped the oil paper, and happily stuffed them into his mouth. Chen Ye patted Deming's shoulder and walked into the room. He saw Xiao Lian sitting by the bed, needle and thread in hand, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. "Are you troubled?" Chen Ye casually inquired. Xiao Lian snapped back to reality, her gaze dropping as she softly replied, "It's nothing." In an instant, Chen Ye discerned that Xiao Lian was lying. She was not adept at deceit. Whenever she told a fib, she would instinctively lower her head, unable to meet his eyes. "If something is on your mind, feel free to share. Perhaps the director can assist you. Is it a new garment you desire? Or perhaps some jewelry? The director may not have much, but there is still a bit of money in his pocket." Chen Ye casually seated himself, a gentle smile gracing his face. Su Xiaolin from Wanjintang had given him 200 taels in gold notes, all of which he had exchanged for silver notes, at the very least. The expenses of the infant care center were no longer a concern. His voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, bringing a hint of moisture to Xiao Lian's eyes and stirring a pang of guilt within her heart. Today, the assassins from Fengyu Tower had come knocking, nearly involving the infant care center, which left Xiao Lian feeling deeply unsettled. Having lived with Chen Ye and Daming for 2 months, she felt a strong desire not to burden him. After a long pause, she opened her mouth hesitantly. "Director, Just as she gathered her courage to voice her thoughts, Xiao Fu suddenly burst into tears. Chen Ye quickly rose, scooping up Xiao Fu and cooing, "What is the matter, little ancestor?" as he patiently comforted the child. The courage Xiao Lian had mustered dissipated entirely. She bit her lip, remaining silent. Chapter 42. If someone is bullying you outside, come back, and the director will stand up for you. In Yuhang County, the night was still. A petite figure evaded the watchful eyes of the night patrol, her internal energy surging beneath her feet. With a few agile leaps, she vaulted over several courtyard walls. The guard dogs in the courtyard barely had time to bark before a small stone struck their throats. The dogs emitted low whines, their fur bristling, tails drooping as they nervously observed the silhouette gliding through the air. Having scaled the final household, Xiao Lian found herself in a seldom trodden alley. Just as she halted, a voice emerged from the tree branches nearby. "Your rainy body technique is progressing swiftly. In no time, you'll master it." Dressed in black and wielding a long sword, Chen Ye perched in the tree, concealed among the foliage. The night breeze rustled her dark attire, rendering her ghostly. Chen Ye immediately recognized Xiao Lian's advancement in technique, her tone laced with admiration. Xiao Lian's innate talent for agility and hidden weapons was indeed remarkable, so much so that it sparked a tinge of envy in Chen Ye. A faint smile graced Xiao Lian's delicate, fair face, yet her eyes remained downcast, betraying her inner turmoil. "Master, who was that person during the day?" Xiao Lian asked softly, her pale hands clasped nervously together. Chen Ye leaped down from the tree, landing silently. "An assassin from Fengyu Tower," she replied matter-of-factly. "This is a long story." Chen Ye recounted her current predicament and the reasons why the assassin sought Xiao Lian. Upon hearing the explanation, a shadow of worry crossed Xiao Lian's delicate brow. "Fengyu Tower's intelligence is unparalleled. Initially, I intended to recruit you into Fengyu Tower. With your aptitude, you would soon become a gold medal assassin. However, there are issues within Fengyu Tower now, and you have come under their scrutiny. Thus, I wish for you to leave with me." Chen Ye continued, "Once your agility surpasses the threshold and you become a third-tier warrior, I will procure some poison for you to coat your hidden weapons. When faced with a second-tier expert not renowned for their agility, you will be able to protect yourself. Your practical experience is still lacking. Remaining by my side allows me to protect and guide you." Xiao Lian's eyes fell, her vibrant gaze dimming slightly. She bit her lip, torn within herself. She did not wish to leave the infant care center. Yet staying would only bring trouble to Chen Ye. Over the past 2 months, Her feelings for him had blossomed into something tender at the age of 13 or 14. It was a time when emotions first unfurl. Xiao Lian had been oblivious to this until now, and she found herself deeply conflicted. "What are your thoughts?" Chen Ye observed her disciple, noting the change in her demeanor, the usual vivacity replaced by an unusual solemnity. Although Chen Ye was also a woman, she had grown up in Fengyu Tower, steeped in bloodshed, and had never experienced such feelings herself. Thus, she was unaware of Xiao Lian's inner turmoil. Disciples should heed their masters. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Lian exhaled, her resolve firming. Chen Ye nodded. "Good. We must not delay. Let us depart at once." Xiao Lian hesitated, her voice strained as she said, "Disciple, that I wish to leave tomorrow." Chen Ye was perplexed. "Why?" "Disciple wishes to bid farewell to everyone at the infant care center." Xiao Lian gently bit her lip, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks. Chen Ye replied mildly, "It is only natural that I shall await you outside the city at the first hour tomorrow." "Yes." With that, Chen Ye lightly stepped onto the ground, employing her technique to vanish into the night. Xiao Lian watched her retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. The next day, several crowing roosters heralded the dawn. Chen Ye, seated on his bed, opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of fatigue. Practicing internal energy is truly challenging. Xiao Lian had managed to cultivate internal force from the rain technique after only a few days. Yet he found himself unable to condense any energy despite the warmth in his abdomen. Chen Ye felt somewhat dejected. For several days, he had practiced the primordial qi technique throughout the night. But his progress was painfully slow. He could not help but question whether his aptitude for internal energy was lacking. Stretching lazily, the sound of popping joints filled the room. Despite the sluggish progress, he found that practicing the primordial qi technique allowed him to focus, often meditating through the night oblivious to bodily fatigue. He awoke each day refreshed, a phenomenon he attributed to the extraordinary nature of the primordial qi technique. A genuine Taoist method. The soft rustling of cleaning could be heard in the courtyard. Chen Ye rose and donned a white shirt from a nearby chair. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was just past 5 o'clock. Taking advantage of the faint light outside, he discovered Daming was also missing from his bed. Where has he run off to? Chen Ye muttered softly as he opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. The sky was beginning to brighten, a golden hue illuminating the distant horizon. In the courtyard, Xiao Lian stood elegantly in her blue dress, a graceful figure as she swept the dust from the ground. Upon hearing Chen Ye's footsteps, she turned, her fair face adorned with a gentle smile, her dimples accentuating her cheeks. "Director," she greeted, her voice as melodious as a lark song. "Thank you for your dedication, rising so early each day." Watching the charming young girl, Chen Ye suddenly grasped the meaning of delicate beauty. It encapsulated the youthful vibrance before her transition into maturity, a hint of youthful innocence. Xiao Lian's lively eyes remained cast downward. Fixated on the ground, Chen Ye welcomed the dawn's light. The air felt slightly cool that he was aware that Xiao Lian had slain an assassin at the infant care center the previous afternoon. "Director." Xiao Lian suddenly lifted her head, her lips pressed together, her expression complex yet resolute. "What is it?" Chen Ye smiled warmly. Xiao Lian instinctively lowered her gaze, unable to meet his gentle eyes. She stammered, I need to leave for a while." "Very well," Chen Ye replied calmly, his tone as gentle as ever. Upon hearing his composed response, Xiao Lian felt a tremor in her heart. She lifted her head, meeting his warm, dark gaze. "Come back soon," he added with a smile, teasingly saying, "If anyone bullies you outside, return and tell the director. I'll stand up for you." Xiao Lian's breath quickened, her eyes moistening, a warm sensation flowed through her heart, akin to the comfort of a cozy hearth on a cold winter's day. This long-forgotten feeling enveloped her as she fought back tears. Since her mother's death, no one had spoken to her with such kindness. "When will you leave?" Chen Ye inquired calmly, "At the first hour." Xiao Lian replied slowly, biting her lip as she struggled to maintain her composure. Chen Ye nodded, a wistful smile gracing his lips. "Fortunately, there's still time." "What is still time?" Xiao Lian didn't quite understand his words. "Today, we'll have breakfast a little later. The director will showcase his skills," Chen Ye said, rolling up his sleeves and winking at her. His handsome visage appeared even more striking in the early morning light, causing Xiao Lian to momentarily lose her train of thought. "Okay," she replied softly, tightening her grip on the broom, her voice now imbued with a touch of tenderness, eyeing a perspective unseen by Chen Ye. A faint blush crept across Xiao Lian's fair face. Chapter 43 Nightmares and Farewells. A steady drizzle fell from the gray sky, lightly pattering against the crumbling city walls. Dark smoke rose within the city. Clang, clang. Cavalry clad in black armor thundered down the streets. The rain washed over their ebony armor, mingling with the diluted blood that trickled down to the ground. In a corner of the street, a gaunt little girl sat on the ground, her vacant gaze fixed upon the passing cavalry. Clutching a moldy bun in her hands, beside her, a beastly breathing sound emerged. "Give it to me." A famished man, gaunt and hollow, spotted the moldy bun, his eyes gleaming as if he had found a treasure. He staggered forward, like a hungry wolf, lunging at her. The little girl clutched the bun tightly. The man suddenly cried out in pain as the girl bit his finger, blood oozing down. "Let go, you little brat. Let go." The man howled in agony, raining down blows upon the girl. She fiercely protected her bun, stubbornly biting down on his finger. Soon, her face turned purple, blood streaming from her nose. The man yelled, trembling as he withdrew his right hand. His face as pale as a sheet. The girl spat out a half finger, coldly glaring at him. "You madman, dog." Fury consumed the man as he lifted his right foot, preparing to deliver a ferocious kick. A steel blade, swift as a shooting star, flashed through the air. A head flew upwards, spinning a few times before crashing down onto the ground, eyes wide open, bearing an expression of disbelief. Hot blood gushed forth, mingling with the rain, splattering onto the girl's face, with blood smeared around her mouth. She silently resumed chewing on the bun, quite fierce. "My surname is Huang. Come with me, and I shall recommend a good place for you." A deep voice resonated. The girl looked up, her dazed expression fixed upon the black-armored cavalry, chewing on the cold bun, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Merging with the rain, the scene shattered. Chen Ye slowly awoke, her breath rapid. She sat up in bed, extending her pale hand to her forehead. A cold sweat had formed there, and her nightclothes were soaked through. Wiping the sweat away, she heard the distant crowing of roosters and closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, her heart raced violently within her chest, the echoes of the nightmare still lingering. After several breaths, Chen Ye steadied her internal energy, her gaze regaining calmness. She reached for the long sword beside her pillow, her fingertips brushing against the cold, hard sharkskin sheath. Only by holding the sword did she feel a sense of security. With her left hand gripping the sword, she rose from her bed. She had lost count of how many years had passed since she had last experienced a nightmare. And this filled her with an ominous premonition. Peering through the inn's window, she gazed outside. The sky was dim, a golden glow flickering on the distant horizon. Chen Ye lifted the lid of the pot, steam wafting upward as a fragrant aroma filled the air. Daming squatted beside the pot, his mouth watering at the sight of the white dumplings. Xiao Lian's gaze was cast downward, her eyes reddening as she looked at the pot full of dumplings. Biting her lip, "It's all right. They didn't lose their shape." Chen Ye sighed in relief upon seeing the steamed dumplings. The infant care center lacked white flour, so he had exchanged points for 10 pounds from the system store. He combined all the eggs he had at home with the vegetables he bought days earlier to prepare a filling. Fortunately, Chen Ye remembered how to wrap the dumplings. After demonstrating roughly in front of Xiao Lian, she quickly learned. Almost all the dumplings in that large pot were made by her hands. "Stop dawdling. Serve them up. It's getting late, and Daming's stomach must be growling by now." Chen Ye chuckled, ruffling Daming's hair. Daming, fixated on the white dumplings, swallowed hard. The dumplings were transferred to a porcelain plate, and Xiao Lian and Daming brought them to the dining table. 3 bowls were set on the table, each containing a splash of vinegar. Chen Ye served each child a dumpling, smiling as he said, "Xiao Lian will be leaving shortly. After all, dumplings for the journey and noodles for the return." Enjoying a meal of dumplings served as a farewell for Xiao Lian. Chen Ye picked up a dumpling and took a bite. The tender skin yielded to reveal golden bits of egg and green vegetables. Xiao Lian silently picked up a dumpling, taking a bite as she softly murmured, "It's not even New Year yet." Her voice trembled slightly, as if suppressing her emotions. It felt wasteful. The Great Wu Dynasty had limited productivity. Common folk primarily consumed rice and grains. White flour was a luxury reserved for the new year. A time to indulge in dumplings. Xiao Lian couldn't fathom why Chen Ye would prepare a pot of them. Daming, however, was too engrossed in his meal to ponder such matters, wolfing down the dumplings. Savoring the unusually delicious breakfast, Chen Ye smiled as he savored a dumpling, slowly chewing as it slid down his throat and into his stomach. A wave of melancholy washed over him. having traversed 3 days to arrive in the Great Wu Dynasty. He met Daming on the 4th day and Xiao Lian on the 5th. The three of them had lived together in the small infant care center for 2 months, and Chen Ye felt a unique bond with Daming and Xiao Lian, like family clinging to one another. When one suddenly finds themselves in a strange world, the loved ones they once knew become mere memories of the past. Yet, in this vast and unfamiliar Great Wu Dynasty, Daming, Xiao Lian, and Xiao Fu had become his family. The breakfast dragged on, a bittersweet affair. After finishing, Chen Ye glanced at the time. There were only 15 minutes left until the first hour. Xiao Lian, her eyes reddened, began to gather the bowls. Chen Ye hurried to stop her. "It's almost time. Leave them be." Xiao Lian shook her head. Her gaze lowered as she softly replied, "Director, I want to wash the dishes before I leave." Chen Ye chuckled, extending a hand to gently ruffle her hair. "You're not gone forever. When you return, you can wash them then." Her body trembled slightly under his warm touch. Instinctively, she wanted to shy away, but she remained still, holding an empty plate, a faint blush gracing her fair face. Chen Ye took the plate from her hands and walked into the kitchen, retrieving a wooden food box. "These are the dumplings I've saved for you. As you said, white flour dumplings are a luxury, enjoyed only during the new year. Take this box and enjoy it on the road." His tone was gentle, yet laced with a hint of concealed melancholy. Xiao Lian's body shivered slightly, silent tears streaking down her beautiful face. Suddenly, she found the courage to embrace Chen Ye. Chen Ye paused for a moment, gently patting Xiao Lian's head. "As I always say, if anyone bullies you outside, come back and find me. The dean will stand up for you." Tears glistened on Xiao Lian's cheeks as she nodded vigorously. Still just a child, shedding tears. Noticing the dampness on his white shirt, Chen Ye teased her. Suddenly, Xiao Lian lifted her head, her red eyes fixed on Chen Ye, and with utmost seriousness declared, "I am no longer a child." Chen Ye chuckled lightly, wiping away the traces of tears on the girl's face. "All right, I know you're grown up now. If we don't leave soon, it will be time for the morning prayer. Let us go. I will escort you out of the city." Chapter 44. I am willing to forge a brotherhood with my benefactor. Xiao Lian departed. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Ye held onto the book of innate energy cultivation, gazing out at the clear sky. With the sudden absence of someone at home, a wave of solitude washed over him. From now on, the chores of cooking, laundry, and soothing Xiao Fu would all fall upon Chen Ye's shoulders. Of course, contributing to his small household was nothing to complain about, yet it felt as though the nursery had become starkly quiet. As he stared into the sky, Chen Ye, feeling a bit restless, closed the book, his mind no longer in the mood for practice. "Dad, I'm going to chop some firewood." Deming poked his head in, carrying a bamboo basket on his back and a small axe at his waist, a silly grin on his face. "Go ahead, be careful on the mountain, and make sure you bring enough food. Our family won't mind if you eat a bit more." Chen Ye waved him off casually. Compared to Xiao Lian, it was Deming who truly gave him a sense of security. Honest, simple, and down-to-earth at such a young age. He already had a fiancée when the time came. Who knows, he might even become a grandfather himself. Just thinking about it made Chen Ye chuckle. He closed his eyes, lightly tapping his hand on the armrest of the chair, softly humming a tune. Deming, with the bamboo basket on his back, exited the courtyard, quietly closing the gate behind him. After shutting the door, he exhaled, a silly grin still on his face, looking up at the sky. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was clear, with a few wispy clouds scattered across the blue. Today, it seemed, there would be no rain. Deming came to this conclusion, as he disliked rainy days since they hindered his woodcutting. With a bamboo basket on his back, Deming jogged along the familiar path towards his future father-in-law, Zhang Long's home. Pushing open the wooden gate, Deming called out, "Uncle." "Deming, wait a moment," came Zhang Long's voice from within. Soon, Zhang Long emerged, his face lighting up at the sight of the increasingly robust Deming. "Have you eaten?" "I have." Thanks to Chen Ye's guidance and a boost from the wisdom of the simple-minded entry, Deming had gradually expanded his repertoire of everyday phrases. Zhang Long entered the woodshed, picking up a glimmering axe and casually securing it at his waist. Deming's eyes sparkled as he stared at the axe. Zhang Long chuckled, patting Deming on the head. "In a while, when you're stronger, I'll get you a bigger one." Zhang Long's gaze was filled with affection. He genuinely liked this sturdy boy. Deming remained silent, merely chuckling shyly. As usual, the two set off towards the nearby woods. On the way, Deming and Zhang Long encountered several familiar woodcutters, exchanging banter as they ascended the mountain. ready to begin their day's work. Upon reaching the site where Zhang Long and a few others had felled a large tree the previous day, Deming used his little axe to chop off the thick branches, then cut them into uniform sizes. The morning passed swiftly amidst the hustle and bustle and the men's boisterous jokes. Under the blazing sun, the woodcutters worked shirtless, drenched in sweat. Zhang Long paused, setting down his axe to pick up an empty water pouch. Deming, go fetch some water, he called out. Deming halted his chopping, wiped the sweat from his brow, and grinned. He rushed over to grab a few woodcutters' water pouches and sprinted towards the nearby river. Following the mountain path, he soon heard the gentle sound of flowing water. The river wound around the mountain, 2 meters deep, with fish and shrimp occasionally visible in the water. Deming stepped on the smooth, wet pebbles, reaching the riverbank, where he submerged the water pouch to fill it. The water flowed serenely, splashing cool droplets onto the shore, alleviating the heat surrounding him. Squatting by the riverbank, Deming spotted several gray-black carp, each about a foot long, swimming peacefully in the water. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something drifting downstream. Standing up, he saw it was a large tree trunk, upon which lay a person. The individual, floating on the surface, called out desperately, "Brother, save me." Deming squinted, noticing the person was a young boy, his hair disheveled, his face pale and soaking wet, clearly having been adrift for some time. With a glance around, Deming spotted a long branch lying on the ground. He picked it up and extended it towards the boy, who reached out desperately for it. As their fingers touched, the boy grasped the branch tightly. With a firm grip, Deming pulled, gradually bringing the boy to the shore. Once ashore, the boy lay gasping for air, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, dressed in tattered hemp clothing. Soaked through, his face was ashen, lips tinged blue, and his skin, where the river had soaked it, had turned white. As he lay on the bank, gasping, his chest heaved, something wriggling inside. Having saved the boy, Deming said nothing, merely chuckling shyly as he hoisted the filled water pouch and turned to leave. Moments later, Sun Sheng regained some strength and hurriedly sat up, calling out, "Thank you, benefactor, for your timely rescue." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Sheng paused, looking around, realizing that the person who had saved him was already gone. "Benefactor? Benefactor?" he called out a few times, but there was no response. His expression turned odd as he stood there. Bewildered, suddenly he felt a chilling, slippery sensation on his chest. It was only then that he remembered the item he had been carrying. Quickly lifting his shirt, a large gray-backed carp slid out, landing on the ground. The fish flopped desperately, its slimy body quickly collecting dirt. Seeing the fish, Sun Shang's anger flared, and he picked up a stone from the bank, gritting his teeth as he struck the fish's head. "It's your fault that I almost drowned in the river." After a few blows with the stone, the fish lay still on the ground. Tossing the stone aside, Sun Sheng pulled out a rusty dagger from his pocket and made a cut under the fish's chin. He threaded a slender twig through the cut and lifted the fish. Having completed this, he quickly scanned his surroundings, muttering softly, "Where's the benefactor? I must find him. By the gods, I must repay this debt of gratitude." Muttering under his breath, Sun Shang examined the ground, discovering clues. A few puddles of water and some footprints. Carrying the fish, he followed the trail of footprints. Deming, holding the filled water pouch, returned to the woods. Feeling quite cheerful, before he could approach, he overheard the woodcutters exchanging lewd jokes. "Old Lu, your legs look weak. Did you overdo it last night? Get lost. You think I'm like you, who can't get out of bed after one night?" "Ha ha ha!" The woodcutters laughed heartily. Deming's back. One of them called out. Zhang Long, seeing Deming with the water pouch, smiled. The men took their respective pouches and drank deeply. Deming sat on a wooden stump, mimicking the others as he drank. "Hey, that kid's fish looks pretty plump." Suddenly, a woodcutter glanced into the distance and exclaimed. The others turned to look at a boy, several dozen meters away, wearing a tattered hemp shirt, held a muddy carp. Looking around, upon spotting the woodcutters, the boy's face lit up, and he quickened his pace towards them. Sun Sheng ran up to Deming, dropping the carp onto the ground. He bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for your timely rescue." This sudden display left everyone present stunned. Deming remained silent, a silly grin on his face as he looked at Sun Sheng. Among the woodcutters, a sharp-faced, cunning man remarked. Noticing Sun Sheng's soaked clothes, well, Deming saved a person without a word. The others, seeing Sun Sheng's state, connected the dots with Deming fetching water and began to praise him. "This boy has a good heart. It's thanks to young Master Chen's teachings." If only my son had half of Deming's sensibility. The woodcutters praised Deming, and Zhonglong couldn't help but smile. There was nothing more gratifying than hearing compliments about his future son-in-law. Deming, still wearing a silly grin, remained quiet. Seeing Deming's silence, Sun Sheng looked up at him and declared loudly, "Benefactor, your life-saving grace cannot be repaid. I am willing to forge a brotherhood with you and call you elder brother." Chapter 45. I have a good place to tell you about hearing the youthful voice. The woodcutters erupted into laughter. "Kid, how old are you?" the sharp-faced woodcutter asked. Sun Sheng looked up, puzzled. 12. Why? The laughter grew even louder. Zhonglong, with a grin, teased, "Deming is only 10 this year." Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng's face turned red. Deming, with his tall stature and robust build, appeared far older than 10. Here he was. Older than Deming, yet calling him elder brother. Sun Sheng gazed at the unremarkable, honest-looking Deming and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "I must repay this life-saving grace. In the world, one must uphold brotherhood." Elder brother. Sun Sheng stood tall, imitating the gestures of brotherhood from the world of martial arts. The woodcutters burst into laughter at Sun Sheng's antics. "Kid, where did you come from? You should go back where you belong. We are just a bunch of woodcutters, not folks from the martial world." "Yeah, kid, head home. Your parents are probably worried sick," the woodcutters advised him. Sun Sheng's eyes reddened as he replied, "My parents are dead, and I'm all alone now." The woodcutters fell silent, realizing he was an orphan. Zhonglong stroked his rough beard, pondering for a moment before his eyes brightened. "Kid, if you genuinely want to call Deming your elder brother, I'll teach you a trick." Zhonglong gestured towards the branches Deming had chopped earlier. "Tie those branches together with rope. After that, I'll tell you about a good place." A horse-drawn cart rolled along the official road. "Miss, we're approaching Linan County. There's a tea house ahead. Would you like to stop for some refreshments?" the driver said while guiding the cart. Inside the cart, Chen Ye opened her eyes, calming her internal energy circulation. She turned to Xiao Lian and asked, "Shall we get off?" Having left Yuhang County, the two had hired a cart and traveled for the entire morning. It was about time for lunch. Xiao Lian responded, "I'm fine either way." She had a wooden food box beside her, her lively gaze fixed outside. Chen Ye sensed something was on her disciple's mind. "Once we clarify the matters regarding Fengyu Tower, you can return Dunham." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Xiao Lian's delicate face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation at the thought of returning to Yuhang County. The cart came to a halt at the tea house. Chen Ye instructed the driver, and a short while later, they disembarked, entering the tea house along the official road. The sun shone brightly, and the tea house was empty. The tea master waved a fan in an attempt to dispel the heat in the air. "One pot of tea, and some snacks," Chen Ye said softly. The tea master answered and entered the kitchen. Being close to Linan Prefecture, this tea house was slightly larger, preparing some light refreshments for passing travelers. "Snacks won't tea fill you up, right? You have a food box. Let me see what's inside," a lazy, nonchalant voice interjected. Xiao Lian felt her left hand lighten as a man wearing a yellow hemp shirt, with a blade of grass in his mouth, appeared beside her. He was holding the food box without knowing how it had ended up in his possession. "Give it back." Xiao Lian's expression shifted slightly, her eyes turning cold. The man ignored her, opening the food box to reveal the contents, exclaiming, "Wow, white dumplings. It's not even Mid-Autumn Festival yet." Before he could finish, he leaped to dodge a flurry of sharp, cold projectiles aimed at him. Xiao Lian's lips pressed together, her gaze icy as she unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons. Over a dozen types of Tangmen hidden weapons fell like raindrops upon him. "Stop, stop." The man, with the food box in one hand and a black-handled long knife in the other, dropped the grass blade from his mouth. The long knife, dark as ink, appeared sinister under the sunlight. With a resigned expression, he held the food box in front of himself. If Xiao Lian continued her assault, the hidden weapons would strike the box. Seeing her cease fire, the man let out a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Xiao Lian, now mixed with surprise. "Chen Ye, is this your disciple?" "This Tangmen technique, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was one of Tangmen's little prodigies." Huang San sheathed his black knife, returning the food box to Xiao Lian with an exasperated look. Xiao Lian pursed her lips, reclaiming the box while regarding Huang San with caution, noticing her wary eyes. Huang San's lips twitched, feeling a twinge of guilt, as if he had snatched candy from a child. Chen Ye cast a calm glance at Huang San, sitting on a bench. "What brings you here?" Huang San remained silent, stooping to search the ground before heading into the bushes, plucking a blade of grass to chew. "Hey, Look at how you're talking that we're all in the same boat now. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's delicate brow furrowed slightly. Did you kill him? Huang Xin shook his head. No one paid me to do that. Why would I kill him? Xiao Lian, still holding the food box, shot Huang Xin a sidelong glance. Huang Xin shifted his tone, grinning. But I did steal a token. He pulled out a golden token from his pocket, adorned with a wind and rain motif. Chen Ye's eyes flickered with interest. What do you want? Huang Xin chuckled, tucking the token away. Talking to you is refreshing. That I want to go meet the master together. Actually, I want us to go meet the master together. Chen Ye lowered her gaze, as if she had heard something significant, speaking in a flat tone. You're not like me. What is the difference? A deep, robust voice interjected. Xiao Lian instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Emerging from the tea house's kitchen was a towering man, 2 meters tall, with a broad frame. His face bore a wolf head tattoo, and he carried 2 golden hammers on his back. His expression fierce enough to frighten children. Little girl, what is your name? Your throwing was impressive, but your aim was too scattered. You need to target the acupoints. That a hoarse voice came from behind Xiao Lian. She hurriedly turned around and saw a stooped, white-haired old woman standing behind her. The old woman was carrying a basket, from which Xiao Lian faintly heard a subtle hissing sound. The old woman had appeared behind Xiao Lian without her noticing. Upon hearing the hissing sound from the basket, Xiao Lian instinctively took a few steps back. What are you trying to frighten the younger generation for? Be careful. Chen Ye could slice your precious treasures in half with a single sword stroke. Suddenly, a frail scholar dressed in white, holding a fan, leaped down from the top of the tea house. He smiled gently at Xiao Lian and cupped his hands, saying, Miss, I greet you here. Chapter 46. Mission accomplished. New entries, new buildings. Suddenly, 3 more individuals appeared, and Chen Ye remained unperturbed, directing her gaze at Huang San. You 4 also wish to be on the Wind and Rain Tower's wanted list. Huang San sat down opposite Chen Ye, placing a golden token on the wooden table, and said with a faint smile, Chen Ye, it seems you are the only one unaware. The other 3 turned their complex gazes towards Chen Ye simultaneously. From their expressions, Chen Ye read disdain, jealousy, and sorrow. It was hard to fathom what could evoke such a complicated reaction from 3 elite assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower. What is it? Chen Ye's tone remained calm, but there was a ripple in her autumn-like eyes. Huang San, tell her quickly. Once we are done, we will set off together. A robust man, carrying 2 purple gold hammers, spoke loudly. The frail scholar in white seemed somewhat displeased with the robust man's straightforwardness and remarked, Chen Ye, why the rush? Haste makes waste. The robust man shot a sidelong glance at the scholar. If we delay, the Wind and Rain Tower might very well be destroyed. You 2 always argue when you meet? It's quite tiresome, the old woman with the basket said impatiently. Xiao Lian noticed that her voice had suddenly transformed from hoarse to a youthful, melodious tone, which was completely at odds with her appearance. Chen Ye cast a faint glance at the 3 opposite her and asked, What exactly is going on? Huang Xin chuckled softly, looking at Chen Ye with eyes full of pity. Except for the gold medal assassins from Linen Prefecture, all others across the Great Wu Dynasty have been recalled to the upper floors by the Tower Master. Huang San gestured towards the sky as he spoke. You are the Tower Master's only direct disciple. Why do you think he hasn't recalled the assassins from Linen and Shaoxing prefectures? Chen Ye's pupils constricted as she suddenly realized something. Sun Shang struggled to tie the branches together, the rough hemp rope chafing his palms. He had already soaked in the water for most of the day, with nothing in his stomach but water. Now, following Zhang Long's orders, he needed to bind all the cut branches together. Sun Shang was already so hungry that his stomach pressed against his back, and his limbs felt weak. After a long while, he finally tied the scattered firewood together. Uncle, I'm done, Sun Shang said, running up to Zhang Long, who was wielding an axe. Zhang Long paused, out of breath, wiped the sweat from his face, and walked over to inspect the tied branches. After a thorough check, he nodded in satisfaction and said, In a bit, you'll follow Deming. Whether you can stay depends on you. Zhang Long patted Sun Shang on the shoulder and returned to the logging team to continue swinging his axe. Sun Shang stood there for a moment, scratching his head. The moment his palm touched his hair, a sharp pain shot through him, but he quickly grimaced and withdrew his hand, sitting down beside the others to wait for them to finish. Before long, the woodcutters in the forest finished cutting the day's wood, each shouldering their bundles as they descended the mountain. Sun Shang followed behind Deming, carrying a muddy, unrecognizable carp. Once they entered the city, Deming and Zhang Long parted ways, leading Sun Sheng in another direction. Sun Sheng was perplexed. He had initially thought that his good brother was Zhang Long's son, but it now appeared otherwise. As they walked along the bluestone road, a faint fragrance of powder wafted through the air. Delicate female voices floated down from above. Following behind Deming, Sun Sheng's eyes widened at the sight of the buildings ahead and the flamboyant women on the upper floors. Gulp! Sun Sheng instinctively swallowed as he gazed at the women. Hearing the sound, Deming turned back and grinned at him. We'll talk when we have money. Sun Sheng was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Deming, struggling to fathom that these words had come from his simple-minded brother. After Deming spoke, he resumed his focus on walking. Meanwhile, Sun Sheng's eyes kept darting towards the women. Though he had yet to experience the world intimately, he often heard the brothers in the gang speak of women. They claimed that women were made of water. The storms stirred by women were even mightier than those at sea. Only true men could withstand the tempests that women conjured. As Sun Sheng recalled the crude jokes shared by the brothers, his face flushed, and he bent slightly, daring not to glance at the ladies of the Yihang courtyard again. Turning the corner, the sign inscribed with Yuhang Baby Care Center appeared before Sun Sheng. Deming led him straight to the entrance of the baby care center. Sun Sheng stood outside, staring at the sign in a daze. After a few glances, he found the last character somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Was it the Rejuvenation Hall? Or the Herbal Hall? Sun Sheng pondered over the characters on the sign, trying to recall, but the number didn't quite match. The medical establishments he had encountered before had 3 characters. Why did this one have 5? After a long while, he snapped back to reality and asked, "Brother, does your family run a medical clinic?" This question left Deming momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Deming remained silent. Sun Sheng, holding the carp, followed Deming into the courtyard. "Father!" Deming shouted loudly upon entering the yard. "What is it? Why are you shouting so loudly?" A lazy voice drifted from within the house. Chen Ye sat up from his recliner and stepped outside. Who is this?" Chen Ye asked instinctively, noticing a disheveled boy carrying a fish behind Deming. Deming turned to look at Sun Sheng, who was taken aback for a moment. Realizing, he rushed to Chen Ye, placed the fish aside, and bowed deeply, saying, "Uncle, I am Sun Sheng, a sworn brother of Deming." Chen Ye fell into silence, observing Sun Sheng's respectful posture and bowing. After a while, he understood the situation that he looked at Sun Sheng with an unusual expression and asked, "Are you an orphan?" "Yes," Sun Sheng replied, his eyes reddening as his emotions dipped, seemingly stirring memories he wished to forget. Chen Ye stroked his chin, scrutinizing the frail, pale boy before him. Sun Sheng clasped his hands, attempting to mimic the etiquette of the martial world. His expression earnest. This child appears quite clever, but his physique seems too weak, like a mere reed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye said, "If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay here. You can work and learn a few things. You won't lack for food." Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng was overjoyed, bowing deeply. "Thank you, uncle. I have always been fond of the art of acupuncture and moxibustion. Yet I have had no opportunity to study medicine. That I possess a heart to save the world, but no platform to utilize it." Sun Sheng's voice was a mix of joy and sorrow, as if he felt that his lifelong pursuit was finally within reach. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding how this related to him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He pulled Sun Sheng out of the baby care center, pointing at the 5 characters on the sign, asking, "What do these characters say?" Sun Sheng was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Oh no, he knew that medical clinics typically only accepted literate apprentices. Would he be chased away for being illiterate? Realizing this, Sun Sheng felt a surge of heat and promptly bowed deeply. "Uncle, I only recognize the last character, Tang, which I assume is the name of our clinic." Chen Ye was both amused and exasperated. "Well, here we are not a medical clinic, but a baby care center," he explained with a smile. Upon hearing baby care center, Sun Sheng's expression froze, an awkward look crossing his face. "Well, I have always held great admiration for the benevolent acts of baby care centers," Sun Sheng managed to squeeze out. Chen Ye chuckled, gently patting Sun Sheng's shoulder. "Come in, welcome to Yuhang Baby Care Center. You can just call me the director." Ding. Task. Adopt 4 orphans completed. Congratulations on receiving task rewards. 1,000 points, 500 taels of silver, 1 opportunity for orphan entry extraction, 1 opportunity for special building extraction. The long-awaited system notification echoed in Chen Ye's ears. Chapter 47. Sheng drifts for half a life, regretting not meeting a wise lord. Ding. Name, Sun Sheng. ID, 0004. Gender, male. Age, 12 years. Current entry, none of blue. Ethereal interface appeared. Chen Ye, with a thought, closed the interface. Gurgled. A hungry sound echoed. Sun Sheng's face turned red as he quietly murmured, Director, may I eat something first? Gurgle. Another rumble ensued. Father, Deming grinned widely, looking foolish as he too turned to Chen Ye. After saying this, Sun Sheng and Deming exchanged a glance and began to chuckle. Chen Ye playfully slapped the backs of both boys' heads. Come on, the director will cook for you. Just in time. Little Sheng brought a fish. After washing it, it should taste quite good. Deming. Take little Sheng to the river to wash up and then change into clean clothes. After giving instructions to Deming, Chen Ye walked into the kitchen to start his preparations. After a brief while, Chen Ye steamed the rice, and the sound of running footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Father, Deming returned with the freshly cleaned Sun Sheng. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Sun Sheng in clean clothes, rubbing his eyes in surprise. Hey, you're quite handsome, almost catching up to me. The Sun Sheng before him bore no resemblance to the disheveled boy from earlier. He wore a yellow hemp shirt that Deming had outgrown, his messy hair gathered at the back, revealing a youthful, fair face. Aside from the oversized shirt, the boy standing in the courtyard was strikingly elegant. Sun Sheng felt slightly shy and scratched his head. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh. Just wait a bit longer. The food will be ready soon. Deming, help me serve the dishes. Chen Ye instructed. Director, let me do it. Sun Sheng volunteered, walking into the kitchen. Upon seeing the dishes laid out on the kitchen table, he gulped involuntarily. A plate of steamed fish, a roast chicken, and 2 stir-fried vegetables filled the table. The kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of food, and the dishes looked incredibly tempting, glistening with oil and exuding delightful fragrances that made one's mouth water. Sun Sheng's mouth watered. But he resisted the temptation, carefully lifting the dishes and stepping out of the kitchen. Before long, the meal was ready. The dining table at the baby care center was once again filled with the 3 individuals. Let's eat, Chen Ye called out. Deming eagerly tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Chen Ye. Seeing this, Chen Ye smiled slightly and returned it to Deming. You're still growing. You should eat. Deming, looking foolishly happy, took the chicken leg and began to devour it, his mouth dripping with grease. Chen Ye, tearing off another chicken leg, placed it in Sun Sheng's bowl. Little Sheng, you should eat too. Since you've joined our baby care center, we are family. Chen Ye added some vegetables, speaking gently. Sun Sheng gazed at the chicken leg in his bowl, his eyes growing redder. He sniffed, and although his stomach was very hungry, grumbling incessantly, he did not immediately pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he stood up from his chair, bowed deeply, and earnestly said, Sheng has drifted for half a life, regretting not meeting a wise lord. Today, encountering the director, I wish to take you as my adoptive father. Having said that, he bowed 3 times with a loud thump. Chen Ye hurriedly set down his chopsticks and helped Sun Sheng up, smiling. Where did you learn this? We don't practice this here. Get up. Having that hard is enough. Sun Sheng, his eyes reddening, nodded vigorously. Let us eat, Chen Ye said, patting Sun Sheng's shoulder. The 3 of them began to eat. The meal was consumed quickly, with Sun Sheng and Deming devouring the food as if they had not eaten in days, leaving the table nearly empty. Throughout the meal, Sun Sheng's eyes remained red, his expression not as smooth as when Chen Ye first encountered him. This brought Chen Ye some comfort. The new child seemed quite promising. After the meal, Sun Sheng voluntarily took the plates to wash. Adoptive father, you rest. I'll handle this. Even as he felt stuffed to the brim, he insisted on helping, which made Chen Ye feel even more satisfied. He sat in his chair as the ethereal system interface appeared before him. It was time to claim the rewards for the recent task. With 1,000 points credited, Chen Ye's balance became 3,682 points. Let me see what entries I can draw this time, Chen Ye thought. Accessing the orphan entry extraction interface. Consuming orphan entry extraction opportunity 1. Beginning extraction. A blue, ethereal spinning wheel appeared before him. A few seconds later, the wheel stopped. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn the orphan entry. Water Ghost. Water Ghost. Enhanced swimming ability. Greatly improved combat effectiveness underwater. However, develops a yearning for rivers and oceans. Upon seeing this entry, Chen Ye couldn't help but stroke his chin. This entry seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? Well, now that little Sheng has joined our baby care center, he should be treated equally. He deserves an entry. Chen Ye affixed the Water Ghost entry to Sun Sheng. Viewed from another perspective, this entry was quite beneficial. He would undoubtedly excel as a fisherman in the future. Chen Ye smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, as Sun Sheng washed the dishes in the kitchen, he shivered involuntarily, looking instinctively towards the river outside Yuhang County, feeling a strange urge, as if he wanted to jump into the river and swim. Not thinking too much about it, Sun Sheng suppressed the odd feeling and continued washing the dishes. Let us see what special buildings I can draw, Chen Ye thought, consuming the opportunity for special building extraction. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a special building. Stargazing room. Stargazing room. Every day, you can conduct divination for the orphans at the baby care center, gaining corresponding omens. The future can be altered. Please specify the location for the special building. Stargazing? Divining omens sounds quite promising. Chen Ye envisioned the layout of the baby care center. The west wing had already been designated as a study, leaving few available rooms. After some contemplation, he decided to place the stargazing room in his bedroom. This way, every morning upon waking, he could perform divination. It would also allow him to monitor Xiao Lian's fortunes while she was out. Chen Ye sighed lightly. The image of Xiao Lian in her green dress, with a shallow, dimpled smile, unconsciously surfacing in his mind. Chen Ye, the tower master treats you quite generously, Huang San remarked, his tone dripping with envy. Chen Ye's tumultuous gaze gradually calmed. The words of the divine mechanism sect indicated an intent to annihilate the wind and rain tower. The experts from the Golden Hall and Tang sect had already set off towards the upper floors. The Tower Master's recall of assassins from various prefectures was self-evident. The scholarly figure with the paper fan sighed, opening and closing his fan, appearing somewhat restless. Humph. Direct disciples. It's all because of you that we only learned of this matter now. Chen Ye, the robust man carrying the purple gold hammers, spoke in a low voice, his eyes filled with disdain for Chen Ye. Chen Ye despised the favoritism that Chen Ye enjoyed. Chen Ye remained silent, her gaze as calm as a placid lake. When did the Tower Master recall the other assassins? Chen Ye inquired, looking at Huang San on the 4th of July, coincidentally the same day as Qing Shuzi's disciple selection. Huang San replied, his cheeks puffed with grass, speaking lazily. On that day, all assassins from regions other than Shaoxing and Linen prefectures simultaneously returned to the upper floors. Today is July 8th, for days have already passed. If they set out now, it's not too late. The assassins from the east and northwest regions 1T be able to return in a short time. Huang San rubbed the black scabbard with his left hand. His lazy gaze fixed on Chen Ye. What do you think? Would you care to join us upstairs? Beside us, a stooped woman, clad in the garb of an elderly matron and carrying a basket, interjected, if you go, you might meet your demise. That I learned that both the Wanjin Tang and the Tang men had dispatched numerous skilled fighters this time. The leaders and their personal disciples were sure to be plentiful. Chapter 48. Listening to rain from the bamboo loft, Chen Ye rose, sword in hand, and spoke in a calm tone. From Linen to Jiangxia, we can reach there in 9 days if we ride swiftly. She cast a fleeting glance at the 4 golden-clad assassins. You ought to prioritize your own safety over mine. Huang San squinted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I told you she would definitely go. Chen Ye shot a sideways glance at the frail scholar, as if confirming my prediction. The scholar, pale-faced, managed to smile, ignoring Chen Ye's provocation, and murmured, this is quite splendid, indeed. Chen Ye turned to Xiao Lian and gently said, you need not accompany me. You may stay behind. With the gold medals from Shaoxing and Linen here, the 3rd-tier silver assassins will pose no threat to you once we depart. Xiao Lian closed her eyes. The images of 2 men flashing through her mind. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath as if making a resolute decision. Opening her eyes, a spark of determination flickered within her gaze. I lack experience in combat. I wish to accompany you. Huh? Good. You have spirit. If anyone dares to trouble you at the wind and rain loft, just mention my name. Chen Ye, a burly man with a wolf's head tattoo, laughed heartily. Instinctively reaching out to pat Xiao Lian's shoulder, she wrinkled her nose and deftly sidestepped his hand. The woman disguised as an old lady looked at Xiao Lian with interest, her voice sweet and alluring. Little girl, I am Qian Qi. What is your name? Xiao Lian regarded her coolly for a moment before responding. Chen Lian. Azhou, Jiangxia County. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky, landing upon the lush bamboo groves. The bamboo leaves cradled plump raindrops, trembling at their tips before they plummeted to the ground. An elegant bamboo loft perched upon a small hill, On the second floor of the loft sat a middle-aged man clad in a black silk robe. Its cuffs adorned with golden embroidery. He sat cross-legged on a mat. A small tea table before him, that on the table rested a fist-sized purple clay teapot and 2 cups filled to 7/10 capacity with tea. Outside the loft, the sound of rain pattered softly. The rain striking the bamboo leaves added an enchanting tranquility to the small building. Inside, a faint aroma of tea wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. "Lord Wang, will you not take a seat and savor a cup? This is Long Jing from Before the Rains." The middle-aged man, with a dignified countenance, spoke with an air of refinement. Opposite him stood an elderly man clad in a purple round-collared robe. His face pale and devoid of facial hair, exuding an effeminate aura, he gazed intently at the verdant, distant mountains, listening to the rain's gentle percussion on the bamboo leaves. "That I shall pass on the tea. I cannot indulge in the offerings of Lord Su." The elderly man's voice was sharp and high-pitched, neither manly nor womanly, creating an uncomfortable sensation. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, saying, "What need is there for Lord Su here? Before Lord Wang, there is only the master of the wind and rain loft." As he spoke, a hint of mockery laced his tone. Lord Wang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains, seemingly in good spirits. After a while, he remarked quietly, "When will the second-tier assassins of the wind and rain loft return? Our time is limited." The master of the wind and rain loft smiled lightly, lifting his teacup and blowing gently across the clear green surface before taking a small sip. "There are 32 second-tier assassins in total, 8 of whom have perished in recent days. The remaining 24 are scattered across the Great Martial Dynasty. It will take at least 13 or 14 days for the assassins from the northeast, northwest, and southwest to gather. Since I have promised His Majesty, I shall see it through. Please be patient, Lord Wang." The master placed his teacup down, lightly closing his eyes as he savored the exquisite Long Jing. "In addition to the wind and rain loft, His Majesty has requested something from Lord Su." Lord Wang turned, his murky eyes gazing deeply at the master of the wind and rain loft. The master slowly opened his eyes, as if anticipating Lord Wang's words. He glanced towards the verdant mountains behind Lord Wang and said coolly, "The intelligence of the wind and rain loft is unparalleled. To possess it means to hear the winds and storms of the martial world, knowing all. Yet I wonder, does the His Majesty you speak of refer to my elder brother or the Crown Prince?" Upon hearing this, Lord Wang instinctively shuddered. He then retorted angrily, "Lord Su, the sovereign of the realm is, of course, His Majesty." If this were to be overheard by others at this point, Lord Wang fell silent. The master's expression remained calm as he replied, "And if overheard, what of it? 18 years ago, after my royal brother seized the throne, he executed all the women and children in my household. Now, with plans to eliminate the wind and rain loft, what do I have left to cling to?" As he spoke, the master of the wind and rain loft suddenly laughed. "My royal brother is indeed preoccupied with court affairs, yet still finds the energy to concern himself with the martial world." Lord Wang scoffed. "Under heaven, is there not a sovereign's land?" The master of the wind and rain loft made no rebuttal, only smiled. "His Majesty's machinations are beyond my comprehension." After speaking these words, a fleeting loneliness and bitterness crossed the master's eyes. Years ago, he had merely made a miscalculation. "Once the wind and rain loft falls, I shall ensure the 12 earthly branches return with Lord Wang." The master picked up the purple clay teapot and filled the teacups, steam rising from the clear green liquid. "However, all this hinges on whether Lord Wang can endure the remaining 24 second-tier experts." The master's tone shifted to one of indifference, just as Lord Wang was about to speak. His complexion paled, and he hastily retrieved a white handkerchief from his sleeve, covering his mouth as he coughed violently. Cough, cough. Lord Wang's body hunched like a large shrimp, his face reddening as if he might cough up his very organs. After a moment, his pale complexion showed signs of relief, shifting from white to red. He closed the right hand holding the handkerchief, revealing faint bloodstains sprinkled upon the pristine fabric, resembling plum blossoms scattered on the snow. Lord Wang took a couple of breaths, his throat producing a muffled sound. "There is no need to trouble Lord Su over this. The Wanjin Tang and Tang Min have long sought to eliminate the wind and rain loft. Their numbers will surely satisfy Lord Su." The master of the wind and rain loft nodded slightly. "That is good, since my royal brother wishes to pave the way for the Crown Prince. His actions must be expedient. Those to be slain shall be slain. Those to be eliminated shall be eliminated." A hint of sarcasm crept into the master's tone, Equality in judgment is necessary to at these words. Lord Wang's brow furrowed, revealing a look of dissatisfaction, yet he remained silent. The bamboo loft fell into quietude. Outside, the rain began to intensify, leaving only the sound of droplets hitting the bamboo leaves in the vicinity of the tranquil hill. The master of the wind and rain loft slowly closed his eyes, listening to the rain. Chapter 49. A surge in gratitude. As night deepened, Chen Ye arranged a bed for Sun Sheng beside Ming Da, laying out fresh bedding for him. With red-rimmed eyes, Sun Sheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After assisting Sun Sheng with his hygiene, Chen Ye took his own bedding and entered the western chamber. After Xiao Lian's departure, the responsibility of caring for Xiao Fu fell to Chen Ye that evening. After soothing Xiao Fu for half an hour, he finally drifted off to sleep, and Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to practice the Xiantian Ichi Gong to cultivate his inner strength. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chen Ye was startled awake by the system's notification sound. Ding! Beginning daily settlement. You prepared a meal of white flour dumplings for the children at the nursery, who are immensely grateful, earning you 20 points. You escorted Xiao Lian out of the city, earning you 5 points. You played with Xiao Fu for a whole morning, earning you 5 points. Ming Da chopped wood, strengthening his physique. Ming Da saved someone in the river, enhancing his sense of justice. Xiao Lian left Yuhang County, traveling with 5 golden-clad assassins, deepening her resolve to head to the Wind and Rain Loft's headquarters. Xiao Fu napped all afternoon, earning you 5 points. The nursery gained another orphan, earning you 200 points. You prepared a meal for the newly arrived orphan, earning you 5 points. Sun Sheng had a hearty meal, expressing profound gratitude towards you, earning you 20 points. Sun Sheng voluntarily washed the dishes, earning you 5 points. You arranged a bed and fresh bedding for Sun Sheng, who was exceedingly grateful, earning you 10 points. Xiao Lian arrived at the inn safely. Xiao Fu fell asleep happily, earning you 10 points, increasing his joy. You practiced the Xiantian Ichi Gong, earning you 5 points. Ding! Total points earned, 290. Remaining points, 3972. Chen Ye closed the daily settlement, gaining insight into Xiao Lian's whereabouts. That I hope she travels safely. He sighed. Since Xiao Lian chose the path of an assassin, she must embrace the trials of blood and fire. Ding! Orphan. Xiao Lian. Sun Sheng's gratitude level has increased. The system's notification sound echoed in his ears. A message box appeared before Chen Ye. Orphan. Xiao Lian. Current gratitude level, 79. Orphan. Sun Sheng. Current gratitude level, 65. Seeing the gratitude levels displayed, Chen Ye gasped. 79. Xiao Lian's gratitude has increased significantly. At this rate, I will soon have another chance to draw from the director's entries. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Sun Sheng was quite sincere. Upon joining, his gratitude had already risen to 65, surpassing Ming Da by 5. Chen Ye looked at the 2 sets of data, feeling immensely satisfied. Ding! Daily tasks refreshed. Current task. Establish a future career direction for 1 orphan, 01. Task reward, 1,000 points. 500 taels of silver, 1 orphan entry draw chance. Special building draw chance 1. It seems the next focus is to help Sun Sheng establish his career path. Chen Ye closed the updated task and stroked his chin, suddenly realizing he might not need to intervene excessively in Sun Sheng's career direction. The water ghost entry would naturally draw Sun Sheng towards rivers and oceans. In a few days, he could take Sun Sheng to a nearby fisherman to learn the trade. Chen Ye formulated a plan in his mind. He raised his left hand to check the time. It was already past midnight. It would be a good opportunity to test the divination effect of the stargazing room. Concerned for Xiao Lian's safety, Chen Ye got out of bed, opened the door, and approached his bedroom door with a thought. He activated the system, used the stargazing room. Ding! As you observe the celestial phenomena, perceiving the movements of the stars, you gain insights. Ding! You learned about the fortune changes for the nursery's children on July 9th. Xiao Fu. Good. Nothing unusual occurs. Chun Ming Da. Average. Nothing unusual occurs. Sun Sheng. Average. Signs of near drowning, but no danger. Xiao Lian. Poor, weary, and on the run. Thank goodness, there are no life-threatening situations. Chen Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing the stargazing results. From now on, he could predict the safety of the nursery children daily. Returning to his bedroom, Chen Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, continuing to practice the Xiantian Ichi Gong. 8 days later, July 17th, Cock-a-doodle-doo. The crowing of roosters echoed throughout Yuhang County. Chen Ye sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes tightly shut, his face contorted in pain. His complexion reddened, and faint wisps of white mist began to rise from his head. Suddenly, Chen Ye took a deep breath, his eyes snapping open, and his face returned to normal. The white mist that had been rising gradually dissipated. Chen Ye exhaled deeply, releasing a visible breath of white air, about 3 inches long. After a few breaths, the vapor slowly dissipated into the air. Feeling a warm current in his lower abdomen, Chen Ye beamed with joy. I did it. Taoist. No, director, I succeeded. After over 10 days of diligent practice, Chen Ye had finally condensed his first strand of inner strength. He had transformed from an ordinary person into a martial artist, albeit one of the lower ranks. Chen Ye reveled in the sensation of the faint inner strength coursing through his body, delighted to finally experience the process of cultivating inner strength. The fantasies of his youth regarding martial arts novels had materialized into reality. As Chen Ye's excitement gradually subsided, he took a few deep breaths, realizing his breath had become elongated. His lung capacity had increased significantly, and his entire body felt warm, as if he were soaking in warm water. Clenching his fist, he felt an inexhaustible power within him. Is this what inner strength feels like? Truly remarkable. Chen Ye murmured to himself. He leaped from the bed, assuming several stances, and pretended to throw a few punches. The wind from his punches whooshed, and he managed to display a semblance of skill. Chen Ye maneuvered the faint inner strength throughout his body along the meridians in his limbs and torso, distinctly sensing the enhanced areas empowered by the inner strength. Inner strength was indeed wondrous. With a flourish, Chen Ye returned his inner strength to his dantian, feeling invigorated and alert. After the excitement, he frowned and sighed softly. It seems I truly lack the talent for cultivating inner strength. It took me over 10 days just to condense my first strand. According to the teachings, condensing 10 strands of inner strength corresponds to the 4th tier, 100 strands to the 3rd tier, 1,000 to the 2nd tier, and 10,000 strands to the 1st tier. Starting from 100,000 strands leads to the status of a congenital master. Not to mention reaching the 1st tier, even achieving the 2nd tier would require thousands of days of effort. Theoretically, it would take 30 to 40 years to achieve any significant progress, not to mention that the foundation is of utmost importance in the Taoist arts. Each breakthrough necessitates consolidating inner strength, compressing and refining it repeatedly. Calculating the time required left Chen Ye with a wry smile. The good news: he had successfully cultivated inner strength. The bad news: he lacked the aptitude for it. The good news: the technique was of the highest caliber in the martial world, a secret transmission of the Taoist sect. The bad news: with his talent, it might take 30 to 40 years of arduous practice just to reach the 2nd tier. Oh well, there's no rush. Chen Ye consoled himself. After all, I have the system. Nurturing a child can earn me longevity rewards. I have plenty of time ahead. Chen Ye could only force himself to find solace. Curious about the day's fortune, he activated the daily divination function of the stargazing room. Ding! As the sun and moon shift, the stars change positions. The host keenly senses the anomaly, and a revelation dawns upon you. Ding! You learned about the fortune changes for the nursery's children on July 17th. Xiao Fu, average, nothing unusual occurs. Chen Mingda, average, nothing unusual occurs. Sun Sheng, poor, everything goes awry. Xiao Lian, great misfortune, during the transition from the pig hour to the rat hour, unwilling to be humiliated, she takes her own life. Chapter 50. Ominous signs and nightmares. Chen Ye's brows furrowed. Great misfortune, during the transition from the pig hour to the rat hour, she will take her own life. As he pondered the implications of Xiao Lian's fortune, he took a deep breath, his gaze turning profound. He glanced outside at the dimming sky and sighed. This is truly concerning. Taking his time, Chen Ye donned his clothes, opened his door, and picked up a broom from the courtyard to begin sweeping. Knowing the specific time of Xiao Lian's peril, he felt no urgency. He would attend to the chores and prepare meals. After completing everything in the afternoon, he could set out later. The transition from the pig hour to the rat hour corresponds to around 11 p.m. The pig hour is 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. and the rat hour is 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. At the speed of shrinking the earth to inches, it wouldn't be long before Xiao Lian could be found. Chen Ye calmly swept the courtyard. Perhaps due to his practice of the innate qi skill, Chen Ye had evidently become more patient. As the Taoist scriptures state, a tranquil heart fosters calmness. After only a few sweeps, Sun Sheng hurried out, still yawning and dressed hastily. Adoptive father, I overslept a bit. Sun Sheng appeared still half asleep, his bleary eyes reaching for the broom in Chen Ye's hand. Chen Ye smiled gently. It's all right, you can go back to sleep a little longer. How late did you read the water margin comic last night? Sun Sheng scratched his head awkwardly, mumbling, I think it was until the third watch. The third watch is midnight, since it was now 5 a.m. He had only slept for 6 hours, which explained why he had just woken up. In the 8 days since Sun Sheng joined the nursery, he had worked diligently, possessing a sharp mind and nimble hands. As soon as the rooster crowed, he would get up to sweep the courtyard and light the stove, alleviating some of Chen Ye's workload. A few days ago, while cleaning the room, Sun Sheng had entered the study and discovered comics like Water Margin and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This opened a new world for him. Chen Ye allowed him to read but insisted that he must learn every word on each page. Guided by his interest, Sun Sheng had learned quite a few characters in the past few days. However, this led to the occasional late night. Avoid staying up too late, the books will still be there, Chen Ye advised, not pushing further. When he and Sun Sheng were younger, they had both been enamored with online novels, often reading through the night. Thus, Chen Ye could empathize with Sun Sheng's feelings. Once one becomes addicted, it is indeed challenging to stop. The morning breeze gently swept by, bringing a hint of coolness. Sun Sheng took a few deep breaths to awaken himself and said, Adoptive father, I'll go light the stove. Seeing that Sun Sheng had no intention of going back to sleep, Chen Ye did not insist. The title of adoptive father was one Chen Ye had initially resisted. However, after hearing Sun Sheng's story, his father had died young, and his mother had passed away from illness 2 years ago, leaving him without any relatives. Chen Ye accepted the title. Sun Sheng had wandered the streets for 2 years, suffering from hunger and bullying, enduring hardships. Since arriving at the nursery, he had felt a long-lost warmth. After finishing sweeping the courtyard, Deming returned, drenched in sweat, steaming from running outside. Deming had cultivated a habit of morning runs following the Schwarzenegger workout manual, waking at the crack of dawn to run in the woods outside the city. Chen Ye had no objections. Early morning exercise is a good habit. Moreover, since Deming had the well-rounded development trait, his physical improvements would also positively affect other attributes, which was ultimately beneficial. Chen Ye held modest expectations for Deming, hoping only that he could live a peaceful life as a woodcutter. Upon seeing Deming return, Chen Ye entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, with Sun Sheng assisting nearby. The sound of hooves gradually ceased. A little girl peered out the window of a horse-drawn carriage. The carriage had stopped in a small village, surrounded by numerous other carriages parked closely together. The girl withdrew her gaze, uncertain of what awaited her next. However, all she could do was wait, inside the spacious carriage. Besides her, there were many other children, all around the same age, 6 or 7 years old, pale and thin, showing signs of long-term malnutrition. They, too, remained silent, their eyes dull, quietly awaiting their fate. Your Highness, these are all orphans caused by the war. A deep voice resonated from not far away. The little girl turned her gaze through the window, following the voice to see a man in dark armor bowing respectfully to a middle-aged figure wearing a mask. Speaking earnestly, the mask was etched with a pattern of wind and rain, lending it a somewhat eerie appearance. From now on, there will be no more Your Highness, only the master of the Wind and Rain Tower. First, take them for a hearty meal and change their clothes. Once that is done, bring them back here. The middle-aged man's voice was gentle, yet carried the authority of a superior. Yes, master. You may go. The armored man respectfully bowed and departed. The masked middle-aged man seemed to sense something, casting his gaze toward the little girl. When their eyes met, the girl felt a tremor in her young heart. His eyes were filled with blood and hatred, akin to a wounded beast. The scene shifted in the dream in a serene and elegant bamboo house. The masked middle-aged man slowly lifted a purple clay pot from a small table and poured a fragrant, clear tea into a cup. He pushed the cup across the table. Drink this tea, and you shall become my direct disciple. On the opposite side of the table knelt a girl dressed in a black skirt. Her complexion fair, features delicate yet slightly immature. She accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp, placing the cup back down, her voice flat as she responded, Yes. The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. That is not how one drinks tea. The girl remained silent, instead raising her head slightly to meet the man's gaze. The blood and hatred that had once filled his eyes had vanished, replaced by an endless depth and tranquility. She glanced once and then lowered her head. In that moment, a thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. The man's previous bloodlust and hatred were merely buried deep within. This refined middle-aged man was, after all, a beast biding his time for vengeance. The scene shattered, past dreams dissolving into darkness. Clad in white nightclothes, Chen Ye slowly opened her eyes, her heart racing violently. After several deep breaths, her heartbeat calmed. She sat up, drenched and cold sweat clinging to her forehead. Chen Ye's expression was tranquil as her right hand emerged from the blanket, casually wiping the sweat from her brow. She sat upright, staring into the dim room, unmoving for a long while. Beneath her blanket, her left hand tightly gripped a sword. Tight, very tight. Chapter 51. The final preparations. Chen Ye sets off. Master, did you have a nightmare again? In the dim room, the crisp voice of Xiao Lian sounded from the opposite bed. Chen Ye snapped back to reality, her complexion slightly pale as she shook her head. I'm fine. You continue sleeping. I'll go for a walk. Chen Ye rose, lifting the blanket, preparing to get out of bed. The crowing of roosters echoed through the city, announcing dawn. Hearing the continuous crows, Xiao Lian sat up, gently brushing her hair behind her ear. Glancing at the window where a faint light seeped through the paper, a hint of weariness from the long journey lingered on her delicate face as she murmured, "It's already the fourth watch." Chen Ye took a deep breath, her tone calm, then let us get up. After another morning of travel, we'll reach the upper floors. Xiao Lian nodded, saying nothing more. Since the 8th of July, they had been on the road for 10 consecutive days, and now they were less than 45 miles from the upper levels of the Wind and Rain Tower. With just one more morning's effort, they would arrive. After washing up, the two exited their room and entered the inn's main hall. Among the remaining 4 assassins, only the frail scholar Zhou Ba, holding a paper fan, sat at a table engrossed in a scroll. Chen Ye, sword in hand, sat on a bench, saying to Xiao Lian, "We should first get you some concealed weapons. There may be a fierce battle ahead, and it's best to poison your weapons." Having traveled for several days, Xiao Lian's complexion was somewhat pale, lacking color. She nodded. All right. Zhou Ba, noticing the two had come down, returned from his world of scriptures and respectfully greeted, "Miss Chen, Miss Chen." Chen Ye and Xiao Lian nodded in acknowledgement. After waiting a moment, the other 3 assassins descended from the inn. After sharing breakfast, they decided to prepare individually. Chen Ye led Xiao Lian out of the inn. Walking along the cobblestone street, Chen Ye suddenly stopped and entered a grain shop. It was still early, and the shop was empty except for a yawning clerk. Xiao Lian was puzzled as to why Chen Ye had brought her there, but upon entering, she noticed a copper coin design carved on the counter. That coin represented the Wan Jin Tang. Remembering the information she had gathered from Huang San and others in recent days, Xiao Lian realized, is this a shop of Wan Jin Tang? Dressed in black, Chen Ye, her silhouette graceful, approached the counter and lightly tapped it, saying, "Gold shines brightly across all directions." The yawning clerk suddenly opened his eyes, his face transforming into a shrewd smile. "Wan Jin Tang gathers heroes from all corners." After speaking, the clerk glanced outside and extended his left hand, gesturing them to follow. "This way, please." Chen Ye followed the clerk into the back room, with Xiao Lian trailing behind, memorizing the recent passphrase. "Please wait a moment," the clerk said as he led them to a room at the back of the grain shop before bowing and leaving. The two sat on chairs, and it was only then that Chen Ye began to explain to Xiao Lian. "The Wan Jin Tang shops are spread throughout the world. In your future travels, whenever you see a shop with a copper coin emblem, you can recite the passphrase we just used. Someone will guide you to the back room, where you can purchase items related to the martial world." Xiao Lian felt confused. But isn't Wan Jin Tang going to send masters to deal with us? Although Wan Jin Tang had shops everywhere, most were staffed by ordinary people without martial skills. Chen Ye replied calmly, "Their primary focus is business. The martial artists employed by Wan Jin Tang will only act when they require their assistance. Therefore, you can rest assured." Xiao Lian nodded in understanding. After a while, footsteps approached from outside. An elderly man in splendid attire entered, inquiring, "What may I assist you with?" 3 bags of concealed weapons from Tang Min, any category. 4 vials each of potent poison and antidote. Chen Ye stated plainly, retrieving 95 taels of silver from her sleeve. The old man accepted the silver, nodded, and said, "Please wait a moment." After he left, Xiao Lian's heart raced at the sight of the 95 taels given away. How could those items be so expensive? She recalled her monthly salary at the nursery was only 4 taels. The cost was equivalent to 2 years of her salary. Theo put it in perspective. Even the head maid of a wealthy merchant family would earn no more than 120 taels a year. Seemingly perceiving Xiao Lian's thoughts, Chen Ye added with a hint of amusement in her calm tone. The concealed weapons from Tang Min come in bags of 50, each costing 100 copper coins. The potent poison and antidote are 10 taels a vial. Items in the martial world are quite expensive. You'll understand that in due time. The concealed weapons you possess were crafted by ordinary blacksmiths. Although they were made according to Tang Min's blueprints, they differ slightly in weight, materials, and feel. Once you receive them, adapt quickly. Xiao Lian calculated silently, her lovely face displaying a look of conflict. When the power disparity is minimal, it takes 6 to 7 concealed weapons to kill one person, costing 300 to 350 copper coins. Given her monthly salary of 4 taels, she puffed her cheeks in sudden regret for learning about concealed weapons. They were undeniably expensive. Chen Ye sighed softly. It's a pity that Tang Min only sells concealed weapons and not their specially crafted poisons. Otherwise, you could manage to hold your ground against a second-tier martial artist with slightly weaker skills. Xiao Lian's eyes widened with curiosity. Are we buying weapons from Tang Min? Indeed, Chen Ye confirmed with a nod. Tang Min's concealed weapons are renowned throughout the world. Most of their income stems from concealed weapons and assassination. However, in recent years, the Wind and Rain Tower has snatched many of their assassination contracts. Chen Ye continued to enlighten Xiao Lian about the martial world. Before long, the elderly man returned, carrying several silk bags and handing them to Chen Ye. After obtaining the concealed weapons and poisons, Chen Ye and Xiao Lian left the Wanjin Tang shop. Upon returning to the inn, they reunited with the other 4 assassins, and the 6 set off towards Jiangxia County. With a creak, Chen Ye opened the door and stepped out. Adoptive father, Sun Shang, who was practicing push-ups in the courtyard, paused at the sight of Chen Ye dressed in black, momentarily taken aback. Chen Ye stood before the door in a fitted black outfit, his long hair neatly tied back, his gaze profound. Unlike the usual warmth he exuded, Chen Ye now radiated an aura that Sun Shang could not quite articulate, like dark storm clouds in a rainy season. Seemingly tranquil yet ready to unleash thunder and rain at any moment. Seeing Chen Ye's calm demeanor, Sun Shang felt an unexplainable sense of trepidation, as if beneath that tranquility lay turbulent waves and a brewing storm. Chen Ye nodded to Sun Shang, speaking coolly, I have matters to attend and I'll return within a day if all goes well, or 3 days at most. Deming has gone up the mountain to chop wood. You can wait for him and then give him little fu. Noticing Chen Ye's composed expression, Sun Shang lowered his head, a sense of fear creeping into his heart as he respectfully replied, Yes. Chen Ye nodded lightly and walked out of the nursery. After walking a short distance, he extracted a silver mask from his pocket, the edges adorned with leaf motifs, gently placing it over his face. He took a calm step forward, instantly appearing 30 zhang away. Within a few strides, Chen Ye's figure vanished from the street. Chapter 52. Arrival at Jiangxia. Outside the city of Jiangxia in Aizhou, a burly man named Chen Ye, cloaked and concealing a purple gold hammer, pulled on the reins, softly commanding, Whoa! The chestnut horse beneath him took a few more steps before coming to a halt. Chen Ye and Xiao Lian also reined in their horses. Not far away, the gray-blue city walls bore the large characters, Jiangxia County. They had finally arrived. The scholar-like Zhouba gazed at the characters Jiangxia County, his eyes revealing a mix of nostalgia and sentiment. His expression resembled that of a wayward traveler returning home, filled with anticipation yet tinged with anxiety. Huang San, who had been dozing with his arms crossed on the horse, opened his eyes slightly. A glimmer of clarity flashing in his gaze as he spat out the grass leaf he had been chewing and dismounted. He plucked another blade of grass from the roadside, savoring it, and remarked, The grass here in Jiangxia tastes the best. I and her girl disguise. Qianqi rode a yellow horse and, upon seeing Huang San with the grass in his mouth, lightly chided, When will you ever change this habit? Dressed in a red skirt with a small bamboo basket on her back, her face veiled, her forehead and neck fair as snow, her enchanting features bore a youthful innocence, suggesting she was only a few years older than Xiao Lian. When you finally decide to throw away all your treasures, I might consider changing, Huang San replied nonchalantly. Qianqi huffed softly and chose to ignore him. The 6 dismounted and, along with the surrounding townspeople, approached the city gate, paying the entrance fee before entering the city. As they walked along the cobblestone streets of Jiangxia, Zhouba remarked with a hint of nostalgia, I haven't been back in many years. His gaze wandered over the sights and sounds of the street, imbued with a longing remembrance. This time, the burly Chen Ye surprisingly refrained from contradicting Zhou Ba, nodding in agreement. His tone softened. Since I became a registered killer, I've been away from home. Unknowingly, so many years have passed. Huang San, still chewing the grass leaf, remained silent, his eyes reflecting a wistful acknowledgement of the passage of time. Chen Ye explained to Xiaolian, once we become registered killers, we leave Jiangxia. Without the master's orders or a wind and rain decree, we cannot return to Jiangxia. As she spoke, a hint of reminiscence tinged her calm voice. Aside from Xiaolian, the other 5 assassins displayed varying degrees of emotional shifts. To them, Jiangxia held a significance that transcended the ordinary. The wanderer's heart always clings to a place of remembrance. Xiaolian observed the expressions of the 5 and couldn't help but think of the small courtyard and Chen Ye's warm smile. Xiaolian gently pressed her lips together, suppressing the emotions within her. She yearned to return to the nursery, yet she had a crucial task at hand: to kill that man. The thought filled her with a fierce hatred. Is that not the renowned king of the East? Li Yi, the frail scholar, Zhou Ba, suddenly noticed a man in a coarse yellow garment, his chest exposed and skin bronzed, seated in the lobby of an inn. Beside him lay a long staff wrapped in cloth. In front of King Li Yi were several small dishes and a jar of wine, which he savored as he poured for himself. The assassins from the east have arrived. It seems we are not too late, chuckled the brawny Chen Ye. He strode purposefully toward Li Yi. Is king his title? Xiaolian inquired of Chen Ye beside her. Chen Ye nodded and replied coolly, Li Yi is the only survivor among the Li assassins. His staff technique has reached the first-grade realm, reputed to be capable of subduing even the heavens with a single strike. Xiaolian pondered this, realizing she was still unaware of the other members' titles. Sister Qian, what is your nickname? She asked Qian Qi. After a few days of camaraderie, the two had grown quite close due to their similar ages. Qian Qi chuckled softly, my title is quite simple. I am called the Snake Princess. Chen Ye is known as the Purple Gold King, while Zhou Ba is referred to as the Scholar of Precision. As she spoke, Qian Qi turned to Huang San and added with a smile. As for you, brother Huang San, your nickname is the most common yet the most dangerous, the Quick Blade. Below the first grade, his blade is the fastest. Often, the enemy has not even realized it before their head has fallen to the ground. Upon hearing Qian Qi reveal his nickname, Huang San lazily smiled without contesting it. Xiaolian nodded gently, committing their nicknames to memory. A nickname in the martial world often reflects a warrior's nature, weapon, and strengths. It serves as an identifying label among those in the community. The 5 of them entered the inn, where Chen Ye had already begun drinking with Li Yi. Brother Li, do you know why the leader has summoned us back? Chen Ye asked casually, lifting his wine bowl to his lips. The man known as King Li Yi, with a somewhat morose demeanor, shook his head and muttered, I do not know, as Huang San stood nearby. His brow furrowed slightly, the laziness in his demeanor vanishing for a moment. Jiangxia County. Upon seeing the 3 large characters etched on the distant city wall, Chen Ye halted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It is still quite far. He glanced down at his watch. It had taken him nearly an hour to reach here from Yuhang. If not for the internal energy he had cultivated, greatly enhancing his physical abilities, it might have taken even longer. Activating the system map, he noted the red, representing Xiaolian, was indeed within Jiangxia County. Chen Ye slowed his pace, circulating his energy to gradually recover. He entered the city along with the common folk on the official road. Soon as he stepped into the city, Chen Ye noticed a martial artist with a copper coin insignia embroidered on his sleeve entering a pharmacy. The pharmacy's counter bore a carved copper coin. Wan Jintang. Chen Ye recalled the ambush by Wan Jintang's assassins outside Jiangning City. Jiangxia is the headquarters of Wan Jintang. Could Xiaolian's troubles tonight be related to them? Chen Ye furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. He used his technique to teleport to the outside of the pharmacy, eavesdropping on a conversation between the martial artist and the attendant inside. The martial artist approached the counter and stated flatly, the flow of gold circulates throughout the world. Where can one trace the essence of gold? The attendant, glancing around, replied, the flow of gold, like water, converges into the oceans. The bright moon before the hall illuminates the golden visage. Upon hearing the response, the martial artist slightly cupped his hands and revealed the copper coin pattern on his sleeve, saying, the ape leaps through the forest. Exploring the secluded path, the bright moon casts golden shadows upon the azure garb. Seeing the copper coin, the attendant could not help but smile, gesturing for him to follow. The martial artist was led into the back room. Chen Ye, deep in thought, noted the recent code IT was not merely a signal, but also required a clothing emblem. He wondered if the events of the evening would somehow involve Wang Jintang. With a slight frown, he entered an empty alley. When he emerged, he had changed out of his black attire into a plain coarse yellow shirt, the cuffs now adorned with a copper coin embroidery. Chen Ye had also replaced his mask with one featuring a red background and white patterns. Let's see if I can blend in, he resolved. If Wang Jintang is here and has no ties to the Wind and Rain Tower, then he would take Xiao Lian away before sunset. As for the fate of the others, it was of no concern to him. After all, Chen Ye currently possessed only two attributes, endurance and speed. He could run but could not fight. If only he had an attribute that allowed him to fight, he wouldn't need to hide his identity. Xiao Lian's gratitude had reached 79. With just a 1 increase, he could draw again. System, could you grant me a fighting attribute? Chen Ye sighed, thinking to himself. Chapter 53, Unseen. A Second Chance, Jiangxia County, Xiaofeng Village. Chen Ye and the others walked along the muddy country path, flanked by fields of crops. A few dogs stood along the village road, barking as they saw outsiders entering. Huang San, chewing on a blade of grass, appeared relaxed, yet his eyes glimmered with intelligence. He said languidly, Li has no idea why the leaders summoned him back. Perhaps not just Li Yi, but others are also unaware. Zhouba, fanning himself with a paper fan, added, Why ponder so much? Let Chen Ye meet the leader. Once she returns, everything will be clear. Chun Er said boldly, his cheeks flushed from the drink he had just shared with Li Yi. Unfortunately, Li intended to linger in the city a while longer and did not accompany them. Chen Ye remained silent, gazing at the rural scenery, the memories of the past intertwining with the nightmares of recent days, stirring an inexplicable unease within her. She suppressed her emotions, her autumn water-like eyes gradually regaining their calm. The moment she became an assassin, her life ceased to belong to her. This village was the true hideout of the Wind and Rain Tower. Chen Ye remarked to her disciples, perhaps no one in the world would suspect that the Wind and Rain Tower hides in a village. Xiao Lian nodded, surveying her surroundings. The village was modest, with fewer than 100 households. It was exceedingly ordinary, much like the villages Xiao Lian had encountered before. If Chen Ye hadn't mentioned it, Xiao Lian might have thought they were merely passing through. The 6 of them entered the village, and Chen Ye halted, looking at Huang San. Chen Ye, as the leader's personal disciple, you will certainly be granted an audience. Huang San, shedding his usual laziness, spoke with a newfound seriousness. He earnestly advised, inquire about the leader's stance on Shun Jimin, Wang Jintang, and Tang Min. Chen Ye cast a calm glance at Huang San but said nothing. Huang San produced a golden token engraved with wind and rain patterns from his pocket. Tossing it to Chen Ye, the wind and rain token, one of the exchange items of the Wind and Rain Tower, could only be redeemed by gold-level assassins and required considerable merit. Holding the Wind and Rain token allowed one to meet the leader once. According to the rules of the Wind and Rain Tower, without the leader's summons, no assassin could return to Jiangxia, even if they were personal disciples. Chen Ye accepted the token and walked towards the village's ancestral hall. Pushing open the door, she was met with the sight of ancestral tablets neatly arranged on the altar. On the table in front of the tablets lay several offerings and an incense burner, from which wisps of white smoke rose as the incense burned. An elderly man, dressed in gray linen, with graying hair, sat in a nearby chair, his eyes half closed, as though asleep. Chen Ye approached the old man and gently nudged his shoulder. The old man awoke, and upon seeing Chen Ye, he broke into a smile, nodding at her. He had only half a tongue and could not speak. Chen Ye addressed him respectfully, her tone markedly different from her usual indifference. Old sir, I wish to see the leader. Producing the Wind and Rain token from her pocket, she extended it toward the old man. Upon seeing the token, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He accepted it and nodded. Thank you, old sir, Chen Ye said earnestly. The old man smiled and waved his hand dismissively. He placed the token in his pocket and stood up. Though he appeared quite old, he walked with surprising steadiness and agility. The old man opened the back door of the ancestral hall and stepped outside, and no one knew where he had gone. Chen Ye quietly sat in the hall, waiting. Behind the village's mountain, the old man appeared before a bamboo building. He deftly ascended the creaking stairs to the second floor. There, the leader of the Wind and Rain Tower, dressed in a black satin robe embroidered with golden patterns, sat before a small table, sipping tea as usual. In front of him stood a purple-robed eunuch, gazing into the distant mountains. Upon noticing the old man's arrival, the leader's brow furrowed slightly. The old man approached him and produced the golden wind and rain token, gesturing with his hands. His motions caught the attention of the eunuch, who turned to scrutinize the old man, narrowing his eyes. For some reason, the eunuch felt an odd familiarity with this elderly figure. Yet the years had dulled his memory, and he could not recall why. Few had left a lasting impression on him. The eunuch stared intently at the old man's face, attempting to awaken memories buried in time. I understand now. Tell her, it cannot be done. Though the old man did not utter a word, the leader of the Wind and Rain Tower comprehended his intent. Receiving the leader's reply, the old man grinned and nodded. He returned the golden token to his pocket and descended the stairs with a light-hearted step, appearing quite cheerful, his gait betraying none of the frailty typically associated with old age. Throughout the encounter, the old man did not cast a single glance at the eunuch. Who was that? He seems somewhat familiar, the eunuch remarked in a high-pitched voice. The leader of the Wind and Rain Tower chuckled. He is my personal servant. As for why he seems familiar, you may be mistaken. The ones you knew were all eliminated by my royal brother 18 years ago. The eunuch shot a sidelong glance at the leader but remained silent. He then turned his gaze back to the verdant mountains, saying sharply, Is it not time to conclude this evening? The leader of the Wind and Rain Tower nodded, lifting his teacup for a sip. The assassins from the east have arrived. It is time. A satisfied expression crossed the eunuch's pale face. Tonight, the people from Wanjin Tang and Tang Min would take action. After tonight, the Wind and Rain Tower would cease to exist. He gazed at the distant mountains, as if releasing a heavy burden from his heart. The leader of the Wind and Rain Tower said nothing further, simply continuing to sip his tea, one mouthful after another. His gaze had grown deep and inscrutable, akin to a dark abyss. In the village's ancestral hall, the old man pushed open the back door and returned with a light step. Upon seeing him, Chen Ye quickly rose. Old sir, may I meet the leader now? Her voice carried a hint of anticipation and emotion. The old man shook his head with a smile, returning the golden token to Chen Ye. Her expression faltered slightly beneath her black veil as she softly asked, The leader will not see me. The old man nodded with a smile. Chen Ye's eyes reflected a trace of confusion. She could not comprehend why the leader would not meet with her. The old man, still smiling, suddenly grasped Chen Ye's hand, gently patting it twice to signal her to extend her palm. Though perplexed, Chen Ye complied, opening her hand. The old man inscribed a single character on her fair palm. After finishing, he smiled at her and returned to his chair, closing his eyes slightly, his expression serene as if guarding the spirits of the tablets on the altar. Chen Ye stared at her palm, unable to regain her composure for a long while. The old man had written a word there. Leave. Outside Jiangxia County, a horse-drawn carriage moved slowly along the official road. Young master, ahead lies Jiangxia County, the coachman called back to the carriage. Good. After we enter the city, take me to Shaofeng village, and I will add 200 copper coins for you, came a youthful voice from within. The coachman, upon hearing this, fell silent, though he harbored doubts about why this blind child insisted on going to Jiangxia County. Inside the carriage, Tianjizi, blindfolded, withdrew 3 copper coins from his pocket. Clasping them in his palm and shaking lightly, the coins rolled, and he traced their inscriptions with his fingers, a complex and melancholic expression crossing his face. Who would have thought the opportunity lay there? Have we truly reached this point? He gazed into the distance, murmuring softly. Chapter 54. Iron Eagle Hall and Green Ape Hall. Jiangning County streets. Chen Ye strolled leisurely along the street, taking note of a fabric shop whose counter bore a copper coin insignia. Inside, 2 women were purchasing fabric. Chen Ye entered the shop, glanced at the attendant, and subtly lifted his sleeve to reveal the copper coin emblem. The attendant noticed Chen Ye and quickly informed the 2 women. Ladies, please wait a moment. The women nodded, continuing to examine the colorful fabrics while whispering amongst themselves. The attendant approached Chen Ye, lowering his voice. The flow of gold circulates throughout the world. Where can one trace the essence of gold? Chen Ye nodded in affirmation and replied. The flow of gold, like water, converges into the oceans. The bright moon before the hall illuminates the golden visage. Without hesitation, Chen Ye continued. The ape leaps through the forest. Exploring the secluded path, the bright moon casts golden shadows upon the azure garb. A smile broke across the attendant's face as he respectfully said, Esteemed guest, the fabric you seek is in the back courtyard. Please follow me. Chen Ye nodded softly, following the attendant through the back door into the courtyard. The attendant led him to a room in the back and clasped his hands. So, you are a brother of the Green Ape Hall. Please wait here. Someone will escort you to the hall shortly. With that, the attendant bowed and departed. Chen Ye settled into a chair, patiently waiting. Green Ape Hall. The recent code indeed contained the characters for ape and green. It was said that Wan Jintang had 12 halls, each presided over by a leader of at least second-grade strength. He wondered how powerful the leader of this Green Ape Hall was and what their specialties might be. As Chen Ye contemplated, an elderly man entered, scrutinizing him closely. Brother, how many incense sticks will you burn at the Green Ape Hall? Chen Ye's heart raced with alarm. Oh no, there's another code. What does this mean? Sitting composedly, he rapidly calculated. From his experience with martial arts novels, such codes typically inquired about rank or strength. What should he say? Seeing Chen Ye's silence, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. In a flash, a thought struck Chen Ye. What the hell? I'll take a gamble, he replied coolly. 3 sticks. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. I am under the command of the Iron Eagle Hall leader. Tonight, you will be assigned to the Iron Eagle Hall's operations. Now, I will take you to the temporary hall. With that, the old man exited. He had guessed correctly. Chen Ye surmised that the question was indeed about strength. By claiming to be 3 sticks, he implied he was of third-grade capability. Following the old man without hesitation, he pondered the imminent operations. That it appeared that Wan Jintang would indeed take action tonight. That he wondered, though, whether this was connected to the Wind and Rain Tower. Chen Ye reflected on the audacity of Wan Jintang conducting operations in the Wind and Rain Tower's territory. It was difficult to believe this wasn't a direct affront. Yet, what puzzled him was that the Wind and Rain Tower was reputed to have the best information network in the world. How could Wan Jintang operate right under their noses without a word from them? The old man led Chen Ye out of the back courtyard, where a carriage awaited them. Chen Ye climbed aboard as the old man cracked the whip, urging the horse onward. After a quarter hour, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. Get down. Someone will bring food at the hour of you. Do not leave the courtyard unless necessary, the old man instructed, gesturing for Chen Ye to disembark. Chen Ye jumped down and lightly knocked on the red-painted wooden door. It swung open, revealing a young man peering out. Chen Ye raised his sleeve, displaying the copper coin embroidery. The young man nodded slightly. Gesturing for Chen Ye to enter, as Chen Ye stepped into the courtyard, he was met with an eerie sight. 20 or more chairs were arranged in tidy rows, each occupied by a person. The individuals present were a mix of men and women, young and old. They sat motionless with their backs to Chen Ye. In the center of the courtyard lay a bed, upon which a man clad in a golden robe from the Wan Jintang lay on his side. Facing the entrance, deeply asleep and snoring loudly. Chen Ye was taken aback by this scene. What peculiar customs did the Wan Jintang adhere to? It seemed the man sensed someone's presence, and his snores abruptly ceased. Maintaining his position, he kept his eyes closed and spoke in a deep voice. Which hall do you belong to? Chen Ye replied calmly, Qing Yuan Hall. How many incense sticks? 3. Upon hearing Chen Ye's response, the man abruptly opened his eyes, striking the bed beneath him with his left hand, unleashing a surge of internal energy that sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air. He leaped forward with the ferocity of an eagle in flight. His right hand clawed and aimed at Chen Ye's face. Chen Ye remained unfazed. Having cultivated a degree of internal power, his reflexes and physical capabilities had significantly improved. Moreover, the man's attack was not executed with particular speed. Allowing Chen Ye to react, he raised his left arm to gently shield himself, while simultaneously pondering the possibility of a change in the man's tactics. Was there an issue with his secret signal? Had he exposed himself? No, that couldn't be. If he had, the elder would not have brought him here. Chen Ye's mind raced as he contemplated the reason behind the man's sudden aggression. Surprisingly, noticing that Chen Ye did not evade, but merely raised his left arm to block. The man let out an exclamation of surprise. A resounding clang echoed as his claw struck Chen Ye's arm, after which the man used the momentum to spring into the air, balancing on the back of a chair with one foot. His robust physique resembled a fierce hawk, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen Ye. Chen Ye lowered his left arm, standing upright like a pine tree. Excellent. What remarkable cultivation, the man praised, his admiration for Chen Ye evident. Chen Ye suddenly realized that his identity had not been compromised. This was merely a test from the man. What is your name? The man suddenly inquired. Chen Ye replied with a calm demeanor. Huadong. The man pondered for a moment, as if committing Chen Ye's name to memory. That he then smiled, and said, You are quite impressive. Would you care to join my Iron Eagle Hall? That lecherous fellow from the Qing Yuan Hall is not worthy of your allegiance. This declaration. Chen Ye realized the identity of the man before him. He was the leader of the Iron Eagle Hall. A young man who had opened the door for Chen Ye hurriedly interjected, "Hall Master, Brother Hua possesses such strength. The Qing Hall Master will surely not let him go." The Iron Eagle frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. "And what of it? I am not afraid of him." Despite his words, the Iron Eagle exerted force with his single foot and leaped back onto the bed, dismissing the matter of taking someone. He sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling at Chen Ye. "Come, take a seat beside me. You appear young, yet your martial prowess is commendable. Although I only used my third-tier strength, your ability to withstand it without retreating is indeed remarkable." Chapter 55. The Aftermath of the Qing Shuzi Incident. Not just the Wan Jintang, but also the Tang sect. "The master does not wish to see me," Chen Ye stated quietly as she sat on a bench. Huang San furrowed his brows, muttering, "Why? Why does the master refuse to see you?" At that moment, Huang San was bewildered, unable to grasp the master's intentions. Beside him, Chen Ye, who was absent-mindedly shelling peanuts, remarked, "No need to overthink it. The master must have his own reasons. Since he has summoned the assassins back, perhaps he will inform us of the arrangements in the next few days. Why bother worrying about it? Instead of fretting, why not enjoy some peanuts? Here, Zhou Ba, have a taste." Chen Ye handed a handful of peanuts to Zhou Ba, who appeared sullen. After a moment of contemplation, he found merit in Chen Ye's words that he accepted the peanuts, shelling them while sighing. "We truly are more anxious than the emperor." Hearing Zhou Ba agree with his perspective, a smile spread across Chen Ye's face as he clapped Zhou Ba on the shoulder. "All right, you finally see things my way." Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Ba's face flushed as he coughed, spitting out a peanut that landed on the ground with a thud that he glared. "Are you an idiot?" "I'm eating peanuts." Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. "I may be at fault, but are you without blame? Why shout so loudly?" Zhou Ba. The two quickly engaged in a heated argument, moving outside for a physical confrontation. Chen Ye glanced at the furrowed brow of Huang San and said softly, "When I left, the mute elder wrote a character for me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Huang San's eyes. "What character?" "Leave." Chen Ye sat beside the Iron Eagle, observing the dozen or so members of the Wan Jintang sitting upright. All of them looked at Chen Ye with envy and to withstand the claw of the Iron Eagle Hall Master without flinching demonstrated considerable strength within the third tier. Furthermore, unlike them, Chen Ye did not have to sit rigidly on a chair, which only intensified their envy after sitting for over an hour. The Iron Eagle, clad in his golden robe, lay on the bed, gazing at Chen Ye with a friendly tone. "Brother Hua, are you at the early or late stage of the third tier?" "Early stage of the third tier," Chen Ye answered nonchalantly. The Iron Eagle nodded, murmuring, "That makes sense. Horizontal training requires a lengthy period. While you have excelled in it, rendering yourself impervious to blades and bullets, your progress in other disciplines has inevitably lagged behind." As he spoke, the Iron Eagle pointed to the red and white facial mask Chen Ye wore, curiosity lacing his tone. "Brother Hua, since we are of the same ilk, why do you wear a mask? Are you perhaps emulating that Eastern Hua gentleman?" The Iron Eagle jested, extending his large hand to remove Chen Ye's mask. Chen Ye retreated slightly, responding, "I am unappealing beneath this facade, unfit for sight." The Iron Eagle halted, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, I see. I thought you were trying to imitate that Eastern Hua gentleman who appeared when my brother-in-law took on disciples." It seemed that the youth of today favored wearing masks in imitation of Eastern Hua. Chen Ye's curiosity piqued as he inquired, "The Iron Hall Master's brother-in-law?" "Oh, that would be Qing Shuzi." Zhang Zhiling, the Iron Eagle, feigned indifference. Though pride shone through his features, it was clear he had been anticipating this question from Chen Ye. "Iron Sparrow, Iron Eagles. Oh, the Iron Hall Master hails from the Iron family of Guangdong. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Chen Ye made the connection, bowing politely. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all." The Iron Eagle's smile broadened, his pride evident. Suddenly, Chen Ye recalled Qing Shuzi, on the 4th day of July. He had but 3 days left to live. Why now? Qing Shuzi should have perished. Hall Master Iron. I have not been attentive to the affairs of the martial world for some time. I recall that on the 4th of July, Qing Shuzi took in 2 disciples, did he not? Chen Ye seized the opportunity to inquire about the aftermath of the Qing Shuzi incident. The Iron Eagle shook his head. "Brother Hua, you are misinformed. My brother-in-law only accepted one disciple, a man named Xie Fei, previously a swordsman from Guangdong with a modest reputation, that on the 7th of July, just before my brother-in-law's demise, he transferred all his internal power to Xie Fei, elevating him from an ordinary person with no power to the early stage of the first tier. Now, Xie Fei serves as a guest elder at the Iron Sparrow Mountain Villa. Chen Ye blinked, feigning casual interest as he asked, "An Eastern Hua?" At the mention of Eastern Hua, Chen Ye distinctly sensed a shift in the expressions of the ordinary members in the courtyard. Jealousy, admiration, and reverence mingled on their faces. This only heightened his curiosity about the reputation Eastern Hua had garnered in the martial world after Chen Ye's departure. The Iron Eagle reclined on the bed, reflecting, "Speaking of Eastern Hua, he is indeed a remarkable individual." On the 4th of July, 2 were selected, and on the 5th, my brother-in-law took Xie Fei under his wing. Subsequently, at this point, the Iron Eagle's expression became peculiar. My brother-in-law then proclaimed a statement that reverberated throughout the martial world. What statement? Chen Ye instinctively inquired. My brother-in-law declared that he could only regard Eastern Hua as a peer, not a disciple. The ordinary members in the courtyard collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with envy. To be recognized by the legendary Qing Shuzi, regarded as merely a peer, was an immense honor. It was known that 20 years prior, Qing Shuzi was the foremost figure beneath the masters. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression turned strange. Were it not for the mask, the Iron Eagle would have certainly detected his reaction. Chen Ye understood that Zhang Jiling was attempting to curry favor with him. With his 2 decades of renown, he sought to elevate his status by associating with Chen Ye. A faint smile graced Chen Ye's lips. Now he understood why the members of the courtyard displayed such expressions. The Iron Eagle continued. From that day forth, it seemed that all young martial artists began favoring masks. Chen Ye blinked, understanding that he had become an idol. However, this was not entirely beneficial. The former leader of Baiwa Valley had heard of Eastern Hua's exceptional lightness skills and decided to emerge from seclusion to confront him. The Iron Eagle's tone shifted, tinged with regret. Chen Ye subtly furrowed his brow, inquiring nonchalantly, "The former leader of Baiwa Valley, what is his strength?" "A master, one of the 5 great masters of this era, and the only one who has not retired." The Iron Eagle regarded Chen Ye with a strange expression, asking candidly, "Brother Hua, how is it that you are unaware of this? A master? A master has set his sights on me?" Chen Ye's expression shifted beneath the mask, suppressing his emotions as he replied calmly, "I have been engrossed in martial training, unaware of such matters in the martial world." Upon hearing this, the Iron Eagle burst into laughter, patting Chen Ye on the shoulder. The sound of metal clashing echoed, a testament to the force of contact. "I never imagined Brother Hua to be so diligent. If not for your lack of lightness skills, I might have mistaken you for Eastern Hua." The Iron Eagle chuckled. "Brother Hua, you should know that this Eastern Hua gentleman, who appeared from nowhere, is quite lacking in common knowledge about the martial world." The leader of Yuhu Hall, Su, was fortunate enough to encounter him once and remarked that Eastern Hua was completely unaware of the Wan Jintang. What a peculiar individual. The Iron Eagle laughed heartily, believing himself to be quite humorous. Chen Ye's eyelids twitched, nearly revealing his exposure. Should the Iron Eagle discern the truth, it would pose a significant threat. "System, could you provide me with something more aggressive?" "Perhaps?" Chen Ye sighed internally. Yet, Yuhu Su? Could it be that he was referring to the humorous Su Xiaolan? Chen Ye nearly laughed aloud. How intriguing. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, he had missed the subtle change in the Iron Eagle's tone when mentioning the former leader of Baiwa Valley. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Hall Master Iron, the meal is ready." The Iron Eagle sat up on the bed, waving his hand. "All right, everyone, stretch a bit. Prepare for dinner. After we eat, we shall adjust and move out with the Tang sect tonight. This is a rare opportunity. I have long been displeased with that gang from Fengyu Tower. We shall eliminate them all, leaving none alive. Ahahaha." Upon hearing these words, Chen Ye's pupils contracted, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, the Wan Jintang and Tang sect were involved. Chapter 56. The Night Falls. The beginning of the destruction of Fengyu Tower. The night was dark, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The cool moonlight poured over the earth, making it appear as though blanketed in snow. Bright as day in the temporary headquarters of the Iron Eagle Hall, the Iron Eagle abruptly opened his eyes, asking, "What time is it?" "Exactly at the hour of the pig," the young man tasked with watching the dripping copper kettle replied. "Let us depart." Chen Ye, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them, a glint of determination flashing within. Finally, they were setting out. He exhaled softly. After dinner that afternoon, he had been awaiting the Wan Jintang's departure. Through subtle inquiries, he had confirmed that Shaolian's fate was intertwined with the Wan Jintang and the Tang sect. Upon the Iron Eagle's command, the dozen or so members in the courtyard opened their eyes and leapt from their seats, their expressions fierce with bloodlust. The Wan Jintang always compensated generously for their missions. Upon completing this task, they would be financially secure for a while. The Iron Eagle stepped down from the bed, leading the way as he opened the courtyard door and employed lightness skills to dash southward. Chen Ye glanced at the system map. The direction aligned with Shaolian's location. A quarter of an hour later, the Iron Eagle halted, concealing himself amidst a field of crops. He gestured for the others to stop. Before them, the outline of a village became discernible. Watching the trees, he saw lanterns flickering to life, signaling their entrance into the village. With no one left behind, the Iron Eagle's voice turned icy, his demeanor no longer friendly, emanating a chilling intent to kill. The members behind him concealed themselves, anticipating the lanterns igniting in the eastern woods. An invisible pressure enveloped the air, making it feel considerably heavier. Chen Ye mingled among them, his gaze penetrating as he focused on the village. Before long, a flicker of flame illuminated the eastern woods. Stark against the pitch-black night, the dancing flames illuminated the treetops. Seeing the lanterns lit, the Iron Eagle charged ahead toward the village, with the other members following suit, employing their lightness skills to keep pace. Simultaneously, Chen Ye noticed shadows emerging around the village, all with the same intent. Countless figures infiltrated the village. The guard dogs were silenced before they could bark, falling lifelessly to the ground from hidden weapons. Crash, crash! The wooden doors splintered, cold glints flashed, and the occupants of the beds were struck down before they could utter a sound. Falling victim to a flurry of blades, the armed figures did not linger. Swiftly moving to the next household, in no time, the village echoed with a cacophony of sounds. The crashing of doors, shouts, and screams filled the air, a faint scent of blood wafting throughout. Bang! A door was forcefully smashed open. Whoosh! A fierce gust of blade wind surged, aimed at a figure on the bed. Chen Ye jolted awake, her eyes flashing brighter than the blade's glimmy. A gentle voice resonated in the air. Huang San, his face smeared with blood, glanced towards the entrance of the courtyard, his expression grave. Outside, two figures clad in white stood silently. One, a man of refined appearance in his 40s, casually twirled two gleaming iron balls in his right hand, producing a rhythmic clattering sound as they collided. Beside him stood a young man, strikingly handsome and appearing to be in his 20s, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the older man. He held two iron balls in his right hand as well, but unlike the elder, he gripped them firmly, his gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man. Slowly, Huang San uttered 6 words, Wanjintang, Fire Dragon King. In a courtyard to the south of the village, anguished screams echoed. The members of Wanjintang who had just burst into the room cried out in despair, stumbling backward before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Moonlight illuminated their necks, revealing 2 dark puncture wounds. Hearing the cries, Tai Ying charged into the courtyard, crashing through a side window with a resounding bang. The wooden frame shattered upon impact. Tai Ying moved with the ferocity and dominance of a great eagle. Unstoppable in his advance, in the shadows, fierce claw sounds emerged as venomous snakes, striped in blue and red, were seized by Tai Ying and crushed in his grip. I'll fight you to the death. A delicate female voice cried out in despair from within the room. Snake Queen Qianqi lunged at Tai Ying, who coldly smirked. You've come at a perfect time. His claws, like hooks, aimed at Qianqi. In the next instant, a cloud of white powder rushed towards Tai Ying. Sensing the scent, he quickly infused his internal energy into his hands, transforming his claws into palms. The force of his energy swept through the air, dispersing the white powder, but by the time it cleared, Qianqi had vanished. Lime, scoundrel! Tai Ying's face turned ashen as he swiftly pursued. The village erupted in flames. Wooden houses were instantly engulfed, collapsing with creaks and groans. In the small village of Xiaofeng, flames ignited in every corner. Warriors clashed in the courtyard and on the village paths, littering the ground with countless corpses. Die! A thunderous shout rang out as a purple gold hammer came crashing down on a Wanjintang member, who had no time to scream before being reduced to a bloody pulp, bone shards and crimson flesh mingling grotesquely. Chen Ye wielded two purple gold hammers, surrounded by the remains of those he had obliterated. On the village path, another slender figure wielded an iron fan, skillfully darting around the Wanjintang members. The fan's tip occasionally struck those nearby, causing them to collapse silently to the ground. After Chen Ye and Zhou Ba dispatched several third-tier warriors, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Suddenly, faint sounds pierced the air. Chen Ye felt a chill, sensing impending doom. In a frantic movement, he evaded, only to feel a shadow graze his shoulder, blood spilling forth. Zhou Ba, his hair standing on end, unfurled his iron fan with a flourish. Clang, clang. The sharp sounds echoed from the fan as several hidden weapons clattered to the ground, shimmering with a ghostly green hue in the firelight. Upon seeing the weapons, Zhou Ba exclaimed, "Tang Min." Three figures clad in dark attire appeared atop a wall, their hands raised simultaneously, unleashing a flurry of lethal glints like lightning. In a moment of crisis, a figure leapt from the side, wielding a peculiar iron umbrella, landing before Chen Ye and Zhou Ba. As the umbrella opened, its glimmering leaves spun around. Clang, clang, clang. The dark weapons shot by the three Tang men were all deflected by the umbrella. Scattering to the ground, the Tang men were taken aback. Death umbrella. He Wu, Zhou Ba recognized the figure, his face lighting up with joy. Enough chatter, let us run. Su Xiaolin is right behind me. Damned bad luck, the killer with the iron umbrella cursed, retracting it and hastily fleeing. Chen Ye and Zhou Ba exchanged a moment of surprise before swiftly following He Wu. They had to escape quickly, or they would surely meet their end. The disciples of Tang Min were notoriously formidable, capable of overcoming stronger foes. With three second-tier disciples among them, further delay could lead to their demise. As they began to move, a silent figure appeared on the path ahead, his tall stature and stealthy demeanor unmistakably that of Su Xiaolin, the leader of Yuhu Tang. Su Xiaolin cast a glance at the three Tang Min disciples without uttering a word. Just as he prepared to continue his pursuit, he suddenly froze, as if struck by recognition. He thought he glimpsed a familiar silhouette. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the three elite killers from Fengyu Tower had already made their escape. Su Xiaolin quickly gathered his energy, propelling himself forward with silent swiftness. The three Tang Min disciples exchanged glances, urgency in their eyes. Let us go. We can't let Su Xiaolin gain the advantage. The purple gold king has been hit by my hidden weapon. He won't be able to run far. Quick, pursue. They all activated their techniques, skimming across the ground like dragonflies skimming water. On the rear mountain of Xiaofeng village, several bright lanterns hung from a bamboo structure, illuminating the interior as brightly as day. On the second floor, Lord Wang gazed at the fiery chaos engulfing the village, a twisted smile of delight spreading across his face. What a pleasing sight, he exclaimed in a high-pitched tone, seated calmly at a small tea table. The master of Fengyu Tower said nothing, his gaze fixed on the now cool tea. His expression remained as tranquil as the dark brew in his cup. Lord Wang reveled in the devastation of Xiaofeng village. Chuckling, Wanjintang has dispatched 8 hall masters, 3 first tiers, and 5 second tiers, along with the Fire Dragon King and his precious son. The Tang Men have sent 5 elders and 3 direct disciples. 17 masters above the second tier, along with over 100 third-tier members from Wanjintang. He listened to the distant cries of anguish. A look of ecstasy crossed Lord Wang's pale, bearded face, as though the suffering of others brought him joy. A killer organization that had roamed the martial world for over a decade would meet its demise tonight. To witness such a scene was a rare and precious occurrence. The master of Fengyu Tower lifted his teacup, taking a sip before stating flatly, "Lord Wang, why not test the skills of the young ones?" Lord Wang chuckled, turning to the tower master. "Your Highness, the Emperor has assigned me the task of watching over you. You must not be too reluctant." With matters having escalated to this point, it was too late for regrets. His voice carried a sharp, mocking tone. The master of Fengyu Tower remained silent, setting down his cup, his gaze still fixed upon the tea. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Bang! Chini was thrust violently against a wall, her long sword flying from her grasp as she spat blood. The already unstable structure groaned under the impact, on the verge of collapse. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Yin's hands danced like butterflies, launching authentic Tang Men hidden weapons toward the burly monk within the room. The master of the Qing Yuan Hall made no attempt to evade. He let the weapons strike him. Just as they were about to make contact, An invisible force effortlessly redirected them elsewhere. Seeing this, Xiao Lian's eyes brimmed with frustration. Having recently advanced her internal energy and agility to a commendable level, she now considered herself a third-tier warrior. Yet, facing this monk, she couldn't even breach his protective aura. After sending Chen Ye crashing into the wall, the burly monk turned his gaze to Xiao Lian. "Why do you only possess third-tier strength?" The master of the Qing Yuan Hall sniffed lightly, a look of delight crossing his face. "Indeed, another female assassin. I am truly fortunate. Let me see your appearance." With that, he advanced toward Xiao Lian, grasping his magical staff. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air filled the room as several black spheres were hurled at the master of the Qing Yuan Hall. He made no attempt to dodge, allowing them to approach. Just as the spheres were about to strike, they suddenly detonated. Boom, boom, boom. Dark flames erupted, and Chen Ye sprang from the wall, seizing Xiao Lian and crashing through the window with the speed of a cat. Fleeing at lightning speed, the master of the Qing Yuan Hall, intending to pursue, suddenly halted, his expression shifting as he held his breath. The Tangmin's soft muscle powder. Where did such a sinister thing come from? At that moment, the crumbling house could no longer withstand its own weight. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed, burying the master of the Qing Yuan Hall beneath its debris. In the courtyard, Huang San stood, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. One droplet wavered at the tip of his nose, teasingly refusing to fall. It was an irritating sensation. Yet he dared not move, his gaze fixated on the two figures before him. Specifically, the younger one, the young man in white, gripping his iron balls tightly, also glistened with sweat. Their eyes seemed to exclude the world around them, locked solely on one another. The surrounding din of battle, flames, and anguished cries faded into oblivion for them. Though only minutes had passed in their standoff, it felt like an eternity. Standing beside the young man was the master of the Fire Dragon Hall, who casually twirled the iron balls in his hand, seemingly awaiting the outcome of the confrontation. A piercing whistle shattered the chaos, echoing sharply throughout the tumultuous village. Without any prior movement, Huang San suddenly sprang into action. The young man, Fire Cloud Young Master, also moved with urgency. Huang San leapt gracefully, as light as a feather, preparing to vault over the courtyard wall. A dull thud rang out as he suddenly dipped. As if struck by an unseen force, he gritted his teeth against the pane and soared over the wall, to the courtyard entrance. Fire Dragon King halted his spinning iron balls, stating calmly, "You are too anxious." Fire Cloud Young Master lowered his head. "Yes, my son is too eager." One of the iron balls he had firmly grasped had mysteriously vanished. No one had seen when he had released it. "Had you not been so intent on fleeing, you would have already met your end by my hand," Fire Dragon King remarked with an even tone. Hearing his father's assessment, Fire Cloud Young Master felt a chill run down his spine. "Return and practice in seclusion for 3 months, Fire Dragon King instructed, taking slow steps toward the direction Huang San had fled. With a wry smile, Fire Cloud Young Master shook his head and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Huang San, at the peak of the second tier, was an exceptional talent. He knew he was far from being able to match him. As Huang San vaulted over the wall, he dared not linger for a moment. Gritting his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, he pressed on, his left shoulder a bloody mess, as if it were severed, dangling at his side. Huang San dashed toward a specific direction, fortunate that it was Fire Dragon King's son who had attacked him, as his iron ball technique was still unrefined. Huang San felt a flicker of hope. The Fire Dragon King was a first-tier expert. Had he been the one to strike, it would have been his head, not his shoulder, that shattered. Huang San clenched his teeth, memories flooding back of his conversations with Steward Huang and Chen Ye's predictions. A bitter smile crossed his face as he finally grasped the truth. Everyone was betraying Fengyu Tower. This sentiment extended even to the master of Fengyu Tower. As Huang San sprinted toward his destination, he overheard voices nearby. "Zhou, put me down. I'm already poisoned. Let me return and kill a few. I can't afford to incur a loss." The rough voice of the burly Chen Ye was tinged with exhaustion. "Enough already. You've been poisoned by Tangmin. Do you think you can still fight?" A somewhat unfamiliar voice scoffed. Huang San strained to catch their words, quickening his pace to close the distance. Upon seeing him, Chen Ye, Zhou, and He Wu instinctively prepared to attack, but upon recognizing Huang San, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Huang San, what happened to your arm?" Cold sweat beaded on Huang San's forehead. I was struck by someone. I became the sharpening stone for the Fire Dragon King's son. The three exchanged glances, their pace quickening. Huang San, keep your distance from us. The Fire Dragon King is on your tail. Zhou Ba, run faster. Damn it, Huang San exclaimed. Chapter 58, Encirclement, Desperation. A sharp whistle pierced the air, echoing through the village. Su Xiaolin moved silently behind Zhou Ba and the others, not in a hurry to eliminate them. As he traversed half the village, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The sharp whistles continued to sound, increasingly more assassins emitting eerie calls that he slowed his pace to allow the three Tang men disciples trailing him to catch up. Without hesitation, they quickened their steps, pursuing Zhou Ba and his companions. That Su Xiaolin leapt atop a building, scanning the area and observing the assassins from Fengyu Tower fleeing in the same direction, as though they had coordinated their escape. Su Xiaolin squinted slightly, roughly counting the fleeing assassins. Fewer than 10 second-tier experts remained, the rest having been eliminated by the combined forces of the Wanjintang Masters and Tangmen Elders. The number of third-tier silver-level assassins had dwindled significantly. Heading east? What could be there? A forest, Su Xiaolin mused, gazing in the direction the assassins had fled. Attempting to break free? How utterly laughable! A mocking expression spread across his face. Since Wanjintang and Tangmen had intervened, there would be no survivors from Fengyu Tower. On the fiery village path, swish, 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 the sounds of concealed weapons cutting through the air rang out. The Wanjintang members rushing in all covered their eyes, shrieking in terror. Xiao Yin supported Chen Ye with one arm, while the other flung several hidden weapons at the surrounding foes. As she advanced eastward, the whistle signaled their escape route. Chen Ye leaned heavily against Xiao Yin, her face pale and blood trickling from her lips. Having endured a powerful blow from the master of the Qing Yuan Hall, she suffered severe internal injuries. The gap between first-tier and second-tier warriors was already significant, and the strength of the Qing Yuan Hall's master, endowed with innate prowess and the potent Shaolin internal force, was particularly effective against her cold energy. Had the monk not held back, she would have been on the brink of death. Xiao Lian bit her lip, glancing around at the burning village as she circulated her meager internal energy, employing the rain dance technique to head east. Fortunately, her and Qin Yi's residence was already near the eastern edge of the village, not too far from the exit. Is that Qin Yi? A strange male voice called out from behind Xiao Lian. Without a second thought, she launched her hidden weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Several crisp sounds echoed as her projectiles were deflected. Tangmen? He Wu. She is Qin Yi's disciple. Interesting, this Tangmen technique is quite impressive, the voice behind her mused. Growing closer, Xiao Lian recognized Zhou Ba's voice. She kept moving, slightly turning her head to see Zhou Ba carrying Chen Ye, whose lips were purple, consciousness fading, black blood seeping from his shoulder, clearly poisoned. Beside Zhou Ba were Huang San and a man wielding a peculiar iron umbrella. Huang San raced to catch up to Xiao Lian, noticing Qin Yi's pallid complexion and hurriedly asking, "Who injured you?" "Qin Yuan monk." Qin Yi replied weakly. The others exchanged strange looks. That He Wu cursed. "Damn it. I shouldn't have run with you. Listen to that. Who is trailing behind us?" Su Xiaolin, 3 Tangmen disciples, Fire Dragon King, and the Qin Yuan monk. Wanjintang has only a few first tiers. It got too hot on our heels. Everyone fell silent, realizing they could not outrun such formidable opponents. Continuing down this path leads only to a dead end. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept in from behind. A chill surged through the hearts of the onlookers. Huang San swiftly grasped Xiao Lian's arm and, with a powerful push, they both rolled to the side. Zhou Ba and He Wu exerted every ounce of their strength to leap away as well. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air, splitting the village path and sending dirt flying. An unstoppable force emanated from the disturbance, knocking Huang San, Zhou Ba, and He Wu to the ground. Before them stood a 3-meter-tall, small jar-sized demon subduing staff, firmly embedded in the earth, its golden rings trembling violently, ringing out with a sound as clear as a bell, reminiscent of the sacred voice of a Buddha. That I did not say you could leave. A towering monk clad in yellow robes appeared on the village path, his face twisted into a lecherous grin, his gaze lingering on Qin Yi and Xiao Lian. Not far from the monk, a white figure flickered into view, a middle-aged man in white, juggling 2 iron balls that clinked together rhythmically. The Fire Dragon King observed the remaining second-tier assassins with indifference, as if they were mere insects. Devoid of any emotion, that moment, three shadowy figures leaped from the wall, all clad in identical night attire and masked. They were the three direct disciples of the Tang sect. As they descended, both the monk and the fire dragon king shuddered in unison. Two of the disciples instinctively took a step back upon seeing the monk, their exposed features betraying their femininity, their eyes filled with deep apprehension and fear. Clearly, the monk's reputation was notoriously dreadful. A sudden sound of rushing wind announced the arrival of a nimble young girl, her face flushed as if fleeing from pursuers. Chen Ye landed on the dirt road at the village entrance, and upon seeing the monk, the fire dragon king, and the three Tang disciples, she froze in shock, cold sweat breaking out on her fair forehead. Scoundrels! Nowhere to run. From behind, the wall erupted, and a burly man with thick brows and large eyes charged through the rubble. Dust covered Iron Eagle's face as he crashed through the wall, chuckling at the scene before him. Run? Aren't you all quite adept at fleeing? Huang San, Zhou Ba, and He Wu struggled to their feet, their faces pale as they regarded the encircling enemies. Xiao Lian supported Chen Ye, biting her lip, her eyes filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. The gap in strength between them and their adversaries was insurmountable, leaving no room for escape. Was this truly how it would end? Xiao Lian's heart was heavy with sorrow as memories of her arduous journey from Jianning Prefecture to Linen Prefecture flooded her mind. She had finally learned martial arts, yet had not avenged herself on that person. Was she destined to die here? In this moment, her mind flickered to the one she despised most, only to slowly transform into the visage of another, handsome, always bearing a gentle smile. Deemed I must go back on my word. Her lips pressed tightly together, her once bright eyes now dulled by despair. Leaning on his iron umbrella, He Wu's lips stained with blood. He shouted, "Wan Jin Tang, do you not fear retaliation from my master? Your master?" The monk's face twisted into a peculiar smile. "I fear that right now, your master is too busy saving himself to concern himself with you." His gaze, cold as a serpent, swept over Chen Ye, Xiao Lian, and Chen Ye. "The three of them are mine. You are forbidden to touch them." His tone brooked no argument, his eyes aflame with desire, tongue flicking out to moisten his lips. If the Buddha were to witness his lascivious demeanor, he would surely strike him down in wrath. The others remained silent. They understood the monk's nature. A woman he desired was as good as dead. Chen Ye's face blanched with guilt as he whispered to Xiao Lian, "I'm sorry, my disciple, for placing you in such a predicament." Xiao Lian shook her head. "Master, this was my choice. If blame is to be cast, let it be on fate." Flames consumed the village, illuminating Xiao Lian's delicate features, lending her an extraordinary beauty. A resolute glint flickered in her eyes as the monk's expression made it clear what fate awaited her should she survive. Suddenly, a sigh broke the tension, startling everyone present. In the midst of the burning village, a figure appeared on the narrow path. A young man clad in a simple, coarse yellow shirt, his face adorned with a red and white mask. Hearing the sigh, the crowd turned towards him. Iron Eagle's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Brother Hua, have you come to join the fray?" Without a word, Chen Ye produced a silver mask from his pocket, its edges etched with leaf patterns to in the blink of an eye. The figure vanished from the village path, leaving behind the red and white mask that fell to the ground with a soft thud. A gentle voice resonated from behind the Wan Jin Tang members. "Come with me." The monk, Fire Dragon King, Iron Eagle, and the three Tang disciples turned in unison, their expressions shifting to one of shock as they beheld the figure in the yellow shirt at the center of the Wind and Rain Building's assassins. The mask on the figure's face transformed into silver, its edges still bearing the leaf motif. Chen Ye reached out, gently ruffling Xiao Lian's hair. The sudden appearance of the masked figure sent shockwaves through the assassins, their pupils dilating in fear. How swift! If this person harbored malicious intent, they would have been dead already. Xiao Lian felt warmth above her head, momentarily stunned. Then, she recognized the familiar, gentle voice, filled with surprise and disbelief. "Is that you?" Chen Ye smiled softly, patting her head as he stood unfazed amidst the chaos. Iron Eagle's eyes widened in shock. "Hua Dong. Dong Hu A. Oh, that's how it is," he murmured, his face expressing a mix of realization and astonishment. The gathered crowd quickly grasped the identity of the masked figure. "Dong Hua?" The monk squinted, his demeanor turning serious. The Fire Dragon King cast a deep gaze towards Chen Ye, his iron balls ceasing their rhythmic clinking. The three Tang disciples regarded Chen Ye with curiosity, recognizing him as the legendary Dong Hua, the peer of the esteemed master Zhang Jiling, known for his unparalleled prowess in the martial world 2 decades prior. Why was he here? As Chen Ye made his entrance, an inexplicable silence enveloped the atmosphere. The sound of light footsteps echoed behind the Wan Jin Tang members as other hall masters and 5 Tang elders arrived. Having dispatched the remaining second-tier assassins, a middle-aged man, dressed like a wealthy merchant, landed beside the monk and fire dragon king, a smile gracing his face as he rubbed a ruby ring on his thumb. What transpired here? The merchant inquired, glancing at the wounded assassins, his gaze briefly landing on Chen Ye. Seeing no response, he turned to Iron Eagle. Little Eagle, what is going on? Iron Eagle's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth. Hallmaster, that person is Dong Hua. The merchant's eyes narrowed, a hint of caution flickering within. He was the master of the Wan Jin Tang's Golden Toad Hall, a first-tier expert. Dong Hua, the newly arrived hall masters and Tang elders shifted their attention to Chen Ye. Su Shaolin's eyes widened in astonishment that it was him. He recalled Dong Hua's elusive agility during their encounter outside Jiangning City. Dressed in his yellow shirt, tall and elegant, with the silver leaf mask still on, Chen Ye stood calmly amidst the crowd. That moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ear. Ding! Daily settlement initiated. Skip. Chen Ye thought to himself, there was no time for daily settlements now. Ding! Total points gained, 105. Remaining points, 4077. A translucent blue screen materialized before Chen Ye. Ding! Shaolian's gratitude level has increased. Current gratitude level, 85. Ding! Congratulations on earning a chance to extract a word entry from the dean. Chen Ye's eyes widened in surprise. It had actually reached 85. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts. System, extract the word entry. Ding! Extracting word entry. Crackling sounds echoed, followed by a thunderous roar. The village trembled as houses collapsed and burned, filling the air with the stench of blood and charred flesh. It's him, Qini murmured, recognizing Chen Ye's ghostly agility. She recalled the figure that had appeared during her conversation with Xiao Lian in Yuhang County, moving like a specter. The other assassins regarded Chen Ye with trepidation and uncertainty, unsure of his intentions. The hall masters of Wan Jin Tang and the Tang elders remained silent, observing Chen Ye with keen interest. To be on par with the esteemed master was no small feat. Chen Ye remained silent, his gaze fixated on the translucent blue screen before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have extracted the word entry. Qi body source flow. Qi body source flow. The innate qi within you is boundless, capable of being utilized as inner strength. In that instant, Chen Ye felt the cultivated inner strength within his dantian compress, as if being refined, before rapidly expanding and splitting into 2 streams. Soon, those 2 streams multiplied into 4, then 8. Within a few breaths, the inner strength within him transformed into thousands of streams, the division continuing incessantly. Simultaneously, waves of heat surged from his dantian, spontaneously following the path of the innate qi technique. Chen Ye recalled the teachings of the innate qi technique. When in the womb, the body is filled with innate qi that nourishes one's being. After birth, this innate qi mingles with postnatal impurities and gradually dissipates. Taoist practices aim to trace back to the source, cultivating innate qi as their ultimate pursuit. Upon reaching the innate realm, the inner strength would merge into one pure stream of innate qi, which, when nurtured in the dantian, could prolong life and unleash unpredictable powers in combat. Now, Chen Ye distinctly sensed the presence of countless streams of innate qi within him, leaving him momentarily dazed. While practitioners devoted their lives to tracing back to the source in hopes of cultivating a single stream of innate qi, he currently possessed thousands. If the practitioners of the Tao were to find out, they would surely be driven to madness. Silence enveloped the crowd. A voice shattered the stillness. I wished to test the martial prowess of one who stands on par with the esteemed master. The monk's smile belied the coldness and murderous intent in his eyes. He despised others encroaching upon what he desired. Without warning, the monk lunged forward, his massive form resembling a ferocious beast as he charged at Chen Ye. His movements were simple, yet brimming with power. As the monk reached Chen Ye, he raised a fist the size of a vat, the knuckles protruding as he unleashed a powerful blow toward Chen Ye. As he struck, an invisible wave of force emanated from him. The air whistled as if a tiger's roar accompanied his punch. This was the authentic Shaolin's Arhat Fuhu fist. The monk's fists were imbued with the power of a tiger's roar, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of his martial prowess. Chen Ye stood still, unmoving. The boundless innate qi within him coursed through his meridians like a warm current. He felt as light as a feather, as if he could float at the mere thought that, of course, it was merely an illusion. As he observed the monk's attack, time seemed to slow down dramatically. Chen Ye effortlessly raised his left hand, intercepting the monk's fist with ease. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Chen Ye's unbreakable defense absorbed all damage and impact in that moment. He experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as if he could channel the innate qi within him through his arm into the monk's body. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ye relaxed his spirit. The rich innate qi in his dantian flowed like liquid, coursing through his meridians and into his palm, which then transferred to the monk's right fist. Feeling the overwhelming inner strength emanating from his fist, the monk's eyes widened in shock. Fear overtook him as he gasped. With a mighty roar, he swung his left fist as if fighting for his life against Chen Ye. Chen Ye raised his right hand, effortlessly catching the monk's left fist. A portion of the innate qi split off, flowing from Chen Ye's right hand into the monk's body. As both fists were grasped by Chen Ye. Sheer terror washed over the monk's face. He bellowed, attempting to wrench his fists free from Chen Ye's grasp. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. The monk's body swelled like an overinflated balloon, his eyes bulging, skin quivering. Within a breath's time, a deafening blast resounded. Boom! The monk exploded, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Ye's protective energy shield blocked the spray, leaving his yellow robe pristine. Even Xiao Lian and the others beside him remained untouched by blood. As they gazed at the scattered remnants of flesh and bone, Chen Ye fell into silence. He had merely wanted to test the innate qi within him, yet he had inadvertently caused the monk to burst apart. Was the newly extracted word entry truly that powerful? Chen Ye was not the only one in shock. The remaining 7 hall masters of Wanjin Tang, the 5 Tang elders, and 3 direct disciples were equally stunned. Did he just explode? Everyone stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. The monk, a Shaolin master with formidable inner strength, had been at the peak of the first tier. How could he have been obliterated by Chen Ye in mere moments? The merchant, adorned with a ruby ring, swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the scene before him, disbelief etched on his face. Typically, martial artists engaged in inner strength contests where the worst outcome was severe injury. How could one explode like this? What depth of inner strength was required for such an act? Was this even humanly possible? The Fire Dragon King, who had previously exuded calm indifference, stood frozen, his expression blank as he stared at the remnants of the monk. The remaining 2 first-tier experts dared not move. The onlookers quickly realized the sheer terror of Dong Hua's power. He had forcibly caused a late first-tier master known for his inner strength to explode. Both first-tier warriors simultaneously arrived at the same conclusion. Dong Hua was a master. The other second-tier hall masters, Tang elders, and direct disciples gazed at Chen Ye with expressions of pure dread. The recent events had left an indelible impact on them. The monk, who could kill second-tier opponents as easily as swatting flies, had been effortlessly obliterated by this enigmatic Dong Hua. Iron Eagle's gaze fell upon the bloody remnants, and he grimaced, recalling how he had just referred to Dong Hua's brother. His expression turned into one of disbelief. Su Shaolin wore a look of sheer terror, realizing Dong Hua's immense strength. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief that he had not clashed with Dong Hua previously. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate. Dean. Xiao Lian stared, wide-eyed, at the figure in the yellow robe and silver mask standing protectively in front of her. No one was more astonished than she. She had faced the monk, who appeared to her as an invincible demon, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched by Chen Ye. Is this still the Chen Ye who lived alongside himself for 2 months, basking in the sun, perusing leisurely books, with a gentle smile ever present at the corner of his lips? Xiao Lian's eyes were lost in admiration as she gazed at the imposing figure of Chen Ye, who appeared as profound as a deep abyss and as majestic as a towering mountain. The director, how formidable! The assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower behind Chen Ye gaped in disbelief, all incredulous. They had initially thought themselves doomed, yet here was a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Chen Ye regained his composure from the recent surprise, casting a detached glance at the crowd from Wanjin Tang. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, an invisible force surged forth, stirring the air into a tempest, causing dust and debris to swirl chaotically. The people of Wanjin instinctively squinted, shielding their faces with their sleeves against the whirlwind of dirt. Fear gripped their hearts as they wondered what Dong Hua intended to do. When the gust finally subsided, a two zhanglong line appeared on the ground, delving deep and exposing damp earth beneath. Observing the commotion he had stirred, Chen Ye frowned slightly. The abundance of innate energy within him was still too unwieldy to control that he had merely intended to draw a line on the ground with his internal force. Yet a tempest had erupted instead that it could only be said that the attributes bestowed by the system were excessively potent. With calm eyes, Chen Ye turned to the people of Wanjin and uttered softly, "Those who cross the line shall die in the woods east of Shaofeng village." Tianjizi reclined against a tree, extracting 3 copper coins from his bosom. He held them in his hands, gently shaking them before letting them fall to the ground. Tracing the intricate patterns upon them, as the 6 coins aligned, Tianjizi deciphered the hexagram they revealed, murmuring, "Indeed, the second opportunity lies here." A complex expression crossed his face, as if he were about to confront a challenging matter. Sighing, Tianjizi rose from the ground, tapping his bamboo staff lightly on the earth as he began to walk westward. Having missed the first opportunity, he could not afford to let this one slip away. Tianjizi sighed again. His fate diverged from that of ordinary men. Where the average person had 3 chances in a lifetime, he possessed only 2, yet, if he grasped even one of these, the latter half of his life would soar like a dragon in the heavens, a life of vast freedom. The opportunity on the 4th of July had slipped past him, and this time, he could not afford to miss it again. However, the thought of the impending challenges filled him with a bittersweet foreboding. Some matters, after all, must reach a resolution. Some individuals must ultimately confront their fates. Holding his bamboo staff, he advanced slowly, but after a brief moment, he halted. Sensing a disturbance, he tilted his ear, catching the sound of wood cracking as it burned. Quickly, Tianjizi engaged in divination, arriving at an interpretation. A fork in the road. The hexagram's meaning left him uncertain. Before him lay a bifurcation. One path led westward to the eastern entrance of Shaofeng village, while the other veered north toward the bamboo groves of the rear mountains. He stood at the very center of this divergence. How strange, he mused. Why do I feel a premonition? After a moment of contemplation, he remained puzzled. Shaking his head, he continued his journey northward. His somewhat frail figure traversed the rustic path, moving steadily yet unhurriedly, with unwavering resolve. After a brief passage, Tianjizi stepped upon several dried bamboo leaves, entering a bamboo grove. At that moment, a hand grasped his own. Startled, he instinctively moved. The hand opened his palm, inscribing a few characters upon it. Taking a deep breath, Tianjizi's face displayed complexity that he nodded, saying, "Take me to see him." That hand gently patted Tianjizi's shoulder and led him onward. On the second floor of the bamboo tower, Wang Gong sat upon a bamboo chair, his demeanor relaxed. This was the first time in 14 days that he had settled into a chair. Not only was he seated, but before him was also a cup of tea, emerald green, exuding a faint, fragrant aroma. An aficionado would recognize it as a priceless preaching Longjing tea, the finest from Westlake. Wang Gong lifted the cup, savoring a sip with closed eyes, relishing the sweet, gentle, and fragrant taste of the tea, as described by the Duke's Su. Upon opening his eyes, a smile graced his face, signifying his approval of the exquisite brew. Across from him sat the master of the Wind and Rain Tower, his expression devoid of emotion. Behind Wang Gong stood 12 individuals, men and women, young and old, who awaited with reverence, as if anticipating something significant. "Duke Su, you should partake as well," Wang Gong urged, holding up his cup. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower smiled but remained silent. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Wang Gong turned to see the mute elder he had encountered earlier, guiding a blind boy of about 10 years old. The elder, with graying hair and a joyful smile, walked alongside the boy, whose eyes were covered with black cloth. Though he smiled, it was forced and stiff, as if compelled to do so. Upon their entrance, the master of the Wind and Rain Tower suddenly focused on the blind boy. Scrutinizing his face intently, slowly, his gaze softened, becoming filled with warmth and relief, undergoing several transformations in mere moments. Wang Gong's expression shifted. He placed his teacup down, his countenance growing grave as a look of horror flickered in his eyes. He observed the changes in the Duke Su's gaze, which he recognized all too well. Such eyes he had seen before. Wang Gong understood the implications of that gaze, and a tremor coursed through him, chilling him to the bone. Fear engulfed him, for that gaze was the one a father bestows upon his son. Chapter 61. A realm of Jianghu. Duke Su was still alive, yet had lost the ability to procreate. This was a well-known secret within the Great Wu Dynasty. Wang Gong, by chance, was privy to this secret. It was this knowledge that sent shivers down his spine, for when reality diverges from what one knows, it invariably signifies some unexpected calamity. You've come, the master of the wind and rain tower spoke suddenly, a hint of joy lacing his tone. Tianji forced a smile, responding with a youthful voice. I had no intention of coming. The master of the wind and rain tower nodded. However, you had no choice. You must come. Tianji acknowledged, his expression complex. He had missed the first opportunity and had no choice but to be here. Some matters must ultimately reach a conclusion, he stated with a hint of bitterness. The master of the wind and rain tower nodded, turning to the 12 individuals behind Wang Gong. 12 from the earthly branches. 1 from the heavenly stems. Your father has orchestrated in the Jianghu for over a decade. Henceforth, they shall be yours. The 12 individuals behind Wang Gong, along with the elder leading Tianji upstairs, broke into smiles, though they had no tongues. Their eyes sparkled with joy as they regarded Tianji. Though blindfolded, Tianji sensed their enthusiasm. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. In a few years, the Wind and Rain Tower will become a premier force in Jianghu. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower nodded in agreement, a warm smile breaking through his stern facade. Yet, he noted that as the Wind and Rain Tower grew, it would remain merely a force within Jianghu. Certain matters required a broader vision. He lifted a purple clay pot, retrieving a new cup from beneath the small tea table. Steam wafted from the warm tea as it flowed from the pot's spout. The Wind and Rain Tower has become too ostentatious that I shall dismantle it, allowing it to be reborn in a new guise. Originally, I had intended to leave you several fine seedlings, with opportunities to ascend to the first rank within a few years. Alas, they were too clever, yet too foolish. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower filled a cup 3/4 full and approached Tianji, taking his hand and placing the cup into it. Tianji held the cup but did not drink, his expression complex and tinged with bitterness. After tonight, the Wind and Rain Tower will cease to exist. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower gently patted Tianji's shoulder, offering a hint of reassurance, before turning to Wang Gong to tea that moment. Wang Gong appeared pale and cold, his eyes glazed over, staring vacantly at the tea table, his voice hoarse. I am doomed. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower nodded. Indeed, you are doomed. From the moment you entered the bamboo tower, your fate was sealed. Wang Gong's pallor deepened as he nodded numbly. Anyone witnessing the recent events would find it impossible to survive. However, I am at the pinnacle of the first rank. You may not necessarily be able to kill me. Wang Gong remained seated in the bamboo chair, his face still ashen. The words he had just spoken did not instill confidence, for he understood that Duke Su was aware of his rank yet had revealed those secrets. He feared he was truly doomed. Yes, you are at the pinnacle of the first rank. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower placed his hand lightly on Wang Gong's shoulder. But it is not enough. Feeling the weight of the hand upon his shoulder, Wang Gong managed a smile, albeit a grim one. Then you may as well take your own life. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower replied nonchalantly. Would you like to ask why? Wang Gong gave a sorrowful smile. May I inquire why? The master of the Wind and Rain Tower nodded gently. Tio grant you clarity in your demise. Famed as a miraculous physician, he concluded, turning his attention away from Wang Gong, instead approaching the window of the bamboo tower. Through the window, in the dim light of night, the distant Shaofeng village was engulfed in flames. The cries of despair had faded, leaving only the sound of collapsing buildings. Everything was drawing to a close. The flames merged with darkness, reflecting in the master of the Wind and Rain Tower's profound gaze. Akin to an endless abyss. You may take them with you. The foundation of the Wind and Rain Tower is sufficient for you to pursue any endeavor you desire. And you? Tianji inquired. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower smiled. I shall pursue my own ambitions. Some matters, he mused, must be addressed before it is too late. He gazed northwest, standing tall, and stated softly, "My royal brother is nearing death. His sins are too heavy. Amongst 100 beautiful women in the harem, he has but one son that I wish him to experience the pain I felt 18 years ago." Tianjizi fell silent for a long moment before asking again, "Is it worth it?" Tianjizi struggled to comprehend. Though they had scarcely met over the past 14 years, the master of the Wind and Rain Tower was handing over a decade's worth of efforts to him. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower smiled. "If he dies, who shall I seek vengeance upon? Moreover, as a father, one must leave something for his son when departing." This. Tianjizi trembled slightly, gripping the teacup with unsteady hands. Silently, he raised the cup to his lips and drank deeply. Suddenly, the master of the Wind and Rain Tower chuckled. "That is not how one drinks tea." Tianjizi remained silent, then abruptly asked, "May I touch you?" "Of course," the master of the Wind and Rain Tower replied, bending down before Tianjizi. Slowly, Tianjizi extended his hand. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower grasped it, placing it against his own face. Tianjizi's hand was pale and youthful, devoid of any signs of labor or martial training, much like that of a scholar. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower held Tianjizi's hand, allowing it to explore his face, while also observing Tianjizi's features. The youthful visage bore a striking resemblance to his own in his younger days as he gazed upon that face. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower smiled genuinely, as if he were beholding another version of himself. After a moment, Tianjizi's left hand moved toward the black cloth covering his eyes. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower gently grasped his hand. "That is enough. Oh, not hinder your training." Rising, he took the purple clay pot and poured another cup for Tianjizi. "Drink, but this time, take your time." Once finished, he instructed, "Take them with you." This time, Tianjizi did not refuse. He groped his way to the small tea table, sitting cross-legged with the cup in hand, sipping slowly, not wishing to rush. The two sat across from one another in silence, the bamboo tower enveloped in tranquility, broken only by the soft sounds of tea being sipped. Nearby, Wang Gong gradually closed his eyes, his face reflecting a mournful smile. He understood that after tonight, the world would change. Everyone had underestimated the deposed Duke Su. For moments ago, he had sensed a surge of demonic energy from Duke Su's very hands. Teacups in this world are small. Even when filled to the brim, they will eventually run dry. Tianjizi lifted his cup, his lips brushing against the damp leaves within. The tea was finished. "Let us go," the master of the Wind and Rain Tower sighed softly. Tianjizi nodded silently. The mute elder stepped forward to support him, while the remaining 12 from the earthly branches followed closely. Throughout it all, these 13 individuals did not cast a single glance at the master of the Wind and Rain Tower. Their sole focus was on the young blind boy before them. With the support of the elder, Tianjizi descended from the bamboo tower. As he reached the entrance, he gently touched the black cloth covering his eyes, feeling a hint of moisture. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to linger. Tianjizi understood that the master of the Wind and Rain Tower could not provide him with the esteemed position of power in the court. Yet, he had gifted him a realm of Jianghu. Chapter 62. The Jade Leaf Hall, on July 18th, at the inn in Jiangxia County. The crowing of roosters echoed throughout the town as the morning light began to filter through the windows. Chen Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He inhaled deeply, calming the boundless innate energy swirling within his dantian. Having an excess of innate energy was not necessarily a blessing. Chen Ye sighed softly. His internal vitality was abundant, rendering him incapable of feeling drowsy. Throughout the night, he had been in the process of regulating his innate energy, and thankfully, the results were notable. When he refrained from channeling his internal force, it lay dormant within his dantian, preventing any uncontrollable surges of power. However, to intricately master the vast reserves of innate energy within him, time was still required. Chen Ye rose from the bed, retrieving a silver mask from the table and affixing it to his face. Approaching the door, he pushed it open. Hearing a commotion from within, Wu, who had been sitting at the side guarding the door, startled awake. Upon seeing Chen Ye emerge, he quickly rose, bowing respectfully. "Senior." Chen Ye replied indifferently. "Senior, I will summon them immediately," Wu said with utmost respect. The previous evening, after Chen Ye had drawn the line on the ground and uttered his words, the people from Wanjin Tang and Tang Min had remained frozen in place. Too fearful to move, let alone cross that line. His presence had indeed left He Wu in awe, as if a grand master had descended upon them. Chen Ye ignored He Wu, making his way to the inn's main hall, where he requested breakfast from the innkeeper. Shortly after, the doors of the upstairs rooms opened one by one. The remaining 6 second-rank assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower, accompanied by Xiao Lian, descended and stood a respectful distance from Chen Ye. Chen Ye's gaze swept over them. Chen Ye appeared pale, lacking color, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder. Yesterday, he had fallen victim to Tang Min's lethal poison. Had it not been for the Tang Min elder's fear of offending Chen Ye and offering the antidote, he would likely be dead by now. Zhou Ba, Qian Shi, and He Wu bore no visible injuries, appearing relatively well. Huang San had bandages around his left shoulder, his complexion also pale. Qini was shrouded in a black veil, yet her frailty was still apparent. The 6 second-rank assassins bowed their heads respectfully, unwilling to meet Chen Ye's gaze. Chen Ye's attention settled on Xiao Lian. Her expression was complex, filled with awe, gratitude, unfamiliarity, and an indescribable blend of emotions as she regarded Chen Ye. "Guest, your breakfast." The innkeeper, carrying the requested meal, rushed out from the kitchen, only to halt in surprise upon witnessing the scene before him. Having served numerous guests, he recognized that these individuals undoubtedly possessed martial prowess, and thus he approached with caution. The innkeeper gingerly placed the breakfast on the table, timidly addressing Chen Ye. "Sir, please enjoy." With that, he retreated slowly, wary of disturbing Chen Ye. Chen Ye paid no mind to the innkeeper's actions. He served himself 2 bowls of rice porridge, a mixed flour bun, and a few side dishes. "Xiao Lian, come and eat." Chen Ye spoke gently, reminiscent of his demeanor during their time at the nursery. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Lian's eyes revealed a complex mixture of emotions. She stood frozen, momentarily paralyzed. At this juncture, Qian Shi discreetly nudged her with his elbow. Finally, Xiao Lian came to her senses, approached, and took a seat on the bench, accepting the porridge from Chen Ye's hands, consuming it in small bites. Chen Ye removed his mask and set it aside, calmly partaking of his breakfast, seemingly oblivious to the 6 individuals standing beside him. Holding a steamed bun, Xiao Lian instinctively lowered her head upon witnessing the familiar face beneath the mask, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Qin Yi and the others remained silent, their heads bowed in deference to Chen Ye, not daring to raise their eyes. Chen Ye did not speak, and they did not dare to move as he continued to eat his small dishes. He pondered deeply. Initially, he intended to save Xiao Lian, but inadvertently, he had also rescued this group of assassins. These individuals had previously belonged to the Wind and Rain Tower and were all top-tier killers with second-grade abilities, capable of serving as elder guest attendants in any force within the martial world. With no sect leader present, a second-grade fighter represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. How to handle them required careful consideration from Chen Ye. Before long, Chen Ye leisurely finished his breakfast while the 6 assassins had stood for quite some time. He donned his mask once more and spoke flatly, "What are your intentions?" The 6 second-grade assassins responded in unison. "We owe you our lives and have no means to repay you. We are willing to heed your commands." "Senior." Chen Ye cast a casual glance at them. Standing before him were the elite second-grade assassins of the martial world, experienced, highly skilled, and professionals in their lethal craft. In other words, they were quite adept at earning money. Xiao Lian's career path was set to be an assassin. It was inevitable that she would join an assassin organization. Rather than becoming a mere pawn in another organization, it would be more prudent to work for herself. This arrangement would not only supplement her household expenses, but also mitigate the risk of facing betrayal from her own organization in the future. Typically, assassins did not meet a pleasant end in their later years. As the director of the nursery, Chen Ye felt a responsibility for every child. Moreover, as the nursery expanded with more children in the future, it would require renovation, wouldn't it? After marrying Ming, they could not continue living at the nursery. Could they? A house would need to be purchased for his simple-minded son, and after that, a horse would also be necessary. Each of these expenses added up. Chen Ye sighed inwardly. At such a young age, he felt as if he had become a father figure. After some contemplation, Chen Ye reached into his bosom and retrieved a jade leaf, about an inch high, which he had exchanged from the system store. The patterns on the jade leaf perfectly mirrored those on his silver mask. He placed the jade leaf on the table and said softly, "From now on, you will be members of the Jade Leaf Hall. Accepting assassination tasks is your forte. As for intelligence sources, member recruitment, and the success or failure of assassinations that I shall not interfere. But one thing is certain. I require 70% of the profits upon task completion. In the inn's room, he added, please, take a seat. Why so stiff? Chen Ye removed his mask and casually sat on the bed. Xiao Lian stood at the door, nervously biting her lip, her delicate face betraying her anxiety. This is not how you were at the nursery. Chen Ye's face broke into a gentle smile once more. Seeing his familiar smile, Xiao Lian summoned her courage and sat on the bench. Director, are you a master? Xiao Lian inquired, gazing at Chen Ye's youthful and handsome visage, voicing the question that had troubled her throughout the night. Her face, once vibrant and lively, now bore the weight of hesitation. Indeed, Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. He had never encountered a master and was uncertain about their true strength, but he was confident in one aspect. In terms of defense, speed, and inner strength, masters would not even be fit to carry his shoes. The Taoist secret transmission of the innate qi skill would only yield a single strand of innate qi within a master's body, whereas Chen Ye's dantian brimmed with boundless innate qi. As for the abilities of shrinking distances and indestructibility, those were needless to mention a master. What a farce! Upon hearing Chen Ye's admission, Xiao Lian's lively gaze sparkled with excitement and admiration, just as she had surmised. Xiao Lian opened her mouth, brimming with questions, yet hesitated to voice them. Chen Ye, noticing her eagerness to speak but holding back, couldn't help but chuckle. I preferred your defiant demeanor when you first arrived at the nursery and demanded your wages. Xiao Lian's cheeks flushed at his words, feeling a touch of embarrassment. If you wish to continue honing your skills, then join the Jade Leaf Hall. We are all family here. You will no longer have to fear being betrayed by the organization. I can save you once, but I cannot save you a second time. Do you understand? Chen Ye's expression turned serious as he spoke gently. Xiao Lian nodded obediently, showing respect. Seeing her respectful demeanor, Chen Ye couldn't help but smile inwardly. Xiao Lian, where has your defiance gone? He continued, there is one more thing. Chen Ye's gaze turned piercing as he looked at Xiao Lian. Feeling the weight of his stare, Xiao Lian felt a surge of anxiety. Her small hands clasping tightly together as she nervously asked, what is it? With utmost seriousness, Chen Ye replied, at the nursery, when you are not on a mission, you will be responsible for taking care of Xiao Fu. Ah? Xiao Lian's face registered shock. Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? And no, she stammered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Oh, I see. Chapter 63. Qing Shuzi truly knows how to inflate his own reputation. As dawn broke, the pale blue sky was adorned with a smattering of fading stars. A snow-white dove flew across the sky, landing on the windowsill of a building. Cooing softly, the dove perched on the wooden frame, gripping it with its claws as it made a noise. Hearing the commotion, a pair of delicate hands, as white as jade, reached out to gently grasp the dove, removing the small bamboo tube tied to its leg. The owner of these hands was a young girl, no more than a teenager, dressed as a maid, possessing striking beauty with skin like porcelain and exquisite features. She carefully unwrapped the small bamboo tube and retrieved a folded letter from within. The young girl did not read it, but instead descended the staircase. Below was a spacious courtyard filled with a variety of exotic plants. In the center stood an elegant middle-aged man dressed in yellow satin, carefully trimming a plant with shears. The girl approached him respectfully, handing over the letter. The middle-aged man set down his shears and opened the letter to read. After a moment, he smiled, which surprised the young girl. In her memory, her master rarely smiled, and when he did, it was usually in response to good news or amusing events. The last time he smiled was when the Wanjin Tang received a jade guanyin worth 2 million taels. Xiao Chun, the person you despise most is dead, the elegant middle-aged man declared with a smile. The girl's face lit up with surprise as she couldn't help but ask, is Qing Yuan dead? How did he die? Did the Shaolin abbot strike? Xiao Chun chirped like a sparrow, bombarding him with questions. Qing Yuan, at the late stage of the first grade, was incredibly powerful. Even a peak first-grade master might struggle to defeat him. The middle-aged man chuckled but did not answer her questions. He crumpled the letter into a ball and carelessly tossed it to the ground. Interesting, truly interesting. He'll be able to explode Qing Yuan using internal force. This person has likely reached the innate realm. Their internal power has reached its zenith. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man's smile faded gradually, replaced by a deep-seated wariness. Xiao Chun, spread the word. If anyone from Wanjin Tang encounters a person wearing a silver mask with a leaf pattern on the edges, They must not show disrespect. Whoever can bring that individual to the hall, I will appoint them as the vice hall master. The middle-aged man spoke with determination. Hearing this, Xiao Chun's eyes widened in shock. Vice hall master. Here, the vice hall master is not the same as the vice hall masters of the 12 halls. For the master to personally make such a statement, this must be the vice hall master of Wanjin Tang. Xiao Chun felt a surge of astonishment. Tio, simply bring the person with a silver mask and leaf pattern to the hall could grant one the title of vice hall master? Who on earth was that individual? At the Tang sect in Shu, a disciple knelt respectfully before the sect leader. Master, Elder Tang Hai has replied that on a large chair sat a gaunt middle-aged man dressed in black satin embroidered with red patterns, exuding an air of authority accumulated from long-standing leadership. Read, the middle-aged man said in a detached tone. Yes, soon. The disciple recited the letter returned by the dove. The Tang sect leader furrowed his brow. After a long pause, he spoke. Cancel the bounties on Chen Ye, Huang San, Zhou Ba, and the others. Do not provoke them if encountered in the future. Additionally, if anyone sees a person wearing a silver mask with a leaf pattern, they are to refrain from provoking them. Those who violate this order will be expelled from the Tang sect and placed on the wanted list. The resonant sound of a bell echoed through Shaolin Temple. Having completed their morning prayers, the monks headed to the dining hall for breakfast. A middle-aged monk, bearing a stern expression, moved against the flow of people with urgency, as if in a hurry. Fellow monks paused to bow in respect. Their gazes filled with reverence for him, for he was Master Xuanqi, the head of the Discipline Academy. Before long, Xuanqi traversed the long corridor and arrived outside a quiet room filled with the aroma of sandalwood. Inside sat an elderly monk with snow-white eyebrows that cascaded to the ground, seated cross-legged on a mat, holding prayer beads with his eyes closed, completely motionless, as though in a state of meditation. A voice echoed from outside the quiet room, "Abbot, Qing Yuan has passed." Upon hearing this, the elderly monk's expression remained unchanged, neither sorrowful nor joyful, yet his hand that turned the prayer beads paused for a brief moment. Umitbot the Shaolin abbot intoned a mantra, his voice hoarse, "Good news." Xuanqi stood at the door, his expression grave, resembling a steadfast pine tree. After the abbot's words, silence enveloped the room. Listening to the stillness within, Xuanqi hesitated, uncertain whether to leave. Who was responsible? The Shaolin abbot's voice emerged from within the room. Xuanqi hastily replied, "It was a young man named Donghua." Upon hearing this, the Shaolin abbot murmured in response, "Well done," and then fell silent once more. The middle-aged monk continued, "Abbot, the head of the Jinyuan escort has trained in the secular courtyard. He has volunteered to escort the demon-subduing Pestle back to the temple." After a long while, a single word emerged from within the quiet room. "Good.in Jiangnan." Within a vast martial arts training ground, a middle-aged man clad in a purple silk shirt stood at the center. He was robust, with a manly demeanor, and sported a short beard on his chin. Surrounding him were several young men dressed in gray, each holding an oval ball, release. One of them suddenly shouted. The gray-clad young men simultaneously threw their balls into the air and swiftly retreated. The next moment, a resounding boom resounded as the ground trembled, dirt flew, and black smoke mingled with flames surged forth. A 2-meter-wide pit appeared on the ground, dark and emitting a pungent sulfur scent. "It worked, Hall Master! It worked!" Witnessing the power of the orb, everyone present erupted in cheers. Lei Jingtian, the Hall Master of the Thunder Hall, wore a broad smile. "Ha ha! Once this is perfected, my Lei family shall enjoy a century of peace." An elderly clan elder, leaning on a cane, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The members of the Lei family in the training ground rejoiced, dancing with excitement. Lei Jingtian approached the crater, bending down to inspect it closely. This was the newly developed explosive created by the Lei family. Seeing the sizable pit, Lei Jingtian felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. It worked. It truly worked. His fists clenched tightly, exhilaration radiated from him. Once the emperor ascended the throne, the Lei family would surely thrive. In recent years, the Great Wu Dynasty had faced escalating conflicts along the borders. With this invention, if deployed within the military, they would surely annihilate those northern barbarians. At that time, the status of the Lei family would surely rise. Suddenly, a dark shadow soared through the distant sky, emitting a sharp cry. Caw, caw. It was a reddish-brown eagle that soared in the air, its keen eyes scanning the training ground until it locked onto one individual. The eagle gradually folded its wings and landed on Lei Jingtian's shoulder. Lei Jingtian affectionately stroked its feathers. Noticing a letter tied to its talon, that he untied the letter and read its contents. After the first 2 lines, a cold smile crept across his face. The Tang sect is nothing more than this. Their vision remains limited to the martial world. What does the destruction of the Wind and Rain Tower matter? Such short-sightedness, he disdainfully commented, continuing to read. Yet as he delved deeper, his heart sank and shock registered on his face. To use internal force to explode Qing Yuan? When did such a figure emerge in the martial world? Lei Jingtian's expression shifted, as if recalling something, that he sneered. Qing Shuzi truly knows how to inflate his own reputation, to claim equality with masters. Is he worthy? Chapter 64. Brother, I see darkness gathering on your forehead. At the nursery in Yuhang, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense heat. A drop of sweat trickled down from his forehead to his chin, plopping onto the ground. Sun Shang gritted his teeth, his face flushed, as he forced out a number. 10.10.15. With all his might, Sun Shang pushed himself off the ground. After uttering that number, his arms gave way, and he collapsed onto the earth, panting heavily, relief washing over him. After catching his breath, he glanced at the unflappable Deming, who was performing one-handed push-ups with ease, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Deming, I truly admire you. You are incredible. Deming, shirtless and displaying his sun-kissed skin, had well-defined muscles. Hearing Sun Shang's words, he chuckled modestly. Remaining silent, he maintained a steady rhythm, performing 1 push-up every 2 seconds. Soon, he exhaled and called out, 50. Having completed his 50th one-handed push-up, Deming's body curled like a shrimp, his feet touching the ground. He stood up, his sun-kissed skin glistening with sweat under the sunlight, revealing the contours of his chest, biceps, and triceps. Even his abdominal muscles were visible. He looked far from a 10-year-old child. Continue, Deming said, adjusting his breathing and smiling at Sun Shang. Upon hearing this, Sun Shang shook his head vigorously. Deming, I can't go on. He flipped over, lying flat on the ground, his chest rising and falling. Sun Shang licked his lips and said, Deming, all I want right now is to devour a roasted chicken. Just the thought of it made drool trickle from the corner of Sun Shang's mouth. Deming crouched down, preparing for the next set of exercises when he heard Sun Shang's words and licked his own lips. His stomach growled in response. As soon as Sun Shang heard that sound, he jumped up from the ground, grinning. Deming, you haven't eaten enough either, have you? With our adoptive father away, our cooking skills are too poor. I didn't eat enough this morning. What if I go buy a roasted chicken? We can share. Deming chuckled without a reply. Glancing at Sun Shang, he bent down and pulled out a small piece of silver from his short shirt, which Chen Ye had given him as pocket money. Deming often got hungry while chopping wood on the mountain, and Chen Ye had specifically left it for him to ensure he wouldn't starve on his way back home. With a cheerful laugh, Deming tossed the small piece of silver to Sun Shang. Sun Shang caught it, weighed it in his hand, and his face lit up with joy. Awesome, we can buy 2 chickens, eat one, and save the other for our adoptive father. With the leftover money, we can buy some wine. Hee hee, I've had a few drinks back when I was in the gang. The aroma, accompanied by the roasted chicken. Ha ha, the salivation flowed. Sun Shang couldn't help but drool, his face filled with yearning. Deming shook his head, a hint of seriousness appearing on his usually jovial face. No drinking. What? This single statement shattered Sun Shang's delightful fantasy. He looked at Deming with a perplexed expression. Deming, maintaining a serious demeanor, elaborated, drinking leads to chaos. Father wants us to learn from the comic strips. How much have you absorbed? Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Sun Shang's forehead. While watching the comic strips, he had been too engrossed in the story to contemplate Deming's deeper thoughts. He quickly nodded. Brother Deming, I understand my mistake. Seeing Sun Shang's penitent demeanor, Deming nodded in satisfaction, a smile returning to his face. The chicken should be plump. Sun Shang's face lit up once more with joy, clutching a small piece of silver in his hand. He dashed out of the nursery. Watching Sun Shang's jubilant figure fade away, Deming chuckled and continued his physical training. Father instructed him to read. Thus, he must glean wisdom from it. Father urged him to exercise. Hence, he must excel. Chen Deming had long learned a valuable lesson from water margin, loyalty and righteousness. Sun Shang sprinted down the long street, the faint scent of powder lingering in the air. He slowed his pace, glancing at the nearby Yihong courtyard. where bursts of laughter occasionally echoed, swallowing hard. The women's laughter chimed like bells, soft as cotton, making his heart flutter. No wonder the brothers in the gang often said, "Women are like ocean waves." Just listening to their voices made him feel as though he were about to plunge into the sea. Beautiful women are trouble, Sun Shang couldn't help but exclaim. He had forgotten where he had heard this idiom, only recalling an elderly scholar mentioning it wistfully after leaving a brothel. Beautiful women are troubled at that moment. Another voice echoed the phrase almost simultaneously. Hearing the four words spoken in unison, both Sun Shang and the nearby person froze. They turned to see a young man in a gray robe, adorned with a Tai Chi symbol on his chest. He appeared to be in his 20s, with a compass hanging at his waist and a patch on his face on his left hand. He held a tall banner inscribed with "Divine Calculation, Guiding the Lost." Sun Shang scrutinized the young man. The young man also assessed him. With a smile, he remarked, "Brother, such insight at a young age. Your future achievements are bound to be exceptional." Sun Shang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, responding, "I merely feel something in my heart." The young man's eyes sparkled at this, and he respectfully returned the gesture. "Truly, you are remarkable." He then glanced at Sun Shang's face and casually remarked, "However, I perceive a darkness in your brow. It would be wise to avoid water for the time being." Just as Sun Shang intended to interrupt the young man's further discourse, he smiled faintly and departed. This left Sun Shang somewhat bewildered. He had encountered many fortune-tellers, who typically would follow such predictions with remedies and boast about the efficacy of their charms, coaxing individuals into purchasing talismans. Yet this young man simply walked away. Sun Shang shook his head, dismissing the matter. One cannot trust the words of charlatans. Miao Fengyun took a few steps back, casting a lingering glance at the Yihang courtyard. He reached into his pocket, finding only a few pieces of silver. "Alas, I am financially constrained." Miao Fengyun took his hand out, shaking his head in disappointment. He could only hope for another chance. With his left hand waving the fabric banner, he wandered aimlessly down the street, his mind blank. The method of divination practiced by the divine calculation sect differed from others, emphasizing a connection to the heart. When one feels something, they can divine. The principle is to align with the celestial timing. Some truths can only be revealed when it is destined for you to know, such as now. Miao Fengyun halted, sensing something. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted a small courtyard with the inscription Yuhang Nursery prominently displayed. He did not act rashly. Instead, he closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself. Feeling no danger, he opened them again. Since his master had coughed blood 3.5 months ago, Miao Fengyun had been exceedingly cautious, fearing the revelation of great karmic consequences. Coughing blood was insignificant. He dreaded the thought of losing years from his life. Being young, he had no desire for an early demise. Upon entering the nursery, Miao Fengyun observed a youth practicing peculiar movements with his upper body bare. The boy was performing one-handed handstands, sweating profusely. Though Miao Fengyun's discerning eye, he could not decipher what martial art the boy was training in. The youth was so engrossed that he failed to notice Miao Fengyun's entrance. Ahem. Miao Fengyun cleared his throat twice, attempting to attract the youth's attention. Hearing the sound, Deming lowered one arm and looked up at the unfamiliar figure. "Ahem, brother, I sense a dark omen in your brow. Have you encountered troubles recently?" Miao Fengyun crouched down, speaking gently. Deming returned to his exercise, completing his set before pausing. He stood up, looking at Miao Fengyun with a simple sincerity. "I possess a modest understanding of face reading and fortune telling. May I interpret your fate?" Deming smiled innocently, remaining silent. Miao Fengyun observed the boy's expression, finding it slightly perplexing. This child appears somewhat simple, he thought. However, the divine calculation sect's practice of divination relied solely on fate. When the time is right, no fee is required. Since Miao Fengyun felt inclined, he thought it harmless to offer a free reading. "Shall I proceed with your fortune?" he tentatively asked. Deming continued to smile. Miao Fengyun, seeing no objection, assumed his silence was acquiescence. He set aside his banner and scrutinized Deming's features. The palaces of your parents and siblings are dim. They have passed. Your ancestry is blessed. You will encounter a benefactor at the age of 10. Listening to Miao Fengyun's cryptic words, Deming beamed at him, though a flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze. "Now, let us examine your marital prospects." "Oh," Miao Fengyun exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Brother, I see your marital palace is surrounded by dual stars, one bright, one dim." You shall have the fortune to marry 2 wives. Deming maintained his innocent smile. However, this duality suggests a significant disparity in status, which may lead to complications. You must be cautious to avoid calamity, Miao Fengyun cautioned, his tone unusually solemn. The occurrence of such dual stars in the marital palace is exceedingly rare. Having examined this, Miao Fengyun deemed the youth somewhat simple yet possessing an admirable countenance. Let me further explore your official prospects. Perhaps you are destined for greatness, Miao Fengyun chuckled, eager to tease Deming. Yet Deming remained unaffected, his smile unwavering. Miao Fengyun chuckled awkwardly, focusing intently again, only to find his expression suddenly freeze. What? The general star, the prince star, the noble star? Miao Fengyun's expression turned blank as he rubbed his eyes, suspecting he had misread. How could a seemingly simple youth have the attributes of a general star, prince star, and noble star? Let me take another look. Miao Fengyun's expression grew serious as he scrutinized Deming's features intently. Ah, how is this possible? Miao Fengyun was utterly astonished. He confirmed again. He had not misread. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Miao Fengyun, as if trying to convince himself, leaned closer to Deming, examining his calamity palace. Deming regarded the young man, who was smiling one moment and astonished the next, finding him amusing. At least the prior observations had been accurate. Miao Fengyun gazed earnestly at Deming's calamity palace. Suddenly, he shuddered, terror etched upon his face, as though he had glimpsed something profound. Miao Fengyun's gaze shifted to Deming, his finger extended as he gasped, "You!" Before he could utter another word, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, followed by several more. The crimson liquid splattered onto Deming's chest and shorts. Deming's smile faded silently as he stared at the bloodstains on his new garments, recently gifted by his father. Clenching his fists, he felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes reddening slightly. Yet before he could react, the young man swayed and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Chapter 65. Kid, I am the Nanhai monster hero. Do you dare strike me? The innkeeper presented 2 neatly wrapped roasted chickens to Sun Shang. Sun Shang tossed the small silver piece he held to the innkeeper, who weighed it with a smile and returned several copper coins. Sun Shang collected the coins, grasping the warm chickens, and sprinted away as he dashed along the long street towards the nursery. He couldn't help but glance southeast, a restless thought bubbling within him. The sun blazed overhead, the air thick and stifling. He yearned to soak in the river for a while. Surely, it would be delightful to immerse himself in the water on such a hot day. This thought surged through his mind like a flood, and he smacked his lips, reminding himself that eating chicken was paramount. After a few more steps, the notion of swimming overwhelmed his craving for the roasted chicken. No, I must dip in for a moment. It's far too hot. He pivoted and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Outside of Yuhang County, a river awaited. Soon, Sun Shang reached the riverbank, where the water sparkled, the gentle sound of flowing water already relieving the oppressive heat. He set the roasted chicken on the shore and, shedding his clothes, dove in with a splash. With the cool river water enveloping him, Sun Shang let out a contented sigh, bliss. As he swam a few strokes, he noticed his limbs and body felt surprisingly agile. Why does it feel like my swimming skills have improved? Soaking in the water, he marveled at the sensation. He hadn't swum since arriving at the nursery. But now, he felt a transformation. No wonder the brothers used to say, "Take a few splashes, and you'll learn to swim." It turns out to be true. Believing his new-found skill stemmed from his previous days in the river, he dismissed further thoughts and dove deeper, swimming freely. After several minutes, the oppressive heat dissipated, and his desire for roasted chicken surged back. Taking a deep breath, he submerged and swam swiftly towards the shore. With a splash, Sun Shang emerged from the water, wiping his face, only to be taken aback. Huh? How strange. Why has the river water turned warm? As the words left his lips, he stiffened. Sensing something amiss, he forcefully pushed against the water's surface and propelled himself backward. Sun Shang submerged, hastily rubbing his face, then resurfaced with an angry expression. On the riverbank stood a disheveled old beggar, dressed in tattered clothes. The old man eyed him sideways, a stream of mucus dangling from his nose, his mouth smeared with grease. With one hand clutching his trousers, he held a chicken leg in the other. With a splash, a stream of yellow liquid arced through the air, landing in the river. The surface rippled, resembling raindrops. The point of impact quickly turned a murky yellow. Sun Shang immediately understood the source of the earlier warm water, shaking with rage. "Old thief, are you looking for death?" Furious, Sun Shang yelled. The old beggar snorted, glancing at Sun Shang, then adjusted his pants with a flick. Chewing on the chicken, he casually spat a bone into the river. The old beggar took another bite of the chicken leg, eyeing Sun Shang defiantly. At that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Sun Shang as he glanced at the oil paper bag resting on the shore. One had already been torn open, revealing golden chicken meat that emitted a savory aroma. "Old thief, you son of a..." Sun Shang clenched his teeth, forcing out a string of expletives. Having lived among the common folk since childhood, and after losing his parents 2 years ago, he had become adept at street vernacular. Young and quick-witted, he could effortlessly unleash a torrent of insults as he floated in the water. His sharp tongue unleashed a barrage of curses. The old beggar, stunned, blinked in disbelief, taking a moment to process. His face flushed with anger, steam practically rising from his forehead. "You little wretch, such foul language. How dare you speak so?" he retaliated, though his vocabulary was limited, resorting to terms like little beast and little wretch. In this verbal duel, he found himself at a disadvantage. Having failed to retaliate effectively, the old beggar's wrath surged, and he kicked the 2 roasted chickens into the river. Sun Shang's eloquent tirade abruptly halted as he fixed his gaze on the empty space beside him. His already fair complexion turning pale, "By the heavens," through gritted teeth, he spat a venomous curse. Taking a deep breath, he plunged beneath the surface, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Sun Shang was close to the shore, and with a powerful kick, he swiftly reached it. As the old beggar prepared to gloat, he suddenly felt a grip around his ankle. Looking down, he barely had time to comprehend before he was sent tumbling into the water with a splash. Sun Shang seized the old beggar's ankle, yanking him into the river, in quick succession. A resounding slap landed across the old beggar's face. Floating in the water, Sun Shang's body remained agile, his dark hair fanned out in the water. He puffed his cheeks, his pale face appearing even more ghostly beneath the surface, resembling a water spirit. The old beggar, pulled underwater, received a resounding slap that left him dazed. In the next moment, he panicked, his arms and legs thrashing as he revealed unexpected swimming prowess. Breaking the surface, he shouted, "Kid, do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, Sun Shang dragged him back under, bubbles escaping from his lips. With 2 swift punches landing on the old beggar's eye sockets, the world turned dark for him, and he saw stars. Fuming, the old beggar attempted to harness his internal energy to unleash his secret technique, but he suddenly remembered his self-imposed rules. He suppressed his power, trembling with rage. "Damn it, a tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs." Sun Shang delivered 2 powerful punches to the old beggar's face without mercy. After the second punch, he hoisted the old beggar by his collar, lifting him to the surface for air. "Kid, I am the Nanhai monster hero. You dare strike me?" Before the old beggar could finish his sentence, he was once again submerged. Another 2 punches followed. Sun Shang, cheeks puffed out, his face pale, and eyes blazing with fury, was completely incensed by the old beggar's earlier actions. Having wandered the streets for 2 years, Sun Shang had developed a frugal habit and could not bear wastefulness. But more importantly, the chickens had been purchased with the silver given to Deming by his adoptive father. The cost of those 2 chickens came from Chen Ye's money. The old beggar's actions made Sun Shang feel as though he had betrayed Chen Ye and Deming's trust in him, purchasing 2 chickens only to be kicked into the river. Sun Shang felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. He was determined to teach that old beggar a lesson. After delivering several punches, Sun Shang pulled the old beggar back up to the surface. "Kid, are you done yet? I'll give you a proper lesson, so you can understand that I, the South Sea monster hero, am not to be trifled with." Gurgle. The old beggar maintained his arrogant demeanor, but before he could utter another word, Sun Shang submerged him once more. Underwater, the old beggar began to retaliate. Yet Sun Shang moved through the water like a fish, easily evading his strikes. Instead, Sun Shang landed several blows on the old beggar, who grimaced in pain. By the time Sun Shang lifted him back to the surface, his own energy was nearly depleted. The old beggar, still defiant, cursed, "You little beast, let me tell you, the leader of the sea whale gang is my apprentice. If you hit me again." Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Sun Shang's anger reignited. He seized the old beggar once more and plunged him back into the depths. Sun Shang's teeth ground in frustration. How could a legendary hero like the gang leader Cheong be the apprentice of this old fool? He felt as though his idol had been insulted. Submerged, he delivered several more punches to the old beggar. Afterward, he hoisted the beggar by his collar and resurfaced. The old beggar quickly covered his face, exclaiming, "Master, Master, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore." His visage was bruised, with blood trickling from his nose, and fear glimmered in his eyes. Clearly terrified by Sun Shang's ferocity. Emerging from the water, Sun Shang's damp hair clung to his pale face, resembling a vengeful water spirit from a nightmare. The old beggar looked at this sight in shock, his eyes flashing with an unusual light. Sun Shang dragged him toward the shore. Once on land, Sun Shang delivered 2 more kicks. The old beggar, soaked to the bone, cowered on the ground, grimacing in pain. Too frightened to speak. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a glow on Sun Shang, illuminating his fair complexion and giving him an unexpectedly handsome appearance. The old beggar, upon seeing Sun Shang's face, muttered, "He does bear a resemblance to the beauty of my youth." This remark only fueled Sun Shang's anger, as if he had been personally insulted. "Bah! You think you are worthy of such a comparison?" He raised his fists and struck the old beggar twice more. After the blows, Sun Shang rummaged through the beggar's clothes, but found nothing of value. "You wretched, blind beggar! You've brought misfortune upon yourself." Frustration boiled within him. Today had truly been a series of unfortunate events. "Old thief, if I see you again, stay far away from me." Sun Shang attempted to project a menacing aura, intimidating the old beggar. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a gourd of wine hanging from the beggar's waist. He snatched it and shook it, hearing the slosh of liquid inside. Curiosity piqued, he uncorked the gourd, and a sharp, spicy aroma wafted forth. Sun Shang instinctively swallowed, recalling the cheap wine he had consumed in his gang days. The quality of this gourd's contents was leagues above that. "Wow, such exquisite wine. Where did you steal this from?" Sun Shang couldn't help but exclaim. Though he had never tasted fine wine, he could discern its superior quality. "Don't drink it," the old beggar urged, his eyes wide with concern. Sun Shang shot him a glance and sneered, "You can eat my chickens, but I can't enjoy your wine." With that, he raised the gourd high and tipped it back. A stream of clear, jade-green liquid flowed forth, filling his mouth with its rich fragrance. The wine quickly disappeared down his throat, and in mere moments, the gourd was empty. Sun Shang tossed it aside, wiping his mouth contentedly. "What bliss! Ah-ha-ha-ha!" He laughed heartily, a rosy flush spreading across his face. As sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his wet visage, he appeared strikingly handsome. Without a glance back at the old beggar, he strode away. The old beggar, dazed, looked at the gourd floating in the river, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. He raised his gaze, watching Sun Shang's retreating figure, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "Kid, I am not a beggar. In 10 days, you will see." Beneath the shade of the trees, Sun Shang, upon hearing this, scoffed and spat on the ground. "Damn it!" The youthful figure gradually receded into the distance. The old beggar, seated by the riverbank, gazed after Sun Shang, a smile breaking through his scruffy demeanor. "That little brat has a hint of my former splendor." With that, Nan Yuni couldn't contain his laughter. However, moments later, his expression turned pale, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He collapsed onto the riverbank, his lips transforming into a grayish hue. Frost formed upon his brows and beard, and he shivered uncontrollably, as if winter had descended upon him under the blazing sun. Before long, the patches on his clothing froze, encasing him in ice. A chill radiated outward, freezing the water along the riverbank. Time passed, and gradually, Nan Yuni's body unfurled, the ice melting under the sun's warmth. He gasped for breath, his complexion returning to its former color. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, he sat up and cast a lingering gaze at the gourd drifting in the river. Could this be fate? He pondered, staring blankly at the water's surface. His unkempt, scruffy face bore a hint of a wry smile. After a moment, he leaned closer to the water's edge, brushing his hair aside to catch a glimpse of his reflection. The water revealed a weathered face, yet one could still discern the handsomeness of his youth. Unable to resist, he burst into laughter. "That boy is almost as handsome as I was, and he dares to call me a beggar. Just wait until 10 days pass. I shall show you." The old beggar stroked his beard with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. The river stirred, sending ripples across the water as fish darted away on the riverbank. Branches swayed, and birds took flight. Suddenly, a figure emerged on the water, flickering away into the distance, leaving behind a trail of undulating waves. In the infant care hall, Chen Ye, clad in pristine white, appeared outside the courtyard. Upon entering, he noticed a young fortune teller sprawled on the ground before Deming, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes rolled back. Convulsing. Deming, what happened? Chen Ye asked, his brows furrowing slightly as he approached. Upon hearing the gentle voice, Deming's face brightened. Father, he exclaimed, turning to greet him. Chen Ye gently ruffled Deming's hair, then glanced at the fallen fortune teller. Noticing the bloodstains on Deming's chest, his expression darkened. Robbers? The fortune teller, Deming replied innocently. The fortune teller? Chen Ye blinked in disbelief. With all that blood, surely he must have foreseen something significant. Chen Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the convulsing fortune teller, Mi Fengyun, slowly opened his eyes, catching sight of Chen Ye standing before him. Before he could fully grasp Chen Ye's appearance, a wave of instinct surged through him. This man can tell fortunes? Quickly, tell me! Mi Fengyun trembled, his body overwhelmed by a chilling dread. The thought that he might die loomed large in his mind. He flipped over, scrambling to escape the courtyard, blood still staining his lips. I might die, I truly might die. Panic surged within him, and without hesitation, he crawled away on all fours, moving faster than one could imagine. So rapid that even a real dog would be left barking in surprise. Chen Ye, Deming. Chen Ye grimaced in frustration, muttering, from now on, don't let just anyone in. Understood. Deming nodded earnestly, a sheepish smile on his face. Where's Xiaosheng? Chen Ye scanned the surroundings, but Sun Shang was nowhere to be found. Just then, a cold, mechanical sound echoed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Establishing a future career direction for an orphan, 1-1. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 1,000 points, 500 taels of silver. 1 opportunity to draw an orphan entry, and 1 opportunity to draw a special building, current point total, 5,077 points. Chen Ye was taken aback. Wait, I haven't even found a fisherman for Sun Shang to apprentice under. How did I complete the task? Outside the infant care hall, on the long street, a staggering figure approached, swaying as he made his way toward the hall. Hick! Sun Shang's face was flushed, his eyes glazed. Reeking of alcohol, he stumbled to the entrance and looked up at the sign. Strange, why does the sign have 10 characters now? Sun Shang stood before the door, face reddening, pointing at the sign, counting. Let me see. I remember it being 0.5 characters. His bewildered gaze remained fixed on the sign. Unable to comprehend how it had changed in the brief moment, he stepped outside. Inside the courtyard, Chen Ye was reclined on a lounge chair, meditating to cultivate his innate energy. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, he opened his eyes. He saw Sun Shang, clearly intoxicated, standing by the door, counting the characters on the sign. Chen Ye approached, wrinkling his nose at the overpowering smell of alcohol. Xiaosheng, where on earth did you drink so much? Sun Shang lowered his head, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Chen Ye. Why are there 3 adoptive fathers? He paused for a moment before dropping to his knees. Bowing deeply. 3 adoptive fathers, please accept my bow. As he shouted, he thumped his head against the ground, the sound echoing heavily. Chen Ye quickly pulled him up, frowning. Xiaosheng, what's going on? Why have you drunk so much? Upon hearing this, Sun Shang's nose twitched, and tears began to flow. He threw his arms around Chen Ye, wailing inconsolably, adoptive father. I'm sorry. I was wrong. His cries were heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from anyone who heard. Chen Ye gently patted his shoulder, speaking soothingly. What happened? You can tell your adoptive father. With tears in his eyes, Sun Shang buried his face in Chen Ye's embrace, exclaiming, adoptive father. I deceived you. It was all a lie. Nothing to worry about. What did you lie about? Chen Ye continued to comfort him patiently. Adoptive father, I never actually joined the sea whale gang. Everything I said was just bravado. I only recognized a big brother and ran errands for him to get a bite to eat. Adoptive father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you. Sun Shang clung to Chen Ye, his tears and snot staining Chen Ye's clothing. Unable to contain his amusement, Chen Ye chuckled, so that's what it was. It's all right, it's all right. Sun Shang often boasted about his 2 years on the streets, claiming to have joined the sea whale gang and having several brothers, recounting various exploits. Chen Ye was well aware of his embellishments, but had never called him out on it. However, Xiao Sheng, how did you end up drinking so much? Through his sobs, Sun Sheng recounted his recent encounter by the river. It was just 2 roast chickens. Chen Ye patted Sun Sheng's shoulder, reassuring him, we don't lack those 2 chickens in our household. Your adoptive father isn't angry with you. Sun Sheng was moved to tears, sniffling loudly. Adoptive father, I've thought it through. I'll become a water bandit, and my nickname will be Zhang Shun, the white strip in the waves. I'll establish a Liangshan marsh, and you can be the big boss. I'll rob all the courtesans from the Yihang courtyard and the officials from the Cui LV tower. We'll be a father-son duo, fighting together against the tigers. A true man conquers the raging waves. Upon hearing Sun Sheng's words, Chen Ye nearly choked, his eyes widening in realization. So that was why Sun Sheng had completed the task. He intended to become a bandit. Eh? Why is your body shaking? Haha, adoptive father, don't be so excited. I haven't finished yet. Sun Sheng, tears streaked across his face, spoke animatedly. Once we have enough men, we'll recruit a commander from the 80,000 Imperial Guards. Gather a band of brothers, and I'll help you seize the world. You can be the emperor, and as for the empress, we'll take her too. As the saying goes, if you're going to sleep, you might as well sleep with the empress. Chen Ye's vision went black at that moment. Not only did Sun Sheng want to become a bandit, but he also aimed to rebel. Deming entered with a wooden basin. Immediately struck by the overwhelming scent of alcohol, he hurried to hang the freshly cleaned shorts on the line before rushing into the room. There, he found Chen Ye by the bed and Sun Sheng sprawled out, chest bare, face flushed, tear-streaked, already in a deep slumber. Father, Deming called respectfully. Chen Ye glanced at Deming and recounted Sun Sheng's recent ordeal. When Xiao Sheng wakes up, try not to say anything to him. He has already cried enough. He won't be able to eat dinner like this. Don't bother him tonight, Deming nodded, a gentle smile gracing his features as he looked at Sun Sheng with newfound warmth. After ensuring Sun Sheng was comfortable, Chen Ye moved next door to check on Xiao Fu, who was sound asleep. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sitting back on the lounge chair, he opened the system interface. With 5,075 points remaining, he had just spent 2 points on an antidote for Sun Sheng. Such a small amount of wine shouldn't have gotten him this drunk. Chen Ye mused, suspecting the old beggaress' identity might be more significant than it appeared. But then he reconsidered. If he were truly skilled, how could he have been beaten so easily by Sun Sheng? He decided to wait until the evening to review the daily records for clarification. System, redeem an orphan entry draw opportunity. Ding, remaining points, 75. Orphan entry draw opportunities, 2. System, draw an entry. Chen Ye thought silently. Ding, beginning entry draw. Before his eyes, a blue, ethereal spinning wheel materialized. It spun twice before settling. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the orphan entry. Breathing technique. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the orphan entry. Righteous spirit. Breathing technique. Each breath slightly enhances lung function and capacity. Righteous spirit. Protected by righteous energy, evil is repelled, and fortune is enhanced. The sense of justice within you will strengthen. Chen Ye contemplated the 2 entries. Breathing technique appeared unremarkable, yet could complement the water ghost entry. It would be well suited for Sun Sheng. However, the righteous spirit entry. Chen Ye frowned slightly. Xiao Lian had already embarked on a path of assassination, and now Sun Sheng was veering toward banditry. The 2 children have already gone astray. Daming. Chen Ye glanced at Daming, who was chopping wood in the yard. Sensing Chen Ye's gaze, Daming paused and grinned, saying, Father. Chen Ye nodded with satisfaction, speaking earnestly, Daming, you are the one among all the children who reassures me the most. Remember, we are an ordinary family, living and working with integrity. Although this life may seem mundane, it holds its own unique flavors. Do you understand? Daming nodded vigorously and replied with a simple smile, Father, I remember. Good, continue chopping wood, Chen Ye encouraged. Daming responded with a cheerful acknowledgement, raising his axe to resume his task. Chen Ye felt a resolve forming within him. He decided to bestow the Howren entry upon Little Fu. This entry had excellent fortune effects but would increase one's sense of justice. Initially, Chen Ye intended to give it to Daming, but he understood that an excess of justice could lead to trouble. All he wished for was for Daming to live a happy life. Little Fu, the mischievous little imp, was already so playful at such a young age. If left unchecked, who knows what he might become in the future. If he strayed further, it would be disastrous. With a sigh, Chen Ye allocated the 2 entries to Sun Shang and Little Fu. Chapter 68. Chen Ye struck by lightning. Another special building extraction opportunity. System. Extract. Chen Ye silently commanded. Ding. Beginning extraction of special building. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special building, Martial Arts Training Ground. Martial Arts Training Ground. Training in this ground will yield additional growth in martial arts skills. Upon seeing this entry, Chen Ye frowned slightly. It would be inappropriate to place the training ground within the nursery courtyard. An expansion was necessary. He contemplated that once Little Fu grew a bit more and could run freely around the yard, the space would appear cramped. For children, the yard is not merely a yard. It is their world. Little Fu's background was not ideal, and Chen Ye wished to provide her with a joyful childhood. Every child deserves love, regardless of their experiences or past. Life is long, and it should be approached step by step. With a slight smile, Chen Ye settled into a reclining chair, closing his eyes gently, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. As night deepened, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. After lulling Little Fu to sleep, Chen Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, honing his control over innate energy. If Chen Ye's innate energy were likened to a reservoir, then what he needed to practice was the precise control of the water flow. His internal strength was boundless and of exceptionally high quality, but without meticulous application, he could not fully unleash his potential. Of course, Chen Ye might already be invincible in the world. There was no need for him to refine his control over innate energy. Yet, one must have goals and cannot live blindly. What if he could take a step further and ascend to immortality? The thought of cultivating while others practiced martial arts ignited a spark of excitement within him. Ding! Beginning daily settlement. An ethereal blue screen materialized before Chen Ye, presenting the day's events involving the orphans. Daming, Shaolin, and Little Fu's activities were all quite normal, with no significant issues. The only one causing trouble was Sun Shang. Sun Shang dragged the master-level expert, the South Sea monster hero, into the water, earning 500 points. Sun Shang violently assaulted the master-level expert, the South Sea monster hero, earning 500 points. The master-level expert, the South Sea monster hero, cried out for mercy under Sun Shang's blows, earning 500 points. Sun Shang robbed the master-level expert, the South Sea monster hero, earning 500 points. Chen Ye stared at these lines of event reports, lost in deep contemplation. Wait, Brother Tongzi, hold on, I'm a bit confused. Let me sort this out. Are you sure this daily settlement has no errors? Chen Ye was utterly astounded by the settlement information. Sun Shang, is your life really that resilient? You made a master-level expert cry for mercy? And you robbed him? Chen Ye gazed at the system screen, rendered speechless. Ding. Total points earned, 2,120. Current remaining points, 2,195. Ding. Gratitude level of orphan Sun Shang has increased. Current gratitude level, 73. Instantly. The points Chen Ye had consumed returned to over 2,000. Not bad. With another 7 of gratitude, he could draw the principal's entry again. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Ye's face. Ding. Initiating exclusive task for Sun Shang. Exclusive task for Sun Shang. Water Bandit. Task information, rob 100 times. Task rewards, 5,000 points, 200 taels of silver, exclusive wish item for Sun Shang 1. Upon seeing the pop-up task, Chen Ye sighed softly. Another child has gone astray. Daming and Little Fu must not go down the wrong path. Living an honest life as an ordinary person is not so bad. Chen Ye closed the system interface, slightly closing his eyes, his mind sinking into the Dantian, Pingjiang Prefecture, the branch of the Sea Whale Gang. The night was deep, and torches illuminated the dock, casting a bright glow that made the surroundings appear as if it were daytime. Dozens of robust men donned coarse linen clothing, carrying goods on their shoulders. The wet wooden planks of the dock creaked under their weight. One man, having just placed his cargo in the warehouse, stretched his shoulders and shouted, "There are still 2 boats of goods. Come on, brothers, let's hustle. We'll finish unloading and hurry back to our wives' beds." The man had a rugged face, and the whale pattern embroidered on the back of his coarse clothing caught the attention of others. Hearing his words, the surrounding men burst into laughter. "Ha, exhausted to death, and still have to deal with the wives. How about I go back for you? You really are a full man who doesn't understand the hunger of the empty. Scram. Go practice your tricks elsewhere." The men laughed and cursed, their banter lightening the mood of unloading. A leaner man, also smiling, placed his cargo in the warehouse and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The night breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of the sea's salty scent, refreshing and comfortable. The waves lapped against the shore, creating foamy splashes. Facing the ocean, the man took a deep breath of the cool sea air. Suddenly, he froze, a look of shock crossing his face. He immediately shouted, "Brother Bao!" The boisterous man who had just livened up the atmosphere, now carrying a burlap sack, looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" The man pointed towards the sea, exclaiming, "Brother Bao, there's someone out there." Hearing this, Bao Laosan narrowed his eyes, setting down his cargo. "Who dares to touch the sea whale gang's things?" "No, it's not pirates, it's just a person," the man shouted in panic. Upon hearing this, Bao Laosan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to look in the darkness of night. The ink-black sea surged with waves. Bao Laosan could faintly see a figure running swiftly across the water's surface. The figure moved rapidly, reaching the near shore in mere moments. The crowd soon recognized the figure's appearance. It was an old beggar, dressed in tattered clothing, disheveled. The old beggar trod upon the waves as if walking on solid ground. Swiftly jumping onto the dock, the sight of someone walking on water left the sea whale gang members in utter disbelief. "Call for the manager!" The old beggar leaped onto the dock and arrogantly shouted. Seeing the old beggar, Bao Laosan's heart raced violently. He hurried to the old beggar, respectfully saying, "Master Nan, I am the manager." Nan Ayun glanced at him sideways, a thick phlegm building in his throat, which he spat squarely onto Bao Laosan's face. "Who are you to call me Master Nan?" Bao Laosan, wearing an expression of reverence, allowed the thick spit to trickle down his face. He quickly corrected, "Grandfather." Pleased, Nan Ayun nodded, then spat another mouthful of phlegm onto the other side of Bao Laosan's face. "A gift for you." "Thank you for your generosity, grandfather," Bao Laosan said, still maintaining his respectful demeanor, despite the 2 mouthfuls of phlegm on his face. Nan Ayun ceased spitting but instead inquired, "Tell me, have any treasures or valuable news surfaced in the Jianghu lately?" Bao Laosan replied respectfully, "It is said that the head of the Jinyuan escort agency is escorting a demon-subduing staff from the Shaolin Temple back to the temple." Hearing this, Nan Ayun's eyes lit up. "Hey, the old bald donkeys of the Shaolin Temple would actually let the demon-subduing staff fall into the outside world." Bao Laosan added, "The staff was stolen by a traitor monk, Qing Yuan, from the Shaolin Temple. And now that he is dead, the head of the Jinyuan escort agency has a past with the Shaolin Temple. Thus, he is voluntarily escorting the staff back." Bah! Nan Ayun was furious, spitting a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Bao Laosan's forehead. "Do you think I wouldn't know about this? Do you need to tell me?" Bao Laosan's eyelids twitched as he stood there with 3 mouthfuls of phlegm on his face. The surrounding members of the sea whale gang glared, gritting their teeth, their fists clenched, veins bulging on their arms. Bao Laosan was the master of the Pingjiang Prefecture branch, possessing late 3rd-tier strength. He was well respected among his brothers for his leadership and hard work. Seeing Bao Laosan endure such humiliation, the gang members were seething with rage. Had he not remained silent, they would have likely charged forward with weapons drawn. "Grandfather is right to teach you," Bao Laosan respectfully stated. He maintained a posture of cupped fists, not daring to move an inch. Seeing Bao Laosan's submissive demeanor, Nan Ayun nodded in satisfaction. "Bring me a roast chicken and some fine wine." Nan Ayun swaggered towards the dock warehouse. "Brothers, get my grandfather a roast chicken and some good wine." Bao Laosan chose one of the gang members to attend to the task. "Everyone else, keep working. I'll be back soon." Bao Laosan called out to the others before hastily following behind Nan Ayun, eager to serve. The other members were puzzled, unable to understand what was happening, but it was clear that Bao Laosan held great respect for the old beggar. Chapter 69. The Bloody Night in Bianliang, Part 1, Burp. Nan Ayun discarded the chicken bones, his mouth smeared with grease, letting out a satisfied belch. Rubbing his bulging belly, he stood up and downed the remaining wine from the jar in one gulp. With a loud crash, he tossed the empty jar to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Bao Laosan stood nearby, awaiting his command. Nan Ayun glanced at Bao Laosan with a sideways look, commenting, "In your 30s. Still only at late 3rd-tier, I asked that not embarrassing? When I was your age, I was already at 1st tier, Bao Laosan respectfully replied. "Grandfather is right." Observing the continued respectful attitude and swift actions of Bao Laosan, Nan Ayun nodded in satisfaction and said, "You know my rules. 3 mouthfuls of phlegm, and I'll teach you 3 moves. Pay attention. If you don't remember, it's not my concern." Hearing this, Bao Laosan's spirit surged, his face filled with joy. Thank you, grandfather. Nan Yun leaped into the air, raising his left palm high before swiftly bringing it down, as if he had a phantom enemy before him. Bao Laosan's eyes widened, fixating on Nan Yun's movements. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he feared missing a single detail. According to the trajectory of the palm strike, Nan Yun's left palm should be aimed at the enemy's head. Just as Bao Laosan thought so, Nan Yun's right hand flicked out, the motion devoid of any force yet executed with blinding speed. This left Bao Laosan utterly bewildered. Wait, this looks a bit like a flashy distraction? While Bao Laosan was in a daze, Nan Yun landed, kicking upwards with his right foot in a vicious manner, positioning it for a brutal strike. After demonstrating the 3 moves, Nan Yun spat on the ground. Ba, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Remember, do not use these unless in a life-or-death situation. Having said that, Nan Yun picked up an unopened jar of wine and swaggered out of the dock warehouse, leaving Bao Laosan behind, lost in confusion. The last move, he instinctively kicked his foot, murmuring, but it's not really a palm technique. Nan Yun held the wine jar and leaped onto the sea, walking on the waves. A close associate of Bao Laosan rushed in, quietly asking, Big brother, who was that just now? Bao Laosan, still pondering over the 3 moves, came back to his senses and glanced around, whispering, That person is our gang leader's master. Upon hearing this, the associate's eyes widened. The legendary master-level expert, the South Sea monster hero? Indeed, that's him. The associate became excited and asked, Big brother, did you just spar with him? According to Jianghu rumors, the South Sea monster hero would suppress his realm when facing opponents. If you could defeat him at the same level, he would teach you a few moves. It was said that the leader of the Sea Whale gang was very much to the South Sea monster hero's liking, and the hero had imparted his renowned technique, the Storm Palm, to Chen Longshan. After years of diligent practice, Chen Longshan gained fame as the strongest gang along the coast, courtesy of that first-tier palm technique. Bao Laosan shook his head, saying, My foundation is weak. I practice common martial arts. How could I be a match for Senior Nan? The associate's face fell in disappointment. What a pity. Bao Laosan said nothing, his eyes glimmering as he recalled the 3 moves Nan Yun had just imparted. Days later, in the capital of the Great Martial Dynasty, Bianliang in the dead of night, the city was brightly lit, and the night market thrived, with citizens bustling about, all wearing smiles. Bianliang had no curfew, making it the most famous sleepless city in the Great Martial Dynasty. In the streets, a middle-aged man dressed in a black silk robe, with golden embroidery at the edges, strolled leisurely. He surveyed the streets, shops, and scenery of Bianliang, occasionally revealing a trace of nostalgia and reminiscence. Having left Bianliang 18 years ago, he had not returned since. Now back in Bianliang, Zhao Kai felt a sense of dislocation. The former location of the Su Wang mansion had transformed into the largest tavern in Bianliang. Hongbin Lu, a single table of dishes there would cost no less than 1,000 taels of silver, a gathering place for high-ranking officials. Zhao Kai fixed his gaze upon Hongbin Lu 18 years ago. Following the failed power struggle, that night, the Su Wang mansion was consumed in flames, reduced to ashes. Had it not been for the loyal guards of the Xuanya who risked their lives to escort him out of the city, he would have perished in Bianliang, just like his wives and children, engulfed in the fire. After that night, the Su Wang ceased to exist, replaced by the master of Fengyu Lu, a ghost lurking in the shadows. 18 years have passed. The former Su Wang is now the master of Fengyu Lu. Zhao Kai sighed. Now that he returned to Bianliang, the grudges of 18 years must find resolution. Zhao Kai walked steadily towards Hongbin Lu. This night, the crown prince was hosting guests at the tavern. Before Zhao Kai could reach Hongbin Lu, he was stopped by the golden guards of the imperial city, 2 streets away. A powerful, snow-white steed, a Zhaoyue Yushir, stood in the street, with a young general clad in golden armor seated atop it. Gripping a silver lance, the general coldly scrutinized the passers-by. The surrounding citizens dared not approach, instinctively keeping their distance. Only one person walked calmly to the forefront. The golden guard's eyes fell upon Zhao Kai, dressed in a black silk robe with golden embroidery. Is the current chief golden guard still of the Wu family? Zhao Kai, gazing at the young golden guard, asked in a cultured and gentle tone. The young general on horseback paused at this question, staring intently at Zhao Kai, struggling to recall who he was. However, upon seeing Zhao Kai's imposing demeanor and distinguished presence, he instinctively replied, Still of the Wu family. Upon hearing this response, Zhao Kai nodded, saying coolly, Wu Feng's judgment is indeed sharp. He has already allied himself with Zhao Xia. You audacious fellow! How dare you directly utter His Majesty's name? The Wu family golden guard erupted in fury, thrusting his silver lance forward. The strike was swift, showcasing the strength of a third-tier martial artist from the Jianghu. Zhao Kai's expression remained tranquil, his gaze profound as he lightly waved his sleeve. A chilling wind surged forth. Piercing to the bone, Wu family's golden-armored guard thrust forth a silver-scaled spear, which began to encase itself in ice, visibly spreading from the tip and rapidly enveloping the guard's arm. The guard gasped, his body stiffening before he could react. His face, neck, and all exposed skin turned a ghastly gray, his pupils devoid of life, as if winter had stripped him of existence. Even his steed, the Zhaoyue jade lion, became rigid, frost forming upon its fur. With a resounding crash, both the guard and his horse collapsed to the ground. Alongside them, the surrounding golden-armored guards fell lifelessly, their skin pallid, frost adorning their hair. Every guard stationed on this street was swiftly vanquished by Zhao Kai's flick of his sleeve. Zhao Kai coughed lightly twice and strolled leisurely towards the Hongbin Tower. Soon, the strange occurrences on the street attracted the attention of passers-by. Fireworks erupted above Bianliang, prompting the nearby golden-armored guards to mobilize towards the direction of the Hongbin Tower. Zhao Kai's pace was deliberate. As he traversed the familiar yet unfamiliar street, memories flooding his mind. This street lay before the residence of the Duke of Su, where he had once played football in his youth. Adjacent to it was Qingshi Alley, where he had once beaten the son of the Minister of Rights. What had been the reason for that beating? Zhao Kai struggled to recall, only vaguely remembering it involved a courtesan. Memories of his youthful days in Bianliang surfaced one by one, yet they were shrouded in a hazy veil, leaving him with a sense of nostalgia that time had obscured. With slow steps, he soon found himself before the Hongbin Tower. He tilted his head to gaze at the opulent, four-story establishment adorned with lanterns and suddenly spoke. Come out. Not far behind Zhao Kai, an elderly eunuch clad in purple robes, hunched over, emerged from the shadows. His countenance was aged and his eyebrows white as snow, hanging down to his eyes. While his exact age was indeterminate, he radiated an aura of twilight years, his vitality waning. The old eunuch's face turned ashen as he placed a hand to his mouth, coughing incessantly. After a prolonged fit, he gradually regained color, his voice hoarse as he remarked, From a distance, I could smell the stench of blood from the profound ice sorcery. Lord Su, when did you collude with the demonic sect? Zhao Kai remained silent, merely observing the old eunuch with a faint smile as explosive sounds reverberated within him. His internal energy surged through his meridians in an unusual route, permeating his entire being. The old eunuch's expression shifted upon sensing Zhao Kai's aura, the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Zhao Kai's gaze was calm as he lightly waved his sleeve, unleashing a billowing white mist that enveloped the street in an instant, carrying a bone-chilling cold. The old eunuch's eyes sharpened, fixated on the white mist, his voice trembling with fear. You have entered the Master Realm? In his panic, he inadvertently inhaled a wisp of the icy air, succumbing to a fit of uncontrollable coughing. Regaining his composure, the old eunuch swiftly moved over 20 paces, his complexion pale, coughing violently, his body convulsing as his internal energy became chaotic, rebounding within him. After several moments, he managed to stabilize his turbulent energy. Yet, the figure of Zhao Kai had already vanished from before the Hongbin Tower. Moments later, screams and shouts erupted from within the tower. The old eunuch trembled as he stared into the white mist that enveloped the street. A deep-seated fear reflected in his eyes, as though the mist stirred the nightmares he most wished to forget. He understood all too well what transpired within the Hongbin Tower, yet he felt utterly powerless. A soft thud echoed as a severed head fell from the 4th floor of the tower. A young man's head, adorned with a white jade crown, his eyes wide open, his face pallid, skin shriveled. The severed neck clear and blood frozen. The sight of that head rendered the old eunuch's face as pale as death, devoid of color. Chapter 70. The Night of Blood in Bianliang, Part 2. In the Bianliang Imperial Palace. Within an opulent chamber, dozens of candles flickered, casting a bright light that illuminated the room as if it were day. An incense burner in the corner emitted a calming fragrance, wisps of smoke curling gently into the air, gradually dissipating. The chamber was eerily silent on a bed. A middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon-patterned robe sat, his expression authoritative yet weary, dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Before him lay the severed head of a young man on the floor, and beside it knelt a purple-robed old eunuch. The eunuch's complexion was ashen, forehead pressed to the ground, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. "I recall you once told me," the middle-aged man slowly began, "that you rank among the top 3 of the world's masters." His voice was weak, yet his tone exuded undeniable authority. The old eunuch, kneeling, turned even paler, quietly explaining, "Your Majesty, Lord Su has practiced the demonic sect's profound ice sorcery. 20 years ago, I sustained injuries while battling the leader of the demonic sect's Xuanwu flag, a fellow master. Lord Su utilized a self-destructive technique that could not match him." The middle-aged man closed his eyes, his face betraying no emotion, as if he had not been stirred by the sight of the prince's head. "Where is Lord Su's corpse?" he inquired. The old eunuch hastily replied, "Outside." The emperor of the Great Wu remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "I have but one son. My brothers were nearly all slain by me 18 years ago. The few that survived have no sons. Tell me, Ban Fan, what shall become of the Great Wu Dynasty?" The old eunuch trembled violently, cold sweat trickling down his back. Too terrified to utter a word, he understood well that with the prince's death, the bloodline of the Great Wu Dynasty would be severed, leaving only princesses to carry on the lineage. Emperor Zhao Xie sighed softly. "Ban Fan, if only you had perished alongside the prince." Upon hearing this, the old eunuch quaked in fear. "I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Zhao Xie shook his head, his voice gentle, devoid of reproach. "I do not blame you. You are merely old. Those of advanced age fear death." He sat on the bed, his gaze fixated on the prince's head, deep in thought, expressionless. After a long pause, Zhao Xie spoke softly. "The Great Wu Dynasty can only fall into the hands of my descendants. Ban Fan, I need you to do something." The old eunuch started, bowing his head. "I am willing to serve your majesty until death. Take all the princesses to the autumn hunt, each with a knife." Zhao Xie's voice was incredibly gentle. "Before dawn, I expect a result." The old eunuch felt a chilling dread seep into his bones, a coldness more frigid than the profound ice sorcery. Ban Fan clenched his teeth, trembling as fear consumed him. Emperor Zhao Xie glanced at the eunuch who had accompanied him for many years and waved his hand. "Go with that." Weariness crept onto his face. "I am somewhat fatigued." The old eunuch slowly rose, his body hunched, legs weak. He bowed and retreated to the door, gradually closing it behind him. Ban Fan cast a deep glance at the ornate red door he had just shut. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, a bitter smile appearing on his aged face. Only those who have spent years at the monarch's side understand the meaning of being a companion to a tiger. He turned away, his body stooping, hand at his mouth, coughing lightly. After a few coughs, Ban Fan glanced at the corpse of Lord Su lying in the courtyard. Zhao Kai's body sat cross-legged on the ground, vitality extinguished, skin darkened, ice crystals forming amidst his hair and brows. Though his body was frozen, his eyes remained open, a smile gracing his face. After assassinating the prince, Zhao Kai had fallen victim to the backlash of the heavenly demon disintegration technique. "Madman," Ban Fan muttered under his breath as he passed Zhao Kai's corpse. The world's masters were few and far between. Entering the master realm allows one to easily ascend into the ranks of the top sects. Flourishing for centuries, who would be foolish enough to seek death like Lord Su? Truly insane, especially considering he sacrificed his own dynasty. Within the chamber, hearing the sound of the door closing, Zhao Xie lay back on the dragon bed, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes. His expression remained calm, devoid of any tumult, as if nothing had transpired. As the rooster crowed, dawn broke with a pale blue hue. A golden sun rose above the horizon, casting radiant beams that enveloped the entire capital of Bianliang in a golden glow. In the palace, within Zhao Xie's chamber, the old eunuch Ban Fan stood outside, calling softly, "Your Majesty, I have returned. Come in." Zhao Xie's voice, slightly fatigued, echoed from within. Ban Fan pushed the door open, glancing back at the person behind him, his expression complex and inscrutable. Upon entering, the accompanying figure followed suit. Zhao Xie pressed his left hand against the dragon bed, his movements weak as he attempted to sit up. Ban Fan hurried to his side, assisting him into an upright position. Once settled, Zhao Xie took a few breaths, his authoritative visage appearing even more weary. The dark circles under his eyes deepening. In mere hours, it seemed his condition had worsened yet again. Let me see. Zhao Xie's voice was somewhat hoarse as he sat up, leaning slightly to regard the third person present in the room. Before he could fully discern the individual, a pungent scent of blood wafted towards him. Upon catching the rich aroma, a flush crept onto Zhao Xie's pale face, excitement flickering in his eyes. His regal gaze turned towards the individual, only to reveal a hint of confusion. Who is your mother? A clear and youthful voice responded from within the room. Lady Wang. Zhao Xie squinted slightly, as if trying to recall Lady Wang's appearance. After a long moment of contemplation, he shook his head, a hint of excitement in his tone as he inquired. How many did you kill? 15, the cool voice replied. Zhao Xie nodded, concern creeping into his tone. How did it feel? Your first kill? It was no different from killing a chicken. The voice paused before continuing. I only managed to kill one. The others fled, their legs turned to jelly. Hearing this, Zhao Xie was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Good, well done. His laughter was hearty, genuine joy radiating from him. Zhao Xie's pale face shone with excitement. What is your name? Zhao Yuzhu. Zhao Xie gazed intently at the girl, his eyes sparkling as if illuminated from within. From now on, you shall not bear that name. He enunciated each word carefully. You shall be Zhao Zhu, the second prince of the Great Wu, lost to the world. From this moment forth, you are the heir to the Great Wu. The weight of those words resonated like thunder, laden with implications that could incite madness across the realm. Yet, the girl remained impassive, silent. Zhao Xie continued to gaze at her, and she at him. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Xie smiled. I'm satisfied. Do you have any wishes? The girl replied flatly, I want Song Gonggong dead. Zhao Xie furrowed his brow. Who is Song Gonggong? The one who sends monthly allowances to my mother. Zhao Xie was momentarily taken aback by this response, then burst into laughter. Very well, I grant your wish. Ban Fan, bring Song Gonggong here for a slow death. I want to watch him die with Zhu. Ban Fan bowed respectfully. As you command. Zhao Xie then turned back to Zhao Zhu, asking, Are you satisfied? Zhao Zhu remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhao Xie. Her eyes resembled those of a young wolf, fierce yet cold. Zhao Xie observed her expression, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Excellent, you are far stronger than the prince, at the very least. He never dared to look at me like that. After speaking, Zhao Xie waved his hand. Ban Fan? Take her to change into suitable attire. Prepare breakfast. Ban Fan bowed respectfully. Yes, he slightly bent forward, leading Zhao Zhu away from the chamber. Moments later, Ban Fan returned alone to the chamber door. Your Majesty. Ban Fan called softly from outside. Come in. Zhao Xie lay on the bed, asking, What is it? Ban Fan entered, kneeling on the ground, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, the second prince has a sister. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xie fell silent, after a long pause. He sighed softly. My heart is still not ruthless enough. Chapter 71. The treasure of Shaolin. In the early morning, a thin mist lingered in the valley. The slightly damp air kissed the skin with a refreshing coolness. A young man donned in white appeared at the valley's entrance. With a fair complexion and bright red lips, he exuded a handsome charm. Clad in male attire, he carried a small yellow bundle slung over his arm. Hua Xie turned back to glance at 100 Flower Valley, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Farewell, 100 Flower Valley. Her voice was soft yet lively. Having spoken, a radiant smile illuminated her delicate face, charmingly beautiful. Though dressed as a man, anyone with eyes could discern her true identity as a woman, and a stunning one at that. Hua Xie traversed the mountain path with a light step, her face alight with anticipation for the world beyond. Once out of the valley, the skies would be her limit, and the sea would welcome her leaps. Inhaling deeply the air outside the valley, she closed her eyes, a look of ecstasy appearing on her face, as if the aroma beyond the valley was far more fragrant and delightful. 16 years. She had lived in the valley for 16 years. Do you know how I, your lady, have come this far? The world of martial arts, dashing young masters, renowned swords, and fine horses. Here I come. A gust of wind seemed to lift Hua Xie, her heart brimming with longing and excitement for the outside world. In a graceful motion, she appeared a dozen paces ahead. Suddenly, an elderly voice echoed along the mountain path. Hearing it, Hua Xie's smile abruptly vanished. She widened her eyes, staring in shock at the source of the voice. There stood an elderly man in gray, slender yet upright like a bamboo stalk. His hair and beard were entirely white, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon seeing Hua Xiye, his expression darkened. A grandfather. The moment Hua Xiye spotted the old man, her face transformed from rigidness to joy. Her bright eyes crescented into a smile, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she ran to his side, hugging his arm and playfully shaking it. Grandfather, you finally returned. Little Yu has waited for you for so many days. The old man's face darkened as he pointed at Hua Xiye's male attire and the small bundle on her arm. Little Yu, do you think your grandfather has grown senile? Realizing her plans had been exposed, Hua Xiye pouted, redirecting the conversation. Grandfather, weren't you supposed to find Donghua? Why are you back so soon? The old man scoffed. Expressing his displeasure, originally, I intended to bring Donghua back to 100 Flower Valley to be your husband. His skills are exceptional, recognized by King Suzy, making him one of the finest among the younger generation. Marrying into our Hua family would not be a disgrace. Hearing this, Hua Xiye's face darkened, and she stamped her foot, whining. Grandfather, I haven't even met that person. I don't want to marry him. If I do marry, it must be someone I find pleasing. I won't settle for any random person. The old man's expression grew stern as he waved his sleeve. Nonsense. The orders of parents and the matchmaking of elders are serious matters. You cannot treat it lightly. Seeing her grandfather's rising anger, Hua Xiye obediently fell silent. The old man cast a glance at his granddaughter and sighed. However, it seems that is no longer necessary. Hua Xiye's eyes sparkled at this, her excitement palpable. What do you mean, grandfather? Has he passed away? How did he die? Was it a tragic end? Upon hearing these words, the elderly man's expression darkened further. Silence. A master cannot tolerate such reckless speculation, he reprimanded. Hua Xiye was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Donghua, he is a master. Indeed, the elder nodded. His strength may very well rival that of your grandfather. Wonderful. I no longer have to marry him. Joy radiated from Hua Xiye's face. The elder couldn't help but chuckle. Do you still wish to marry a master? With your mischievous demeanor, you wouldn't even qualify to be a maid. When you marry into another family, you will face hardships. Hua Xiye rolled her eyes in defiance, muttering, I won't marry him. Even if he is a master, or a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, I refuse. The elder's expression soured, ready to scold her. Yet, Hua Xiye clung to his arm, cooing, I'll stay with you, grandfather. I don't want to marry. If I do, I won't be able to see you anymore. A smile broke through the elder's stern facade as he playfully tapped her forehead. You know how to flatter your grandfather. No more giggling. Return and transcribe the family teachings 10 times. If I hadn't returned early, you would have run away from the valley. No, grandfather, I was wronged. No negotiations. You must do it. Grandfather, 2 times. It cannot be less. Yay, grandfather is the best. Days later, outside Yuhang County, in the river that wound around the city, Sun Sheng was submerged in the water, a look of comfort on his face. For some reason, he had been feeling restless if he didn't soak in the river every few days. It felt as if countless ants were crawling all over him, which was quite uncomfortable. He attributed this sensation to the aftereffects of floating on a log the last time. Fortunately, it didn't significantly affect his daily life, so he allowed it to happen. After all, what was a bath every now and then? Moreover, Sun Sheng noticed that he could hold his breath underwater for longer than before, managing to stay submerged for several more breaths. He swam a few strokes, gradually alleviating the itching sensation. Rolling over, he caught sight of a figure on the shore near his clothes. You again, old thief. Upon recognizing the old beggar from a few days prior, his expression changed instantly. Damn it, old man, put down my clothes. Sun Sheng took a deep breath and dove underwater, swiftly propelling himself toward the bank like an arrow. With a splash, Sun Sheng emerged from the river, anger etched on his face as he leaped onto the shore, only to find the old beggar sitting next to his clothes, holding a wine gourd. Care for a drink? Nani Yun extended the gourd toward Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng did not take the gourd. Instead, he eyed his clothes suspiciously, suspecting the old man wanted to steal them in retaliation. Nani Yun, sensing Sun Sheng's thoughts, rolled his eyes, saying, I wouldn't stoop to that. Sun Sheng scoffed, clutching his clothes. So you're capable of petty theft? Nani Yun's face flushed and he huffed. What do you know? He took a swig from the gourd and remarked, Kid, didn't you call me a miser last time? Today, I'll show you what a priceless treasure looks like." As he spoke, Nani Yun glanced at Sun Sheng with a smug expression. After donning his clothes, Sun Sheng's damp hair draped over his fair, handsome face. In an instant, he swiftly snatched the gourd from Nani Yun's grasp, pouring its contents into his mouth without hesitation. After a couple of sips, he frowned slightly, saying, "Old thief, this wine you stole today is as good as the last time." Nani Yun observed Sun Sheng's reaction with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, admiration flickering beneath. However, upon witnessing the old man's smile, Sun Sheng immediately spat the wine out in anger, exclaiming, "Old thief, what have you put in this?" Seeing Sun Sheng spit it out, Nani Yun feigned sorrow. "Hey, you wasteful brat, this is Shaoxing rice wine worth 10 taels a jar." Sun Sheng, noticing Nani Yun's distressed expression, grew suspicious. He brought the gourd to his nose and sniffed it, a rich aroma wafting forth. After considering it for a moment, he secured the gourd and disdainfully declared, "Not good with that." He tied the gourd to his waist, stating, "I'm leaving, don't let me see you again." Sun Sheng's face turned stern as he waved his fists and turned to depart. "Hey, you haven't seen the priceless treasure yet." Nani Yun pulled Sun Sheng back, leading him toward a small grove. Sun Sheng, filled with skepticism, followed cautiously. Stepping on the dry, yellow leaves, they entered the grove, where in the center stood a 3-meter-tall golden staff, the size of a small jar, embedded in the ground. Golden rings hung from the staff, clinking melodically in the breeze, producing a sound as pleasing to the ears as a sacred chant, calming the spirit. Sun Sheng gazed at the massive golden staff, astonishment washing over his face. "Old thief, where did you steal this from?" "No, wait, that you must be exaggerating. With your small frame, how could you possibly lift it?" Approaching the staff, he touched it. The surface felt smooth and cool. The moment his hand made contact, the golden rings began to sway, producing a clearer, more resonant melody that startled Sun Sheng. Nani Yun swaggered up to the staff, resting his hand upon it, boasting, "Kid, I snatched this from the head of the Jianghu escort agency." He patted the staff, which instantly chimed with the sound of the rings colliding. "This staff is one of the treasures of Shaolin Temple. It possesses demonic slaying power and is the weapon of the head of the Dharma Academy in the world. It is undoubtedly invaluable." Nani Yun looked at Sun Sheng with pride, ready to accept his worship. Sun Sheng rolled his eyes and turned to leave him out. Nani Yun was taken aback. "Aren't you going to say something?" His face turned red, caught in the act of trying to impress someone who was uninterested. Sun Sheng slapped his forehead, as if recalling something. He turned back fiercely at Nani Yun, saying, "If I see you again, I'll beat you up." Chapter 72. The master and the departure. Hearing Sun Sheng's words, Nani Yun was nearly infuriated to the point of fainting. You little brat. A rotten wood cannot be carved." Sun Sheng ignored him, turning to leave. He wasn't foolish. He had already deduced that this old beggar was likely someone of significance. "Kid," Nani Yun called out as Sun Sheng continued to walk away without looking back. Gathering his breath, he leaped a full meter in front of Sun Sheng. A cold glint flickered in Sun Sheng's eyes as he forced a smile. Raising his fists, "What? Do you want to taste my fists?" Nani Yun, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "Kid, you're to my liking. Become my disciple that I'll teach you some exceptional techniques." Without a moment's thought, Sun Sheng rolled his eyes. Sidestepping Nani Yun, "Farewell? I already have a master." Upon hearing this, Nani Yun's eyes widened as he grabbed Sun Sheng's arm. "Damn it. I'm taking you as my disciple. Do I need to beg you?" Sun Sheng's right hand was about to break free when he felt a tremendous force from the old beggar's grip. It felt as if an iron clamp held him tightly. Furious, Sun Sheng swung his left fist, landing a blow directly on Nani Yun's eye. "Damn it, old thief. Let go of me." The punch stunned Nani Yun, making him tremble with rage, his teeth grinding. Having roamed the martial world for decades, he had always been the one to bully others. He had never been on the receiving end. "What is your master's name? If he is stronger than me, I'll turn and leave." Nani Yun, now incensed, forgot his own rules and used internal energy against Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng sneered, "My master is Li Da." "Li Da? Who is he?" "A fisherman from Nanha." With that answer, Nani Yun froze, his face flushing a deep red, steam rising from his forehead. "Damn it, a filthy fisherman?" Sun Sheng smirked. "What's wrong with a fisherman? If I learn from him, I can support myself in the future. Let go of me, otherwise, I won't hold back." Sun Sheng threatened sharply. You, Nani Yun, infuriated, began to leap up and down. As a master, countless people wished to become his disciple. Today, he had finally found a suitable candidate, only for the brat to compare him to a mere fisherman. A fisherman is nothing, not even worthy to carry his shoes. Nani Yun trembled with rage, ready to explode when he suddenly noticed several swift horses dashing out from the dense forest to the south. 7 horses in total, carrying 3 women and 4 men, sped along the forest path toward Yuhang County. As they passed, birds fluttered away, and cicadas fell silent. Nani Yun glanced at the 7 figures with disdain. The 7 riders were focused on their path, oblivious to Nani Yun and Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng followed Nani Yun's gaze, catching sight of several silhouettes in the distance. One petite female figure drew his attention. Even from behind, it was evident she possessed remarkable beauty. Sun Sheng clicked his tongue. Stop staring. They're assassins. Nani Yun, momentarily diverted by the 7 riders, calmed somewhat. Sun Sheng shot him a sidelong glance. Upon meeting Sun Sheng's gaze, Nani Yun's previously quelled anger flared once more. You think you know everything? Let go of me? Sun Sheng tugged at his arm but couldn't escape Nani Yun's grip. You know nothing. Those 7 riders, their presence startled the birds and silenced the cicadas due to their murderous intent. 6 of them possess 2nd-rank strength, and 1 has 3rd-rank strength. They are likely remnants of the Stormy Rain Tower, with countless blood debts on their hands. Someone like you, if you provoke them, you wouldn't even know how you died. Nani Yun scolded. What does that have to do with me? Let go of me, Sun Sheng growled, unable to tolerate the old beggar's demeanor. Nani Yun pointed at Sun Sheng, sneering, a few days ago, you drank my 5 elements spirit wine. You haven't practiced internal energy. All the medicinal properties are merely accumulating in your belly. If you take a few breaths and feel an obscure swelling in your dantian, along with a heat rising from it, you'll know. Upon hearing the old beggar's words, Sun Sheng's expression changed. He silently inhaled deeply, focusing on his dantian, and began to feel. Moments later, his complexion paled, and his eyes widened in shock. Nani Yun wore a wicked grin. The next moment, Sun Sheng's fist landed squarely on Nani Yun's eye socket. Hey, what are you doing, kid? Nani Yun exclaimed. Since I may not survive anyway, I might as well take a few swings at you. Sun Sheng growled, gritting his teeth, his eyes slightly reddening. Nani Yun restrained Sun Sheng's left hand, saying, Who said you won't survive? Sun Sheng paused at those words. Nani Yun, exasperated, continued, You possess the wine's medicinal properties within you. If you practice my techniques, your progress will be swift. It won't be long before you can cultivate internal energy. Hearing this, Sun Sheng's expression flushed with embarrassment. He thought he was poisoned. Sun Sheng coldly scoffed, I won't learn. Nani Yun reached out, gripping Sun Sheng's throat. Kid, take a deep breath. Unable to resist, Sun Sheng instinctively inhaled deeply when Nani Yun lightly pressed on an acupoint. Bang! Nani Yun tightened his grip, instantly turning Sun Sheng's face crimson as he struggled to breathe. Sun Sheng raised his hand, striking Nani Yun in a futile attempt to resist, his efforts weak and ineffective. After a few moments, Nani Yun's expression shifted, and he released Sun Sheng's throat. Sun Sheng collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, tears and snot streaming from his face. You old bastard, are you trying to kill me? Even if you do, I still want to learn. Sun Sheng coughed, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Nani Yun remained silent, his hands trembling, eyes gleaming with excitement. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good, excellent. After a few breaths, Sun Sheng regained his composure. Upon hearing Nani Yun's laughter, he inwardly cursed, crazy, truly a madman. Nani Yun leaned closer, his eyes ablaze, fixating on Sun Sheng. Kid, what would it take for you to become my disciple? You're a lunatic. Sun Sheng stood, raising his chin defiantly, cursing, old bastard. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Spare me the theatrics. If I frown even once, it'll be your fault. Sun Sheng realized that this old madman had set his sights on him. Nani Yun forced a grim smile, attempting to placate him. Why would I do that? Kid, calm down. I've seen your potential. You're quite suitable to be my successor. Tell me, do you want treasures from the Imperial Palace or the revered artifacts from Wudong? Whatever I can procure, I will get for you. Get lost. I might consider being your disciple, but first, you have to bow 3 times. Sun Sheng was seething with anger, wishing he could kick the old beggar to death. Before he could finish speaking, Nani Yun knelt without hesitation and bowed 3 times to Sun Sheng. Bang, bang, bang. After completing his bows, Nani Yun looked at Sun Sheng with anticipation. Is that enough? Can I be your master now? Sun Sheng stood frozen, swallowing hard, murmuring, Old bastard, are you serious? Chapter 73. Homeward Bound. Qian Dai by Lang Ju. In the southern part of Yuhang County, Shaolin and her group of 7 dismounted. After several days of recuperation, their injuries had mostly healed, though they still bore the signs of fatigue and weariness. After paying the entrance fee, they entered Yuhang County. On the bustling streets, Shaolin turned to the others, holding the reins of her horse. You all head to the inn to rest first. Chen Ye nodded, speaking in a calm tone. All right. Huang San, Chen Ye, and Zhou Ba followed suit, nodding in agreement. The scene of Chen Ye bursting the monk's head had left a deep imprint in their minds. They felt a twinge of fear toward Chen Ye. After all, he was a master. How many masters could there be in the world? They were merely second rank, and the gap between them and a master was akin to that between a beggar and an emperor. Shaolin nodded gently, handing the reins to Qian Qi before clasping her hands and departing. Watching Shaolin's figure disappear into the crowd, Qian Qi sighed with relief, quietly remarking, Chen Ye, you truly have an eye for disciples. To find one with a master backing her so easily. How did you manage that? Teach me too. Chen Ye cast a fleeting glance at Qian Qi but remained silent. Let us go. We've traveled so far. Let us find an inn to rest. The burly Chen Ye grinned, saying, I haven't had a drop of wine in days. I could really use some. Zhou Ba chimed in, it's not just about the wine. We need some meat too. He Wu interjected, look at you all. All you think about is food. I heard there's a Hong courtyard in Yuhang County. Is that true? As soon as He Wu's words fell, Chen Ye, Zhou Ba, and Qian Qi simultaneously cast scornful glances in his direction. What's the matter? Is it a crime to indulge a little? You can eat, but I cannot indulge myself? He Wu scoffed. A bunch of hypocrites. Huang San, with a black knife at his waist and a blade of grass in his mouth, lazily remarked, if the master summons us later, we shall speak the truth. Upon hearing this, He Wu fell silent. If the master were to summon him while he was indulging in pleasures, it would surely tarnish his reputation. It was better to refrain. He could visit the brothel another time. Important matters must not be neglected. The 6 of them entered the Yulai Inn. The Yueying Hall. Shaolin stood before the sign that read Yueying Hall. Although only 20 days had passed, her emotions upon returning were vastly different from those at parting. Shaolin never expected that the usually languid and sun-loving Chen Ye would turn out to be a martial arts master. With her sparkling eyes, she gazed deeply at the plaque, inhaled deeply, and stepped into the courtyard. Chen Ye, reclining on a chair, heard the noise and set aside the mystery novel he was reading. Seeing Shaolin, he smiled warmly. You're back, Director, Shaolin acknowledged, her heart lightening at the sight of his familiar handsome face. Have you eaten? Chen Ye rose from his chair, placing the novel aside. Not yet. Shaolin's charming face bore signs of fatigue. Well, you should rest first, Chen Ye said with a sunny smile. When Deming returns, we will eat. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Ye added, by the way, during the days you were away, we welcomed a new family member. His name is Sun Sheng. He is quite clever and industrious, a good lad. Another orphan? Shaolin responded softly, a smile gracing her delicate features. Moreover, outside you are a killer for Yuya Hall, but here at home, you are Shaolin. Do not disclose your identity to Deming or the others. They are ordinary people and should not be entangled in this. Chen Ye spoke plainly. Shaolin obediently nodded. After a moment, Chen Ye smiled gently. I'll go prepare in the kitchen. You should check on Xiao Fu. He has missed you terribly these past few days. Once, the smile vanished from Shaolin's face. She puffed out her cheeks, looking dejected. Seeing her expression, Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh heartily as he headed to the kitchen. In the following days, he would finally find some leisure. Watching Chen Ye's relaxed figure, Shaolin felt momentarily lost. Director, he is indeed a peculiar man. His cooking is delightful, and he always produces strange yet wonderful dishes, yet he remains a martial arts master. He could easily become one of the most renowned and wealthy figures in the martial world. Yet he chooses to be the director of Yueying Hall in Yuhang County. Shaolin did not comprehend Chen Ye's thoughts, but she admired him, not for his martial prowess, but for his sincere character. As she gazed at his retreating back, a newfound respect blossomed within her. Turning around, she abruptly stiffened. By the window, Xiao Fu blinked his large, bright eyes, and, upon seeing Xiao Lian, broke into a sweet smile. "Lian," he called in his babyish voice. "Old bastard, are you serious?" Sun Sheng looked at the old beggar kneeling before him, having just finished bowing 3 times with a sense of bewilderment. Nan Yun gazed at Sun Sheng, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. "Well, I have done it." Sun Sheng opened his mouth, lost for words. He had merely spoken in a fit of anger, never expecting the old beggar to take him seriously. However, a man's word is his bond. He could not go back on it. In the world of martial arts, one must uphold integrity. With a hesitant look on his face, he suddenly gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. I shall take you as my master, but I only kneel to heaven and earth and my parents. I shall not kneel to you." Nan Yun waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. Formalities are for the mundane. I disdain those societal restrictions." After saying this, Nan Yun looked at Sun Sheng with satisfaction. "Excellent. Just splendid. You remind me of my youth." The way Nan Yun gazed at Sun Sheng was akin to that of admiring a rare treasure. "And your aptitude surpasses mine by some measure." Feeling the old beggar's intense gaze, Sun Sheng felt goosebumps rise. "Hurry up, I'm busy," he retorted. Nan Yun smiled and said, "Good disciple, I shall now recite the inner cultivation method for you. Remember it well. Our school's technique is called 1,000 Layers of Waves, a true treasure of the Nanhai sect, a legitimate innate skill. Once perfected, your inner strength will surge like endless waves, capable of penetrating mountains and seas. Its essence embodies the might of the ocean surges. Those with weak wills will be shattered on the spot." He continued, "Training in this method differs from others. We do not value talent, but the duration of your breath. You have long breath capacity and can hold your breath for dozens of breaths. This technique is perfect for you." The more Nan Yun spoke, the more excited he became, his saliva flying. Sun Sheng, growing impatient after hearing a couple of lines, waved his hand. "Stop. Just write it down for me." Nan Yun, wearing an awkward smile, explained patiently, "Disciple, this is an innate technique. Even a single page leaked could cause chaos in the martial world. Not writing it down? Then I'm leaving." Sun Sheng turned his back and walked away. Hey, I will write it." Nan Yun quickly grabbed Sun Sheng. "Then hurry up, you have a quarter of an hour." Sun Sheng squinted his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. "All right, disciple, wait a moment. I shall be back shortly." Nan Yun took a deep breath, leaped several times, and sped towards Yuhang County, half closing his eyes. Sun Sheng was astonished to see Nan Yun vanish in an instant, over 20 feet away. "Wow, did I truly encountered a master? Is this really happening?" Sun Sheng mused, stroking his chin, that he thought the martial art Nan Yun mentioned was impressive, and he ought to show it to his adoptive father. Chapter 74. The Assassin Sister, the shocked Sun Sheng. "Just a few pages?" Sun Sheng held a few sheets of freshly inked paper, a look of skepticism on his face. Nan Yun wore a fawning smile. "Disciple, this is all the cultivation method. Memorize it. I'll personally teach you how to practice it." Sun Sheng rolled his eyes and stuffed the papers into his robe. "Got it. Whenever I have time, I'll talk about it. I'm going back to eat." He waved his hand. "See you." Nan Yun hastily grabbed him, saying earnestly, "Disciple, you must never let these pages leave your possession. This is the treasure of our Nanhai sect." Sun Sheng paused, raising an eyebrow. "What if I insist on sharing it with others?" Nan Yun firmly replied, "Absolutely not." Sun Sheng raised an eyebrow, pretending to take out the cultivation method. Wait. Nan Yun's face turned sour. He quickly blocked Sun Sheng and pondered for a moment, saying, "Just give me a heads up." Sun Sheng turned around, stating, "I'm taking it back to show my adoptive father. Do you have any objections? Your adoptive father? Who is your adoptive father?" Nan Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Sun Sheng rolled his eyes. "Just tell me if you object that as he spoke." Sun Sheng began to pull out the pages of the inner cultivation method. Nan Yun quickly asked, "Does your adoptive father know martial arts?" "Ordinary people cannot understand our sect's cultivation methods. Without my personal guidance, he will not be able to learn." Sun Sheng thought for a moment. His adoptive father did not seem to practice martial arts. In his memory, Chen Ye would simply read books after meals. "Never practicing martial arts? Just say yes or no," Sun Sheng replied impatiently. Nan Yun looked troubled, finally biting the bullet. "You may show him, but if he spreads it outside, I will not spare him." Sun Sheng rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Hearing the old beggar's exaggerated words, he thought it might be worth showing his adoptive father. After all, his adoptive father read every day and might understand it. Having been at Yueying Hall for nearly a month, he felt he had done little work and had been living off the generosity of others. Since the old beggar was offering it, it would be a fitting gift for his adoptive father. With a wine gourd at his waist, he swaggered down the forest path towards Yuhang County. Nan Ayun glanced at Sun Shang's retreating figure, muttering, "Damn, his temper is just like mine when I was young. Master, I never thought I would find someone to take as a disciple." Nan Ayun shook his head in exasperation. Yet, he was relieved that Sun Shang's temperament suited the path he had chosen, and his aptitude was suitable for practicing thousand layers of waves. If one day he were to suffer a relapse and perish, the legacy of the Nanhai sect would not be severed. Returning to the demon-subduing staff, Nan Ayun contemplated how to deal with it. After a long while, he suddenly realized, to hell with that bald thief. What does the loss of the Shaolin treasure have to do with me? Nan Ayun, feeling apathetic, grasped the demon-subduing staff, the golden rings jingling. With a single swing of his arm, he hurled the staff into the river. A loud splash echoed as the water erupted, sending sprays several feet high. Fish scattered in alarm as the golden staff slowly sank to the riverbed. Nan Ayun clapped his hands and also headed towards Yuhang County. Humming a tune, Sun Shang returned to Yueying Hall. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed a petite figure standing inside, causing him to shiver slightly. Within the courtyard, a delicate silhouette stood. It was a beautiful girl, not much older than him. Seeing her, beads of cold sweat began to form on Sun Shang's forehead. He recognized her from the day he had seen her in the woods south of the city. She was the enchanting figure he had noticed before. Gulp, Sun Shang swallowed hard, his body stiffening. After Nan Ayun demonstrated his skills, Sun Shang had begun to believe most of what he had said. When those 7 had passed through the forest, indeed, the birds had taken flight, and the cicadas had fallen silent. She is an assassin. Who is she here to kill? Sun Shang froze in place, his body tensed at that moment. A small head peeked over her shoulder. With bright, glossy hair and big, expressive eyes, Xiao Fu chirped, Shang Da, uttering a muddled syllable. Xiao Lian turned, cradling Xiao Fu, and upon seeing Sun Shang, a gentle smile appeared on her face. "You must be Sun Shang. I've heard the director speak of you." In truth, Xiao Lian had sensed someone approaching even before Sun Shang arrived at the entrance of Yueying Hall. However, from the footfalls, she discerned it was not Deming but someone unfamiliar. She speculated it was the new arrival, Sun Shang, mentioned by Chen Ye. Taken aback by Xiao Lian's words, Sun Shang was momentarily at a loss. What was happening? His mind struggled to process the situation. "Xiao Shang, this is your sister Xiao Lian?" Chen Ye emerged from the kitchen with a smiling face, introducing her. "She is a year older than you. She was out when you arrived but just returned." Upon hearing Chen Ye's introduction, Sun Shang stiffened, forcing an awkward smile as he greeted, "Sister Xiao Lian." "Yes," Xiao Lian replied softly, a faint smile gracing her charming face. "Shang." Xiao Fu reached out his little arms, gazing expectantly at Sun Shang. Xiao Lian's face lit up with joy. "Xiao Fu wants you to hold him." Sun Shang cast a deep glance at Xiao Lian, a rigid smile on his face as he approached to take Xiao Fu. Holding the child, he gently cooed to him, occasionally glancing at Xiao Lian. "Oh dear, adoptive father, this sister Xiao Lian is an assassin. How can we have such a person at Yueying Hall?" A thread of worry crept into Sun Shang's mind. He wondered if his adoptive father was aware that Xiao Lian was an assassin. If officials were to find out, it could lead to dire consequences. According to the laws of the martial world, harboring a murderer would bring collective punishment. A frown appeared on Sun Shang's face. His adoptive father, Deming, Xiao Fu, and he were all ordinary people. If this sister Xiao Lian were caught by the authorities, it would spell disaster. While assisting Chen Ye in the kitchen, Xiao Lian glanced at Sun Shang in the courtyard, stating nonchalantly, "Director, Xiao Shang just sneakily glanced at me several times." Chen Ye laughed, "With your striking beauty, it's only natural for Xiao Shang to look a few more times." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian slightly pouted but remained silent, though her gaze had turned somewhat cold. "Director, we are running low on vegetables at home. I will go buy some. Go ahead, buy some eggs too. Deming insists on having eggs with every meal now," Chen Yi casually remarked. "Understood." Xiao Lian picked up her basket and left the kitchen. In the courtyard, Sun Shang saw Xiao Lian and cheerfully called out, "Sister Xiao Lian." Xiao Lian shot him a cool glance, giving a slight nod. Sun Shang watched her leave Yueying Hall, a chill running down his spine. What did her look just mean? Was she warning him? Sun Shang swallowed hard, feeling a shiver run through him. Chapter 75. The Reunion Dinner. The elders' attention. As the sun set, it painted the sky with a lingering glow. The delicate clouds were brushed with a mesmerizing crimson by the sunset. At Weighing Hall, a large square table was set in the courtyard, adorned with several exquisite dishes. Golden chicken soup, tender shrimp, and vibrant stir-fried vegetables filled the air with tantalizing aromas, stimulating appetites. Seated around the square table were Chen Ye, Deming, Xiaolian, Xiaofu, and Sun Sheng, each with a pair of chopsticks and bowls before them, the rice in their porcelain bowls glistening. Today, the Weighing Hall finally gathered everyone together, a moment worth celebrating. Chen Ye wore a smile, his gaze sweeping over Deming, Xiaolian, Xiaofu, and Sun Sheng. Deming grinned broadly, his eyes sparkling with joy. Xiaolian lightly pressed her lips together, a soft smile gracing her face as her lively eyes lingered on Chen Ye. Sun Sheng's handsome, fair face mirrored Deming's innocent smile. Xiaofu, don't pull my ear. Chen Ye was about to say something more when Xiaofu climbed onto his lap and tugged at his ear with his chubby little hands. Chen Ye grimaced, caught between laughter and exasperation, as the other three children giggled. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. All right, let us eat. The director wanted to say more. Really? Chen Ye waved his hand, signaling everyone to dig in. He was gentle as he placed Xiaofu on his lap, picking up a tender shrimp with his chopsticks and bringing it to Xiaofu's mouth. Here, Xiaofu, eat the shrimp. Xiaofu blinked her big, expressive eyes and bit down on the end of the chopsticks, sucking the slippery shrimp into her mouth. She wrinkled her brow at the taste, then promptly spat the shrimp back out onto Chen Ye's clothing. Chen Ye thought the others burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Chen Ye chuckled as he offered Xiaofu a different dish. The meal was harmonious, filled with laughter and joy. Afterward, Xiaolian took Xiaofu out for a stroll while Deming fetched water with a bucket. Sun Sheng and Chen Ye entered the kitchen together to wash the dishes. Just as Chen Ye dipped his hands into the basin of water, Sun Sheng stealthily approached, eyeing his left hand. He held a wine gourd, while his right hand produced several crumpled sheets of paper from his robe. Adoptive father, today an old beggar knelt before me, requesting that I take him as my master. I borrowed this wine and these papers from him. He continued, the wine is supposedly worth 10 taels of silver per jar, and these pages contain a martial arts cultivation method that is quite remarkable. You, being well-read, must be able to comprehend it. Sun Sheng's face bore a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. During my time here, I've been living off your generosity. Please see if there is any use for it. Chen Ye withdrew his hands from the basin, wiped them on a cloth, and scrutinized Sun Sheng for a moment. He accepted the wine gourd and set it aside before focusing on the crumpled sheets of paper. After scanning the contents for a while, Chen Ye's expression was peculiar as he gazed at Sun Sheng. Little Sheng, did that old beggar kneel before you, pleading to be your master? Sun Sheng nodded vigorously, disdain evident on his face. That old bastard has no dignity whatsoever. T.S. just a worthless wretch that I merely applied a little trick, and he willingly offered these few pages of paper to sew. Father, do you find this useful? Chen Ye was momentarily speechless, not just useful. He lowered his gaze, studying the pages in his hands. This was akin to the innate chi technique given to him by Qing Shuzi, a master's martial art. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at Sun Sheng's fortune that a master-level practitioner kneeling to him while offering a martial technique. It was akin to being the child of destiny. As Chen Ye examined the technique closely, he discerned its uniqueness. Building upon the foundation of the innate chi technique, this martial art was unlike any other. During practice, it could only condense a minuscule thread of internal energy. This thread would not accumulate into a force but would remain in the dantian. With diligent practice over time, this internal energy would accumulate thread by thread in combat. One could not expel the internal energy but could only harness it through the accompanying method. The associated method was intriguing. By circulating the internal energy in a specific manner, the countless threads of energy could resonate simultaneously, unleashing a power akin to a raging sea. Upon finishing the text, Chen Ye realized a significant point. This technique did not prioritize one's innate talent for internal energy, focusing instead on the duration of accumulation. In an instant, Chen Ye comprehended the preciousness of this martial art. It did not emphasize innate talent. As long as one accumulated enough, they could wield master-level combat prowess. If this were to spread through the martial world, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. Chen Ye was astounded by the brilliance of this technique's creator. "What is the name of this technique?" he inquired of Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng scratched his head and thought that, "I believe it's called 1,000 layers of waves." 1,000 layers of waves. Chen Ye nodded gently, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. This technique indeed lived up to its name, accumulating thousands of threads of internal energy to unleash a power akin to turbulent waves. He wondered if the method of exertion could be applied to his own innate qi. If 1,000 layers of waves, using threads as units of internal energy, could manifest master-level power, then if he could adapt this method to the innate qi, utilizing the boundless energy within him for simultaneous resonance. The disparity in quality between the innate qi and a mere thread of internal energy was vast. Chen Ye inhaled sharply, startled by his own thoughts. If it truly worked, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. Perhaps he would transform from a martial artist into an immortal cultivator. Chen Ye neatly folded the pages and returned them to Sun Sheng, stating calmly, "Little Sheng, this is a precious item. The elder who entrusted you with this technique genuinely cares for you. Without his permission, you should refrain from showing it to others. When you next encounter him, show him the respect he deserves." Chen Ye refrained from accepting the technique, fully aware of its worth, a true priceless treasure capable of inciting chaos in the martial world. Understanding this value, he recognized the significance the elder known as the Nanheim monster placed on Sun Sheng. Although the technique might hold some utility for Chen Ye, he did not wish to acquire it in such a manner. Sun Sheng took back the 1,000 layers of waves, a puzzled expression adorning his fair and handsome face. Is it truly that powerful? Chen Ye, once more immersing his hands in the basin of water, resumed washing the dishes, responding lightly, "Indeed, it is." Sun Sheng tucked the technique back into his clothes, assisting Chen Ye with the dishes. "When I left, I asked that old bastard about it. He said it was fine for you to see." Chen Ye chuckled, "Just jesting. To those who recognize its worth, it is invaluable." Sun Sheng wore a contemplative expression, casting a curious glance at Chen Ye. Could it be that his adoptive father possessed martial skills? Yet it was not evident. After pondering, he could not deduce a conclusion. Chapter 76. The Responsibility of Fatherhood, Nighttime Theft of Leftovers. Once they finished washing the dishes, Chen Ye wiped his hands and remarked, "Little Sheng, come here. I need to discuss something with you, Dado." "All right." Sun Sheng hurriedly organized the remaining dishes and followed Chen Ye out of the kitchen. They stepped into the courtyard, where Chen Ye instructed, "Bring out 2 chairs." Sun Sheng rushed into the house, retrieving 2 chairs, placing one behind Chen Ye and the other behind himself. "Sit." Chen Ye gestured for Sun Sheng to take a seat, fixing his gaze upon him. "Little Sheng, since you call me adoptive father, there are responsibilities I must fulfill." Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng obediently seated himself, a serious expression taking form on his face. Noticing Sun Sheng's nervousness, Chen Ye smiled gently. "We are merely having a casual conversation." Sun Sheng's face broke into an innocent smile. Chen Ye gazed at the dimming sky and asked softly, "What kind of person do you wish to become in the future?" Sun Sheng's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Or rather, "Do you aspire to be a good person or a bad person?" Sun Sheng shyly replied, "Of course, I wish to be a good person." Chen Ye nodded lightly, his gaze drifting into the distance. Yet sometimes, the lines between good and bad are not absolute. A good person can embody traits of a bad person, and vice versa. Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng's eyes conveyed perplexity. There are many paths in this world. You may choose to be a bad person or a good person in the future. Ultimately, the kind of person you become depends entirely on yourself. However, I hope that in all your actions, you remain true to your heart. Chen Ye gazed at the pale purple horizon, smiling gently. For in this world, there are no absolute good or bad people. He looked at Sun Sheng softly. In the future, when you act, think carefully. Do you understand? Sun Sheng, deep in thought, gradually dispelled his confusion. He nodded gently, respect illuminating his face. "I understand." Chen Ye smiled faintly. The evening breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing atmosphere that calmed the spirit. Chen Ye was not one to preach, nor did he find lecturing effective. Yet today, he felt compelled to impart wisdom to Sun Sheng. Unlike Deming or Shaolian, Sun Sheng was influenced by the bustling world around him. Moreover, Sun Sheng's chosen path leaned towards becoming a water bandit, which greatly concerned Chen Ye. After all, a bandit is ultimately still a bandit. Gazing at the distant, dark mountains, Chen Ye's eyes deepened. The night grew deeper, a waning moon hung in the night sky, casting a cold, silvery glow. As midnight approached, households had fallen into slumber, the occasional distant dog bark echoing in the stillness. In a certain residence, Nan Yun, lying atop the roof, suddenly yawned. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he stretched and sat up. With drool hanging from his lips, he wore the dazed expression of one just awakened. Nan Yun glanced at the waning moon, murmuring, "Is it already the witching hour?" Gurgle. His stomach let out a mournful growl. With a pained expression, he pouted. That little brat sure enjoyed his dinner. Doesn't he think of his master? Nan Yun yawned again, recalling the sight of Sun Shang and the others feasting at sunset. His mouth watered uncontrollably. He couldn't fathom how they prepared such enticing dishes, their hue and aroma surpassing even the royal cuisine of Bianliang. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard and leaped from the roof, heading in one direction, muttering, "I hope they left some leftovers." At the Yueying Hall in Yuhang, Chen Ye, seated cross-legged and controlling his innate qi, suddenly opened his eyes, a strange expression crossing his face. Stealing from the nursery now? Chen Ye descended from his bed, gently pushing open his door, and made his way to the kitchen. Creaked as Chen Ye pushed open the kitchen door. He felt several acupoints on his body being sealed simultaneously, accompanied by a faint mumbling. "What are you doing sneaking around at this hour?" Nan Yun grumbled, discontented. He had just entered the kitchen when the hallmaster of the Yueying Hall followed behind, startling Nan Yun into thinking he had been discovered. However, aside from a master, who could possibly detect him? Nan Yun sealed Chen Ye's acupoints and muttered a few complaints while rummaging through the kitchen. Strange, where are the leftovers? It can't be that not a single scrap is left. He searched frantically, growing increasingly agitated. Just then, a voice came from behind him. "All the dinner is gone. If you wish to eat, I can prepare something for you." Startled by the voice, Nan Yun jumped. "Who is there?" he exclaimed, feeling a rush of adrenaline in the stillness of the night. Anyone would be startled by a sudden voice from behind. Nan Yun was no exception. He was certain no one else was around, aside from the hallmaster he had just sealed. Footsteps echoed in the kitchen. With a crack, a flame ignited in the darkness. As the light flickered, Nan Yun finally saw the figure of the person who had just spoken. Recognition dawned on him, and shock crossed his face. It was none other than the hallmaster of the Yueying Hall, who had been sealed by him moments ago. Chen Ye held a piece of paper in one hand. Approaching the kitchen's oil lamp to ignite the wick, a wisp of blue smoke rose, and the flame flickered, casting a soft glow throughout the kitchen. With the oil lamp illuminating the space, Chen Ye stood tall in a white robe, smiling as he looked toward Nan Yun. "If you are hungry, please wait a moment." His handsome features appeared somewhat mysterious under the lamp's light. Nan Yun stared at Chen Ye, incredulous. "Damn it, I misjudged him. I didn't expect a humble nursery to harbor a first-rate expert." In Nan Yun's eyes, anyone who could act freely after being sealed by him was at least a first-rate master. As for a true master, that was impossible. There were only 5 in the entire world. This young man was certainly not among those he could recall. Realizing that his actions had been uncovered, Nan Yun swaggered over to a long bench in the kitchen, propping one foot up and glancing sideways. "Kid, whip me up something to eat. If you serve me well, I might just be in a good mood and teach you a thing or two." Chapter 77. A Showdown. The Master of the Taoist Sect? Chen Ye smiled lightly, sitting opposite Nan Yun with the oil lamp in hand. "Cooking is fine. However, I want the 1,000 layers of waves." A cold smile crept onto Nan Yun's face as he lowered his foot from the bench. "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" Chen Ye replied evenly. The few pages in Little Shang's possession only contain the heart method, not the specific training methods for internal energy. Nan Yun's expression turned serious. "You are Sun Shang's adoptive father?" Indeed, a complex expression crossed Nan Yun's face. "That little bastard just got the heart method from me, and now he is handing it over to you." A sense of imbalance stirred within him. Anger flared, and he lowered his voice. "Kid, you know the rules. If you can defeat me, I'll give you the 1,000 layers of waves. Is it a deal?" Chen Ye remained calm, gazing steadily at Nan Yun. He wished to gauge the strength of a master, to see if he was worthy of being his mentor. The gentleman's word is his bond. With that, Nan Yun moved, his right palm poised to strike. "Wait a moment." Chen Ye spoke softly. Nan Yun frowned. "What, kid? If you regret it now, it's too late. Let us fight outside. I don't want to damage my furniture." Chen Ye smiled lightly. Nan Yun scoffed. "You really overestimate yourself." Chen Ye said nothing, grabbing the oil lamp and walking out. Nan Yun, seeing Chen Ye's calm demeanor as if victory was assured, furrowed his brow. Who was this kid? So young yet possessing first-rate strength while hiding in this humble nursery? Such prowess could easily place him as the leader of a major sect. Nan Ayun smirked. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? The two exited the weighing hall and stepped onto the long street outside. The night was deep, the dark sky adorned with a waning moon. The cold moonlight illuminated the street, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. Chen Ye leisurely placed the oil lamp down beside him. The night breeze swayed the flickering flame. Woof woof, distant barks echoed from the residences. Chen Ye stood tall, his shadow stretching under the moonlight. His expression remained serene, eyes deep and contemplative. He extended his right hand, palm facing the moon, fingers slightly curled, signaling Nan Yun to make his move. Seeing this, Nan Yun burst into laughter. Kid, you're quite the showman. I hope you can maintain that bravado when I have you on the ground calling me grandfather. As he spoke, Nan Yun's gaze turned profound, like an unfathomable ocean. He settled into a stance, knees slightly bent, and the sound of surging waves echoed faintly within him. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared to Chen Ye's left, his right palm striking from below, a powerful force accompanied by a roaring wave. The sound evoked an illusion of being by the seaside. Chen Ye's eyes flickered. He remained still, lightly extending his left palm outward. Clang! Their palms collided, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Nan Yun exclaimed, 13 bodyguards horizontal training. Though he spoke, his hands did not pause. In the instant his right palm met Chen Ye's resistance, his left palm surged toward Chen Ye's chest. The internal energy surged, and the wind from his palm howled, resonating with the sound of waves crashing against rocks. As the palm wind brushed past, it carried with it a faint scent of the sea. In the darkened night sky, a thin cloud drifted by, obscuring the waning moon, plunging the street into darkness. The sound of the howling palm wind approached, echoing like a raging tide, sending shivers of fear through those who heard it. Chen Ye remained unfazed, turning swiftly. His right palm swept outward with grace. Clang! Chen Ye's right palm met Nan Yun's left palm. Nan Yun's feet lightly tapped the ground as he leaped back several feet. A serious expression etched on his face. What style of palm technique was that? In their brief exchange, Chen Ye had not budged an inch. Moreover, he had effortlessly countered both of Nan Yun's fierce strikes. With years of experience in the martial world, Nan Yun could not identify the palm technique Chen Ye had employed. I did not utilize any palm technique, Chen Ye replied calmly, revealing that he had never learned such a technique. In truth, he had merely activated his innate qi, which significantly enhanced his reflexes. He had relied solely on his quick reactions and the principle of indestructible to deflect the strikes. Admiration gleamed in Nan Yun's eyes. Well done. To reach such a level without a defined technique, you are the first among the younger generation. Chen Ye took a deep breath, his tone steady. Use your full strength. I wish to see just how powerful a master truly is. With that, Chen Ye fully activated his innate qi. Streams of pure, warm energy coursed through his body along the pathways of his internal cultivation. An invisible aura emanated from him. That moment, the thin cloud that had obscured the waning moon drifted away. The cold moonlight poured down once more, illuminating the street. Bathed in moonlight, Chen Ye stood tall, his expression serene, eyes deep and unfathomable. A circle of invisible energy enveloped him, extending 2 meters around him. The moonlight refracted, allowing anyone nearby to see the aura encapsulating Chen Ye. Standing under the moonlight, he resembled an immortal descended from the heavens. His gaze, indifferent, fell upon Nan Yun. Make your move. Upon witnessing this, Nan Yun's eyes widened in shock. A Taoist master. Impossible. Nan Yun was taken aback, exclaiming, apart from the esteemed Wudong sect, there are actually masters in the Taoist school. Suddenly, it seemed as if a realization struck him. You are Donghua. He gazed at Chen Ye with a serious expression. Indeed, Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. Nan Yun clenched his teeth in regret. He had agreed to a contest with Chen Ye, and should he lose, he would have to surrender the 1,000 layers of waves technique. If this technique fell into the hands of a master, its implications would be profound. A serious expression flickered in Nan Yun's eyes. Since you are a master, I shall hold nothing back with that. He pursed his lips and took a deep breath. The wind began to stir. The branches of the surrounding trees swayed, and dust lifted from the ground. The barking of dogs from nearby homes abruptly ceased, replaced by a few whimpering sounds. Chen Ye observed the commotion with surprise, not anticipating the magnitude of a master's actions. What astonished him further was that as Nani Yun inhaled deeply, he sensed his own innate primordial energy subtly beginning to drift towards Nani Yun. However, Chen Ye's body was filled with flawless primordial energy, completely undisturbed by Nani Yun's influence. Interesting, a slight smile graced Chen Ye's handsome face as the winds began to calm. Under the moonlight, Nani Yun, dressed in tattered beggar's attire, exuded an air of dignity and profundity. Waves of clear, resonant sounds echoed from within him. Clad in white, Chen Ye maintained a tranquil demeanor, extending his right hand with fingers slightly curled. In an instant, a resounding crash, the mighty waves crashed against the rocks. Chapter 78. Fried rice in the nursery kitchen. The sizzling of oil filled the air. Chen Ye held a cast-iron pan, where white rice mingled with golden bits of scrambled eggs. With a few deft strokes of the spatula, the rice and eggs blended harmoniously. Chen Ye then reached for a plate of green scallions nearby and added them to the pan, mixing them in. After a few more stir-fries, he sprinkled in a pinch of salt. Gradually, a rich aroma wafted from the pan, permeating the kitchen. Sitting at the table, Nani Yun's face turned ashen as he inhaled the enticing scent of fried rice, his mouth twitching as he swallowed hard. Soon, the fried rice was ready, and Chen Ye ladled it into bowls. He placed one in front of Nani Yun and another in front of himself. Offering a pair of chopsticks, he said apologetically, "My apologies, Master Nani." Nani Yun huffed coldly, refusing to look at Chen Ye, his expression dark with anger. The left side of his face was swollen, bearing the mark of a handprint. The disparity between his two cheeks made it appear as though he had been dealt a heavy blow. Chen Ye felt quite embarrassed. Earlier, during their sparring, he had misjudged his strength. His body was brimming with high-quality primordial energy, and a single palm strike had left the old man in a state of distress. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Nani Yun, his face ashen, declared he was done. Chen Ye, unable to restrain himself, had unleashed a palm strike that rattled Nani Yun's very core. After their match, Chen Ye realized he had inadvertently swollen Nani Yun's face. Touching his own face, Nani Yun nearly passed out from rage. Thus, Chen Ye promised to prepare a late-night meal as an apology. Humph! Nani Yun gazed at the vibrant, golden, and white fried rice before him, swallowing twice. His expression softening, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. As the fried rice entered his mouth, Nani Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He let out a satisfied grunt. Observing this, Chen Ye smiled lightly and joined him in the feast. Moments later, Nani Yun wiped his greasy mouth with his sleeve, exclaiming in delight, "What bliss!" He licked his lips and suddenly noticed his wine gourd on the kitchen counter. Nani Yun's expression darkened as he seized the gourd, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig. The fragrant Shaoxing rice wine warmed him, and a faint blush crept onto his face. After a satisfying belch, he turned to Chen Ye and said, "Among masters, we address each other as peers. Younger brother Dong, as I am a few years your senior, may I call you Dong?" Chen Ye smiled gently, "Brother Nani." Nani Yun was about to smile back when the pain from his swollen cheek halted his expression. "I have lost, and I accept defeat. I will write down the methods and principles of the 1,000 layers of waves technique for you. However, we must agree that it is for your eyes only and must not be shared." Nani Yun's demeanor was serious, yet a hint of bitterness lingered on his face. He could hardly have imagined that a simple outing for food would lead him to encounter a master and wager such a bet. Were it not for Chen Ye's amiable attitude, polite and an excellent cook, he would have left earlier. Chen Ye, sensing his thoughts, replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Nani, I merely wish to study the resonance technique of the 1,000 layers of waves technique, which is quite intriguing." Nani Yun grasped Chen Ye's intent with just a few words. He furrowed his brow slightly. "You intend to learn the method of resonating power?" Chen Ye nodded gently. Nani Yun shook his head. "If you were practicing the internal techniques of another sect, it might be possible. However, since you practice Taoist methods, when you condense your primordial energy, your body becomes complete and flawless. The core of the 1,000 layers of waves technique lies in the resonance of multiple energies. Currently, you possess only one strand of primordial energy. It is unattainable unless you can cultivate a second strand. Yet, that is an impossible feat." Nani Yun's analysis was thorough, but Chen Ye merely smiled, choosing not to refute. His primordial energy was boundless, allowing him to practice the 1,000 layers of waves technique. However, revealing this would surely startle Nani Yun. Nani Yun took a sip from his wine, a look of dejection crossing his face. I struggled to take on a disciple, and my adoptive father turns out to be a master. Chen Ye replied with a light smile, I run a nursery, nurturing people without imparting martial arts. Nani Yun glanced at Chen Ye, retorting, Humph. In the future, that boy, Sun Sheng, will only have thoughts of his adoptive father, not his teacher. If he truly excels in martial arts, he will favor you over me. What does that make me? Your caretaker? Nani Yun wanted to curse but thought better of it, considering Chen Ye was also a master. He swallowed his words, taking another sip of wine. You, Brother Dong, are truly an oddity. Odd? You are even stranger than I, Nani Yun remarked, tilting his head in curiosity. I see by your appearance that you cannot be over 20-5. To have cultivated Taoist primordial energy at such a young age, you could easily establish your own sect. Taoist techniques are inherently robust, possessing health and longevity benefits, while capable of sustaining a sect for centuries. Nani Yun took a sip of wine to soothe his throat, saying, Yet you choose to be the head of a nursery? You are truly peculiar. Chen Ye smiled faintly. Everyone has their aspirations. Nani Yun nodded. That is true. I shall leave the boy, Xiao Sheng, in your care. Chen Ye replied with a grin. I will take good care of him. Nani Yun's face darkened, realizing he truly seemed to have become a caretaker. Humph, he huffed, standing and waving his hand. I must take my leave. Chen Ye escorted Nani Yun out of the nursery. The next day, Chen Ye discovered a complete manuscript of the 1,000 Layers of Waves technique on the kitchen table. Chapter 0, Prologue in a damp, dark underground prison cell. The sound of dripping water echoed. A drop fell from the ceiling into a shattered porcelain bowl, murky water pooling within. A pair of dirty hands carefully lifted the bowl. Second brother, the water has arrived. The water has arrived. A hoarse voice emerged in the small, dim cell. A man in white prison garb, disheveled hair cascading down, staggered toward the wall, cradling the bowl. Each step was accompanied by the clanking of iron chains. A closer inspection would reveal that this man's pipa bones were pierced by heavy iron chains, extending down to his ankles. This was a punishment designed for formidable criminals, rendering even the mightiest powerless. By the damp, cold wall sat another man, similarly dressed in filthy white prison garb, emaciated and colorless. Like the first man, his pipa bones were also pierced by iron chains. The man with the bowl approached the wall, slowly bringing the bowl to the lips of the seated man. The latter, with dim eyes, opened his cracked, pale lips, sipping the foul water from the bowl. After one sip, he closed his lips. Shaking his head weakly, he murmured, Xiao Shun, I've had enough. The man with disheveled hair and the bowl let out a hoarse laugh. Second brother, drink without worry. I've discovered another leak. The water from a whole day is enough for both of us. Upon hearing this, the seated man smiled, revealing a set of even teeth. Really? More precious than gold. The man once again opened his parched lips, leaning toward the bowl to sip. Soon, the bowl was emptied. The man with the bowl, his pale face displaying a smile, turned to the recently dripped water spot, raising his gaze toward the unseen ceiling of the cell. After a moment, a soft sound echoed. A drop of water fell from above. Landing on the man's face, he smiled. Having found the right spot, he placed the bowl on the ground and slowly sat beside it. After completing this, he reached to his face, touching the spot that had just been moistened by the drop. His fingertips brushed over the wet area, and he quickly circled them around twice. Then, he placed his fingers in his mouth, licking them with his dry tongue. Feeling the coolness, a look of ecstasy washed over his face. Drip, drip. The sound of water continued to fall in the prison. Suddenly, the man leaning against the wall spoke softly, Xiao Shun, it's been so long, I still do not know your true name. As death approaches, can you tell me? The man seated by the bowl let out a hoarse laugh. Second brother. My surname is Sun. My given name is Sheng. The name Langley by Tiao, Zhang Shun, is merely a nickname. The seated man smiled upon hearing this. Sun Sheng got a good name. The man beside the bowl grinned. I think so too. Creak, creak. The stone door of the underground prison emitted a grinding sound. A beam of light shone through the crack of the door. Hearing the noise, the man by the bowl suddenly laughed. Second brother, the time has come. The man against the wall coughed. It is time. Sheng, do you regret it? Regret? I regret not killing that bastard sooner. Ha ha ha. But alas, brother, I will not be able to meet your elder brother. What a pity. Second brother, if you meet my elder brother, you will surely be captivated by him. Huh. The man against the wall laughed hoarsely. Ha ha ha. The man by the bowl joined in the laughter. The damp, dark prison echoed with their hearty laughter. Creak, creak. The stone door slowly opened. A few figures stood outside, illuminated by flickering flames. In the firelight, one could barely discern that they wore dark, embroidered robes with golden daggers strapped at their waists. Chapter 1. 2 years time flies, and the seasons change. Autumn fades into winter, and winter gives way to spring. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. In the first year of Jianghu, on the 29th day of December, winter, the day before New Year's Eve, at the Yuhang Nursery. In a spacious courtyard of over 100 square meters, a piercing scream echoed. A 40-pound domestic pig was tied to a bench, its ears drooping, legs stiff, and it cried out desperately. In the next moment, a small wooden stick, smeared with pig excrement, was brutally thrust into the pig's nostrils. The pig's cries grew even more pitiful. Beside the pig squatted a little girl dressed in a red robe adorned with peony embroidery, her white scarf framing her delicate features with her small hands. She wielded the stick smeared with excrement, poking the pig's nostrils again. The poor pig cried out, tears streaming from its eyes. The girl, seeing this, giggled uncontrollably, her face alight with excitement. Daddy, Daddy, the pig is crying. Not far from the pig, a young man in a white robe with a snow-white fox fur cloak sat on a small stool, sharpening a long knife for slaughtering pigs. He was deep in thought, occasionally pouring water from a nearby bucket onto the whetstone. The man remained silent, lost in contemplation. Noticing her father's indifference, the little girl wrinkled her nose, pouting as she approached him, stick in hand. Seeing her approach with the dirty stick, Chen Ye snapped back to reality. Wincing at the sight, Xiao Fu, put that down. It's unsanitary. Xiao Fu puffed up her little face, waving the stick. Daddy, the pig was crying just now. Chen Ye nodded helplessly. I saw it. Xiao Fu's delicate face broke into a smile as she innocently asked, Daddy, why is the pig crying? Because you hurt the pig, Chen Ye patiently explained. Xiao Fu, how about we give the pig a swift end? In just a quarter of an hour, you've pulled its tail, twisted its ear, and poked its nostrils with that stick. If it can endure without crying, Daddy would consider letting it go. Xiao Fu tilted her head, the stick in hand, looking perplexed. The poor pig, tied to the bench, continued to wail, as if agreeing with Chen Ye's words. Chen Ye sighed, setting down the slaughtering knife and walking over to the pitiful creature. He gently placed a hand on its head. In that moment, the pig, which had been crying out just before, suddenly went limp, its rigid limbs trembling slightly before relaxing. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Xiao Fu's eyes widened, mist forming in her black and white orbs. The pig is dead? Her voice quivered with a hint of sorrow. Daddy, the pig is dead. Chen Ye's lips twitched as he rushed to Xiao Fu's side, comforting her by stroking her head. The pig isn't dead, it's just asleep. Xiao Fu stopped her sobs, blinking her big eyes. Really? Chen Ye nodded. Yay! The pig isn't dead. Xiao Fu cheered, waving the stick as she rushed back to the pig, squatting down to continue poking its nostrils. Watching this scene, Chen Ye silently mourned for the unfortunate pig. It would have been better off dead as he observed Xiao Fu playing with the pig. A sense of tenderness and reflection washed over him. He looked up at the clear blue sky. Time truly flies in the blink of an eye. Over 2 years have passed. Xiao Fu had grown from 1.5 years to nearly 4 years old. Daming was approaching 13, while Xiao Sheng had just turned 15. Xiao Lian would soon be 16 after the new year. Chen Ye resumed his place on the small stool, methodically sharpening the slaughtering knife. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent over 2 years in this alien world, during which many events had transpired. Firstly, regarding the nursery, Chen Ye had purchased 4 adjacent houses, renovated and connected them, creating a spacious compound. Currently, the Yuhang Nursery has 7 single bedrooms and 10 shared dormitories, along with a spacious courtyard. The study, classroom, and kitchen have all been meticulously renovated. Everything is flourishing and progressing splendidly. Over the course of 2 years, in addition to the initial children, Daming, Xiaolian, Xiaofu, and Sun Sheng, the nursery has welcomed 13 more children, consisting of 8 girls and 5 boys. The eldest among them is 10 years old, while the youngest is still under 1 year. Most of these children suffer from physical ailments and have been abandoned by their families. In response, Chen Ye has hired 4 young maidservants to assist with their care. From the initial chaos and clumsiness, they have gradually become adept and efficient as time has swiftly passed. a notable change has occurred in the system. Since the system has never opened binding slots, the 13 newcomers are unable to provide Chen Ye with settlement points. Daily points can only be accumulated through Xiaofu alone. After 2 years, through an average daily accumulation of around 35 points. Chen Ye's total points have reached 30,000 that he spent 10,000 points to purchase a plethora of books from the system's marketplace, covering categories such as encyclopedias, mathematics, language, classical literature, chemistry, and physics. Chen Ye placed all of these books in the study. Initially, he intended to invite a teacher from the academy to enlighten the children at the nursery. However, upon careful consideration, he abandoned this plan and chose to enlighten them himself. The cultural framework of Dao bears little difference from that of Chen Ye's previous life, both predominantly rooted in Confucianism with remarkably similar content. While the essence of Confucianism is commendable, it is not without its flaws. Chen Ye hopes for the children in his care to grow up safely, harboring no excessive expectations for them. Simultaneously, he desires for them to possess a unique perspective on the world, ensuring they do not become ignorant. Given the children's physical challenges, Chen Ye imparts modern knowledge to help them face their shortcomings with dignity and without feelings of inferiority. This can be seen as Chen Ye's way of compensating for what fate has dealt them. With the remaining 20,000 points, Chen Ye drew 4 skill entries. Horse sense, enhanced perception of horses, increased affinity from horses, brewing, enhanced brewing talent, significantly improved aptitude for herbs and poisons, Ziwu Mandarin Duck Axe, substantial increase in talent for the Qi Min weapon Ziwu Mandarin Duck Axe, significant decline in talent for other weapons. Brick, substantial increase in talent for the Qi Min weapon Brick, significant decline in talent for other weapons. Upon drawing these 4 entries, Chen Ye was rendered speechless, while the first 2 seemed somewhat reasonable. The latter 2 were perplexing. These entries were difficult to allocate. After pondering, Chen Ye decided to distribute them evenly among the 4 new children, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, Xiaoqi, and Xiaoba, 2 boys and 2 girls, aged 10 and 9 respectively. He assigned them numerical nicknames for ease of remembrance, with the intention of giving them proper names when they grew older. In addition to the points, the progress of the vocational tasks for Daming and the others has also changed. Daming's tree-cutting progress reached 82,100, while Sun Sheng's looting progress stood at 31,100. Only Xiaolian has completed her vocational task, earning a reward of 5,000 points, 500 taels of silver, and 1 item of her wish. With the 5,000 points, Chen Ye drew 1 entry. Craftsman. Significantly enhances the ability to create intricate items. However, it becomes particularly discerning regarding material quality. Originally, Chen Ye intended to allocate this entry to the newly arrived orphans, until the system issued Xiaolian's desired item, a blueprint. Blueprint. Peacock feather. Category. Mechanism concealed weapon. Intrinsic entry. Piercing energy. Gorgeous. Piercing energy. The concealed weapon launched can penetrate inner energy defenses. Gorgeous. Anyone witnessing it being launched will be entranced by its beauty. Upon seeing the name of this concealed weapon, Chen Ye did not hesitate to assign the craftsman entry to Xiaolian. Over the past 2 years, Xiaolian has mastered her agility and Tang sect concealed weapons, reaching the level of a genuine second-grade expert. Her only weakness lies in her internal energy, which she has slowly cultivated over the past 2 years, accumulating only over 400 strands, still far from the 1,000 strands required for a second-grade expert. During her 2 years in the martial world, she has earned the nickname Jade-Handed Shura. Below the first grade, Xiaolian rarely encounters opponents. Yet against first-grade experts, her concealed weapons cannot even breach their protective energy. The gap between the second, first, and master ranks is substantial and not easily traversed like the third and fourth ranks. 3 months ago, Chen Ye handed the peacock feather blueprint to Xiaolian. She immediately recognized its brilliance and began searching for suitable materials. 3 months later, she has only gathered about 70% of what is needed. Should Xiaolian succeed in creating the peacock feather, she will no longer fear facing a first-grade expert. Regarding gratitude, Daming and Sun Sheng's gratitude levels have risen to 85, while Xiaolian's has reached 90. When Sun Sheng's gratitude reached 80, he provided Chen Ye with an opportunity to draw a director entry. Chen Ye drew Jian, immune to all diseases. Patients within 100 meters of you will gradually heal. This entry is a concept-level ability, allowing patients within 100 meters of Chen Ye to gradually recover from any illness. With this entry, Chen Ye has stabilized the conditions of several children at the nursery, and their health is steadily improving, soon to be fully healed. In a sense, This entry is quite powerful. Chapter 2. Sun Lang. In addition to the changes at the nursery itself, there have also been developments at the Yuya Hall. Since the downfall of the Wind and Rain building, numerous assassin organizations have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. After 2 years of development, they are embroiled in fierce competition. The assassin organizations have formed a tripartite stalemate. Tang Sect, Yuya Hall, and Qilin Pavilion are currently the most renowned assassin organizations in the martial world. The Tang Sect is well known for its expertise in concealed weapons, poisons, and stealthy assassinations. Yuya Hall, on the other hand, commands respect with a jade leaf, as everyone knows the significance behind that leaf. It represents a master. Furthermore, the 6 jade token assassins of Yuya Hall are remnants of the Wind and Rain building, far surpassing the Tang Sect in experience and strength. Having learned from the lessons of the Wind and Rain building, Chen Ye and others dare not be overly ostentatious, even with Chen Ye's backing. Yuya Hall has established its base in the southeastern coastal region. Following Chen Ye's wishes, Chen Ye has restructured their operations to accept assassination tasks, outsourcing them to martial artists in the world while taking a service fee. Only when faced with particularly challenging assassination tasks do Chen Ye and the others step in. With this new model, Yuya Hall has gained immense popularity among the martial community in the southeastern coastal area, effectively providing an additional avenue for profit. The last of the 3 major assassin organizations, Qilin Pavilion, is the most mysterious of the newcomers. They are situated in the northwest and boast the highest fees among the 3 organizations. Yet their assassination success rate is unparalleled, 100. Whenever a task is assigned to Qilin Pavilion, the target is guaranteed to perish within 3 days. It is rumored in the martial world that the 2 disciples of Huashan sect who perished were at the hands of Qilin Pavilion. There are accounts of Huashan's leader, Lin Tanjun, charging into a branch of Qilin Pavilion with his sword, only to emerge less than 15 minutes later, his expression ashen. Since then, Qilin Pavilion has solidified its standing in the martial world. Its reputation soaring over the 2 years, each of the 3 major assassin organizations has established its territory in the southwest, southeast, and northwest, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts. During this time, Yuya Hall has generated considerable revenue for Chen Ye. It is no exaggeration to say that he can now afford to rest on his laurels, with profits continuing to rise each year. The sound of a sharp, glimmering butcher's knife being honed on a whetstone echoed in the air. The sunlight illuminated the blade, reflecting Chen Ye's calm visage. Having finished sharpening the knife, Chen Ye stood up, stretched, and moved his legs. Where could Xiaolian be? Chen Ye murmured to himself. Xiaolian had taken 3 maidservants and the children from the nursery to the market to buy snacks. Considering the time, they should be returning soon. On a warm, soft couch lay a young man with a fair complexion and striking features, his bare chest covered by a red silk quilt, though his right. A beautiful young woman lay sleeping, her face showing signs of fatigue, her long, dark hair slightly disheveled. She curled up against the young man's shoulder, lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, propped himself up with his elbows, causing the soft, smooth red silk quilt to slide down, revealing his well-defined chest. He tilted his head to glance out the window and, upon noticing the sun's position, his expression shifted. The young man hurriedly emerged from the red silk quilt. His movement startled the sleeping woman beside him. She blinked her eyes open, slowly waking up to see the young man hastily dressing, a hint of grievance crossing her otherwise beautiful face. Sun Lang, why the hurry? The young woman murmured, her voice soft and tinged with melancholy. The young man, grinning as he hurriedly put on his clothes, replied, Sui Hong, I have matters to attend to. I must leave now. Upon hearing this, the young woman pouted slightly, her lips rosy, and in a gentle, reproachful tone, she said, Last night you called me Hong Hong, and today you wake up and call me Tui Hong. Sun Lang, how cruel of you. Hearing her words, the young man smiled, quickly approaching the bedside to pinch her smooth, fair cheek. Hong Hong, I was just too anxious earlier. Sui Hong turned her head away in discontent, refusing to look at him. The young man leaned closer, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Instantly, her fair cheeks flushed crimson as she grabbed the red silk quilt to cover her face. The young man chuckled softly, saying, Hong Hong, Lu Mama will be here soon. You should think about paying her for the lodging. I forgot to bring money yesterday, but I'll settle it next time. Upon hearing this, Sui Hong revealed her face from behind the quilt, her expression one of discontent. You said the same thing last time. You'll definitely pay next time. The young man replied earnestly, You said that the time before last too. Ha ha ha. Until we meet again, Hung Hung. You said that the time before last too. The young man laughed heartily before pushing open the door and leaving. The young woman, watching his departing figure with a hint of grievance, pouted and slapped the bed twice in irritation. That little scoundrel. Sun Sheng pushed open the door and quickly descended the stairs, his steps steady and hurried. I don't know. I've lost track of time. The sun is about to set. A look of regret crossed Sun Sheng's face. With the New Year's Eve approaching tomorrow, if he returned late, his foster father would surely scold him. He hastened down the stairs, and, just as he reached the entrance of Yihong Courtyard, two burly men suddenly blocked his path. These men, clad in yellow attire, bore fierce expressions, their muscular arms resembling gnarled tree roots. A sharp voice called out from the side, "Young master's son, planning to leave without saying goodbye again?" An older, heavily made-up matron named Lu Mama grabbed Sun Sheng's arm. Sun Sheng forced a smile, stating, "Lu Mama, I really have matters to attend to, so I'm leaving now." As he spoke, he gently lifted his arm. Lu Mama's grip was easily shaken off. Crossing her arms, she sneered, "Young master's son, you can't just leave without settling Cui Hong's lodging fees. I told you, next time. Next time for sure," Sun Sheng replied impatiently. Lu Mama let out a cold huff. "Young master's son, if you want to leave Yihong Courtyard this time, you'd better settle this time, last time, and the time before that all at once." The two burly men beside her narrowed their eyes, glaring fiercely at Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng lazily glanced at the two and then, without warning, seized their collars, effortlessly hurling them aside as if they were mere rags. Ouch, ouch! The two men, thrown a good distance away, landed heavily on the ground, bruised and battered. Sun Sheng dusted off his hands with a look of disdain. Lu Mama stood nearby, her eyes wide with shock. "I have matters to attend to. See you." Sun Sheng laughed lightly and quickly dashed out of Yihong Courtyard. His steps were swift, and in just a few strides, he had covered several dozen meters. Lu Mama, regaining her senses, rushed to the entrance, yelling after Sun Sheng's retreating figure, "You think you're so clever. Next time, don't come back. If you do, I'll have someone break your legs." Passers-by in the street were taken aback by Lu Mama's furious outburst, their expressions one of astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed Lu Mama so enraged in all the years Yihong Courtyard had been open. After a few curses, Lu Mama approached the two burly men, who were groaning on the ground. She kicked them angrily, exclaiming, "Are you dead? If you're not dead, get up." The two men exchanged glances, quickly scrambling to their feet. They cast furtive glances around, not spotting Sun Sheng, their faces transforming back into their previous fierce demeanor. Chapter 3. The daring one emerging from Yihong Courtyard, Sun Sheng suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something important. Almost forgot. He quickly turned around and sprinted down another street. Over the past 2 years, Sun Sheng's physique had transformed from frail to robust, standing at nearly 1.6 meters, close to adulthood. His fair, handsome features had only grown more distinguished with age. Now, simply walking down the street, he attracted the shy glances of nearby young women. With his solid build and striking looks, Sun Sheng had undergone a remarkable transformation and was no longer the awkward boy who first entered the nursery. Some even referred to him as the handsome young man of Yuhang, the dream lover of all the young maidens in the county. As he jogged along the cobblestone street, Sun Sheng's attention was drawn to a nearby pastry shop where 4 women surrounded a dozen children. His heart stirred, and he dashed over. "Sister Xiaolian." A smile broke out on Sun Sheng's fair, handsome face. Xiaolian, dressed in a dark robe embroidered with cloud patterns, turned at the call, with a veil covering her face. Her captivating features were still discernible through her expressive eyes. Over the 2 years, she had grown taller, her figure as graceful as a willow. The lively spark in her gaze had transformed into tranquility and indifference. The 3 maidservants beside her turned at the sound, their cheeks flushing upon seeing Sun Sheng's handsome visage. The children also turned, calling out in excitement. Sun Sheng approached the children, affectionately ruffling their hair. As he drew closer, Xiaolian furrowed her brow and said coldly, "Before we return, you should address the scent of powder on you." Sun Sheng's face flushed as he caught a whiff of the distinct fragrance from Yihong Courtyard. "Haha. I'll buy some green oranges to take back with me," he replied sheepishly. Xiaolian did not look at him again and turned back to discuss pastries with the shopkeeper. The 3 maidservants, however, stole glances at Sun Sheng. Uninterested in their average looks, he squeezed past them to the counter, pulling out a 20-tael silver note and placing it on the counter. "Sister Xiaolian, what are we buying? Let's get a few of everything to take back." Consider it my treat. Xiaolian glanced at him dismissively before turning back to the shopkeeper. Get a few of each. The shopkeeper gazed at the 20 taels of silver notes resting on the counter, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he swiftly responded, Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. He took the banknotes and hurriedly began making arrangements. Sun Shang, having donned the guise of a wealthy man, grinned and said, Sister Xiaolian, I have yet to visit the Tianji Tower. Once you finish your errands, please wait for me, we shall return together. If I arrive home late, my adoptive father will surely scold me. Xiaolian cast a sidelong glance at Sun Shang and replied coolly, I understand. Sun Shang, elated, clasped his hands in gratitude and declared, Then I shall take my leave. Having conferred with Xiaolian, he dashed out of the dim sum shop and made his way towards the northern part of the city. To the north of Yuhang County stood a tea house named Tianji Tower. More accurately, every city in the Great Wu Dynasty boasted a Tianji Tower. This establishment had emerged as a mysterious force in the martial world over the past 2 years. The Tianji Tower was divided into 3 levels. Entry to the lower level required 10 taels of silver, granting access to tea and storytelling. The lower level featured a storyteller who recounted the latest happenings in the martial realm. The middle level dealt in information, at a considerable cost. Whatever one wished to know could be acquired from the Tianji Tower. Even the color of the Tang sect leader's undergarments could be revealed, provided one could afford the price. The Tianji Tower prided itself on its omniscience. Having developed over 2 years, it was referred to as the foremost intelligence organization in the martial world. Its origins remained shrouded in mystery, yet a reliable theory circulated. The Tianji Tower was the intelligence division of the now-defunct Fengyu Tower. Following the demise of Fengyu Tower, the intelligence department had emerged as an independent entity, continuing to thrive within the martial realm. Unlike Fengyu Tower, which had engaged in various activities, the Tianji Tower focused solely on selling information and relaying messages. It operated with great discretion. When it came to matters involving major factions, the price for information soared. This astute approach allowed the Tianji Tower to integrate seamlessly into the martial community over the years, becoming an essential conduit for information among martial artists. Sun Shang sprinted along the long street and entered a sparsely populated alley. He glanced at his surroundings, feeling the surge of internal energy within him. With a light step, he transformed into a shadow, racing swiftly towards the northern city. Moments later, he arrived at the Tianji Tower. Drawing 10 taels of silver from his pocket, he tossed them casually to the tea boy at the entrance and stepped inside. The hall of the tower was occupied by a scattering of martial artists, many of whom bore fierce expressions and exuded a faint aura of menace. Their surroundings cluttered with an array of weapons. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man clad in yellow robes. His head bobbing as he narrated tales, he spoke of Chen Ye, whose mastery of the surging wave palm had reached remarkable heights, unleashing strikes that resembled crashing waves. One move, parting clouds to reveal the sun, and another, flying dragon in the sky, were directed at the Qingqing sect's Chong Ing Dao Ran. The latter, unable to evade, wielded his longsword, executing the pine wind sword technique, which was swift as the breeze. Yet, the proximity of their duel rendered the latter's efforts futile. This time, Chen Ye had challenged the Qingqing sect and emerged victorious, defeating several of their second-tier experts. Sun Shang listened intently, recognizing that the storyteller was recounting the latest significant events in the martial world. Chen Ye, the son of the Sea Whale Gang's leader, had been traversing from south to north, challenging various sects to refine his palm techniques and ascend to the first-tier realm. Merely 20 years old, he had nearly perfected the surging wave palm, just one step away from completion. Should he succeed, the Sea Whale Gang would gain a remarkable legacy of dual first-tier masters. However, the news of his challenge against the Qingqing sect was already a month old, something Sun Shang had previously heard. He continued his ascent, making his way to the middle level. The middle level of the Tianji Tower was partitioned into several small compartments. If one sought to trade information, they could enter a compartment and engage in a private discussion with the personnel of the Tianji Tower. Scanning the middle level, Sun Shang noted that it was sparsely populated and pressed on upwards. The topmost level of the Tianji Tower was spacious, furnished with a single table, 2 chairs, and a bed upon which an elderly man with graying hair lay sleeping. Upon hearing footsteps, the old man opened his eyes, yawned, and sat up. Selling information? He croaked. Sun Shang, familiar with the routine, settled into a chair and stated, Effective today, Langley Bai Tiao will not be in Taihu. The exact return time is uncertain. The elderly man nodded thoughtfully and rose from the bed. Approaching the table, He picked up a brush and ink, deftly writing on a piece of paper. "What information do you seek?" he rasped. "Recently, the Tianji Tower has compiled various lists, the martial arts rankings, the beauty rankings, the strength rankings." After folding the written information, the old man instructed, "Retrieve it from the middle level." Sun Sheng offered a slight bow and descended the stairs. Chapter 4. Little Wang, Little Li. Little Lu in Yuhang County, Yudai Alley lay pristine, its wide bluestone path devoid of dust, with scarcely a soul in sight. The alley housed 10 households, each adorned with tall crimson doors studded with gold nails, flanked by stone-carved white jade lions. Yudai Alley was the most affluent and prestigious lane in Yuhang County. Though not lengthy, stretching only a few hundred meters, it was home to individuals of considerable wealth and status. The 3-meter-high crimson door at the alley's entrance belonged to the elderly mother and wife of Zheng. The governor of Jingzhou in Hubei province, it was said that Governor Zheng intended to relocate his family to Jingzhou the following year. Consequently, the Zheng household had already dismissed some of their maids, leaving the house somewhat desolate. Little Wang stood at the entrance of Yudai Alley, gazing at the Zheng family's crimson door. He had been observing for quite some time. The Zheng family was not his target. He was instead focused on the Wang household next door. Yet, he found himself fixated on the Zheng door, as he held a disdain for the character Wang. He preferred to fixate on the Zheng character instead. The Qilin Pavilion had tasked him with abducting someone, a girl, a 12-year-old with striking beauty. Initially, Little Wang had intended to refuse this task. He was a professional assassin, not a lowly kidnapper. However, the Qilin Pavilion promised him an antidote upon completion, along with a sum sufficient for a comfortable life in retirement. Faced with such enticing terms, Little Wang consented. Weary of his perilous lifestyle, he envisioned returning to the countryside, acquiring a few acres of fertile land, marrying 2 beautiful women, and raising several children. A life he longed for. As he stretched his stiff neck and glanced up at the setting sun, he realized it was nearly time. The Qilin Pavilion had expressly instructed him to act at dusk, neither too early nor too late. Being a competent assassin, Little Wang waited patiently until the sun dipped below the horizon. He pulled a black mask from his pocket and donned it, wishing to obscure his identity for this final task. If recognized, he could not achieve his dream of becoming a wealthy landowner. Once masked, Little Wang leaped into action, lightly tapping the crimson door of the Wang household before vaulting into the courtyard. Upon landing, a glimmering blade sliced through the air towards him. Little Wang instinctively turned his head, evading the initial strike with ease. However, a second attack swiftly followed. He swayed and dodged again, the air filled with the sharp clang of blades. The opponent's technique was expansive and fluid, reminiscent of a skilled palace guard. Little Wang was momentarily taken aback, but dismissed it as inconsequential. Many adept martial artists eventually retired to the countryside, living peaceful lives much like the one he sought. Having successfully evaded the attacks, Little Wang propelled himself like a swallow, soaring towards the rear courtyard. This being his last assignment, he had no intention of taking a life. Had he wished to do so, the palace guard would have already met his demise. After a few strides, Little Wang burst into the back courtyard and entered a side room, where a faint floral scent lingered. Inside was a young girl clad in a green silk robe, pouring tea at a carved redwood table. Upon noticing Little Wang's sudden entrance, her delicate, beautiful face expressed fear. Little Wang assessed her, finding her likeness to the portrait accurate. Without hesitation, he darted to her side and, channeling his internal energy, pressed a finger against her acupoint, rendering her immobile. He grasped her by the nape and swiftly exited. Just as he reached the room's entrance, the wielder of the palace guard's sword appeared. Having tracked him down, Little Wang cast a glance at the young man, a flicker of unease rising within him. The opponent appeared quite youthful, perhaps in his 30s, contrary to Little Wang's expectation of a retired palace guard. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. He carried the girl and executed a series of agile movements, leaping over the courtyard wall and escaping outdoors. With the girl slung over his back, Little Wang traversed the rooftops, following the route provided by the Qilin Pavilion towards the city outskirts. The task was straightforward. Transport the girl to the southern part of the city, where others would take over. As he dashed across the rooftops, he began to sense something amiss. Why would a seemingly ordinary wealthy family in Yuhang County have a palace guard among them? An unsettling thought crossed his mind. If the family had ties to the imperial court, surely there would be more than one palace guard. His thoughts were abruptly cut short by a sudden noise. As he leapt onto another rooftop, a steel blade pierced up from below, severing his foot. Before he could react, a figure burst through the rooftop, delivering a fatal blow to Little Wang's head. Clad in black, the assailant's cold gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Little Wang. Little Li regarded the fallen assassin with pity, having waited patiently for some time. The task assigned to him by the Qilin Pavilion was simple: lay in wait beneath the rooftop and, at dusk, eliminate any passerby, then escort the girl out of the city. After this task, he would receive a substantial reward, allowing him to return to the countryside, by land, and live a life of ease as a wealthy landowner. The warm blood splattered onto the girl, who stood within a meter of the scene, her face pale with shock as tears streamed down her delicate features. Little Li, glancing at her, pondered why the Qilin Pavilion desired to acquire such a girl, albeit she was indeed beautiful. He hoisted the girl up and leapt down from the rooftop. The Qilin Pavilion had meticulously arranged an escape route to ensure the success of his mission. Following this route would guarantee the safe passage of the girl out of the city. Completing his task, Little Li carried the girl, swiftly making his way to the rear courtyard where a carriage awaited. This carriage was provided by the Qilin Pavilion, with a driver who was also one of their own. Little Li deemed the task effortless, believing everything had been arranged perfectly. All he needed to do was follow the plan and return to the countryside, leading a carefree life as a prosperous landowner. Upon boarding the carriage, the driver cracked the whip, urging the horses into a gallop. In no time, they reached the southern part of the city. From there, all that remained was to deliver the girl to the waiting individuals outside the city. As the carriage slowed to a halt, Little Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. The driver urged the horses to quicken their pace. Watching the driver's back, Little Li's eyes reflected a hint of sympathy. While the world believed the Qilin Pavilion maintained a 100 success rate, few knew that the assassins within were all under the influence of poison. Only by completing a certain number of tasks each month could they receive the antidote. Otherwise, they faced certain death. The driver, unaware of this grim reality, would not know that completing this mission meant freedom from the clutches of the Qilin Pavilion. Had he known, he would undoubtedly envy Little Li's position. A smile crept upon Little Li's lips. The carriage sped beyond the city limits. Soon, they entered the wooded paths of the southern outskirts. Glancing at his surroundings, Little Li prepared to disembark with the girl when suddenly he found himself seated back down, astonished. Lowering his gaze, he was met with shock, for a dagger had pierced through his chest. The assailant was none other than the carriage driver, who slowly withdrew the blade, blood spilling forth. Little Lu's eyes were cold as he regarded Little Li, his expression imbued with pity. The task assigned to him by the Qilin Pavilion was straightforward: escort his colleague out of the city, bring him to the wooded area in the south, and then eliminate him. After successfully completing these steps, he would receive a considerable sum from the Qilin Pavilion, allowing him to return to the countryside, purchase land, and embrace a life of comfort as a wealthy landowner. Chapter 5. The Tiger and the Iron Axe. In Yuhang County, amidst the southern woods, a large, smooth bluestone lay in a sunlit clearing. Sitting upon it was a middle-aged man clad in gray, his appearance gaunt, with high cheekbones and a hawk-like nose. His eyes, unlike those of the Central Plains folk, gleamed a striking turquoise under the sun. Beside him lay a 2-meter-long striped tiger, its fur sparse and dull, resting with its head on its paws, half-closed eyes basking in the sunlight. This tiger was aged, its face displaying signs of weariness. Suddenly, the tiger opened its eyes, revealing a wild and fierce glint. It flexed its powerful claws against the ground, rising to observe the approaching figure in the woods. A man dressed as a carriage driver, carrying a girl on his back, was hastening towards the gray-clad man. The tiger turned its gaze towards him, baring its sharp, yellowed teeth and letting out a low growl. The gray-clad man descended from the stone and gently patted the tiger's head. The beast closed its mouth and resumed its resting position, ignoring the approaching figure. With a few leaps, the carriage driver reached the gray-clad man. He set the girl down, kneeling on one knee and respectfully clasping his fists. "I have completed the task, my lord. Please grant me the antidote." As he spoke, Little Lu's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Completing this task meant liberation from the Qilin Pavilion and the promise of a pastoral life ahead. The gray-clad man remained expressionless, nodding slightly as he issued a soft command: "Halt!" In the next instant, a swift gust of wind surged forth. The once dormant tiger sprang into action like an arrow released from its bow. With its mouth agape, the rancid stench of blood wafted from its maw. Little Lu's heart raced in terror, his legs propelling him to evade, yet he was still on one knee, unable to react in time. The aging tiger clamped down upon Little Lu's throat, its sharp fangs effortlessly piercing through his soft flesh. A hot breath escaped from the tiger's mouth, as Little Lu felt warmth and moisture turn into excruciating pain in his throat. His eyes widened in shock, body convulsing as darkness enveloped him. The tiger momentarily loosened its grip, only to snap shut once more with a sickening crunch. Little Lu fell lifeless to the ground, his body limp as the tiger feasted upon him. The girl on the ground, splattered with warm blood, stood no more than a meter away. She witnessed the gruesome scene unfold before her, her eyes wide with horror. After a moment of stunned silence, she inhaled deeply and promptly fainted. The tiger loomed over Little Lu's corpse, its face and whiskers stained crimson as it savored the remains of its meal. The gray-clad man approached the unconscious girl, reaching for her garments. "You dare?" A sharp, furious voice echoed that a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe suddenly appeared in the forest. His face was pale and devoid of a beard, with a complexion resembling iron. As his voice fell, he rushed toward the gray-clad figure. The fair hand emerged from the sleeve of his robe, striking towards the gray figure's face with astonishing speed. Unfazed, the gray-clad man slightly parted his lips, exhaling a chilling white mist. Upon witnessing the frigid vapor, the purple-robed man felt a shiver run down his spine and abruptly halted his attack. The backlash of internal energy caused a sickly hue to rise on his otherwise pale face. The gray figure nonchalantly lifted the unconscious girl, emitting a soft chant. With a roar, a nearby tiger pounced. The gray figure tossed the girl to the tiger, which, seemingly trained, expertly caught her by the clothing and turned back into the woods. The purple-robed man, his expression a mix of shock and anger, prepared to pursue, but the gray figure again parted his lips, releasing another wave of the chilling mist. The purple-robed man could not evade in time. Inhaling a wisp of the white vapor, he leaped back, gritting his teeth in anger. Shinbing magic. His complexion shifted from red to white, and his body trembled. Soon after, he bent over, unable to suppress a violent cough. The gray figure, with deep-set eyes and a sharp nose resembling an eagle's beak, remained silent, his cold green eyes fixed on the purple-robed man. Thud, thud, thud. A dull thudding sound resonated through the forest. A massive iron axe swung heavily against a tree trunk as thick as a man's embrace. The tree shook, shedding broken branches and leaves. Two stout arms, tanned like wheat, gripped the axe handle, striking the same spot on the trunk rhythmically. Sawdust flew from the axe's blade, settling on the ground. Daming, dressed in a coarse yellow shirt, swung the axe with a steady rhythm, sweat pouring down his face, steam rising from his head. 2 years had passed, and he had grown to a height of 1.8 meters, towering over most adults. His muscles were well-defined, resembling a small mountain. His arms, neck, and shoulders displayed prominent muscle lines, bulging with each swing of the axe, giving him the appearance of a human beast. Despite his physical transformation, Daming's honest and simple face remained unchanged. Still as unpretentious as when he was 10. Over the past 2 years, Daming's future father-in-law, Zhang Long, had imparted his years of experience as a woodcutter to him. Now, Daming no longer ascended and descended the mountain with the other woodcutters. Sometimes, he needed to train with boulders to avoid frightening them. Thud, thud. After 2 heavy strikes, Daming set down his axe, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was drenched in perspiration, steam rising around him, and if an ordinary person were to witness him, they would surely be astounded. The heat was almost akin to that of a steamer. Exhaling deeply, Daming walked over to a stone the size of a small tub, sat down, and took a swig from his water pouch. As he drank, he contemplated replacing his axe with a new one. This 40-kilogram iron axe had begun to feel increasingly light, almost unwieldy. He thought a heavier axe, around 80 kilograms, might be just right. Sitting on the stone, he quietly envisioned his future. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, accompanied by a whiff of blood. Sensing the scent, Daming's heart raced, and he swiftly pulled out the axe lodged in the tree. He scanned his surroundings. Not far down the forest path, a 2-meter-long striped tiger was sprinting with a person clamped in its jaws. The enormous tiger cast a glance at Daming before charging directly toward him. Heading straight for his back, fixated on the approaching beast, Daming tightened his grip on the axe, a serious expression etching onto his honest face. He noticed the girl in the tiger's mouth was covered in blood. her attire suggesting she was a young woman. But he couldn't discern whether she was alive or dead. The distance between them dwindled. 20 meters, 10 meters, 6 meters, 0.5 meters. Daming's gaze remained locked on the fierce creature. His heart pounding in his chest, he swallowed hard, gripping the axe tighter, tension mounting to its peak. 0.3 meters, 0.2 meters. The tiger showed no sign of slowing down. Its fierce eyes were locked onto Daming, a strong scent of blood emanating from its fur. Daming noticed the tiger's muzzle was smeared with flesh, indicating it had recently feasted on a human. As the tiger closed in, Daming summoned all his strength. Muscles bulging, and yelled fiercely, he raised the iron axe high, his feet sinking into the ground. With a powerful swing, he aimed for the charging tiger. The beast, with its deep brown fur and black stripes, leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the blow. Beast, Daming roared, believing the tiger intended to attack him, that he pivoted, swinging the axe with all his might. The blade glinted coldly, reminiscent of a cascading galaxy. With a sickening thud, the axe struck the tiger's hind leg, blood splattering immediately. The injured tiger growled in pain, dropping the girl onto the ground. The sharp iron axe cleaved through the tiger's rear leg with remarkable force, blood gushing forth like a river. The aging tiger, already slow to react, was taken aback by Daming's audacity. The painful blow caused it to howl, nearly collapsing. With bloodshot eyes, Daming seized the opportunity, advancing with the axe in hand. Thud! He swung decisively, the blade landing squarely on the tiger's neck. That Daming's movements were executed with unparalleled swiftness and power. The iron axe struck the tiger's neck with precision, and the massive head rolled to the ground with a dull thud. Over the past 2 years, Daming had tirelessly felled trees. The axe had become an extension of his very being. He could ensure that each strike landed precisely in the same spot, never missing by even a hair's breadth. Scalding blood erupted from the tiger's severed neck, splattering Daming's face and staining his coarse clothing crimson. The massive tiger's head rolled a few times before coming to rest, its eyes wide open, glaring at Daming with a fading spark of life. The nauseating scent of blood permeated the forest. Daming gripped the axe handle, panting heavily, his powerful chest rising and falling in mere moments. Sweat covered his forehead. The tiger's carcass lay on the ground, blood pooling from its neck. Daming felt a warm, slippery sensation on his feet and quickly stepped back, realizing his shoes were soaked with blood. His heart raced like a drum, adrenaline surging through him. This was his first time battling a tiger. Last year, when Daming and Zhang Long ventured into the mountains, they had noticed signs of tigers in the southern hills. He never anticipated that today. He would kill one. Thud, thud, thud. His heart raced uncontrollably, and amidst the tension and fear, excitement surged within him. He had just personally slain a tiger. Daming gazed at the lifeless body, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the figure of a girl lying in a pool of blood, reminding him that someone was still there. That he lifted the girl, placing her beside the stone where he usually sat. A cool sensation washed over his face. Zhao Jianghu felt a damp chill against her skin and slowly opened her eyes, a dazed look in her gaze. The coolness persisted, and as her mind cleared, she realized it was water. Frowning slightly, the scene before her became gradually clearer. Upon recognizing the sight, her heart lurched into her throat. A broad, strong body, covered in blood, the stench overwhelming. Her complexion turned pale as she turned her gaze aside. Not far from her lay the corpse of a tiger, its massive head twisted at an odd angle, glaring at her with deep-seated resentment. Zhao Jianghu inhaled slowly, her expression grave. The next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Daming, this girl just opened her eyes, and now she has fainted again. Daming, holding the water pouch in his right hand, looked on in confusion. The clear water flowed from the pouch onto the girl's face, washing away the blood. A delicate, exquisite face emerged before Daming's eyes. Her complexion was as fair as snow, smooth like porcelain, radiating a faint glow that accentuated her delicate features, making her appear stunningly beautiful. For a moment, Daming was entranced. The gentle breeze brushed past, and his heart seemed to stop beating. Time stretched, and a droplet of pure water fell from the pouch, trickling down her flawless skin. Daming snapped back to reality, hurriedly sealing the pouch and lowering his gaze, unable to look at her any longer. As he stowed the pouch, he felt a rush of blood coursing through him, a warmth spreading from his neck to his face, and then to the tips of his ears. Daming swallowed hard, his heart racing once more. beating faster than when he had encountered the tiger. "Why is happening to me?" A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. A sensation he had never experienced before flooded his chest and mind. He found himself at a loss, frozen in place, uncertain of what to do next. After a moment, he suddenly realized. She is still unconscious. Daming quickly crouched down, gently pressing on the girl's acupoint with his right hand. His movements were delicate, almost tentative. Moments later, a soft murmur escaped her lips. Zhao Jianghu gradually regained consciousness, her eyes clearing as she focused on the blushing, honest face before her. Seeing the girl awaken, Daming instinctively broke into a smile. Zhao Jianghu gazed at him with slightly confused eyes, as if she were still trying to process what had just happened. Daming, noticing her bewildered expression, felt his face flushed. He wanted to ask, "Are you all right?" But as he opened his mouth, no words came out. At that moment, it felt as if his throat belonged to someone else. All his thoughts and concerns lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Daming gritted his teeth, but still managed to utter not a single word. The girl's large, watery eyes remained fixed on him. Filled with clarity, his face reddened further, and he averted his gaze, feeling an inexplicable anxiety that he blushed, awkwardly lifting the axe and returning to the tree that a gentle breeze passed, carrying the pungent scent of blood from his body. Daming suddenly remembered he was splattered with tiger blood. He quickly removed his bloodstained shirt, revealing his tanned, muscular torso. Daming's muscles were well-defined, each bulging prominently, visible under the sun's rays, glistening with sweat. The faint crimson of the blood added a wild, rugged allure to his appearance. Zhao Jianghu, immobilized against the stone, couldn't help but gaze at Daming. She noticed his strong, well-defined physique, and her heart skipped a beat. Flustered, she quickly shut her eyes, daring not to look further. Uncertain of why, she felt warmth creeping across her face, a hint of embarrassment washing over her. "Do not speak of impropriety. Do not listen to impropriety. Do not look at impropriety," Zhao Jianghu silently chanted in her mind. Yet, another voice within her urged, "Just one more glance." How strange, just one more glance. Under the temptation of her inner voice, she couldn't resist. Peeking with one eye open, she stole a glance at Daming, oblivious to her gaze. Daming felt an unusual heat coursing through him, as if he were brimming with power. If he didn't release this energy, he would surely explode. Thud, thud. Daming tirelessly swung the iron axe, striking the tree with all his might. The trunk trembled, branches and leaves raining down from the treetops. The scene was somewhat comical, with Daming chopping wood, while Zhao Jianghu leaned against the stone, stealing glances at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and curiosity. After delivering dozens of powerful strikes to the trunk, Daming finally felt the heat within him subside. That a wave of fatigue washed over his arms. He took a deep breath and released the axe handle, rubbing his arms before glancing back. He wanted to see if that stunning girl was still there. As Daming turned, his gaze met Zhao Jianghu's. She was peeking at him with one eye open, the other shut. Upon making eye contact, she quickly closed her open eye, feigning innocence as if nothing had happened, though a charming blush adorned her fair cheeks. Daming stared, momentarily dazed. For a while, he was rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do or what he should say. After a lengthy pause, he blurted out, Why aren't you leaving?" He glanced at Zhao Jianghu, suddenly realizing, "Oh, you've been immobilized." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianghu opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flickering across her face as she regarded Daming. Feeling her gaze, Daming's face flushed again. He stammered, scratching his head, "It's a pity I can't release you." His cheeks turned crimson, and he felt somewhat lost. Zhao Jianghu, leaning against the stone, couldn't help but laugh at Daming's endearingly confused expression. Hearing her laughter, Daming clenched his fists, feeling a rush of sweat in his palms, his heart racing. In the forest, the eunuch Zhang Heng felt numbness in his hands, frost covering the back of his palms. His purple robe had also stiffened from the cold. The gray figure remained composed, his cold green eyes fixed on Zhang Heng. Each of his movements radiated an extreme chill. As the gray figure engaged with Zhang Heng, the icy energy transferred, causing frost to form on Zhang Heng's skin. The breath of the gray figure was icy, and if inhaled inadvertently, it would disrupt his internal energy and injure his lungs, leading to uncontrollable coughing. Zhang Heng's complexion turned pale as he found himself at a disadvantage. He practiced the court eunuch's legacy, Qinyang Baoke martial art, which lacked sufficient yang energy, making him particularly vulnerable to opponents wielding cold attributes. Yet, His adversary practiced Xinbing magic. Under equal circumstances, all eunuchs practicing Kenyang Baoke were no match for such foes. If this continued, he feared for his life. Zhang Heng's expression darkened, anxiety gripping him. At sunset, he needed to consolidate his internal energy. His negligence led to Princess Jianghu's abduction, that if she suffered even a scratch, he would be compelled to atone with his life. As his thoughts spiraled, the gray figure suddenly exhaled a large cloud of white mist. Zhang Heng thrust both palms toward the gray figure's chest, forcing himself backward and narrowly avoiding the frigid air. The chilling mist gradually dissipated in the air. The gray figure had vanished from the woods. Alarmed, Zhang Heng hurriedly pursued the direction the tiger had taken. After sprinting several hundred meters, he spotted a bare-chested woodcutter standing on the forest path beside a vibrant tiger carcass. The ground was soaked in blood, the pungent scent wafting far and wide. Leaning against a nearby stone was a girl clad in a blue robe adorned with cloud patterns. Recognizing her, Zhang Heng's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally began to settle. He scrutinized the lumberjack, discerning that the man lacked any martial foundation. Zhang Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he swiftly moved to the girl's side. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Zhang Heng, clad in a purple robe adorned with white frost, appeared beside Zhao Jianghu. His pale face bore an unhealthy flush. He extended a finger and lightly tapped a few points on Zhao Jianghu's body. She felt a sudden lightness, her rigidity dissipating as the acupoints he touched were released. Suddenly, Zhao Jianghu's bright eyes widened. The wind howled fiercely. The finely crafted iron axe glinted menacingly as it swung with immense force towards Zhang Heng. Hearing the rush of wind, the middle-aged man in purple was taken aback and quickly employed his lightness skill to dodge the iron axe that was aimed at him from behind. However, just as he shifted, the axe followed closely, slicing through the air with lethal precision. "Friend," Zhao Jianghu cried out in panic, her voice as melodious as a lark's song at dawn. Upon hearing her call, the iron axe halted, mere inches from Zhang Heng, its blade reeking of fresh blood. Had she delayed even a moment longer, Zhang Heng might have been grievously injured. Sweat dripped down his back as he hurriedly took several steps back. His heart still racing. It was then that he recognized the assailant was the lumberjack standing nearby. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Heng was astonished. The lumberjack stood bare-chested, his muscles bulging like those of a fearsome beast, and his sun-kissed skin bore faint traces of blood. Just his presence exuded a subtle pressure, akin to a lone traveler in the forest stumbling upon a starving tiger. Yet, when Zhang Heng beheld the lumberjack's face, the oppressive feeling vanished. The man's countenance was too honest and simple. The lumberjack held the iron axe, watching Zhang Heng with vigilance. Zhang Heng exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped forward, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, good sir, for your timely rescue." The lumberjack merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Heng, remaining silent. Zhao Jianghu, leaning against the green stone, propped herself up and stood. Her clear, bright eyes gazed curiously at the lumberjack. He instinctively averted his gaze, glancing upwards at the sky. The sun was setting. It was time to return. The lumberjack sheathed the iron axe at his waist and picked up a bundle of firewood tied with rope. Approaching the lifeless tiger, he seemed to recall something. He drew his axe and severed two of the tiger's legs. He peered under the tiger's body, and his expression revealed disappointment. "What a shame. There's none. Otherwise, I could have brought some back for father. Heard from my father-in-law, Zhang Long, that such a thing is a great tonic." After tying the tiger legs with his bloodied shirt, the lumberjack prepared to head home. He took a couple of steps before suddenly glancing back. Zhao Jianghu stood behind Zhang Heng, her gaze fixed intently upon the lumberjack. When she noticed him looking back, her cheeks flushed slightly. With poise, Zhao Jianghu offered the lumberjack a charming smile, reminiscent of a pure moonflower blooming under the night sky. A fleeting moment of beauty. For a moment, the lumberjack was taken aback. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, creating a soft whisper. Coming back to his senses, he too smiled bashfully. He continued on his way, carrying the tiger legs and firewood. Without looking back, Zhang Heng watched the lumberjack's figure recede into the distance. Feeling a sense of wonder, a natural powerhouse, lacking any martial foundation yet nearly causing me harm. Even a third-tier martial artist would face a dire fate against him. Shaking his head, he lamented, "What a pity. If only he were to join the army, he could achieve great things. Remain merely a lumberjack seems a bit of a waste of talent." After his musings, Zhang Heng turned to Zhao Jianghu, hastily kneeling on the ground. I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your aid. Please forgive me, Your Highness. As the sun dipped low in the winter sky, the evening light arrived earlier than during other seasons. The lumberjack, bare-chested, hefted 2 tiger legs in his left hand while carrying the chopped firewood in his right. Walking along the streets of Yuhang County, he drew the attention of countless onlookers from the shops and passers-by. His robust physique and the tiger legs he bore were striking. Some timid individuals trembled at the sight of him. Unperturbed, the lumberjack ambled forward, somewhat distracted. After a while, he approached a familiar street, and the infant's care hall came into view. "Elder brother," a voice full of excitement called out. The lumberjack paused and turned to see Sun Sheng rushing towards him with a beaming smile. The lumberjack reciprocated with a hearty grin. "Brother," from a distance. "I saw your impressive muscles and guessed it was you." Sun Sheng clapped a hand on the lumberjack's brawny arm, envy shining in his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed the tiger legs dangling from the lumberjack's left hand. His expression froze in shock. "Elder brother, his tiger legs, freshly severed and still warm." The lumberjack replied with an innocent smile. "I brought them back for father to replenish his strength." Sun Sheng's jaw dropped, utterly astonished. "Ah? Have you become so strong now, elder brother? You can slay tigers?" Having trained for 2 years in the river, he had only reached the 2nd tier of internal power, yet he found himself unable to hunt a tiger. Sun Sheng took a moment to collect himself, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "Impressive!" Genuine joy illuminated his face. After all, this was his elder brother. Surpassing him in prowess was only to be expected. The lumberjack's gaze drifted downwards. Noticing Sun Sheng holding a bag of green tangerines, he frowned. "You went to the pleasure house again?" Sun Sheng's face flushed. "You should avoid such places. They are not respectable." The lumberjack scolded, realizing with age the nature of such establishments. He no longer uttered frivolous remarks about wealth. At that moment, Xiao Yan, accompanied by 3 maidservants and a dozen children, approached. She cast a cold glance at Sun Sheng, her eyes devoid of warmth. The orphan children all gathered around the lumberjack, their eyes wide with awe as they marveled at the tiger legs. Several young boys exclaimed in wonder, reaching out with tiny hands to touch the tiger fur, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 8. The beating. The lumberjack, Xiao Yan, and Sun Sheng returned together to the infant's care hall in the courtyard. Chen Ye lounged in a chair, engrossed in a leisurely book, while Xiao Fu squatted beside him, poking at a pig with a stick. "Father!" Sun Sheng exclaimed as he entered the courtyard, excitement radiating from his fair and handsome face as he ran towards Chen Ye with open arms. Chen Ye glanced at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Oh, I see, this our young master's son, who spent the night at a brothel without paying for his stay. You still dare to return?" Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng's enthusiastic stride halted abruptly, leaving him frozen in place, feeling a chill run down his spine. His voice diminished as he stammered, "Father, how did you know?" Chen Ye sat up from the chair, his cold laugh echoing. "Oh, you think Lu Mama's scolding in the street was for no one to hear?" At these words, Sun Sheng's shoulders slumped, as if he had been struck by a frost. "After dinner, you will come for your punishment," Chen Ye announced nonchalantly. Sun Sheng's expression turned woeful. "Father, I know I was wronged." He rushed to Chen Ye's side, clutching his arm and shaking it gently, attempting to charm his way out of trouble. Chen Ye ignored him, turning his attention to the lumberjack, who stood there with bare arms, still holding the tiger legs. "What's the matter with you, lumberjack?" The lumberjack smiled sheepishly. "I encountered a tiger in the woods that was attacking people, so I killed it. I brought back these legs to help father regain his strength." Chen Ye was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the strength of the lumberjack combined with the system's attributes. "You killed a tiger at the age of 12. He looked at the lumberjack with incredulity, expressing concern. "Lumberjack, refrain from such reckless deeds in the future. If you encounter another tiger, keep your distance." "Understood," the lumberjack replied with a simple smile, obediently nodding. Chen Ye scanned the others, deliberately overlooking Xiao Lian's peculiar gaze. Rising from his chair, he stated, "All right, prepare to slaughter the pig. We need to cook." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fu, who had been poking the pig, grew anxious. "Father, the pig is so cute. Please don't kill it." Chen Ye bent down, ruffling Xiao Fu's hair. "You will be very grateful to the little pig later." As the smoke curled into the air, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the hall and the main hall of the infant's care hall. A large round table was neatly surrounded by children. each with a set of chopsticks and bowls before them. The younger one sat next to the maidservants, who assisted in feeding them. Amidst this, Xiaofu sat beside Chen Ye, quietly sobbing, her cheeks stained with tears and her eyes puffy. She mourned the loss of her beloved little pig, which had met a grim fate at the lumberjack's hands. Every thought of the gruesome scene sent waves of pain through her heart. The little pig had always played with her, and now it was gone. Xiaofu felt immense sorrow. Chen Ye, with his chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and directly fed it to her. Startled, Xiaofu instinctively chewed a few times. Delicious, isn't it? Chen Ye asked with a smile. Xiaofu was momentarily taken aback but nodded, her sadness deepening as she mumbled, "Little pig, you taste so good." Tears still streaked her face as she looked up at Chen Ye, quietly signaling her desire for more food. This sight brought laughter to the others at the table. Chen Ye chuckled and offered another piece of braised pork to Xiaofu. She puffed out her cheeks, momentarily forgetting her tears, as she greedily devoured the pork, her mouth glistening with grease. Nearby, Sun Sheng eagerly served a large piece of tender tiger meat into Chen Ye's bowl. "Father, tiger meat is very nourishing. Please try some." Chen Ye glanced at Sun Sheng but remained silent. Sun Sheng, with a fawning expression, attempted to persuade Chen Ye to lift his punishment, seeing that Chen Ye was not responding. Sun Sheng continued, "Father, I believe you need a personal maidservant to attend to your needs." Before he could finish, Xiao Lian, seated across the table, shot him an icy glare. A chilling aura pierced through Sun Sheng, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Lian returned her gaze to the food, as if casually scanning the table. She continued to serve the nearby children. Sun Sheng instinctively shrank back, refraining from further comments. Since leaving Yuhang last year to venture into Taihu, he had pieced together the connections between Xiaolian and the Jade Leaf Hall, realizing she was a formidable killer known as the Jade Hand Azura. Thus far, his nickname as a reckless rogue paled in comparison to that of the Jade Hand Azura. Consequently, Sun Sheng had no choice but to bow his head and eat quietly. After finishing the meal, he dreaded the impending punishment from his father. With thoughts of the forthcoming repercussions, Sun Sheng lowered his head, a look of despair etched on his face. The dining atmosphere was notably quiet as the number of children grew. Chen Ye established rules: no talking during meals, no speaking while resting. Unless necessary, keep silence until we are done. The children understood and ate in silence, their plates filled to satisfaction, their faces beaming with joy. The maidservants cleared the table and led the children back to their rooms. Chen Ye glanced at Sun Sheng and ordered, "Go outside and wait for me." Sun Sheng, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Father, there's more to this than you know." Ignoring him, Chen Ye turned to the lumberjack, who was lost in thought, wiping a spot on the table with a cloth. Chen Ye observed the lumberjack, who seemed unusually distracted. Typically, he could consume 6 or 7 bowls of rice after completing his chores, yet today he had only managed 3. "Lumberjack, are you troubled?" The lumberjack snapped back to reality, shaking his head and offering a sheepish smile. "No, nothing is wrong." His eyes flickered, avoiding Chen Ye's gaze. Chen Ye noted this and remained silent. He understood the lumberjack did not lie. Whenever he did, he would avoid meeting Chen Ye's eyes. Chen Ye patted the lumberjack's sturdy shoulder. "Your unseen fiancé, he has made you a new pair of shoes that go try them on and see if they fit." "All right, father." The lumberjack smiled, nodding vigorously, hastening his wiping of the table as he turned to face the table. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a solemn expression. Chen Ye regarded him thoughtfully. "Xiao Sheng, let us go." Sun Sheng, wearing a sorrowful expression, followed Chen Ye out into the courtyard. Before long, the sound of a whip cracking against flesh echoed through the yard. The children remaining indoors turned pale at the sound of the beatings. "I knew you would learn nothing good from Nan Iyun." "Ow. Ouch, father. Please let me explain." "Crack. Ouch, father. On my first day, I gave her a pair of jade phoenix patterned pendants worth 1,000 taels, asking her to redeem herself. Ow. But she wouldn't agree." Chen Ye's expression darkened as he wielded the whip, striking Sun Sheng mercilessly, who cried out in pain. Sun Sheng's body bore hidden injuries, and Chen Ye did not strike randomly. Each blow landed on Sun Sheng's internal injuries. After 2 years of training, Chen Ye had mastered the ability to divide his innate energy into strands, allowing him to control it with precision. The energy flowed through the whip and into Sun Sheng's skin, gradually alleviating his hidden injuries. This process was beneficial, though undeniably painful. Redeem herself? What? You wish to marry her? If you intend to marry her, I will personally go and propose. Once married, you will settle down and start a family. No more gallivanting around Taihu with your rascally friends that as Chen Ye spoke. He continued to strike Sun Shang with the whip. Sun Shang could do nothing but endure, refraining from using his internal power, as that would be disrespectful to Chen Ye. Father, a man should aspire to greatness and not be burdened by family matters. Besides, her background. Chen Ye sneered, intensifying the force of the whipped in essence. You disdain her status and do not wish to marry her. Keeping her as a concubine in your private residence after redeeming her? What capability do you have to support her? With your mediocre skills? As Sun Shang endured the strikes, his face flushed with embarrassment. He wanted to argue that he had already reached the second tier. But in Chen Ye's eyes, that was still insufficient. Sun Shang, clever and perceptive, had deduced from his connections in the martial world that Chen Ye was the one behind the Jade Leaf Hall. The true master pulling the strings. Upon realizing he was backed by two masters, he had spent an entire night in ecstatic sleeplessness, in the vast martial world. Who could rival his connections? Chapter 9. The lumberjack's burden. Chen Ye showed no mercy, relentlessly whipping Sun Shang for a full quarter of an hour before finally ceasing. Sun Shang's teeth chattered as he grimaced, his fair skin marred with red welts. Chen Ye hung the whip back in the hall, ignoring Sun Shang as he retreated to his chamber. Just as he entered, Sun Shang hurriedly followed him inside. Chen Ye glanced at him and asked coolly, "What is it?" Sun Shang, grinning through gritted teeth, replied, "Father, I recently acquired something valuable on Taihu." He produced a small leather pouch from his bosom, revealing 16 identical white pearls, each the size of a dragon's eye, radiating a soft glow in the candlelight. Chen Ye examined a few pearls, feeling their smooth, warm surface. They were no ordinary items. After scrutinizing them, he tossed them back into the pouch. "Who did you rob this time?" Sun Shang's expression turned serious as he replied through clenched teeth. "A wealthy merchant from Suzhou, Zhou Tongfu. That scoundrel colluded with the Suzhou governor, oppressing the townsfolk and plundering their wealth. These 16 pearls were a gift to the governor, worth 10,000 taels of silver. I have gathered all the specific intelligence from the heavenly machine tower, and there will be no mistakes." Chen Ye nodded in response, casually tossing a pearl to Sun Shang. "This treasure can be sold for silver and used to continue aiding the impoverished." Sun Shang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Adoptive father, these 16 pearls are of superior quality and appearance. Finding even one is no easy feat, let alone gathering all 16. Chen Ye picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. His voice calm, "And what of it? Young Shang, your youthful exuberance drives you to seek fame in the martial world. I understand your intentions. I urge you to rob the wealthy to aid the poor. For your own good in time, you shall comprehend my reasoning." Chen Ye took a sip of tea and added, "Is there anything else?" Sun Shang found himself at a loss for words, dejectedly returning the pearls to his pocket. "Adoptive father, I have acquired the latest martial records from the heavenly machine tower, including the strength rankings, weapon lists, and beauty rankings. I will bring them to you. Go on," Chen Ye replied, his expression tranquil as he sipped his tea. As Sun Shang exited the room, Chen Ye set down his cup, watching his departing figure. Over the past 2 years, under Chen Ye's guidance, Sun Shang had not strayed too far off course. However, associating with Nan Yiyun had inevitably led him to pick up some poor habits. Fortunately, the overall direction remained sound. In the past 2 years, Sun Shang had engaged in more than 20 acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor, with the remaining few targeting Nan Yiyun. Stepping out of Chen Ye's room, Sun Shang felt the lingering pain from the beating he had just received, grimacing slightly. After enduring such punishment, he knew he would be sore for at least 3 days. Even with the aid of his internal energy to soothe the pain, regret filled Sun Shang's heart. Had he known, he would not have visited the Red Chamber the day before. He could have gone another time. Returning to his own room, he picked up the latest martial records compiled by the heavenly machine tower. As he glanced around, his eyes suddenly fell upon the bag of green tangerines he had bought. Sun Shang took the tangerines and, upon exiting his room, encountered Xiao Fu, handing him the bag. "Xiao Fu, take these and enjoy." Xiao Fu looked down at the bag of green tangerines, his little face scrunching up in distaste. "Brother Shang, not these again. They are so sour." Sun Shang gently ruffled Xiao Fu's hair. "Eat up, don't waste them." Xiao Fu blinked his large eyes, puffing out his cheeks. "Brother Shang, can we get sweet tangerines next time?" "I prefer sweet ones." Sun Shang chuckled, patting Xiao Fu's head. "All right, I promise." A smile instantly brightened Xiao Fu's face. In a separate room, Deming sat at a wooden table with an oil lamp flickering beside him. He was trying on a new pair of cloth shoes, slowly slipping them on and taking a few steps. The shoes fit perfectly, bringing a simple smile to his face. After a few steps, he removed the new shoes and put on his old pair instead. Deming thought of Zhang Shu's eldest daughter, who was already 10 years old. Their meetings had been infrequent over the past 2 years, but he remembered her as a good girl who would make him shoes and socks. His father had mentioned that in 4 years, she would marry him, becoming his wife. Yet, Deming had no real understanding of marriage. He simply thought that since his father wanted him to marry her, he did not wish to disappoint his father. Gazing into the flickering flame of the oil lamp, a hint of troubled contemplation crossed Deming's face. Since returning home, he felt restless, with the image of the girl's smile persistently occupying his thoughts. Whenever he recalled her smile, his heart inexplicably raced. He stared blankly at the flame, feeling a vague sense of agitation. The flickering light seemed to morph into the girl from that evening, smiling at him with a captivating beauty. Time drifted by. Bang. Be cautious with the flames. The sound of the watchman's clapper resonated through Yuhang County. Deming jolted awake, realizing he had been lost in thought for 2 hours. The clapper signaled the midnight hour. Confused by his own state, he felt a surge of anxiety and quickly extinguished the oil lamp. Lying down, he closed his eyes, but as soon as he did, the girl's smile appeared in his mind again. A trace of anguish crossed Deming's honest face. He could not fathom what was happening to him, only feeling an emptiness within. Chen Ye shifted his gaze from the system's interface, exhaling deeply with a contemplative expression. He had long ceased to scrutinize the daily reports from the system. The information was overly detailed. He recalled that at the end of the previous year, Sun Shang had learned traditional crafts without a teacher. The system reported his progress to Chen Ye, who fell silent after reading it. After some reflection, Chen Ye realized that as children grew, they would inevitably harbor private matters and secrets. He was not a person driven by a desire for control and believed it was essential to allow children their space. From that day forth, he refrained from examining the daily reports. Today marked the first time in a long while that he checked the system, prompted by Deming's unusual behavior. Chen Ye knew Deming well. Even if the sky were to collapse, he would eat 6 bowls of rice, never just 5, yet today. Deming had consumed only 3. Something was amiss. The system had documented Deming's recent encounters. Deming rescued the princess of the Crimson Pearl from danger and was captivated by her beauty. Falling in love at first sight, Deming stared at the candle flame for 2 hours, his thoughts consumed by the princess of the Crimson Pearl. Deming lay in bed, feeling profound anguish. After reading the daily report, Chen Ye sighed inwardly. What a misfortune! The princess of the Crimson Pearl, a member of the royal family of the Great Wu Dynasty. Deming, oh Deming, why must you fall for someone so unattainable? Chen Ye felt an overwhelming headache. Setting aside Deming's engagement to Zhang Long's daughter, given Deming's steadfast nature, if he truly developed feelings for this so-called princess of the Crimson Pearl, it would likely lead to a complicated situation. Chapter 10. Father and son. The bright crowing of roosters echoed throughout Yuhang County. Deming slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. The rooster's cries heralded the dawn. Deming's eyes flickered slightly as he sat up, a hint of fatigue on his face. His mind was in disarray. He could not recall when he had fallen asleep. Yet, he vaguely remembered that the watchman's clapper had sounded 4 times. Beyond that, everything was a blur. Taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, Deming rubbed his rough, calloused hands over his face. It was time to fetch water. After slaughtering the pig and cooking yesterday, the water barrel had run dry. Deming got out of bed, slipped on his cloth shoes, and wearily opened the door. Creaking as he pushed the wooden door open, he was momentarily taken aback by the figure outside. Father, Deming forced a somewhat stiff smile, calling out. Chen Ye stood outside the door, clad in a white robe. His back turned to Deming. Upon hearing the call, he turned around, noticing the faint smile on Deming's face. Awake? Come, accompany your father for a stroll. Surprised by the invitation, Deming scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Sure. Chen Ye stepped forward, leading the way out of the nursery, with Deming following closely. As they stepped outside, a thin mist hung over the streets. Chen Ye remained silent, walking along the road toward the morning market. Deming kept his head down, trailing behind Chen Ye. Today was December 30th, New Year's Eve, yet several food stalls still operated in the morning market. After searching for a while, Chen Ye found a wonton stall and settled onto a bench. Sit down. It's been a long walk. You must be hungry, Deming smiled sheepishly, taking a seat beside Chen Ye. I'm all right, boss. 24 bowls of wontons, please, Chen Ye called out. .2 dozen. The wonton vendor paused in astonishment. That's right, Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. The vendor scrutinized the pair, and upon seeing Deming's stature, he quickly understood. All right, please wait a moment. The wontons, dusted with flour, were dropped into the boiling pot, releasing a light, appetizing aroma that wafted through the stall. Chen Ye turned to Deming, smiling. Do you remember this place? It was where we first had wontons together before you were whisked away. So much time had passed, yet the vendor likely had forgotten them. Deming felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head. I remember. I broke 2 of the vendor's bowls. Ha ha ha. Yes. Chen Ye laughed heartily. You indeed broke 2 bowls, as he reminisced. A hint of melancholy crept into Chen Ye's voice. 2 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. Sir, here are your wontons. Please enjoy. The vendor returned with 2 bowls, placing them on the wooden table. Chen Ye extracted 2 pairs of chopsticks from a bamboo holder, handing 1 pair to Deming. The wontons, steaming and topped with green onions, floated in a clear broth. You only had 3 bowls of rice last night. You must be starving. Chen Ye blew gently on the steaming wontons. Chuckling, Deming, you don't seem to be hungry at all, do you? Deming stared at the wontons without feeling any appetite, a warmth igniting within him, as if a fire were burning in his belly. Chen Ye picked up a wonton, popping it into his mouth. Deming imitated him, taking a wonton and chewing it mechanically, finding it tasteless. The delicious wontons he used to enjoy now felt like chewing wax. They ate in silence. After swallowing a wonton, Chen Ye took a sip of broth and observed Deming. You seem troubled at this. Deming snapped back to reality, his face stiffening into a forced smile. Unable to meet Chen Ye's gaze. No. Chen Ye pointed to the wontons in Deming's bowl. I'm almost finished with mine, yet yours is still half full. If something is on your mind, share it with your father. Looking down at his bowl, Deming noted the disparity between their portions. Chen Ye's bowl was nearly empty, while his own remained largely untouched. Deming, you've been with me the longest. You're also the most obedient of all the children. If anything is troubling you, please tell me. Though I am merely the head of a nursery and possess no great skills, I can certainly help you think of a solution. After finishing the last wonton, Chen Ye took a sip of broth. Just then, the vendor returned with another 2 bowls. Hearing Chen Ye's gentle voice, Deming's eyes reddened slightly. He lowered his head, gently swirling the wontons in his bowl. Father, I saved a girl yesterday. She was very beautiful, and I don't know why I can't stop thinking about her today. As he uttered these words, a flush crept onto Deming's honest face. Revealing his embarrassment, Chen Ye chuckled. Do you know who she is? Though Chen Ye had not lived in Yuhang County for long, he was well acquainted with the neighbors and was known for his good character. If you have feelings for her, I can help you propose. Deming felt warmth spreading in his heart at those words, a smile breaking across his face as he stammered. Well, it's not like that. After stumbling through his thoughts for some time, Deming finally admitted, I don't even know where she lives or what her name is. I forgot to ask her name in my haste yesterday. I only know she is very beautiful. As he spoke, Deming's face turned as red as a tomato, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Chen Ye, holding the wontons, smiled. Deming, I never thought you would be swayed by mere appearances. Deming grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. The desire for beauty is universal. Chen Ye paused, taken aback by the response, and then burst into laughter. Well said. Seeing Chen Ye laugh heartily made Deming chuckle along. But Chen Ye's expression shifted to seriousness. However, Deming, the Great Martial Dynasty is vast, and this world is even larger. If you miss your chance with the girl you met yesterday, it may be difficult to encounter her again. You may have strong feelings for her, even wish to marry her, but you must understand that sometimes missing an opportunity signifies a lack of fate. We must look ahead. Being caught in unrequited love can be quite painful. With that, Chen Ye set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking earnestly at Deming. Deming's smile faltered as he absorbed his father's words, his expression growing somber as he stared blankly at the wontons in his bowl. Feeling a pang of heartache, Chen Ye suddenly shifted the conversation. However, Deming, if you can find her and if you like her and she likes you in return, I will help you propose. No matter if she is a princess of a dynasty or the daughter of a grand master, I will support you. If they refuse to let her go, I shall draw my sword and demand otherwise. Deming's body jolted, and he looked up at Chen Ye. The warmth in his father's gaze brought tears to his eyes. "Father." Chen Ye ruffled Deming's rough hair affectionately. "Eat up. There are still many wontons waiting for you." With a hearty smile, Deming nodded vigorously, lifting the bowl of wontons and devouring them eagerly. Chen Ye watched Deming as he hurriedly consumed the wontons, his expression thoughtful. When it comes to matters of the heart, if only one side is invested, it can lead to unreciprocated feelings. Deming had fallen for the princess of the Crimson Pearl, yet she may not feel the same about him. All Chen Ye could do was offer guidance. Moreover, Deming was already betrothed to Zhang Long's daughter, and given the effort Zhang Long had invested in Deming, it would be unjust to disregard her. Chapter 11. The Hen Crows at Dawn by the Lakeside Pavilion. A gentle breeze stirred the water, creating ripples across the surface. Red and white koi swam eagerly, gathering by the pavilion. A tall, handsome man stood with a bag of fish feed, scattering it into the lake. The feed, small yellow flakes made from fried flour, quickly sank as the fish eagerly consumed it. The man watched the surface intently, his long, pale hands tossing the feed in 3 directions. The flakes fell like rain, and the fish gathered, competing for the morsels, on the path beside the lake. A man dressed in a blue archer's outfit approached, moving swiftly until he reached the edge of the pavilion. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully announced, "The left envoy has sent a message." The man scattering the fish feed remained silent, continuing until the bag was empty, before turning to face the messenger. He picked up a handkerchief from the stone table, delicately wiping his hands. The pristine cloth caressed his pale, delicate skin, revealing his care for his hands. It seemed less like he was cleaning and more like he was tenderly caressing a lover's cheek. After a moment, the man finally set down the handkerchief and spoke. "Proceed." The kneeling man reported, "The left envoy has confirmed that the princess of the Crimson Pearl is indeed in Yuhang County. The second-rank eunuch, Zhang Hong, is guarding her side. The left envoy suspects that Wang Kaijin is also present." He relayed the details to the man in the pavilion. The man frowned upon hearing the words, deeming it a display of incompetence. The man, kneeling on one knee, further explained, "Lords was said that the internal strength of the Xianbing magic skill is thin and unsuitable for prolonged battles. There were some mishaps along the way." The man listened, his gaze flickering momentarily before he replied calmly, "This failure means there will be no next opportunity. Although it does not affect the overall situation, it remains a hidden danger." He stood still for a moment, deep in thought, and murmured to himself, "However, it is not without gain." A faint smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a cold smile. Indeed, the hen crows at dawn. I wondered from where a second prince suddenly emerged. Princess Yuzhu and Princess Jianghu. It seems that Princess Yuzhu, out of familial affection, refrained from harming her sister. 15 princesses have perished, giving rise to a Great Wu emperor. Oh, entrust this Great Wu into a woman's hands. My uncle possesses quite the audacity. The man turned away, continuing to gaze at the gently rippling lake, his voice devoid of warmth. Unfortunately, it still lacks the necessary ruthlessness, leaving behind the flaw of Jianghu. The surface of the lake shimmered with ripples, and the fish, having found no food, began to disperse. The man kneeling outside the pavilion inquired, "When does lords will wish to depart? What is the hurry? Is Cheong Aohai not yet in Anhui?" The man replied languidly, standing by the lakeside, his eyes hauntingly fixed on the water. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, a new year dawned. It was the 8th day of the first month in the second year of Zhenghe. The new year just passed, and the Yuyingtang was still abuzz with festive joy. In the 100-square-meter courtyard, several children ran about, playfully teasing each other. Chen Ye lounged in a recliner, reading a leisurely book, while keeping an eye on the children in the nursery. Sun Sheng approached, carrying a bundle, and grinned. "Foster father, the new year has just ended, and I wish to." Chen Ye set down his book, casting a faint glance at Sun Sheng. "You wish to return to Taihu?" Sun Sheng nodded obediently. Chen Ye sighed lightly. "You have a wild nature. If you wish to return, then go. Remember what your foster father has told you. Rob the rich to aid the poor. Do not stray from the right path." Sun Sheng's face lit up with joy as he respectfully replied, "Thank you, foster father." Chen Ye waved him off. "Go." Sun Sheng bowed, bidding farewell to the other children in the nursery before exiting the courtyard. Before returning to Taihu, Sun Sheng had one more task to accomplish. He strolled along the long street until he reached the entrance of the Yihong courtyard. 2 Fierce-looking men stationed at the door trembled as they saw him approach. Sun Sheng shot a glance at them before swaggering into the Yihong courtyard. Just then, Lu Mama was in the hall. Upon seeing Sun Sheng, her complexion turned a shade of liver. Lu Mama stormed towards him in anger. "Well, you dare to come back. I shall find someone too." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock as Sun Sheng produced 5 silver notes, each worth 10 taels, totaling 50 taels. He tossed them to Lu Mama with a dismissive huff and walked away without a backward glance. Lu Mama counted the notes, her face immediately breaking into a joyful expression. "Young master Sun, do come often. I shall keep some treasures for you," Lu Mama shouted excitedly after him. Sun Sheng did not turn back as he left the Yihong courtyard. He cast one last lingering gaze in the direction of the nursery. His eyes filled with reluctance. Once he returned to Taihu, he would not come back for quite some time. Chapter 12. My name is Sun Sheng. I am Sun Sheng, known in the martial world as the white strip in the waves, Zhang Shan. This moniker has its origins, as I discovered it in my foster father's study within a book titled Water Margin. The text described Zhang Shan as possessing a complexion as white as snow and unparalleled swimming skills, able to remain submerged for 7 days and nights, a truly formidable figure. Thus, I adopted his nickname to navigate the martial world. Originally, I was just the child of an ordinary fisherman from Jianghu Prefecture, with no connection to the martial realm at the age of 5. My father perished at sea when a mighty wave capsized his boat. By the age of 10, my mother succumbed to illness. Our relatives seized our home, casting me out. With no alternatives, I took to the streets, running errands and doing odd jobs. This struggle continued for 2 years. I worked as a waiter, tended gardens, washed clothes, and endured many beatings. Life was harsh, often going hungry for days, but I persevered. Before my mother passed, she urged me to survive, even if it meant begging or selling myself. She did not wish to see me follow in her footsteps too soon. My mother mentioned that the Sun family had passed down for 3 generations, and if I were to die prematurely, she would have no face to meet my father